Chapter 1. Yi Fool. The Yi family is one of the most prominent clans in the capital, with the esteemed patriarch Yi Jinhong being one of the top 5 leaders in Huaxiao, a figure whose mere sneeze could cause a stir throughout the city. However, when it comes to the Yi family, none is more renowned than Yi Qinfeng, whose foolishness has become legendary in the capital. It is worth noting that he did not suffer from this affliction from birth. In his early years, Yi Qinfeng was undeniably a wastrel, yet his debauchery was governed by a peculiar set of principles, leading to conflicts with other scions of the elite. Over time, he found himself ostracized from their social circle. To understand why Yi Qinfeng fell into a state of foolishness, one must turn back 3 years. At that time, Yi Jinhong arranged a marriage for his grandson with the Bai family, another illustrious clan in the capital. Bai Shuling, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the city, was idolized by the young lords of the capital. The revelation that she was to become Yi Qinfeng's fiancée incited a wave of hostility from the other young nobles. One fateful day, while Yi Qinfeng was out alone, he was besieged by a group of these young lords who mercilessly beat him. The situation escalated when one of them seized a brick from the roadside and struck him on the head. From that moment on, he developed a condition of foolishness, accompanied by bouts of madness and emotional instability. Doctors diagnosed him with severe panic disorder. When Yi Jinhong learned of this, he was furious. Yet the traditions of powerful families dictate that minor disputes among younger members must not provoke elder intervention. Unless lives are at stake, to act otherwise would plunge the families into a deadly feud, and given the involvement of multiple prominent families, such a conflict would spell disaster for Huaxia. Thus, for the sake of the greater good, Yi Jinhong swallowed his indignation. Tragedy struck again 5 days ago, when Yi Qinfeng's parents perished in a car accident. Upon hearing the news, both Yi Jinhong and Yi Qinfeng were overwhelmed with grief and fainted. At this moment, Yi Qinfeng sat up in bed, his face a mask of confusion, his brow furrowing and relaxing in turn. He had maintained this state for nearly half a day. His thoughts began to crystallize. Clenching his hands tightly on his lap, excitement flushed his face, for he was not Yi Qinfeng at all. He hailed from 500 years in the future, a prodigy groomed by the state. During a mission to destroy an enemy virus base, he detonated a bomb, obliterating both the facility and himself. He had believed there was no chance of survival, yet upon opening his eyes, he found his soul had traversed 5 centuries into the past, inhabiting the body of a young man named Yi Qinfeng. In that moment, his mind was remarkably clear, and with the merging of souls, the panic disorder afflicting Yi Qinfeng completely vanished. Hours had passed since his awakening, during which his soul and the memories of this boat's former owner had intertwined, granting him an understanding of the world he now inhabited and the background of the individual whose body he occupied. His exhilaration was beyond words. Here, there were no unending wars, the environment remained untainted, and humanity was not plagued by the worry of starvation. In stark contrast, 500 years hence, the world was ravaged by ceaseless conflict and severe environmental degradation, where even stepping outside required an air filtering mask, and countless lives were lost to hunger daily. From the memories of this boat's owner, the disparity between the present world and that of 5 centuries hence was akin to heaven and hell. As his soul fully integrated with the body, he exhaled slowly and declared, "Brother, since I now inhabit your body, our identities shall merge. You are I, and I am you." This statement was not an error. The memories of the former owner had seamlessly fused with his spirit, representing a true confluence of 2 identities into one. Rising to stand before a tall mirror, he gazed into the reflection of his striking features, dark eyes, a finely sculpted face, and slightly tousled black hair, presenting the visage of a handsome young man. It seemed this body possessed commendable external attributes. The foolishness that once marked his countenance was replaced by an air of calm indifference. In his past life, Yi Qinfeng had been a state-trained genius, capable of maintaining a composed demeanor in the face of adversity, concealing his true thoughts from all. A sudden cacophony interrupted his reverie, prompting him to frown slightly as he descended the staircase. In the Yi family hall, a scene of discord unfolded. "Wu Xiaofei, get the hell out of here. Don't think I won't lay a hand on you just because you're a woman. I'm here to see you the fool today." In the hall stood a young man of about 23 or 24, clad in a white casual suit, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. He was Song Zhong, the direct descendant of the Song family, which held power comparable to the Yi family's. 3 years prior, he had played a part in the events surrounding Yi Qinfeng. Surrounding Song Zhong were a throng of sycophants, their words dripping with flattery, Standing before him was a woman in her late 20s, clad in military attire that did little to conceal her impressive figure. Her face bore a look of profound disdain as she extended her arms to block Song Zhong's path. Song Zhong, you best temper your arrogance. The Yi family is not a place you can enter uninvited. You should be the one to leave. Wu Xiaofei replied, biting her lip, her voice edged with frustration. Song Zhong leered at her, his gaze lingering on her ample bosom, making a mocking sound. Wu Xiaofei, you're merely a military doctor. Do you really think you can stop us? Let me tell you, the Yi family is doomed. Once the old man dies, the clan will crumble. Do you know why we can waltz in here? It's because the collateral branches of the Yi family have already prepared to side with us, the Song family. With each word, Song Zhong grew more self-satisfied, his spittle flying as he leered at Wu Xiaofei. How about this? You spend the night with me, and he'll leave the Yi family today out of respect for you. Many would leap at the chance to be with Song Zhong, and am only extending this offer because I have a fondness for you. Wu Xiaofei, stop pretending to be virtuous. Why not just yield to our brother Zhong? He will treat you well. Why do you care so much for the Yi fool? Is it because he possesses some hidden talents? If you've tasted brother Zhong's charms, you won't want to leave. The surrounding crowd grew increasingly crass, their remarks becoming more vulgar, while Song Zhong listened with rapt attention, nodding along. Wu Xiaofei shot them a cold glare, retorting, you ruffians, clean up your language. Don't think that Wu Xiaofei is easy to bully. While my family may be a second-tier clan, I am not someone you can trample on. Song Zhong's expression darkened, and he let out a couple of sinister chuckles. Wu Xiaofei, I had intended to be gentle, but since you've brought this upon yourself, don't blame me for bullying a woman. Song Zhong, dare to lay a finger on me and see what happens. Wu Xiaofei remained steadfast, her icy demeanor unyielding. As tensions escalated, a mocking voice echoed through the hall. Since when can anyone just waltz into the Yi family? Are you implying that there is no one to guard the Yi family? Yi Chenfeng strolled into the hall with an air of nonchalance. He had overheard the conversation between Song Zhong and Wu Xiaofei, and memories of Wu Xiaofei began to crystallize in his mind. They had been childhood playmates. She was a few years his senior, always assuming the role of an elder sister in his presence. Upon seeing Yi Chenfeng, the icy fog of Wu Xiaofei melted away. She hurriedly approached him, concern etched on her face. Chenfeng, you have finally awakened. You have been unconscious for 5 days. Is there any discomfort in your body? Feeling the genuine care from the woman, warmth spread through Yi Chenfeng's heart. Sister Xiaofei, I am perfectly fine. Thank you for taking care of me during these days. Chenfeng, why are you being so formal with me? If I don't look after you now, who else will? Wu Xiaofei replied, a knowing smile adorning her face. Why, you fool? We are here to see you. Are you going to make us stand here all day? Hurry and bring us some tea. Song Zhong, noticing that both Yi Chenfeng and Wu Xiaofei seemed to disregard his presence, felt a surge of indignation and issued his command with an air of superiority. Had it been the old Yi Chenfeng, he might have complied. However, ever since he had been brutally beaten 3 years ago, his confidence had been shattered. Now, he appeared dazed and foolish, and the sight of those who had once tormented him sent his emotions into turmoil. Observing Song Zhong's smug demeanor, Yi Chenfeng wore an expression of trepidation. In the past, when his panic disorder was at its peak, he would react similarly upon encountering Song Zhong, who often delighted in humiliating him. Under such circumstances, how could he allow Song Zhong to take advantage of him? Chenfeng, do not listen to him. This is the Yi family. It is not for Song Zhong to dictate your actions here. Wu Xiaofei encouraged, noticing the panic on Yi Chenfeng's face. She found it puzzling had he not been quite formidable just moments ago, but she dismissed her doubts, understanding that Yi Chenfeng was a severe sufferer of panic disorder, and his emotions were notoriously fickle. Humph, Song Zhong scoffed derisively. Yi fool, weren't you quite arrogant just now? The Yi family is not a place where anyone can simply stroll in. You better fetch me some tea, or you will regret it. With trembling limbs, Yi Chenfeng exited the hall. He realized in that moment that his impulsive reaction was misguided. Even if he intended to deal with a fool like Song Zhong, he could not do so openly. After all, it is said that the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. If the other prominent families in the capital learned of his sudden transformation, it would undoubtedly attract unnecessary trouble. Currently, Yi Chenfeng's soul had just reintegrated with his body, and he could not muster even 10% of his previous strength. Should danger arise, he lacked the ability to protect himself. Thus, he resolved to continue feigning his panic disorder for a while longer, although a cunning plan was already forming in his mind, one that would surely leave Song Zhong feeling elated beyond measure. Watching Yi Qinfeng's retreating figure, Wu Xiaofei felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She longed for him to exhibit some semblance of masculinity, yet he chose to serve tea to Song Zhong instead. Biting her vividly red lips in frustration, she felt an urge to turn and leave immediately upon witnessing Yi Qinfeng's pitiful state. However, her compassion prevented her from abandoning him to the whims of Song Zhong and his cohorts. Chapter 2. Who is the fool? The corners of Song Zhong's mouth curled upward, confident that Yi Qinfeng would not dare to play tricks in his presence. After all, a mere fool plagued by severe anxiety was hardly worthy of his attention. He spoke dismissively. Wu Xiaofei, do not overestimate your significance. My affections lie with the most beautiful woman in the capital, Bai Shuling. A woman like you would hardly qualify to be my clandestine lover. Wu Xiaofei clenched her teeth in frustration, her chest rising and falling with indignation. Pointing at Song Zhong, she retorted, Bai Shuling is Qinfeng's fiancée. You, Song Zhong, will never attain such a prize. With a sneer, Song Zhong replied, once He Lao dies, the Yi family will be as good as non-existent. At that point, the engagement between Yi Qinfeng and Bai Shuling will dissolve automatically. Even if Yi Lao survives, what of it? Yi Qinfeng is but a puppet in my hands. I could easily arrange for him to let me spend a night with his fiancée. Before long, Yi Qinfeng entered the hall, carrying a kettle filled with steaming water. The coffee table was already set with cups and tea leaves, and he busied himself in a flurry of activity. Ye fool, could you not be quicker? I am parched. Do you wish for me to perish from thirst? Song Zhong boasted with arrogance. As Yi Qinfeng hurriedly prepared a cup of tea, he extended it toward Song Zhong, only to be halted by Wu Xiaofei, who could no longer bear the sight of his submissiveness. Furrowing her brow, she commanded, Qinfeng, put down that cup and tell this scoundrel to leave the Yi household. Ye fool, hurry and deliver the tea to me, or you shall know the consequences. Song Zhong threatened, shaking his clenched fist before Yi Qinfeng. Panic washed over Yi Qinfeng's face as he attempted to free himself from Wu Xiaofei's grip. But her hold was steadfast. Observing Yi Qinfeng's flustered demeanor only fueled Song Zhong's arrogance. Ye fool, why the delay? My patience is not limitless. As the two tugged back and forth, Yi Qinfeng stumbled, the cup of tea slipping from his grasp and tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing precisely on Song Zhong's most sensitive area, filled with boiling water. Ah! Song Zhong let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig, leaping from the sofa like a scorched monkey, frantically clutching at his trousers, his face flushed with embarrassment. Without a second thought, he yanked down his dress pants, leaving only a pair of briefs. The rapidity of the incident left the onlookers momentarily stunned. But Wu Xiaofei broke the silence with laughter. Oh, Song Zhong, are you attempting to perform an impromptu striptease? Wu Xiaofei, known for her fiery temperament, had always been the one to stand up for Yi Qinfeng in their youth. Thus, she did not shy away from witnessing Song Zhong's humiliation. Those surrounding Song Zhong wished to join Wu Xiaofei in laughter, yet they restrained themselves, their faces reddening in an effort to maintain decorum. For these were offspring of minor clans in the capital and could not afford to offend Song Zhong. With a darkened expression, Song Zhong felt the burning agony below, and had it not been for the presence of so many witnesses, he would have gladly shed his briefs and sought a cool breeze with a hairdryer to alleviate the torment. After all, his manhood was of utmost importance to a debauched young man like him. Without it, how could he continue his indulgent lifestyle? Ye fool, do you wish for death? Song Zhong unleashed his fury upon Yi Qinfeng. Though Yi Qinfeng's face portrayed trepidation, he held little regard for Song Zhong, viewing him as a foolish wastrel. If such a character were to exist 500 years hence, he would likely have met his demise countless times over. I'll help you with another cup, Yi Qinfeng stammered, recalling his past as a state-trained prodigy adept at assuming various roles. Taking a deep breath, Song Zhong managed to quell his rage, determined to humiliate Yi Qinfeng further. He aimed to compel Yi Qinfeng to kneel before him with the tea in hand, pleading for a sip. Since you have admitted your fault, I shall not make it difficult for you. Simply kneel before me with the tea and beg for a drink, Song Zhong said darkly. Song Zhong, you are going too far. This is still the Yi household. Wu Xiaofei interjected sharply. Unfazed, Song Zhong settled back into his seat, the burning sensation below subsiding slightly. Wu Xiaofei, if you wish to prevent Yi fool from kneeling, then use your mouth to fan me. Song Zhong, you are a pervert. Though Wu Xiaofei was a spirited woman, she had never had a boyfriend, nor had she even shared her first kiss. Yi Qinfeng's eyes caught sight of the shattered teacup on the floor, and an idea sparked within him. Grasping the kettle, he took 2 steps forward. deliberately stepping on the shards. The slippery pieces caused him to lurch forward, and an identical scene unfolded, but this time with a stainless steel kettle. The kettle traced another elegant arc through the air, descending upon Song Zhong's sensitive area. By the time Song Zhong realized what was happening, it was too late. The kettle filled with scalding water landing squarely on him. This time, Song Zhong's scream was even more heart-wrenching. The bottom of the stainless steel kettle akin to a scorching iron. Moreover, at that moment, he was clad only in his briefs, having endured 2 consecutive assaults. His manhood was surely in peril. With a clang, Song Zhong hurled the kettle to the ground, the pain rendering him speechless, his face contorted in agony. "What are you standing around for? Help me up. I need to go to the hospital," Song Zhong bellowed, barely able to stand. Consumed by the hope that his manhood had not sustained any lasting damage, utterly disinterested in pursuing vengeance against Yi Chenfeng. Watching Song Zhong being assisted away in such a pitiful state, Yi Chenfeng raised his voice in a panic. "I didn't mean it. I truly didn't mean it. You haven't taken your pants yet. Come back, and I will apologize immediately." Chapter 3. Infiltration. With a series of delicate giggles, Wu Xiaofei's enchanting eyes fixated on Yi Chenfeng. There was an inexplicable difference in him today, a distinction she could not articulate. On the surface, he appeared to be yielding to Song Zhong. Yet fate had dealt a harsh blow to Song Zhong instead. "Xiaofei, why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Yi Chenfeng's demeanor returned to its usual calm, seamlessly blending with the memory swirling in his mind. There was no need for him to feign ignorance before Wu Xiaofei. He sensed her concern for him was genuine. After a moment of scrutinizing him, Wu Xiaofei inquired, "Chenfeng, were you pretending in front of Song Zhong just now?" Her fair hands caressed his handsome face, disbelief washing over her. Since Yi Chenfeng had developed severe panic disorder 3 years ago, he had been lost in a daze, occasionally spiraling into madness. How could he now exhibit such astuteness? Though they had grown up together as childhood companions, they were no longer children. Especially now, as Yi Chenfeng had overcome his panic disorder, Wu Xiaofei's proximity enveloped him in a fragrant aura that ignited a fire within him. In his previous life, as a state-trained prodigy, he had encountered women of all kinds, often resorting to pretense to accomplish his missions, leading him to believe he was not a good man. Taking a subtle step back, he freed himself from Wu Xiaofei's delicate grasp, fearing he might lose control and act inappropriately towards her. He regarded Wu Xiaofei as an older sister, and he could not allow himself to cross that line. "Xiaofei, since awakening from my coma, I feel my mind is much clearer and my panic disorder has completely subsided. I was indeed putting on an act in front of Song Zhong. I have drifted aimlessly for 3 years, and I owe you my heartfelt gratitude for your care during this time." Upon hearing Yi Chenfeng's admission, Wu Xiaofei's expression brightened with excitement. She embraced him tightly, exclaiming, "Chenfeng, has your panic disorder truly vanished? I am overjoyed. You have no idea how distressed I felt watching you being toyed with time and again over the past 3 years." As her fragrance enveloped him, Yi Chenfeng quickly extricated himself from her embrace, saying, "Xiaofei, we are no longer children. Such displays of affection may not be appropriate." Since maturing, they had not shared such intimate gestures. Wu Xiaofei's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully tapped Yi Chenfeng on the head, teasing, "What's wrong? I'm not shy. Why should you be? In my eyes, you will forever be that snot-nosed little brat." "Xiaofei, that's quite unkind of you. I'm a proper man now," Yi Chenfeng retorted, slightly offended. "Did I say something incorrect? Don't be cheeky in front of me," she chided, but her mood shifted back to seriousness as she asked, "Chenfeng, what do you plan to do next?" Yi Chenfeng paused for a moment before inquiring, "Xiaofei, how is my grandfather's condition?" "I'm not entirely sure about Yi Laozhang's condition. The military hospital is highly restricted. Even family members must submit requests to visit. I've heard that his condition is quite grave, and the doctors have denied all visitors," Wu Xiaofei replied, her brow furrowing with a hint of sadness. The Wu and Yi families had always maintained a close relationship. Yi Chenfeng sighed softly. His parents had tragically perished in a car accident 5 days ago, and he suspected there was more to the incident than met the eye. It could very well be a man-made tragedy. If that were the case, he would stop at nothing to find the perpetrator and exact revenge. However, it was imperative that he visit the military hospital to see his grandfather. After all, he was a prodigy cultivated by the state 500 years hence and possessed considerable expertise in medicine. Yet, he could not simply apply for permission to enter the military hospital. Given the current circumstances, he had learned from Song Zhong that the rascals from the Yi family's collateral line had already allied with the Song family. If they discovered Yi Chenfeng intended to visit his grandfather, they would undoubtedly cause trouble. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to infiltrate the military hospital discreetly. Upon realizing Yi Chenfeng's intentions, Wu Xiaofei proposed, "Why not notify your uncle to return? If he comes back, things will surely be easier." Yi Laozhong had two sons, Yi Donghua, Yi Chenfeng's father, who had died in the recent accident, and Yi Dongjian, a military instructor stationed at the Tianhai military department, who would not return until the end of the year. Yi Dongjian likely remained unaware of the cataclysmic events that had transpired within the Yi family. Notifying Uncle Yi Dongjian to return was not the optimal solution. Yi Chenfeng was no longer the same person he once was. He had the capability to infiltrate the military hospital to see his grandfather. Therefore, it was not the right time to inform Yi Dongjian. An increase in numbers would only complicate matters. In his previous life, Yi Chenfeng had maintained a calm demeanor even in life-and-death situations, adeptly analyzing the circumstances at hand. "Xiaofei, do you happen to know which room my grandfather is in at the military hospital?" Yi Chenfeng inquired, recognizing the necessity of acquiring such basic information. He could not search room by room. Wu Xiaofei's expression tightened as she asked, "Chenfeng, what are you planning? Are you truly considering infiltrating the military hospital alone?" Shaking her head, Wu Xiaofei dismissed Yi Chenfeng's idea. "That is absolutely out of the question. Do you have any idea how heavily guarded the military hospital is? Given your grandfather's high status, his room is even more difficult to access. You might not even reach the room before being shot by the armed guards." "Xiaofei, I was merely asking casually. Why are you so anxious? I wouldn't be foolish enough to throw my life away," Yi Chenfeng replied nonchalantly. Wu Xiaofei sighed in relief, remarking, "You're right. Only a fool would attempt to storm the military hospital. Yi Laozhong's room is on the third floor, room 307. Even knowing this is futile, as the military hospital denies all visitors to Yi Laozhong. As a military doctor, although Wu Xiaofei could not see Yi Laozhong, she was aware of his room number. Upon obtaining this crucial information, Yi Chenfeng chuckled inwardly, realizing that Xiaofei was indeed a woman of ample beauty, but lacking in foresight. That very night, he would dare to infiltrate the military hospital. Chapter 4. Shock. As night descended, the gentle evening breeze stirred. After bidding farewell to Wu Xiaofei, Yi Chenfeng prepared for his mission that night. The defenses surrounding the military district hospital were far more formidable than he had anticipated. To gain entry into the hospital, one must pass through 3 checkpoints, each manned by 6 armed guards who stood vigilant around the clock, never allowing their guard to slip. It is worth noting that the patients admitted to the military hospital are either high-ranking officials of the state or individuals who have made significant contributions to the nation. To prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from infiltrating the hospital and jeopardizing the safety of these esteemed guests, such stringent security measures were established. Yi Chenfeng had been observing the hospital from outside for over an hour. Gaining access without detection seemed impossible, yet resorting to violence would undoubtedly attract attention. Although he was currently unable to unleash even 10% of his former combat prowess, he felt confident in his ability to handle 5 or 6 armed guards. After another hour of observation, Yi Chenfeng finally identified a vulnerability. Every 2 hours, during the guard shift change, there was a brief 30-second window when the checkpoints were unguarded. If he was to enter the hospital undetected, he would have to seize this fleeting opportunity. As expected, after waiting for 2 hours, the guards changed shifts once more. Yi Chenfeng took advantage of the 30-second gap to slip past the first checkpoint with ease. Breathing heavily, he realized that his current physical condition was far from ideal. His heart raced, and he muttered to himself that he needed to enhance his fitness regimen if he were ever to regain his former strength. The subsequent 2 checkpoints exhibited the same vulnerability, allowing him to bide his time and exploit the 30-second void to rush through quietly. 4 hours later, with a mix of anxiety and relief, Yi Chenfeng successfully navigated the remaining 2 checkpoints. He couldn't help but feel a bead of cold sweat trickle down his spine. Perhaps even those who orchestrated the hospital's defenses had overlooked such a flaw. After all, discovering such a brief opportunity was no trivial matter. Who could possibly infiltrate the military hospital in 30 seconds? Furthermore, this pattern was exceedingly difficult to discern without patient observation. Yi Chenfeng was indeed an exception. In his previous life, he had undergone comprehensive training mandated by the state, where perfection was essential. A mere misstep during a mission could cost one their life. However, as he approached the hospital entrance, he was taken aback to find more armed guards stationed at the door. These guards would only grant entry upon the presentation of a pass. After waiting for 2 hours, he realized there was no window of opportunity at the entrance. rendering the notion of walking through the front door impractical. He could choose to incapacitate the two guards, but that would quickly draw unwanted attention. This evening, Yi Chenfeng opted for stealth to avoid attracting the notice of the other prominent families in the capital. Positioning himself at the side of the hospital, he assessed the height of the third floor and the spacing between the windows. Climbing up to the third floor via the windows seemed a feasible plan. With agile movements, he leapt onto the bottom floor's window, gathering strength in his legs as he carefully climbed upward, nimbly leaping from one level to the next like a flea. The windows of the third-floor wards were all tightly shut, save for the open window of a public restroom. With no other options, Yi Chenfeng climbed through the restroom window. Unsure which ward was 307, he certainly couldn't stand outside knocking on each window one by one. Once inside the third-floor restroom, Yi Chenfeng finally exhaled, his leg muscles aching and his body fatigued, yearning for a restful slumber. Exiting the men's restroom, he found the corridor eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. He quickly located Ward 307. Without knocking, he entered the room, which was shrouded in darkness. Just as he reached for the light switch, a piercing whoosh filled the air, striking his eardrums. Instinctively, he recoiled, surprised that the person in the shadows had managed to evade his punch. As Yi Chenfeng opened his mouth to speak, another fierce gust of wind from a fist came hurtling toward him. Realizing the immediate danger, he concentrated solely on the threat before him, acutely aware that a single blow from this unseen assailant could have dire consequences. With a series of rapid strikes, Yi Chenfeng exchanged blows with the figure in the darkness, his feet retreating several steps. His fists tingled with numbness, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. His opponent had not granted him the chance to speak. The strikes continued to rain down upon him relentlessly. Had his soul energy not regressed to level 2, this individual would have been no match for him. Soul energy, a power developed 5 centuries hence, involves the injection of a certain force into the soul through advanced technology. As one's soul energy ascends, their physical capabilities also enhance. In his previous life, Yi Chenfeng had achieved level 8 soul energy, but upon crossing over into this unfamiliar body, his energy had plummeted to level 2. Due to the poor physical quality of this body, he struggled to even harness the strength of level 2 energy, relying solely on his nimble footwork to evade and dodge. Frustration ignited within Yi Chenfeng. He recognized that this individual was likely tasked with protecting his grandfather. However, he could not afford to be distracted. A moment's lapse in focus could result in a debilitating blow. Gritting his teeth, he pushed his level 2 soul energy to its limits. Feeling a tearing pain within his body, realizing that this form could barely withstand the strain of heightened energy. With a powerful swing, he unleashed his fist just as the room's lights flickered on. There, on the bed, lay Yi Chenfeng, astonished and stammering, "Chenfeng, how did you end up here?" The force of Yi Chenfeng's punch sent him staggering back 3 steps, mirroring the involuntary retreat of the middle-aged man before him. The entire scene was witnessed by Yi Chenfeng, whose mind raced to comprehend the absurdity of it all. He was acutely aware of the formidable skills of Wu Kuiyong, the man assigned to protect him, known for his prowess among special forces. Meanwhile, his grandson, Yi Chenfeng, was merely a patient plagued by panic attacks, and yet, here he was, seemingly able to hold his own. What on earth was happening? This was beyond comprehension. How had Yi Chenfeng managed to infiltrate the military hospital? If the one he had just sparred with in the darkness was indeed Yi Chenfeng, then his skills were undoubtedly exceptional. Yi Chenfeng's jaw dropped, as such astonishing revelations were few and far between for someone of his stature. Chapter 5. Comfort. Yi Chenfeng's astonishment was no less than that of the old man. Outside, the news of Yi Chenfeng's critical condition spread like wildfire, yet the Yi Chenfeng before him appeared remarkably spirited, save for a slightly pale complexion. What could possibly account for this discrepancy? Wu Kuiyong, a robust middle-aged man, regarded Yi Chenfeng with keen interest, pondering the rumors that claimed Yi Chenfeng had developed a severe panic disorder following a brutal beating 3 years prior. After experiencing Yi Chenfeng's prowess firsthand, Wu Kuiyong dismissed such tales as absurd. In the darkness, he had held nothing back, yet Yi Chenfeng had navigated the encounter with remarkable ease, demonstrating that his skills were far from ordinary. Once a standout in a special forces unit, who could possibly endure so many exchanges under his command? Surely not someone who had been mercilessly beaten by the dandy offspring of the capital. Reflecting on this, Wu Kuiyong couldn't help but lament the unreliability of rumors. The Yi Chenfeng before him was a stark contrast to the one depicted in whispers, and he was confident that Yi Chenfeng had every right to be considered a dragon among men in the circles of the capital. The old man regained his composure and beckoned to Yi Chenfeng, saying, "Chenfeng, come sit beside your grandfather. Shouldn't you explain this to me?" Even if the old man racked his brain, he could not fathom how his grandson, afflicted by panic disorder, could suddenly possess such remarkable abilities. Moreover, having issued a strict order forbidding anyone from visiting, how had Yi Chenfeng managed to slip into the military hospital unnoticed? The old man was desperate to uncover the answers to these mysteries. Yi Chenfeng settled beside the bed but did not rush to respond to his grandfather's inquiry. "Grandfather, before I answer your question, could you first clarify what you were playing at?" A tender smile briefly illuminated the old man's pale face before it faded, and he replied, "You rascal, is this how you speak to your grandfather? There are many in the capital eager to see the Yi family fall, wishing for us to vanish from their sight. I merely wished to observe what tricks these clowns might attempt, so I played along. Grandfather, the accident that befell my parents was likely no mere coincidence. I sensed something amiss." Upon mentioning his deceased parents, a mix of sorrow and anger clouded Yi Chenfeng's expression. The old man nodded with a look of approval, saying, "Chenfeng, it seems you have truly matured. I once feared you would drift through life, timid and indifferent. Indeed, the circumstances surrounding your parents' accident are fraught with suspicion. However, the perpetrator left no trace, and I have yet to find a single clue." The old man clenched his fists. The direct line of the Yi family was already sparse, and with his eldest son deceased, how could he not feel a surge of anger? "Grandfather, I will ensure the perpetrator faces a fate worse than death. I want everyone to know that the Yi family is not to be trifled with." Yi Chenfeng bit his lip, determined that once he regained his peak fighting prowess, few would stand in his way. "Chenfeng, you must remain calm. We do not yet know who the culprit is. The Yi family has many adversaries in the capital, and for now, we can only wait and observe, anticipating the next move of the shadowy figures behind this." The old man sighed heavily and continued, "Do not divert the topic. You now know what you need to. Will you explain yourself?" "Grandfather, there is really nothing significant to share. I simply awakened from my coma feeling as though my panic disorder had vanished entirely, and my abilities have become exceptionally formidable. I am as perplexed by this as you are." Yi Chenfeng fabricated a tale. He could not possibly reveal that he hailed from a world 500 years hence, that his soul had traversed time and space to inhabit Yi Chenfeng's body. Such a revelation would surely lead his grandfather to suggest a visit to a psychiatrist. After all, such occurrences belonged solely to the realm of fiction, and convincing a man of his stature and experience would be an insurmountable challenge. The old man regarded Yi Chenfeng with a mixture of skepticism and consideration. After a moment, he found Yi Chenfeng's explanation somewhat plausible. As long as his grandson was progressing positively, what could he, as a grandfather, have to complain about? Yi Chenfeng recounted the circumstances of his stealthy entrance into the military hospital, which captivated the old man, who realized he had never truly gotten to know his grandson. Yi Chenfeng's keen observation of the hospital's security flaws and his cautious behavior, ensuring that the changes within him remained undetected by other prominent families in the capital, were enough for the old man to feel immense pride. Such meticulous observation and thoughtfulness were traits he had not expected to see in the Yi Chenfeng he once knew. "Grandfather, it seems the side branches of our family have allied with the Song family, likely plotting to supplant us as the direct line of the Yi family." Anger surged within Yi Chenfeng as he spoke of these traitors, for despite being blood relatives, their betrayal was unconscionable. The old man wore a look of melancholy, sighing softly. "I have long suspected the side branches were restless. Yet, we are all Yi. I do not wish for our family to fracture unless absolutely necessary. Well then, since so many are eager to witness our downfall, I shall ensure they learn who is truly laughing last." The old man's gaze sharpened, turning fierce as he commanded, "Kuyong, arrange for my discharge. However, I wish for no one to know. I aim to surprise everyone." Upon receiving the order, Wu Kueyong promptly exited the room to make arrangements. The hospital director was an old friend of the old man, and this charade had been executed flawlessly with the director's cooperation. Originally, the old man had not intended to leave so soon, but Yi Chenfeng's unexpected arrival had altered his plans, reinvigorating his hope for the future of the Yi family. During the time Wu Kueyong was organizing the discharge, the old man and Yi Chenfeng engaged in light conversation. Since Yi Chenfeng had developed his panic disorder 3 years ago, they had not had a meaningful exchange. The old man had always harbored hopes that Yi Chenfeng would mature and shoulder the responsibilities of the Yi family. Yet the boy's previous behavior had left him profoundly disappointed. Now, however, it seemed the clouds had parted, revealing a brilliant sky. Chapter 6. the Yi family side branch under the orchestration of Wu Kuiyong. The venerable elder Yi and Yi Qinfeng departed from the military hospital in an unremarkable sedan. The vicinity of the hospital was undoubtedly under surveillance by other prominent families in the capital, and none could have anticipated that elder Yi would leave in such a dilapidated vehicle in the dead of night. Upon their return to the Yi residence, it was already past 2 in the morning. After a night of bustling activity, both elder Yi and Yi Qinfeng succumbed to slumber early. At the break of dawn the next day, Yi Qinfeng rose promptly. In his previous life, regardless of how late he retired, he would awaken on time each morning for physical exercise. The condition of this new body was alarmingly poor, necessitating daily workouts. After jogging around the villa for an hour, Yi Qinfeng returned to the hall, preparing to indulge in breakfast, believing that the elder had yet to awaken. In his previous life, he had never enjoyed such a leisurely routine. His days were consumed by rigorous training mandated by the state and perilous missions that could claim lives at any moment. Yi Qinfeng yearned for a tranquil breakfast. However, certain individuals were intent on disrupting his peace. Accompanied by hurried footsteps, 2 elderly men in their 60s and 70s, along with 2 middle-aged men in their 40s, stormed into the Yi family's hall with an imposing presence. These 2 elderly gentlemen were Yi Zhenhong's brothers, Yi Zhenghua and Yi Zhengbang, while the middle-aged men trailing closely behind were their sons, Yi Anxin and Yi Zhongtian. These individuals represented the side branch of the Yi family, and their early morning visit could only spell trouble. The side branch primarily flourished in business, with enterprises scattered across multiple provinces in China, significantly contributing to the Yi family's overall stature. Naturally, without the backing of the main Yi family, the side branch's enterprises would not have expanded to such impressive heights. This was one of the reasons why elder Yi wished to maintain amicable relations with these opportunistic relatives. After all, even the most formidable families require economic support. Yi Qinfeng leisurely sipped his milk and nibbled on bread, entirely disregarding the presence of the side branch. He felt no obligation to extend courtesy to those who feasted on the family's resources. Yi Zhenghua and Yi Zhengbang's faces flushed with embarrassment. They were unaware that elder Yi had already been discharged from the hospital. In their eyes, without elder Yi's protection, Yi Qinfeng was nothing but a cowardly invalid, and being ignored by such a waste was an intolerable affront. The ire of Yi Anxin and Yi Zhongtian escalated. They could hardly bear the slight. They had come to demand accountability, having fully allied with the Song family. They believed that upon elder Yi's demise, the Song family would elevate them to the main branch of the Yi family. However, after the near-fatal incident involving Song Zhong the previous day, the Song family was seething with rage. Although outsiders might perceive the event as mere misfortune, the Song family insisted on a reckoning from the Yi family, preferring that Yi Qinfeng kneel at their doorstep in apology. Thus, the side branch, acting on the Song family's directive, wasted no time in arriving at the Yi residence, proving themselves to be natural sycophants. Yi Qinfeng, what is this attitude? Are you not going to stand to welcome your elders? Yi Anxin shouted, laced with disdain. Yi Zhenghua and Yi Zhengbang, being of elder Yi's generation, believed it beneath them to engage with a coward. Such matters were better suited for their sons to address. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's indifference, Yi Anxin's face burned with indignation. Are you deaf? You clearly have no understanding of decorum. The Yi family is truly cursed to have someone like you among us. Yi Qinfeng, after a hearty belch, wiped his mouth with a napkin and muttered nonchalantly. What a ruckus in the morning. It's as if a pack of wild dogs is barking. Perhaps they should be sent to the slaughterhouse. You, how dare you? There is no place for you in the Yi family any longer. Yi Anxin trembled with rage at being compared to a wild dog. Speak your mind swiftly. I have no time for your incessant prattle, Yi Qinfeng replied impatiently. As Yi Anxin opened his mouth to respond, he was interrupted by Yi Zhenghua, whose face was filled with displeasure as he demanded, Did you injure Song Zhong yesterday? What of it? When did you all change your surname to Song? I never realized you possessed such an aptitude for servitude, Yi Qinfeng retorted mockingly. The scathing words resonated with the side branch, and even the most composed among them could not suppress their emotions. Yi Zhenghua's face turned an alarming shade of red as he bellowed, Yi Qinfeng, you will kneel at the Song family's door today and apologize. This is my command. Your grandfather's life hangs by a thread, and we are your elders in the Yi family. And if I refuse? Yi Qinfeng questioned with a bemused tone. You will go, whether you like it or not. If you comply, once your grandfather passes, we won't mind taking care of a waste like you. If you resist, we will have no choice but to resort to force. Yi Zhenghua warned as 6 burly middle-aged men entered the hall, clearly prepared for confrontation. Do you truly believe the elder is incapacitated? Let me enlighten you. He is upstairs. I suggest you vacate immediately, Yi Chenfeng declared. Yi Jingguo's face twisted into a sneer. You think we would believe the words of a fool? If we took you at your word, we would indeed be the real fools. Not only Yi Jingguo, but the other three from the side branch wore expressions of scorn. The news from the military hospital had indicated that Elder Yi was on the brink of death. Rumors suggested he had little time left. It was no wonder they dared to so openly align themselves with the Song family, given that for many years, the Song family and the Yi family had been political adversaries. Yi Chenfeng had long anticipated that these opportunists would doubt his words. In this day and age, even honesty is met with skepticism. He looked forward to witnessing their reactions upon discovering Elder Yi's presence. Surely, it would be a sight to behold. I assure you, I do not deceive you. Do not regret your disbelief, Yi Chenfeng implored earnestly. Fool, spare us your bluster. If Elder Yi were truly upstairs, I would gladly offer my head for you to sit upon, Yi Anxin replied with a patronizing gaze, convinced that Yi Chenfeng's cowardice had resurfaced. If Elder Yi had indeed been discharged, the news would have spread like wildfire throughout the capital. Chapter 7. The Old Man's Fury. Quickly, let us head to the Song residence. Are we truly expected to take action ourselves? Even if Yu Zhenhong is present today, we shall demand an apology from you at the gates of the Song family, Yi Jingguo remarked impatiently. Indeed, the Yi family will henceforth be under our dominion. If you wish to lead a life of ease and indulgence within the Yi family, you had best cooperate with us, Yi Zhengbang concurred. Since when has the Yi family undergone a change of leadership? It seems this old man is still very much alive. A commanding voice echoed from the staircase as Yi Zhenhong entered the hall, his wrinkled visage betraying no emotion. Boom. Upon beholding Yi Zhenhong, the four members of the Yi family's collateral line were struck by a tidal wave of disbelief, momentarily rendered speechless. What was happening? How could Yi Zhenhong, who was supposed to be in a military hospital, be standing before them in such fine form? Initially, they thought they were imagining things. It was only after rubbing their eyes that they reluctantly accepted the undeniable truth. I have long warned you, my grandfather resides upstairs, yet you refuse to believe me. It is indeed a challenge to be a good person in this day and age, Yi Chenfeng lamented to himself. Are you all dumbfounded now? Do you realize who the true fool is? I distinctly recall someone mentioning they would sever their head to serve as my stool. Yi Chenfeng's mocking gaze swept over the four of them. Yi Jingguo and Yi Zhengbang dared not utter a word, resembling deflated balloons. As long as old Yi was alive, the Yi family was not a playground for these collateral kin. Yet they could not fathom how someone who was supposed to be on the brink of death in a military hospital could appear so vigorous before them. Why is everyone silent? Were you not quite loquacious moments ago? Did I not hear that I was dead? Yi Zhenhong's expression shifted dramatically, his face flushing with anger. Old Yi had been at the staircase when the four of them entered the hall. He wished to hear their true thoughts. Who would have thought they could be so shameless? Had they forgotten their surname? Brother, we. Yi Jingguo stammered. After all, Yi Zhenhong was one of the top 5 leaders in Huaxia, and his authority was not to be trifled with. With a disdainful snort, Yi Zhenhong's expression grew colder as he thundered. Did you not just propose dragging Chenfeng to the Song family to kneel and apologize? Why the sudden silence? Uncle, we were merely jesting with Chenfeng. How could we commit such an act of treachery? Yi Anxin quivered as he spoke. Do you think your words hold any weight here? I am acutely aware of your true intentions. Do you suppose the position of the Yi family's direct line is so easily attained? I dare say. Should I pass away and allow you fools to ascend to the direct line, it wouldn't be long before the Yi family is devoured, and you would amount to nothing. Old Yi erupted with expletives. In his youth, he had fought on the battlefield and faced enemies with real weapons. His demeanor embodied the straightforwardness and resilience of a soldier. Brother, you are correct. We were momentarily bewitched by folly, Yu Jingguo and Yi Zhengbang admitted with trepidation, fearing any rebuttal. Momentary folly is one thing, but I suspect your hearts do not truly align with that sentiment. Old Ye's piercing gaze bore into the two elder men. It was as though everything in the presence of those keen eyes would be laid bare. Yi Jingguo and Yi Zhengbang felt a profound terror. Should Yi Zhenhong wish to deal with them, it would be a simple matter. They hastily vowed, we shall never again commit such a foolish error. We will immediately sever ties with the Song family and ensure no further contact. Old Yi regarded the two elderly men, who were of a similar age to himself. After a long pause, he declared, this is your final opportunity, granted solely because you bear the Yi surname and share the blood of the Yi family. However, should you dare to engage in treachery once more, I will not show mercy, even if it means disregarding our kinship. Yes, We will abide by your words. Yi Jinghua and Yi Jingbang fervently nodded in agreement. What? Do you wish to linger for breakfast? Old Yi inquired, eyeing the 4 members of the collateral line who had yet to depart. Upon hearing Yi Jinhong's words, the 4 of them hastily retreated, fully aware that news of Yi Jinhong's recovery would soon spread throughout the capital. Watching the hurried backs of Yi Jinghua and the others, Old Yi let out a soft sigh and remarked, Chenfeng, do you think I have been too lenient? Age has dulled my once keen edge. But they are still of the Yi family. I hope they can find their way back from this misguided path. Grandfather, you are in fine health. Anyone who claims otherwise must have poor eyesight. Yi Chenfeng teased upon seeing the elderly man's sorrowful demeanor. You rascal, when did you learn to flatter me? A gentle smile graced Old Ye's face as he continued. Chenfeng, what are your future plans? I wish to send you to the Tianhai military department for training. Your uncle is an instructor there. It is best that not too many in the capital are aware of your transformation. If you go to Tianhai, even if you achieve something remarkable, the elders of those prominent families will remain skeptical, as they have not witnessed it firsthand. Yi Chenfeng had been seeking an opportunity for growth to strengthen his physique. The fact that he could not even withstand the peak of second-tier soul power was utterly humiliating. Thus, training in the military seemed a prudent choice. However, Yi Chenfeng remained preoccupied with the circumstances surrounding his parents' deaths. He inquired, Grandfather, what of my parents' demise? I must uncover the truth behind their murder. I have already spoken to you about this matter. For now, we must remain vigilant. I believe the puppet master will soon make another move, and you may be their next target. With your current abilities, I have greater confidence in your safety. What you must do now is to strengthen yourself sufficiently to protect your own life. The sorrow on Old Ye's face deepened at the mention of Yi Chenfeng's parents. After contemplating for a moment, Yi Chenfeng recognized the wisdom in Old Ye's words and replied, Very well, Grandfather. I shall first train at the Tianhai military department. And should the perpetrator dare to approach, I will ensure they do not return. Excellent. That is the spirit of my grandson, Yi Jinhong. Such resolve is the essence of the Yi family. Rest for a couple of days at home, then proceed to Tianhai. I will contact your uncle in advance. Old Yi said with a look of satisfaction. Chapter 8. An unexpected encounter. The news of the old master Ye's discharge from the hospital spread like wildfire, leaving those who awaited the downfall of the Yi family feeling as if they had a fishbone lodged in their throats. As long as the old master Yi was alive, the Yi family would not falter. Upon learning that the old master's health was stable, the Song family could only swallow their disappointment, as the idea of having Yi Chenfeng kneel at their doorstep to apologize was nothing short of a fantasy. It was well known that in his youth, the old master Yi had earned the nickname Yi Lion due to his fiery temper. The Song family had to weigh the consequences of provoking him. For should he truly be enraged, he might very well take matters into his own hands, turning what could be a minor issue into a catastrophic affair, an outcome the Song family wished to avoid at all costs. The old master wished for Yi Chenfeng to rest at home for 2 days before heading to Tianhai, complying with his grandfather's wishes. Yi Chenfeng seized the opportunity to purchase some necessities in the capital during these 2 days. He searched online for the largest medical equipment store in the city, then drove his blue Mercedes sports car towards his destination. This very vehicle had been a birthday gift from his mother, a testament to her unwavering affection for him. As he reminisced, an overwhelming sense of sorrow washed over him, and he silently vowed to uncover the identity of his parents' murderer and exact his revenge. With the engine roaring to life, he pressed the accelerator, and the Mercedes sped away from the Yi family villa like an arrow released from a bow. After approximately half an hour, he arrived at his destination. Exiting the car with poise, he closed the door behind him, the sun casting a gentle glow upon his handsome face, captivating the attention of passing girls who were entranced by his striking appearance. At that moment, Yi Chenfeng epitomized the ideal of a wealthy and dashing gentleman. He wasted no time and entered the medical equipment store, his mood clouded by the lingering grief over his parents' deaths. The only thought occupying his mind was the urgent need to enhance his strength in order to seek vengeance. A saleswoman, a striking woman in her early 20s, greeted him with a warm smile upon his entrance, sweetly inquiring, Sir, how may I assist you today? Do you sell silver needles for acupuncture? Yi Chenfeng asked succinctly. In his previous life, he had been a master in the medical field, having saved countless lives with 18 silver needles. However, these needles also served as lethal weapons. Thus, he had earned the moniker 18 lives and deaths, signifying his ability to both save and take lives with his needles. The saleswoman regarded the handsome man before her with curiosity, perhaps surprised that he sought silver needles. Yet, Her enthusiasm quickly returned as she replied, "Please hold on for a moment, and I will fetch them for you." Before long, she returned with several sets of silver needles displayed on the counter, varying in price. Yi Chenfeng's gaze fell upon the most expensive set, which, despite its completeness, paled in comparison to the high-tech needles he had used in his past life. They were far superior in every aspect. "I'll take this set," he stated, handing his bank card to the saleswoman. Although he was not entirely satisfied with the quality, it would suffice for the time being. He could forge a superior set of needles himself when he had the chance. After completing the transaction, he tucked the acupuncture kit away and prepared to leave. "Shuling, isn't that your fiancé, Yi Chenfeng?" A woman remarked to another nearby. "Ting, who said he is my fiancé? That was arranged by the family. I never acknowledged it." The woman named Shuling retorted, wrinkling her nose dismissively. Beside them stood a sycophantic man in his late 20s, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of sophistication. Yet, his furtive glances at Bai Shuling were laden with a deep-seated yearning. Yi Chenfeng, whose spiritual energy had reached a level 2 proficiency, possessed keen hearing that was superior to most. Upon catching his name being mentioned, he instinctively turned his gaze towards the source, muttering, "How could it be her?" The her he referred to was none other than his fiancée, Bai Shuling, whose curvaceous figure and ethereal beauty earned her the title of the most beautiful woman in the capital. The other woman, Zhou Ting, was Bai Shuling's good friend and belonged to the third-tier Zhou family of the capital. The man, Zhou Juan, was Zhou Ting's cousin. Zhou Ting harbored intentions of uniting Bai Shuling with her cousin, despite the existing engagement with Yi Chenfeng. As long as Zhou Juan could consummate their relationship, it was likely that even if the Bai family refused to annul the engagement, the Yi family would do so willingly. Should the Zhou family successfully ally with the Bai family, their influence would undoubtedly surge. Although such a maneuver risked offending the Yi family, the adage "fortune favors the bold" rang true. Bai Shuling was the beloved granddaughter of Old Master Bai, and securing her would ensure the Bai family would intervene on behalf of the Zhou family. "Shuling, I truly feel you deserve better. Yi Chenfeng is a fool afflicted with panic disorder. What about him could possibly merit your attention?" Zhou Ting scoffed, her discontent evident. "Indeed, Shuling, Yi Chenfeng is nothing but a worthless piece of trash. While I, Zhou Juan, may not be exceptional, I am certainly leagues above him," Zhou Juan interjected, adjusting his glasses with a self-satisfied smirk. Bai Shuling's brow furrowed in displeasure. She held no fondness for Zhou Juan. Had it not been for her loyalty to her friend Zhou Ting, she would have left the conversation long ago. A surge of inexplicable anger ignited within Yi Chenfeng as he observed Zhou Juan fawning over Bai Shuling. Though he harbored no genuine feelings for her, they were still engaged in name, and he felt a profound sense of betrayal. How could Bai Shuling entertain such behavior? Even more infuriating was Zhou Juan's derogatory comparison of him to a worthless piece of trash, causing Yi Chenfeng's already fragile mood to plummet. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm and composed demeanor, a mere facade masking the turmoil within. Chapter 9. A dismal perspective in Bai Shuling's mind. Even before Yi Chenfeng was afflicted with panic disorder, she regarded him merely as a spoiled and reprehensible young master, utterly lacking in merit. After his severe anxiety took hold, the thought of a future husband resembling him filled her with discontent. Yet, as a woman from a prominent family, she found herself powerless to dictate the terms of her engagement. In truth, Yi Chenfeng had his own set of principles. Despite his debauched demeanor, he would never stoop to bullying the weak. In fact, when he witnessed other young scions in the capital tormenting the vulnerable, he would intervene, which led to his ostracism from their circles. Noticing Bai Shuling's furrowed brows, Zhou Juan mistakenly believed her discontent stemmed from Yi Chenfeng's presence. Eager to appease her, he remarked, "Shuling, let me entertain myself by toying with that fool." After acquiring his panic disorder, Yi Chenfeng had become a frequent topic of amusement for the capital's idle rich. Moreover, the families in the capital adhered to their own codes, dictating that matters among the younger generation should be settled by themselves, provided no lives were at stake. If elders intervened in every minor dispute, chaos would ensue throughout the capital. It was precisely this understanding that gave Zhou Juan the audacity to make his statement. Of course, it was also due to the fact that Yi Chenfeng was a panic disorder sufferer. Surely Zhou Juan could handle a mere patient? Bai Shuling's soft, sensuous lips quivered as she contemplated stopping Zhou Juan's antics, yet she ultimately refrained from voicing her concerns, as she harbored doubts about Zhou Juan's superiority over Yi Chenfeng. "Shuling, let us simply observe the spectacle," Zhou Ting chimed, linking arms with Bai Shuling in playful jest. "Ting, this may not be prudent. We shouldn't take it too far. After all, Yi Chenfeng was still Bai Shuiling's nominal fiancé, and she wished to avoid witnessing Zhou Juan crossing any lines. Rest assured, my brother knows his limits, Zhou Ting assured, leading Bai Shuiling to follow Zhou Juan. Yi Chenfeng overheard Zhou Juan's taunts directed at Bai Shuiling, and a sardonic smile graced his lips. He mused to himself, this world is rife with fools, utterly devoid of self-awareness, eager to play the grandiose fool, only to become the subject of ridicule. With an air of unwarranted confidence, Zhou Juan approached Yi Chenfeng, disdainfully inquiring, "So, you are Yi Chenfeng, the infamous fool of the capital?" Unperturbed, Yi Chenfeng turned to the female sales associate beside him, asking, "Miss, do you have any dogs in your establishment?" The sales associate, puzzled, replied, "Sir, we do not keep dogs here." Feeling slighted by Yi Chenfeng's apparent disregard, Zhou Juan's face flushed with embarrassment, especially with Bai Shuiling behind him. How could he afford to lose face? He scoffed, "A fool is a fool. A high-end medical equipment store like this would never keep dogs." Yi Chenfeng, bemused, stared at Zhou Juan for a moment before turning back to the sales associate. "But, I keep hearing the sound of barking. It's south quite close. You must have dogs here. You must be out of your mind, fool. Do you see any dogs before you?" Zhou Juan chortled, relishing his perceived superiority. The sales associate, stifling a laugh, glanced at Zhou Juan, who was basking in his own delusion. Even Bai Shuiling, standing behind Zhou Juan, couldn't help but crack a smile at his expense. It was at this moment that Zhou Juan realized he had unwittingly become a subject of Yi Chenfeng's mockery, all while he thought himself clever. His cheeks burned with embarrassment. He had confidently proclaimed to Bai Shuiling that he would toy with Yi Chenfeng, only to find himself the butt of the joke. A surge of indignation welled within him. No man could tolerate losing face before a beautiful woman, especially not before the capital's most stunning beauty, Bai Shuiling. His eyes, obscured behind thick lenses, darkened with fury as he clenched his fists, ready to retaliate. Yi Chenfeng, however, harbored no desire to engage with such a dim-witted adversary. He thought disdainfully, "You just labeled me a fool, and now you wish to act tough? Today, I shall teach you that pretending to be grand before me comes at a price." In a swift motion, Yi Chenfeng extracted a silver needle from his acupuncture kit and deftly struck 2 acupoints on Zhou Juan's body. The onlookers barely perceived his movement, only catching a fleeting glimpse. Bai Shuiling and Zhou Ting were completely oblivious to his actions. The acupoints he targeted were Zhou Juan's laughter point and the point for relieving diarrhea. As he pierced the acupoints, he infused a modicum of spiritual energy, ensuring the effects would manifest swiftly. Suddenly, Zhou Juan clutched his abdomen, a loud sound erupting from behind him. He burst into uncontrollable laughter, unable to articulate a single word, tears streaming down his face from mirth. With both hands pressed against his painfully distended belly, Zhou Juan found himself unable to contain an outpouring of excrement from his trousers, all the while laughing uncontrollably, his face turning beet red. The female sales associate beside Yi Chenfeng covered her nose in disgust, her admiration for him blossoming despite not witnessing the exact nature of his actions. She was certain that Zhou Juan's predicament was the result of the handsome man beside her. Bai Shuiling and Zhou Ting, however, furrowed their brows in confusion at Zhou Juan's sudden outburst. They could never connect his bizarre behavior to Yi Chenfeng in their minds. He remained the same severely anxious fool. "Shuiling, I'm certain my brother has an upset stomach," Zhou Ting hastily explained. But upon witnessing Zhou Juan's gleeful demeanor, she added, "No, wait, perhaps he's possessed." Yi Chenfeng returned the silver needle to his acupuncture kit and approached Bai Shuiling. Upon seeing him advance, her delicate, fair features grew even colder. Yi Chenfeng smirked and remarked, "If you're seeking a man, at least find one of worth. To choose a fool who soils himself, what an embarrassment. I am, after all, your fiancé." With that, he turned and strode towards the entrance. After a few steps, he paused, glancing back to say, "Your taste is quite poor." In all honesty, while Bai Shuiling was indeed beautiful, Yi Chenfeng felt no attraction towards her. He disliked the notion of pursuing someone disinterested, were it not for their engagement. He would scarcely bother to engage in conversation. Bai Shuiling's icy demeanor transformed into a blend of shame and anger. She had no connection to Zhou Juan. Yet Yi Chenfeng's misunderstanding infuriated her. She longed to abandon her dignified bearing and chase after him, delivering a couple of well-deserved kicks. Chapter 10. Next time. I will not spare you. The medical equipment store was filled with an unbearable stench, a consequence of Zhou Juan's actions. He deeply regretted approaching Yi Chenfeng, Realizing that if Yi Chenfeng could be considered a fool, then he, Zhou Juan, was far inferior, even to a fool. The anger within him burned hotter as the incident of losing control in front of the capital's most beautiful woman, Bai Shuling, spread like wildfire. Zhou Juan would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the social circles in the capital. This humiliation could only be swallowed down with broken teeth, and he desperately wished to escape this place, not wanting to further disgrace himself. Yet, despite his thoughts, his laughter grew louder, and a searing pain twisted in his stomach, as if his insides were about to erupt. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the filthy ground, realizing that it was his own folly to show off before Yi Chenfeng. Those without any real strength who attempt to put on airs only end up revealing their foolishness. It is only those with true power who can afford to boast. Shuling, my cousin. Zhou Ting wished she could vanish into a crevice in the earth. She had exerted considerable effort to arrange a meeting between Bai Shuling and Zhou Juan, only for Zhou Juan's disgraceful behavior to bring her immense shame. Bai Shuling's anger, ignited by Yi Chenfeng, had yet to subside. Upon hearing Zhou Ting's words, she cast a glance at Zhou Juan before quickly averting her eyes. She sensed that from the moment they met, Zhou Juan's gaze toward her had been inappropriate. She had only tolerated it for Zhou Ting's sake. Coldly, she stated, Ting Ting, from now on, when we go out, do not invite others. Today, I refrained from leaving immediately out of consideration for you. Zhou Ting realized Bai Shuling was genuinely angry and hastily apologized. Shuling, I was in the wrong this time. It won't happen again. The Bai family was a prominent family in the capital, and Zhou Ting did not want to lose Bai Shuling as a friend, knowing she would need her assistance in the future. Not long after Yi Chenfeng exited the medical equipment store, he was met by the fiery Wu Xiaofi, dressed in military attire. Without hesitation, she struck Yi Chenfeng on the head and exclaimed, Chenfeng, have you been to the military hospital? Sister Xiaofi, how did you know I was here? Yi Chenfeng rubbed his forehead in annoyance. Could you not be so violent? What if you end up unmarried? Oh, so now you've learned to tease your sister? Wu Xiaofi pouted, her cheeks puffed. Finding you is not difficult. Your car has a GPS system. I went to the Yi residence first before coming here. Yi Chenfeng almost forgot about that detail. His Mercedes was equipped with a global positioning system, installed secretly by his mother after he often went missing for days without contact. Although he had considered removing it, he was soon beaten up and developed a phobia, not driving his car for 3 years. Scratching his head in confusion, Yi Chenfeng asked, Sister Xiaofi, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would I go to the military hospital? Do I have a death wish? The security there is so tight. If I had gone, would I still be standing before you? Wu Xiaofi pondered this, realizing that while she knew Yi Chenfeng's phobia had completely healed, she was unaware of his true capabilities. She questioned, then how did the old master Yi come out of the military hospital? It seems he was never ill. That's something you should ask my grandfather about. Why are you asking me? Yi Chenfeng rolled his eyes. As Yi Chenfeng spoke with Wu Xiaofi, Bai Shuling and Zhou Ting walked out of the medical equipment store, while Zhou Juan had already been called to the hospital by Zhou Ting. However, going to the hospital would likely be futile. Yi Chenfeng's acupoint sealing technique was beyond the current medical capabilities, and Zhou Juan's condition would persist for a full 2 days. Bai Shuling's icy gaze fell upon Yi Chenfeng and Wu Xiaofi, who were laughing together, igniting her fury. She bit her lip, thinking, Yi Chenfeng, how dare you criticize me when you are acting so intimately with another woman? I have no connection with Zhou Juan whatsoever. Perhaps anger had clouded her judgment, for she marched towards Yi Chenfeng and Wu Xiaofi, her voice frigid as she declared, Yi Chenfeng, I demand you retract your previous statement. I have no relationship with Zhou Juan. Noticing Bai Shuling's disapproving gaze darting between him and Wu Xiaofi, Yi Chenfeng instinctively pulled Wu Xiaofi into an embrace. Before she could react, his lips met hers in a sudden kiss. Caught off guard, Wu Xiaofi's mind went blank, and she did not immediately push him away, allowing him to invade her mouth with his tongue. As the kiss concluded, Yi Chenfeng, feeling unsatisfied, licked his lips and stated, Why should I retract my words? Open your eyes and see clearly. I will seek out women like my sister Xiaofi in the future, curvaceous where it counts, and perfectly shaped elsewhere. Unlike you, who is nothing but a flat board, yet claims to be the capital's #1 beauty. Yi Chenfeng was unsure why he felt compelled to deflate Bai Shuling's pride. Perhaps it was her haughty demeanor that provoked him. In truth, Bai Shuling's figure was indeed quite perfect, merely less mature than Wu Xiaofi. Otherwise, the title of the capital's beauty would not belong to her. Bai Shuling's chest heaved with rage as she pointed her finger at Yi Chenfeng, exclaiming, You scoundrel! Do not let me see you again. With that, she stormed off. What woman in the world does not cherish beauty? How could she endure being insulted so openly? If the other wealthy young men in the capital witnessed the number one beauty's disgraceful display, they would surely be astonished. To them, Bai Shuling was an ice queen, indifferent to everyone, let alone showing anger. After Bai Shuling and Zhou Ting departed, Wu Xiaofi slowly regained her composure. Her cheeks flushed as she punched Yi Qinfeng in the chest. What did you just do to me? That was my first kiss. This time, Yi Qinfeng deftly dodged, awkwardly rubbing his nose. In truth, he had always viewed Wu Xiaofi as a sister. His earlier action was merely an impulsive attempt to provoke Bai Shuling. Sister Xiaofi, that was not your first kiss. Remember when we played house as kids? We often kissed, didn't we? It's just a peck. You won't be affected by it, right? Our sibling bond is pure. If you feel any differently, it's because you've entertained inappropriate thoughts. It's completely normal for siblings to share a little kiss. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, Wu Xiaofi found it difficult to remain angry. Blushing, a reluctant smile crept across her lips as she replied, Qinfeng, do you think Xiaofi is such a petty person? Come here, let me show you something. Hey, Sister Xiaofi, look. There's another couple kissing over there. Yi Qinfeng pointed behind Wu Xiaofi. When she turned around, realizing there was no one there, she quickly spun back only to find Yi Qinfeng seated in his car, waving at her. Sister Xiaofi, do you think I'm a fool? If I followed your advice, I would probably be tormented to death by you. It's just a small kiss. Our sibling relationship is still very innocent. As she watched the sleek Mercedes coupe disappear into the distance, Wu Xiaofei stamped her foot twice on the ground and exclaimed, Qinfeng, how dare you take advantage of your sister Xiaofei? Next time, I shall not let you off so easily. Her delicate hand brushed against her soft lips, and Wu Xiaofei felt as if she could still sense the warmth left by Qinfeng's kiss. In that moment, her cheeks flushed with an intense heat. Chapter 11. Once brothers, what has happened to me? Why did I just kiss Sister Xiaofei? Even if I wanted to provoke Bai Shuling, there was no need to resort to such measures. Yi Qinfeng sped down the highway in his Mercedes sports car. In his previous life, he had to assume various roles due to the nation's demands, yet he remained inherently composed. However, the original owner of this body had a penchant for banter in the presence of beautiful women. It is, after all, a common trait among men to be somewhat cheeky around attractive ladies. Perhaps the merging of memories with this body's previous owner infused Yi Qinfeng's character with a touch of playfulness and wit, which is why he impulsively kissed Wu Xiaofei. Deep within Yi Qinfeng's heart, Wu Xiaofei was truly like an older sister to him. He could swear to the heavens that he harbored no ulterior motives towards her, at least, not at this moment. After returning to the Bai family, Bai Shuling locked herself in her room, her delicate figure sprawled on the soft bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. She muttered to herself, what kind of person is Yi Qinfeng? He hardly resembles a fool afflicted with panic disorder. Then she shook her head, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, how could I have thought of him? To say that I am a washboard? I never want to see you again. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Wu Xiaofei occasionally visited the Yi residence, but each time, Old Master Yi was present, preventing her from reprimanding Yi Qinfeng, leaving her only to glare at him. Upon learning that Yi Qinfeng was leaving the capital for training at the Tianhai military district, Wu Xiaofei surprisingly stopped giving him the cold shoulder. After all, they had grown up together as childhood friends. How could there be lingering resentment? Qinfeng, once you arrive in Tianhai, train well. Just don't bring shame upon this old man. Old Master Yi said with a look of satisfaction. Seizing a moment when Old Master Yi was distracted, Wu Xiaofei leaned close to Yi Qinfeng's ear and whispered, Qinfeng, about that kiss, I shall settle the score with you later. Since you have decided to train at the military district, make sure to achieve remarkable results. I believe in you. Yi Qinfeng did not allow Wu Xiaofei to accompany him to the airport, whether in his previous life or the present. He disliked the sight of farewells. Before heading to Tianhai, he turned off his phone, not wanting his uncle to contact him the moment he arrived, as there were matters he needed to attend to. Previously, Yi Qinfeng had attended university in Tianhai, where he rescued a high school sophomore named Tang Xian, an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. At that time, Yi Qinfeng, overwhelmed by compassion, purchased a villa in Tianhai for her, declaring that anyone who dared to harm Tang Xian would have to contend with him. Tang Xian developed feelings for Yi Qinfeng from that moment, vowing to become his wife when she grew up. Reflecting on this, Yi Qinfeng shook his head helplessly, knowing that this trip to Tianhai was his opportunity to grant Tang Xian her freedom. Approximately 2 hours later, the plane landed safely at Tianhai Airport. Upon exiting the airport, Yi Qinfeng hailed a taxi to the villa where Tang Xian resided. In the lobby of an upscale villa in Tianhai, Qian Fei disdainfully remarked, "Monkey, you have no business here. If you wish to indulge yourself, you are most welcome. But if you intend to stand up for Tang Xian, you are not qualified." The youth referred to as Monkey, whose real name was Wang Haojia, had been given this nickname due to his sharp features. He was a scion of the Wang family, a respectable business family in Tianhai. Qian Fei's father, Qian Yunhu, was a notorious figure in the underworld, well respected among the influential individuals of Tianhai. These individuals were Yi Qinfeng's former companions from his time in Tianhai. After Yi Qinfeng left 3 years ago, he never returned, and the reasons were abundantly clear. He had gone back to the capital to get engaged to Bai Shuling, only to be violently attacked by a group of entitled youths soon after, resulting in his panic disorder. "Boss? Yi Qinfeng is worthy of being our boss?" Qian Fei scoffed. "He is nothing more than a fool afflicted with panic disorder. I also heard that the old man of the Yi family is gravely ill. The Yi family is on the verge of collapse." It seemed Qian Fei's information was outdated, as news of old Master Ye's recovery had not yet reached Tianhai. Otherwise, he would not dare to act so recklessly. 3 years ago, Qian Fei had been sycophantically trailing Yi Qinfeng because he was from the prominent Yi family of the capital. Deep down, however, he held Yi Qinfeng in contempt. Now that Yi Qinfeng was a mere shadow of his former self, afflicted with panic disorder, and with the Yi family as pillar. Old Master Yi, on his last legs, Qian Fei felt no fear. What brotherhood? What shared fortunes and adversities? All of it was nonsense. Under the influence of Qian Yunhu, Qian Fei understood that only those who were useful to him deserved his favor. Previously, Yi Qinfeng had been of use to him, so he was willing to fawn over him. Now that he and his father had found a new benefactor, Yi Qinfeng had become utterly dispensable. In a corner not far from Qian Fei, a trembling woman crouched, approximately 20 years old, with a sweet and innocent appearance. However, her delicate face was now marred with panic and unease. A smug grin spread across Qian Fei's face as he stood up from the sofa and approached the woman. With a sudden rip, he violently tore the fabric from her shoulder, exposing an expanse of pristine skin. "Qian Fei, stop this at once. Yi Qinfeng is the only boss I recognize in this life. I will not allow you to touch Tang Xian today." Monkey exclaimed angrily, leaping up from the sofa. Tang Xian, with her torn clothing, looked up at Monkey with despair in her watery eyes. She was utterly incapable of resistance, having been forced to ingest a drug that rendered her powerless. "Monkey, when did you become so righteous? I recall it was you who desired to take Tang Xian for yourself, only to be caught by Yi Qinfeng. Did a beating turn you into a coward?" Qian Fei taunted, his finger lifting Tang Xian's chin mockingly. Indeed, it was Yi Qinfeng who had rescued Tang Xian from Monkey back then, and since then, Monkey had followed Yi Qinfeng, learning many valuable lessons from him. Unlike other entitled youths, Yi Qinfeng had his own set of principles. If initially Monkey had followed him out of self-interest, he had later genuinely come to regard Yi Qinfeng as his leader. "Qian Fei, spare me your nonsense. I will not allow you to harm Tang Xian today." Monkey took a couple of steps forward, but he was blocked by 5 youths with brightly colored hair. "Monkey, it's not that I underestimate you. Do you truly believe you can defeat us? Spare me the embarrassment. If you disturb my fun, I won't hesitate to turn on you," Qian Fei said, completely unfazed by Monkey's threats. Chapter 12. You are undeserving, ah. The monkey felt a tightness in his chest and, with a fierce shout, declared, "Do you truly believe that I am merely a lowly servant?" Clenching his fist, he struck at the 5 youths obstructing his path, showcasing a fierce demeanor. However, despite his ferocity, he was unable to land a blow on any of them and was instead swiftly taken down to the ground, where the 5 youths restrained him, rendering him immobile. After struggling momentarily and realizing his plight, the monkey spat defiantly, "Pa, Qian Fei, you are nothing but a cowardly eunuch. If you have the guts, face me in a fair fight, and I shall knock you down so hard that even your mother won't recognize you." A sly smile crept across Qian Fei's lips as he temporarily set aside his thoughts of enjoying the company of a beautiful woman. He stepped forward, placing a foot on the monkey's head, and taunted, "Monkey, do you comprehend the gravity of your situation? The Yi family is doomed, Yi Qinfeng is finished, and your Wang family is but a speck in Tianhai. If you choose to follow me, I can grant you the privilege of enjoying Tang Xian's beauty alongside me. Spare me your pretentious loyalty. I am well aware of your true nature. Qian Fei, do not slander your monkey elder. I admit that before meeting the boss, I was indeed nothing of worth. However, after encountering him, I have undergone a complete transformation. Do not compare me to someone as vile as you. You are unworthy." Despite having his head firmly pressed under Qian Fei's foot, the monkey showed no signs of surrender. Very well, then. You may watch a live performance from this spot. Once I finish my enjoyment, I will deal with you, reckless monkey, Qian Fei said, rubbing his shoe against the monkey's head. Qian Fei, cease this at once. You will not escape retribution from the boss. The monkey struggled once more, attempting to break free from his captors, but how could one man's strength compete against five? Ha! Qian Fei laughed heartily. I am eager to see how Yi Qinfeng will not let me go. With a resounding crash, the door to the villa's hall fell to the ground, and a striking man in white casual attire strode in. His eyes, calm and unyielding, flickered with anger upon inadvertently spotting the subdued monkey and the corner where Tang Xion's clothes had been torn. Yi Qinfeng, how could it be you? Qian Fei stammered, clearly taken aback by Yi Qinfeng's unexpected arrival, as if he had foreseen it. Without needing further explanation, Yi Qinfeng quickly surmised the situation. Observing the tears streaming down Tang Xion's face, he felt an unsettling ache within. As an orphan, Tang Xion deserved compassion, and the actions of Qian Fei were utterly intolerable. His gaze shifted to the trickle of blood at the corner of the monkey's mouth, stirring a flicker of emotion within him. He had not anticipated that the monkey regarded him as a true leader, igniting a surge of fury within his heart. Upon seeing Yi Qinfeng, Tang Xion's despair transformed into hope, her throat yearning to speak, yet no sound escaped her lips. Ha! The monkey burst into laughter. Boss, I knew you would come. I knew it. Qian Fei desires to possess Tang Xion. You must not let him go. Monkey, your words shall be avenged by the boss. Yi Qinfeng's gaze turned icy. Recovering from his shock, Qian Fei regained his composure. Isn't this Yi Qinfeng? Shouldn't you be in Beijing? What brings you to Tianhai? I heard your grandfather is on the verge of death. Yi Qinfeng had no desire to engage in idle chatter. Since his rebirth, he had only sparred with the bodyguard Wu Kuiyong and had yet to punish anyone. Today would serve as an opportunity to stretch his limbs. Qian Fei, I offer you two choices. Either you render yourself incapacitated, or I shall do it for you. Which will it be? Yi Qinfeng asked succinctly. Cornered, Qian Fei had no path of retreat. He coldly hissed, what are you all standing around for? Quickly incapacitate this bastard. The five youths, who had initially restrained the monkey, unleashed a flurry of punches upon him, ensuring he could not rise before they turned their attention to Yi Qinfeng. A cold smile curled at the corners of Qian Fei's lips. He believed Yi Qinfeng was no match for his subordinates, and called out, whoever helps me incapacitate him will receive a reward of 50,000. Upon hearing the promise of money, the five youths felt invigorated. Their motivation was to earn and indulge. Facing their combined assault, Yi Qinfeng remained unfazed. After a brief run-up, he launched himself into the air, delivering a series of kicks to their chests. Crack, crack, crack. The sharp sound of breaking bones echoed through the air. What appeared to be a simple series of kicks shattered the youth's ribs to Yi Qinfeng. They were as feeble as ants, their abilities scarcely comparable even to common thugs, let alone in his presence. The five youths fell backward, howling in agony, clutching their chests and rolling on the ground in pain. Boss, splendid work. You are my lifelong idol. The monkey, initially worried for Yi Qinfeng, erupted in exuberance upon witnessing his effortless defeat of the five youths. As Qian Fei watched his subordinates fall to Yi Qinfeng with a single blow, he felt as though he were trapped in a nightmare. Not only was Yi Qinfeng unscathed by his supposed condition, but he had also become exceptionally formidable. Realizing this, beads of sweat broke out on Qian Fei's forehead as he stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Qian Fei, 3 years ago, you cowered before me like a dog begging for scraps. Now, 3 years later, you are unworthy even to be my dog, Yi Qinfeng scoffed, observing Qian Fei's panicked demeanor. Chapter 13. You will always be my boss in the corner of the hall. Tang Xion's eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. Whether in the past or present, as long as Yi Qinfeng was by her side, she was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of security. Even if the path ahead was fraught with peril, she was willing to face it alongside him. To others, Yi Qinfeng might appear to be a frivolous wastrel, yet in Tang Xion's eyes, he was a kind-hearted individual, a caring older brother, and the only man she would ever acknowledge in her life. Yi Qinfeng, with his hands tucked into his pockets and a playful smile upon his face, advanced step by step towards Qian Fei. Trembling with fear, Qian Fei retreated until his back collided with the wall. Attempting to feign bravado, he shouted, Yi Qinfeng, what do you intend to do? If you dare to touch me here in Tianhai, my father will never let you off the hook. Besides, your grandfather is on the brink of death. You should let me go while you still can. Was this a threat? To Yi Qinfeng, it was scarcely worth consideration. Forget the fact that old Master Yu was in robust health. Even if he were truly on his last legs, what of it? He withdrew his right hand from his pocket and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Qian Fei's cheek, the sound echoing in the hall. Yi Qinfeng shrugged off his hand, casually remarking, "You do have a thick skin, if memory serves. I warned 3 years ago that anyone who dared to touch a hair on Tang Xion's head would be opposing me. It seems your memory isn't what it used to be, so let me help you remember." With that, Yi Qinfeng raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Qian Fei's chest. Pressed against the wall, Qian Fei felt as though a 1,000-pound boulder had crushed him. The sound of cracking ribs reverberated through the hall, accompanied by Qian Fei's agonized screams as blood erupted from his mouth, staining Yi Qinfeng's pant leg. Furrowing his brow, Yi Qinfeng released his foot for a moment before delivering another forceful kick, a dull thud resonating as Qian Fei's chest caved in. Beads of sweat trickled down Qian Fei's face. At that moment, even the thought of losing consciousness felt like a luxury. As Yi Qinfeng infused a modicum of his spiritual energy into Qian Fei, keeping his mind alert. "I already presented you with 2 choices earlier. Since you chose neither, you must face a more severe punishment." Yi Qinfeng's right leg slowly retracted. Qian Fei, slumped against the wall, sank to the ground, blood frothing from his mouth. His eyes reflecting sheer terror as he stammered, "Boss, I won't dare again. I will be your dog from now on." Surviving this ordeal meant future opportunities to settle scores with Yi Qinfeng. So besides fear, Qian Fei's gaze harbored a barely perceptible hatred, laced with a heavy undercurrent of murderous intent. While others may not have noticed, Yi Qinfeng saw through him immediately. His ability to observe had been honed through countless encounters in his previous life. "Have you forgotten what I just said? You are no longer worthy of being my dog, and I certainly won't keep a dog that bites its master." Yi Qinfeng's tone turned icy as he spoke the latter half of his sentence. "Boss, we absolutely cannot let this scoundrel off easily. He nearly harmed my sister-in-law." After a moment of recovery, Monkey finally managed to rise from the ground, limping towards Yi Qinfeng. Hearing Monkey's words, a sense of foreboding washed over the already battered Qian Fei, prompting him to plead, "Just give me one chance. I promise I won't do anything like this again." Monkey opened his mouth to respond, but Yi Qinfeng's movement rendered him speechless. With a swift kick, Yi Qinfeng struck Qian Fei squarely in the groin, a blow sufficient to ensure that Qian Fei would be unable to approach women ever again. A man like him deserved to be a eunuch. Heaven knows how many girls had been defiled by him. Had Yi Qinfeng arrived even a moment later, Tang Xion's fate would have been dire. This time, Yi Qinfeng refrained from infusing Qian Fei with spiritual energy to keep him conscious. The destruction of his manhood caused Qian Fei to lose consciousness from the excruciating pain. Monkey stood by, momentarily stunned, before he felt a sudden chill in his lower half, instinctively tightening his legs. After a while, he managed to say, "Boss is truly the boss. If I were a woman, I would undoubtedly fall for you without hesitation." Seeing the exaggerated expression on Monkey's face, Yi Qinfeng teased, "That could be arranged. I can help you follow in Qian Fei's footsteps and then go for a gender reassignment surgery. What do you think?" Monkey grimaced, quickly stepping back. "Boss, I was just joking. I prefer to remain a pure man. If I were to be reborn as a woman in my next life, I would definitely be your underground lover, serving you faithfully." Yi Qinfeng shivered at the thought, delivering a playful kick to Monkey's rear, scolding, "Get lost, Monkey. If you keep talking nonsense, I might just make you a eunuch for real." Yi Qinfeng escorted Tang Xian to a room upstairs, aware that the effects of the drugs in her system would take some time to wear off. Meanwhile, Monkey was tasked with disposing of Qian Fei and his 5 subordinates from the villa. Once the trash was taken out, Monkey returned to the villa just as Yi Qinfeng descended the stairs. Regardless of which life it was, his past or present, he had come to acknowledge Monkey as a true brother. Approaching, Yi Qinfeng patted Monkey on the shoulder, asking, "Monkey, what are your plans for the future?" Monkey looked at Yi Qinfeng, his expression uncertain. After a pause, he asked cautiously, "Boss, do you not want me as your little brother anymore? Have I embarrassed you?" "Monkey, that's not what I meant," Yi Qinfeng thought to himself, feeling a bitter smile form. "As long as you don't mean that, it's good. I, Monkey, have recognized you as my boss for life. Whatever you do, I'll stand by your side, and I promise I will never betray you," Monkey declared, his playful demeanor replaced by profound sincerity. "All right, then you shall continue to follow me," Yi Qinfeng said, genuinely moved. He knew that he could not remain in the Tianhai military for long and intended to lighten old Master Ye's burdens. By establishing a commercial empire using the advanced knowledge he possessed, he would surely achieve great success. In time, he would need trustworthy individuals to manage affairs. However, the plan to build a commercial empire would not be enacted immediately. He needed to carefully strategize for a while longer. Chapter 14. Scion Heir's determination. After bidding farewell to the monkey, Yi Qinfeng returned to the room on the second floor, his gaze fixed on Tang Scion, whose medicinal effects had yet to fully dissipate. 3 years had passed since they last met. The little girl had blossomed into a graceful young woman. He recalled that 3 years ago, Tang Scion was merely a second-year high school student, and now she must be in her sophomore year of college. The youthful innocence that once enveloped her was gradually fading, and her figure had matured significantly. As Yi Qinfeng sat beside Tang Scion, a sense of inappropriate thoughts flickered through his mind, but he swiftly banished them. In his previous life, as a prodigy nurtured by the state, he possessed the self-control to resist such impulses. He lovingly patted Tang Scion's head, saying, "These past 3 years have been difficult for you. I promised I would never allow anyone to bully you again." He then channeled a surge of spiritual energy into her body, hoping to expedite the elimination of the lingering medicinal effects. Soon, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. His current second-level spiritual power was still rather inadequate, compounded by the poor quality of his physical body, which struggled to maintain even the second-level spiritual force. Tang Scion gazed at Yi Qinfeng with her large, blinking eyes as her strength gradually returned. After 3 years of absence, she sensed a subtle change in the aura surrounding her brother Qinfeng. Though she could not articulate what was different, it was merely a woman's intuition. Once the feeling of emptiness within her completely vanished, she suddenly threw herself into Yi Qinfeng's embrace, her voice tinged with tears and grievance. "Brother Qinfeng, where have you been these 3 years? Why didn't you come to see me? I thought you no longer wanted me. Promise me you won't leave me again, okay?" Growing up in an orphanage, Tang Scion had been a strong and independent girl until she met Yi Qinfeng. After he saved her once, her inner vulnerability erupted uncontrollably. What woman wishes to endure the storms of life alone? Their strength and independence often stem from not having met a man who can shield them from adversity. Yi Qinfeng had come to Tianhai to grant Tang Scion her freedom. She was a kind-hearted and innocent girl with a long road ahead of her, and he did not wish to impede her happiness. Yet, when he saw the misty gaze in Tang Scion's eyes, the words he had prepared were swallowed back down. He truly did not know how to express himself, as he was reluctant to see this dear girl in sorrow. "Scion Heir, you must be in college now? Have you met any boys you like at school? If you have, don't let them slip away. Brother Qinfeng supports you." Since direct words failed him, Yi Qinfeng chose a more roundabout approach. "Brother Qinfeng, do you not want me anymore?" Tang Scion had long ago decided that Yi Qinfeng was the only man for her. She dreamed of marrying him when she grew up. Despite having many suitors at school, her heart could no longer accommodate anyone else. From the moment he saved her, he had filled her heart to the brim. Yi Qinfeng shook his head with a wry smile. "Scion Heir, I have not abandoned you. I will always be your brother Qinfeng. But you are still young and should seek your own love. Otherwise, you might regret it later." Tang Scion rested her profile against Yi Qinfeng's shoulder, inhaling his unique scent. She lifted her head, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. "I don't want you to be just my brother Qinfeng. I want to marry you. I only like you. Brother Qinfeng, even if you wanted me to be your secret woman, I would gladly accept." At that moment, the longing that had brewed for 3 years erupted within Tang Scion, making her bolder than before. 3 years ago, she had been a shy girl who blushed easily in front of him. Pinching her delicate cheek, Yi Qinfeng helplessly remarked, "Silly girl, there are many good men outside. I, Yi Qinfeng, am not a good man. If you meet a boy you like before you turn 25, pursue your happiness. If not, there will always be a place for you by my side." Tang Scion shook her head vigorously, a smile gracing her lips. "Brother Qinfeng, I won't fall for anyone else. I want to be your little woman, and I will make you fall in love with me." "All right, Scion Heir. You should rest early," Yi Qinfeng said, noticing her fatigued expression. "Brother Qinfeng, I want to sleep in your arms." Tang Scion pouted as she nestled against him, seeking warmth and an unwavering sense of security. She soon fell asleep in his embrace, gently laying her down and tucking her in. A sudden glimmer of determination flashed across Yi Qinfeng's face. He felt the need to eliminate any potential threats posed by Qianfei. If he did not eradicate this issue completely, complications would undoubtedly arise, especially since he would be training in the military for a while. What if Qianfei sought trouble during his absence? Qianfei's father, Qian Yunhu, was a prominent figure in Tianhai, having committed numerous crimes over the years. Local officials were complicit with him, allowing him to remain unscathed. The Yunhu group, a company founded by Qian Yunhu, appeared to conduct legitimate business but was, in fact, a criminal organization involved in smuggling and drug trafficking. In the special care unit of Tianai Hospital, Qian Yunhu was seething with rage. Qian Fei was his only son, who had always been obedient, and now he had been disgraced, losing his ability to carry on the family line. This was a fate Qian Yunhu could not accept. His face flushed with anger, he ordered several people to keep an eye on his son before leaving the hospital for the Yunhu group. He could not let this matter go unpunished. Ever since he rose to power in Tianhai, no one dared to challenge him. He refused to believe there was anyone in this territory he could not handle. He vowed to avenge his son, ensuring that anyone who crossed him would learn the consequences of offending a man like Qian Yunhu. Chapter 15. To root out the weeds, the silvery moonlight poured down from the night sky, illuminating Tianhai, a first-tier city in the land of Huaxia. As night descended, the streets were ablaze with vibrant lights, and the cacophony of music spilled forth from the nightclubs. Yi Qinfeng stealthily made his way towards the Yunhu group. The Yunhu group was a four-story building. Initially, the owner had refused to sell it to Qian Yunhu, citing the meager price he offered. Little did they know that the very next day, the owner's family mysteriously vanished from Tianhai. The owner's daughter, a youthful beauty, subsequently became a slave to the Yunhu group, enduring inhumane treatment. Like father, like son, Qian Yunhu had thrived in Tianhai for many years, believing himself to be the local emperor. Although Yi Qinfeng's spiritual power was still only at the second level, infiltrating the Yunhu group to eliminate Qian Yunhu should not pose a significant challenge. Inside Qian Yunhu's office, a heavy silence prevailed. He glared at his subordinates, who all bowed their heads in shame. Frustration boiled within him. These men were adept at indulgence. Yet when it came time to act, they remained utterly useless. Useless. All of you are worthless. What purpose do you serve in the Yunhu group? Qian Yunhu barked angrily. Yi family. Yi Qinfeng. Wasn't he merely a fool stricken with panic? And now, the old Yi was gravely ill. Could a mere Yi Qinfeng stir up any waves before Qian Yunhu? Seated in his plush leather chair, Qian Yunhu gripped the armrests, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Suddenly, the phone on Qian Yunhu's desk rang. Annoyed, he answered, but the moment he heard the voice on the other end, his expression shifted to one of fear and trepidation. It was not until the line went dead that Qian Yunhu's spirit drooped, his face turning pale as he muttered. The old Yi hasn't he fallen ill? Then I cannot touch Yi Qinfeng. How could Qian Yunhu swallow such indignation? His gaze fell upon his subordinates, and he commanded, You have 3 days to capture Tang Xian. If I cannot deal with Yi Qinfeng, I can certainly handle Tang Xian. This little vixen is the source of all my troubles. I must see how beautiful she truly is. Once she is in my grasp, I will make her wish for death. At the entrance of Qian Yunhu's office, Yi Qinfeng had been lurking for some time, overhearing Qian Yunhu's shameless words. He felt fortunate to have come tonight. Otherwise, had he gone to the Tianhai military district, Tang Xian might have suffered. Even if he killed the beast that was Qian Yunhu then, it would be too late to rectify anything. Individuals like Qian Yunhu should have long been eradicated from this world. Their existence was a waste of air and resources. What are you still doing here? Think of a way to bring Tang Xian to me. If you fail this task, do not dare to show your faces before me again. Qian Yunhu's frustration with his inept subordinates was palpable. The subordinates, cowed into silence, quickly turned to leave. However, unbeknownst to them, a figure had already slipped unnoticed into the office, leaning against the door with a mocking expression as they observed the unfolding scene. Qian Yunhu soon noticed the silhouette by the door and asked suspiciously, Who are you? What business do you have here? Today, I just put your wretched son out of commission. What do you think I am? Yi Qinfeng replied with a teasing tone. Qian Yunhu's expression shifted abruptly from shock to relaxation. You are Yi Qinfeng? You dare come here? I had no intention of harming you, but since you have arrived, I must extend my hospitality. You all attack him. Just don't kill him. Based on his previous encounters, Qian Yunhu knew Yi Qinfeng's abilities were hardly formidable. Regardless of his panic disorder, he would not leave the Yunhu group alive today. He relished the thought of tormenting Yi Qinfeng. After all, he had come seeking trouble, and even if the Yi family sought vengeance, Qian Yunhu's backing was equally formidable. With Qian Yunhu's command, his subordinates wasted no time. They did not perceive Yi Qinfeng as a threat. He appeared delicate, almost like a pretty boy. The first to charge was a towering brute, his fists as large as cooking pots, aimed directly at Yi Qinfeng's head. He held back, fearing a single punch would kill him, but his caution was misplaced. As Yi Qinfeng evaded the blow, he seized the man's wrist, yanking him forward, and smashing his head against the door. With a resounding crash, the door splintered, and blood erupted from the brute's head, quickly staining his face crimson. Yi Chenfeng shrugged indifferently, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. Qian Yunhu, today you must die. Seated comfortably, Qian Yunhu had been contemplating how to toy with Yi Chenfeng. However, upon raising his gaze, he was met with a sight beyond comprehension. The once formidable brute, one of Qian Yunhu's few skilled fighters, was now incapacitated. A tremor coursed through Qian Yunhu as he sensed the palpable killing intent emanating from Yi Chenfeng. He could no longer afford to hesitate. Kill him. Kill him now, he shouted desperately, even at the risk of inciting the endless wrath of the Yi family. Qian Yunhu felt he had no choice. Tonight, either he or Yi Chenfeng would perish. The remaining 4 subordinates, initially spectators, were now scrambling to draw knives and iron rods. Surrounding Yi Chenfeng, no longer holding back, Yi Chenfeng deftly evaded their onslaught. With a swift motion, he broke the neck of one man wielding a knife. His eyes wide in shock as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Seizing the fallen man's knife, Yi Chenfeng's onslaught intensified, far beyond the capabilities of these thugs. One head was severed cleanly, blood spraying everywhere. Another was pierced through the heart. The last met a grotesque end, meeting his demise in a most undignified manner. Qian Yunhu trembled uncontrollably, his heart sinking. If he had known Yi Chenfeng possessed such prowess, he would never have provoked this formidable opponent. It was akin to pushing himself towards his own demise. Young Master Yi, I have acted rashly. Spare me, and I will give you 1 million. No, 2 million. There is a safe in this office. I can access it immediately, as I know the code. What do you say? Qian Yunhu's sole thought was survival. 2 million? Quite tempting. However, I can acquire the money after killing you, Yi Chenfeng replied, kicking a knife into the air, which pierced Qian Yunhu's throat. Clutching his neck, Qian Yunhu struggled for clarity, and after several agonizing minutes, he breathed his last. Yi Chenfeng didn't need Qian Yunhu to access the safe. Such trivial matters posed no challenge to him. To him, it is nothing more than child's play. Chapter 16. The Elder's appreciation. The events surrounding Qian Yunhu instilled a sense of urgency in Yi Chenfeng. He recognized the necessity of swiftly enhancing his capabilities. To him, Qian Yunhu appeared merely a minor figure, yet one could never predict the emergence of true masters in the future. Moreover, the vengeance for his parents lingered profoundly in his heart. Throughout any era, only those with formidable strength can truly dictate their own fate. After a brief exploration in Qian Yunhu's office, Yi Chenfeng quickly located the safe's position as described by him. It was concealed behind a wall, and perhaps it was inappropriate to refer to it as a safe, given its substantial size. The door itself stood around 2 meters tall, hinting at the vastness within. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chenfeng began to manipulate the safe's combination lock. In his previous life, Yi Chenfeng had gathered evidence against corrupt officials for the state, often infiltrating their homes to access their safes. The safes of 500 years hence were undoubtedly more advanced and secure than those of his time. Nevertheless, they posed no challenge for Yi Chenfeng. To suggest that a safe from 5 centuries ago could outsmart him would be an affront to his intelligence. Click, click, click. As he turned the dial, Yi Chenfeng attentively listened for subtle sounds. This particular safe had a significant flaw. When the correct numbers were dialed, it emitted a faint, distinctive sound, imperceptible to the average ear but discernible to Yi Chenfeng, whose heightened auditory sensitivity stemmed from his second-level soul power. Approximately 2 minutes later, the safe's combination was cracked, revealing stacks of vibrant red 100 yuan bills. A cursory estimate indicated that there was no less than 3 million within, evidence of Qian Yunhu's lucrative endeavors in Tianhai over the years. In addition to the substantial cash, the safe contained a variety of disorganized documents. As Yi Chenfeng skimmed through them, his expression darkened further. Among these documents lay undeniable evidence of Qian Yunhu's collusion with the Song family from the capital. It seemed these materials were intentionally left behind by Qian Yunhu. As in the eyes of the Song family, he was merely a pawn, easily discarded at their whim. This was Qian Yunhu's life preserver. It appeared that the Song family was indeed Qian Yunhu's backing, explaining his audacity in Tianhai. After locating 2 canvas bags in the office, Yi Chenfeng filled them with the cash and documents, erasing any fingerprints or evidence left at the scene. He then departed from Yunhu Group unnoticed, having amassed considerable gains from this venture. Upon returning to his villa, Yi Chenfeng opened his phone to find a flurry of text notifications. To his surprise, not only had his uncle called him multiple times, But even the elder Yi had made 5 or 6 calls. Checking the time, he noted it was just past 11 in the evening. Usually, the elder was engrossed in paperwork until the early hours. He promptly dialed the elder's number. As soon as the call connected, the elder's furious voice erupted. "Shenfeng, where have you been? Why aren't you training at the military district? Grandfather, please don't be anxious. I have a crucial document to share with you." Yi Chenfeng interjected, hanging up before the elder could respond. He then transmitted the evidence he had gathered via the internet. At the Yi family residence, in the elder's study, Wu Kuyong stood quietly beside him. The elder was visibly irate, yet upon reviewing the documents sent by Yi Chenfeng, his expression transformed, brimming with excitement as he muttered, "Good lad, with this evidence, we can certainly teach the Song family a lesson. Haven't they always sought to oppose us?" Curiously observing the elder's sudden mood shift, Wu Kueyong wondered how the man had gone from enraged to exhilarated so swiftly. After a brief review of the files sent by Yi Chenfeng, the elder eagerly dialed him back. "Chenfeng, where did you obtain these documents? You're always up to mischief." Despite the elder's words, there was no trace of reproach in his tone. The Song family had long been the political adversary of the Yi family, repeatedly aggressive in their dealings. The elder had long sought an opportunity to counter them, and this evidence presented itself as the perfect chance. Yi Chenfeng had anticipated the elder's reaction and casually replied, "I eliminated Qian Yunhu from Yunhu Group, and this evidence was retrieved from his safe." Nonsense. Reckless nonsense. Chenfeng, you must not delve too deeply into this matter. The priority is to enhance your own strength. Let this go for now, and tomorrow, ensure you train diligently at the military district. Do not bring shame upon me. The elder chastised before ending the call. In his heart, however, he secretly approved of Yi Chenfeng's actions. Qian Yunhu had been a scourge in Tianhai, deserving of his fate. A person of ambition must act decisively. Yi Chenfeng had 2 motivations for delivering the evidence to the elder. First, the long-standing animosity between the Song and Yi families. Second, he needed to dismantle Yunhu Group entirely to ensure his peace of mind. The demise of Qian Yunhu alone was insufficient. Who could guarantee that another like him wouldn't arise? By placing this evidence in the elder's hands, he was confident that Yunhu Group would soon vanish from Tianhai altogether. Yi Chenfeng refrained from mentioning the 3 million, as he was constructing his own commercial empire. He wished to avoid relying on the elder for financial support in the future. The funds acquired from Qian Yunhu would serve as his initial capital. Stowing the 3 million beneath his bed, Yi Chenfeng found himself unable to sleep, as memories of his previous life replayed in his mind like a vivid dream. He realized he had never lived a day for himself. All he had done was endure state training and execute missions for the nation. Given the opportunity to start anew, he was determined to live for himself this time. In a fit of enthusiasm, he practiced a set of military boxing routines in his room, each punch radiating with vigor. This era's military boxing was non-aggressive, primarily intended for fitness or performance. However, the routine Yi Chenfeng executed had been modified by him. Infused with lethal intent, an invaluable form of combat. Were the military district personnel to discover that Yi Chenfeng had mastered such a style, he would undoubtedly become the object of fervent pursuit, as enhancing soldier capabilities had long been a vexation for the military. This form of boxing could significantly elevate each soldier's individual combat prowess, thereby bolstering the army's overall strength. After completing a set of military boxing, beads of sweat formed on Yi Chenfeng's forehead, and a wry smile crept across his lips. In his previous life, not only could he have performed such a routine effortlessly, but he could have executed it 10 times over without breaking a sweat. Chapter 17. No need. Early the next morning, Yi Chenfeng received a phone call from his uncle, Yi Dongjian, who scolded him sharply before demanding his address, stating he would come to pick him up for the military district shortly. In Yi Chenfeng's memory, his uncle was quite the unserious man, a 38-year-old without a girlfriend. Once, Yi Dongjian was notorious in the capital as a playboy, until their grandfather, in a fit of anger, sent him to the military district, where he now seemed to be doing quite well. Upon learning that Yi Chenfeng would be training in the military district for some time, Tang Xian personally prepared breakfast for him. Early in the morning, the monkey also arrived at the villa, trying to ingratiate himself with Yi Chenfeng. "Boss, why are you going to the military district for training? Isn't that a place meant to torment people?" he inquired while eating breakfast. "Can't breakfast silence your mouth?" Yi Chenfeng replied with annoyance. "Monkey, while I'm away, take good care of Xian for me, and ensure no one bullies her." Yi Chenfeng's training at the Tianhai military district could last several months, so Tang Xian needed someone to look after her. All right, boss, even if you didn't say anything, I'd do it. How could I let my sister-in-law be bullied? In these 3 years that you've been away from Tian Hai, I've been devoted to you, Monkey said with a grin. Hearing Monkey refer to her as sister-in-law made Tang Xion's face flush like a ripe apple. She lowered her head, eating her porridge, content in the thought of becoming Yi Qinfeng's little woman, which was her sole desire now. Shut your mouth. I remember rescuing Xion from you back in the day. Yi Qinfeng teased. Monkey's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. Boss, you're just bringing up old wounds. I hadn't even met you back then. Ever since you taught me a lesson, I realized the true meaning of being a playboy. You told me that those who bully the weak aren't true playboys. Qinfeng, are you full? Would you like me to serve you more? Tang Xion softly asked upon seeing Yi Qinfeng's bowl empty. All right, then just a little more, Yi Qinfeng replied. As a single bowl of porridge was hardly enough to satiate his appetite. Watching Tang Xion take his bowl into the kitchen, Monkey remarked, Boss, your sister-in-law is truly virtuous. Adept both in the kitchen and in social settings. Only such a woman is worthy of you. Monkey, how come your nonsense has increased after 3 years? Yi Qinfeng rolled his eyes. Boss, aren't you just belittling me? My longing for you over these 3 years is no less than for sister-in-law. Monkey sighed, gazing at the ceiling. All right, Monkey, why do your words sound so awkward to me? You wouldn't happen to have feelings for men, would you? Yi Qinfeng felt a strange sensation at the thought of being missed by another man. Monkey, near tears, replied, Boss, I am a perfectly normal man. Don't make me sound so ridiculous. Just after finishing breakfast, Yi Qinfeng's uncle arrived outside the villa in a military Hummer. With a strong, chiseled face and a robust physique, he was clearly a man of the military. Leaning against the Hummer, smoking a cigarette. Yi Dongjian saw Yi Qinfeng coming out and punched him lightly in the chest, grumbling, You brat, your grandfather sent you here to train, and you pull a stunt like this? When will you bring pride to your uncle? Look at those puny arms and legs. You're practically a girl. Yi Qinfeng and his uncle shared a close bond, their relationship more akin to that of good friends than of elder and younger. Rubbing his chest, Yi Qinfeng said, Uncle, you know I'm not strong. Did you have to hit me so hard? I not only want to hit you, I'd like to kick you. I heard from your grandfather that you're fully recovered now. From now on, show a bit of masculinity. Our Yi family doesn't produce weaklings, understand? Feeling a bit ashamed, Yi Qinfeng was accustomed to his uncle's behavior and quickly replied, I will definitely learn from you, uncle. Good. It's nice to have such spirit. But if you think you can be as formidable as your uncle, that's a tall order. If you can match even half my skills, you won't be bullied. Yi Dongjian said with a hint of arrogance. Yi Qinfeng found his uncle's boastfulness tiresome, knowing that with his current level of spiritual power, he was already not inferior to his uncle. If he could enhance his physical attributes and stabilize his second-level spiritual power, Yi Dongjian would likely be no match for him. Qinfeng, is that your little girlfriend? Yi Dongjian remarked, noticing Tang Xion and Monkey at the villa entrance. Uncle, have you finished gawking? Let's go? Yi Qinfeng was eager to avoid further idle chatter. After the Hummer drove away, Tang Xion returned to the villa, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, revealing her deep affection for Yi Qinfeng. Inside the Hummer, Yi Dongjian asked, Qinfeng, I've arranged for you to join a special unit. For most, it's a veritable hell on earth. Should I pull some strings to let you train under me for a while? Could any training be more grueling than what Yi Qinfeng had faced in his past life? Moreover, he had come to enhance his physical capabilities. So the more intense the training, the better it would be for him. Uncle, you just told me to show some masculinity. Do you look down on me? I don't need your special treatment. Yi Qinfeng firmly refused. Good lad. I'm just worried you might not withstand the training and run away, which would embarrass me. Yi Dongjian rolled his eyes. Just wait and see, uncle. You'll witness my performance. Yi Qinfeng decided not to elaborate further, suspecting that Yi Dongjian was unaware of his true capabilities. Throughout the journey, Yi Dongjian deliberately avoided mentioning Yi Qinfeng's parents, as he bore his own pain and did not wish to remind Yi Qinfeng of it, knowing it would only deepen his sorrow. Chapter 18. A Balanced Autumn. The Strong Soldier Training Camp in Tian Hai is a unique department, unbound by the local military district. Its purpose is to cultivate exceptional individual combatants for the nation. Naturally, not just anyone can enter. Only the finest soldiers from across the country are granted access. Yi Qinfeng's uncle, Yi Dongjian, serves as an instructor in the shooting division of the camp. Besides the shooting division, the camp encompasses several other departments, including the combat division and the weapons research division. Generally, soldiers entering the Strong Soldier Training Camp can only choose one department to join. This time, Yi Dongjian has arranged for Yi Qinfeng to enter the Leap Brigade, which, although utilizing part of the strong soldier training camp's facilities, is not officially part of it. The name of the Leap Brigade resonates profoundly within the military districts of Huaxia. Once enlisted, if a soldier can endure and emerge unscathed, their prowess and overall qualities are sure to experience a remarkable transformation. However, the training in the Leap Brigade is exceedingly rigorous, often fraught with life-threatening hazards. Injuries are commonplace. Thus, emerging from the Leap Brigade intact is a matter of pride. Chinfeng, are you truly not reconsidering? Perhaps you could start in my shooting division for a while. Once your physical condition improves, I could then facilitate your entry into the Leap Brigade. Once you join, even I will have no say in your training. Yi Dongjian explained the situation regarding the Leap Brigade to Yi Chinfeng. Uncle, you needn't worry about me. I assure you, I won't bring you shame, Yi Chinfeng responded, eager for the high-intensity training the Leap Brigade promised. In that case, follow me, Yi Dongjian said, leading Yi Chinfeng through the strong soldier training camp until they reached the entrance of an indoor training facility. Upon entering, they found two soldiers of similar age to Yi Dongjian. Dongjian, is this the nephew you recommended? With his appearance, does he think the Leap Brigade is a resort? I fear he won't last a day, one officer remarked candidly. Military personnel are known for their forthrightness. They speak their minds without hidden agendas. Understanding this, Yi Chinfeng remained unfazed. However, Yi Dongjian was incensed and retorted, Lin Zhonghu, what do you mean by that? He is my nephew, and I assure you, his skills are not lacking. You agreed to let him join your Leap Brigade long ago. Dongjian, I never said he couldn't join the Leap Brigade. However, I've heard your nephew isn't quite as capable as you've claimed. How about I spar with him to gauge his abilities? Lin Zhonghu chuckled. Initially, he had consented to allow Yi Chinfeng to train in the Leap Brigade, but upon discovering that Yi Chinfeng suffered from panic disorder, he reconsidered. Believing that allowing such a person to join would be a liability, Yi Dongjian's face flushed with anger. He knew his nephew's capabilities, and considering Lin Zhonghu was a formidable instructor of the Leap Brigade, he felt it would be unjust to pit Yi Chinfeng against him. At that moment, Yi Dongjian was at a loss. Seeing his uncle's distressed expression, Yi Chinfeng felt a pang of guilt. He stepped forward and asked, if I can withstand a few of your strikes, will that allow me to join the Leap Brigade? If by chance I prevail, please don't hold it against me. Yi Chinfeng had resolved to restore his uncle's honor. It would be a disservice not to do so. Lin Zhonghu erupted into laughter. Such audacity. If you can defeat me, I'll gladly acknowledge you as my master. But I fear you lack the ability. It's best you return home to enjoy your privileged life. Lin Zhonghu, do you not possess any sense of shame? Why bicker with a junior? If you're itching for a fight, I will gladly spar with you, Yi Dongjian interjected, glaring at Yi Chinfeng, convinced that his nephew was merely posturing. Undeterred, Yi Chinfeng smiled and said, since this instructor wishes to test my abilities, uncle, do not stop him. Good lad, I'm starting to appreciate your spirit, Lin Zhonghu declared, his demeanor shifting as he prepared to unleash his full force. Yi Dongjian attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Lin Zhonghu launched his attack on Yi Chinfeng, his muscular frame radiating an intense energy. Realizing Lin Zhonghu was a seasoned fighter, Yi Chinfeng elevated his second-level soul force and charged forward. Both Yi Dongjian and another instructor stood in shock, within their knowledge. The initial clash would surely see Yi Chinfeng defeated. With a resounding crash, Yi Chinfeng's fist collided with Lin Zhonghu's, sending shockwaves through the vicinity. Yi Chinfeng staggered back several steps before regaining his balance, while Lin Zhonghu's reputation as a formidable instructor proved well-deserved. His strength rivaled that of Wu Kuyong, with whom Yi Chinfeng had previously sparred in the shadows. After their initial exchange, Lin Zhonghu was taken aback, his fighting spirit ignited. Good, let us go again. I was only using half my strength before. Now I'll unleash my full power. As Lin Zhonghu prepared for another attack, Yi Dongjian and the other instructor exchanged incredulous glances, dismayed by Lin Zhonghu's lack of decorum in repeatedly striking first against a junior. Facing Lin Zhonghu's intensified onslaught, Yi Chinfeng summoned his second-level soul force to its peak, enduring the searing pain coursing through his body. He knew he must rapidly enhance his physical condition, otherwise, he would forever struggle to maintain even the peak of his current abilities. The two exchanged blows in a fierce contest, igniting a fervor in Yi Dongjian and the other instructor, who yearned to join the fray. Ultimately, after a fierce series of exchanges, both Yi Chinfeng and Lin Zhonghu found themselves on one knee, palms pressed against the ground. Lin Zhonghu felt his strength fully depleted, unable to mount another attack. Meanwhile, Yi Chinfeng's second-level soul force was precariously unstable. Further bouts could jeopardize his health. If he could stabilize his peak abilities, Lin Zhonghu would no longer pose a threat. After a brief respite, Lin Zhonghu rose, visibly disgruntled. Which fool compiled this information? Who claimed Yi Qinfeng is a fool with a panic disorder? If individuals with such skills are deemed fools, then there are hardly any normal people left in this world. As Lin Zhonghu vented, Yi Dongjian and the other instructor exchanged knowing glances and broke into applause, relishing the light-hearted banter that characterized their camaraderie. Qinfeng, well done. You've certainly upheld my honor. Yi Dongjian clapped his nephew on the shoulder, though he was filled with many questions. He knew this was not the time to inquire. He could interrogate his suddenly skilled nephew later. Yi Qinfeng remained silent, inwardly wincing as his limbs trembled ever so slightly. He nearly fell victim to Lin Zhonghu, intensifying his desire to enhance his strength. In his previous life, he had never felt so humiliated. There were virtually no opponents capable of injuring him. Yet in this life, his soul power had regressed to the second level, rendering him akin to a dragon stranded in shallow waters, toyed with by mere shrimp. Ha ha! Yi Dongjian erupted into hearty laughter, stepping forward to Lin Zhonghu and jesting. Zhonghu, what do you think? Isn't my nephew's skill commendable? I personally trained him. So if you wish to spar with me, first contend with my nephew. Stop spouting nonsense. You think he is your protege? I'm well aware of your limitations. Don't forget, you are my defeated foe. Spare me your self-praise. Lin Zhonghu was seething with frustration. He had anticipated a satisfying defeat for the arrogant Yi Qinfeng. And although the result was inconclusive, he felt he had lost, and in a rather disgraceful manner. Zhonghu, there is no shame in drawing with my nephew. Although, as an elder, you certainly lack decorum. Having initiated the attacks repeatedly, Yi Dongjian retorted, unyielding. Lin Zhonghu felt a knot of anger in his chest. Had he not been utterly exhausted, he would have immediately sought a rematch with Yi Dongjian. After a moment of calming his emotions, he approached Yi Qinfeng and stated, Today, you've won. From now on, you are a member of the Leap Force. However, do individuals of your caliber truly require training? It's akin to a university student attending kindergarten. Lin Zhonghu's straightforwardness and magnanimity left Yi Qinfeng with a favorable impression. He awkwardly rubbed his nose and replied, My physical fitness is too poor to exhibit my true capabilities, which is why I chose to undergo training for a period. What? Lin Zhonghu exclaimed, incredulously pinching his thigh to ensure he was not dreaming. When did proficient individuals become so commonplace? At Yi Qinfeng's age, he had merely been a fledgling. The disparity was utterly infuriating. Qinfeng, you're not deceiving me, are you? Are you implying that you didn't showcase your full potential just now? Lin Zhonghu promptly inquired. That interpretation holds some truth, Yi Qinfeng replied. If he were at the peak of his previous life with 8th level soul power, 20 or 30 Lin Zongas would be no match for him. He merely needed to stabilize at the pinnacle of the second level. And surpassing a Lin Zhonghu would not pose a significant challenge. Zhonghu, do you now comprehend my nephew's prowess? I advise you to refrain from sparring with him in the future. You've admitted that if you lost to him, you'd be willing to become his disciple, which would muddle our familial hierarchy, and technically, you just conceded defeat, Yi Dongjian teased, reveling in his misfortune. Get lost. This time, my match with Yi Qinfeng was at most a draw. I was merely being modest, do you understand? You uncultured barbarian. Lin Zhonghu was adamant about not becoming Yi Qinfeng's disciple. After all, where would his pride be? Modesty? I see you're nearly humble to the point of visiting your grandmother. Once your strength is restored, I must challenge you to a few rounds. So you understand that the character of an uncle reflects the character of his nephew. Yi Qinfeng was thoroughly pleased, his joy and elation beyond verbal expression. He found himself increasingly viewing Yi Qinfeng as a true man. Observing the banter between his uncle and Lin Zhonghu, Yi Qinfeng shook his head helplessly. Truly, like attracts like. It was no wonder they had become friends. With Yi Qinfeng successfully joining the Leap Force, Yi Dongjian decided to escort him to the dormitory. This was technically Lin Zhonghu's duty as a Leap Force instructor, but Yi Dongjian had numerous questions to ask, and his impatient nature would not allow him to suppress them for long. As they exited the training facility, Yi Dongjian leaned in and asked, Qinfeng, when did your skills improve to such a level? Do share with your little uncle. Yi Qinfeng smirked and replied, Uncle, surely this level of skill is beneath your notice? I recall you once said that if I possessed even half of your abilities, I wouldn't be bullied. At this, Yi Dongjian's face flushed red. But he quickly regained his composure and replied earnestly, Qinfeng, you've gained skills now? Are you jesting with your little uncle? Have you forgotten who stood up for you when you were bullied as a child? No matter how formidable you become, you still must call me uncle. Having experienced his uncle's thick skin from a young age, Yi Chenfeng responded nonchalantly, "Yes, yes, yes. Regardless, you shall always be my uncle." As they approached the dormitory of the Leap Force members, Yi Chenfeng took the dorm key from his uncle and remarked, "Uncle, you're not getting any younger. It's time you found a woman to keep you in check, lest your skin thickens even more. Don't wait until I'm married and you remain a bachelor. What kind of man do you think your uncle is? 100% prime catch. There are plenty who wish to pursue me, but my standards are simply too high. As you well know." As Yi Chenfeng observed his uncle's incessant chatter, he stepped into the dormitory. By the time Yi Dongjian realized what had happened, he found himself staring at an empty space. Furious, he called out, "Chenfeng, you rascal. You haven't answered my question yet. Do you still regard me as your uncle? This is utterly disrespectful." Chapter 20. Training begins. The dormitory of the Leap Troop accommodates 4 individuals per room. Upon entering, Yi Chenfeng found 3 peers engaged in light-hearted banter. The sound of the door drew their attention to him. Yi Chenfeng greeted them with a warm smile and introduced himself. "Brothers, we shall be comrades in this dormitory from now on. My name is Yi Chenfeng, and I have just joined the training of the Leap Troop today." Upon seeing this handsome man take the initiative to introduce himself, the other 3 felt obliged to reciprocate. After all, one does not strike a smiling face. They each shared their names. Among them, the most physically imposing was named Lu Tian, the one with a perpetual smile was Zhou Ping, and the quietest was Gu Lu. Through their introductions, Yi Chenfeng gleaned that all 3 had familial ties to the military and had grown up in military districts, yearning to enhance their skills, thus leveraging their family connections to join the Leap Troop for training. The most extroverted, Zhou Ping, stepped forward and jovially placed his arm around Yi Chenfeng's shoulder. "Brother, you're quite impressive. How did you manage to get into the Leap Troop? It's rare to see someone join mid-training." The Leap Troop operates under a collegiate system, with a cohort of trainees graduating each year while new recruits are welcomed. Historically, no one had ever joined midway through training. It is known that the Leap Troop's grueling regimen escalates gradually. Joining midway implies an immediate immersion into an exceptionally harsh training environment, leaving no room for acclimatization. Most individuals would find it unbearable. Of course, the fact that the instructor, Lin Zhonghu, had allowed Yi Chenfeng to join due to his connection to Yi Dongjian, and later accepted him willingly after witnessing his prowess, only served to bolster the troop's overall strength. Desiring to keep his lineage obscure, Yi Chenfeng casually remarked, "My uncle is a good friend of the instructors here, which is how I managed to get a favorable entry." Yi Chenfeng, the Leap Troop is no laughing matter. The training here can be life-threatening. Are you mentally prepared? Lu Tian inquired, his physique imposing. Embarrassed, Yi Chenfeng rubbed his nose and replied, "I've always been quite frail. So I wanted to come here to strengthen my body. If I truly cannot endure it, I can always withdraw. The training here is manageable. We can assist you if needed," Gu Lu stated succinctly, revealing his preference for brevity. After a lively exchange, the 4 began to bond, with Zhou Ping dominating the conversation, spinning tales from all corners of the world. The next day, just as dawn began to break, the assembly whistle sounded, prompting all members of the Leap Troop to gather at the training ground with utmost urgency. Instructor Lin Zhonghu cast a meaningful glance at Yi Chenfeng, then snapped, "Today, you assembled 5 seconds slower than usual. You may forego breakfast." Despite their dissatisfaction, the recruits responded in unison, "Yes, sir." They had gradually acclimatized to this extreme rigor. Initially, some defiant individuals had challenged Lin Zhonghu to duels, only to emerge battered and bruised, which deterred any further dissent. As training commenced, Yi Chenfeng found himself increasingly disillusioned by the harshness of the Leap Troop's regimen, compared to the training he endured in his previous life. It felt like a disparity between an elephant and an ant. Nevertheless, given the current state of his body, this training still offered some benefit. Initially, Lu Tian, Zhou Ping, and Gu Lu had speculated that Yi Chenfeng would last only half a month, as even they struggled under the current training intensity. However, to their astonishment, Yi Chenfeng transitioned from appearing utterly exhausted to seemingly unaffected by the daily grind, leaving them baffled as to the reason behind his remarkable resilience. In the dormitory, after a taxing training session, Zhou Ping, panting for breath, leaned on the unperturbed Yi Chenfeng's shoulder and exclaimed, "Chenfeng, are you even human? Have you taken some sort of performance-enhancing drug?" After a month of camaraderie, the 4 had grown close, frequently exchanging playful jests. Yi Chenfeng playfully shoved Zhou Ping away, chuckling, "Xiao Pingzi, if you think that taking performance enhancers would help, you might as well down an entire bottle." Surely that would turn you into a powerhouse, making this training seem trivial. I think I'll pass. If I consumed an entire bottle, my lower half might just explode. Zhou Ping replied, rolling his eyes dramatically and collapsing onto his bed. Qinfeng, I believe Zhou Ping has a point. Are you truly not on any banned substances? Lu Tian, who had initially been the most skeptical of Yi Qinfeng, now found himself humbled by Yi Qinfeng's surprising capabilities. Perhaps Qinfeng is simply a natural talent. Gu Lu, who typically spoke little, maintained his succinct manner of speaking. Come now, a natural talent? He is merely slightly more physically adept than us. If Qinfeng were truly a prodigy, then I, Zhou Ping, would be Spider-Man. That is absurd. Zhou Ping quipped from his prone position. In truth, Gu Li's assertion held merit. After a month of rigorous training, Yi Qinfeng's physical attributes had significantly improved. While still incomparable to his past self, he had at least stabilized his spiritual energy at the peak of the second tier. In other words, should Lin Zhonghu challenge him again, he would be confident of victory. At this point, the intense training regimen of the Leap Troop had minimal impact on him. To break through to the third tier of spiritual energy, he would require considerable time. But with the aid of certain substances, the process could be expedited. Thus, he realized he needed a valid excuse to exit the training camp. Initially, he had agreed to train here to enhance his physical fitness, yet remaining in this environment now seemed futile, extinguishing any interest he had in continuing. Chapter 21. The contest. The Strong Soldier Training Camp is not solely occupied by the Leap Troop. The Tiger Troop has also appropriated a portion of the camp for the training of its soldiers. The Tiger Troop enjoys a commendable reputation within the military district of Huaxia. Yet it pales in comparison to the Leap Troop, leading to a long-standing rivalry between the two factions. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain. Thus, conflicts are inevitable within the confines of the Strong Soldier Training Camp. Consequently, a rule was established 5 years ago. Every month, the two troops would engage in a fair competition, fostering a spirit of ambition among the members. For no one relishes the thought of being outdone by others. This indeed cultivates a healthy rivalry. A massive arena has been erected in the expansive training ground. Lin Zhonghu fixed his steely gaze upon the middle-aged instructor before him, declaring, Li Zitian, cease your boastful bluster in my presence. If you possess the courage, let us engage in a proper duel. Lin Zhonghu, such words are unwise. Surely you must be aware of the competition's rules. It is clearly stated that instructors are forbidden from participating. Just wait and see as your Leap Troop prepares for defeat. Li Zitian of the Tiger Troop chuckled derisively. Historically, the Leap Troop has consistently outperformed the Tiger Troop in these contests. However, this year, the Tiger Troop has enlisted an exceptional individual whose prowess far exceeds that of all members from both troops. Consequently, the Leap Troop has endured 5 consecutive months of defeat. Li Zitian, do you truly believe your Tiger Troop can prevail once again? I am eager to witness who will ultimately find themselves the subject of ridicule. Lin Zhonghu asserted confidently, drawing strength from Yi Qinfeng. While the formidable opponent from the Tiger Troop may possess great skill, Lin Zhonghu was confident he could conclude the bout in fewer than 20 exchanges. After all, Yi Qinfeng was a peer who had matched him in prowess, presenting no real challenge to him. Lin Zhonghu, I shall be keenly observing, Li Zitian replied, his tone dripping with disdain. The format of the competition is straightforward. Each side nominates 3 participants who then draw lots to determine their opponents. Should one side emerge victorious, they may continue to select the next challenger to compete on the arena. Among Lin Zhonghu's chosen 3, aside from Yi Qinfeng, there was Lu Tian, his dormitory mate, and another soldier from a different dorm. Upon drawing lots, Yi Qinfeng was slated to enter third, while Lu Tian was chosen to fight first against the Tiger Troop's formidable fighter, Feng Haitao. Lu Tian was in for a rough time. It was a foregone conclusion that he would be utterly outmatched. Lu Tian is doomed. There's no chance we will win even a single match, Zhou Ping lamented. Yi Qinfeng was preoccupied with concocting an excuse to exit the training camp when he overheard Zhou Ping's disheartened sigh. Zhou Ping, is Lu Tian's opponent truly that formidable? Formidable is an understatement. Aside from the instructors, there is not a soul who can rival him. If Feng Haitao decides to fight 3 consecutive matches, it would be wise for you to concede rather than suffer humiliation. There is no shame in that, Zhou Ping warned, a palpable fear resonating in his voice. It was evident that the entire Leap Troop regarded Feng Haitao with trepidation. Yi Qinfeng dismissed Zhou Ping's concerns. If Feng Haitao was not the equal of an instructor, then he posed little threat to him. On the arena, Lu Tian's demeanor was somber, while Feng Haitao appeared utterly relaxed, even mocking. If you know what's good for you, You should withdraw now. Otherwise, I shall make this an unforgettable experience for you. As soldiers, they possess a fierce spirit that cannot be easily quelled. No soldier can remain indifferent to such taunts, and Lu Tian's expression tightened. If we are to fight, let us fight. There's no need for such trivial banter. I, Lu Tian, will never concede. I admire your courage. However, to me, your bravery is merely ignorance. Knowing you will lose, yet still choosing to fight, that is foolishness. Allow me to demonstrate the disparity in our strengths. With a sudden surge, Fong Haitao lunged at Lu Tian, unleashing a forceful strike that sent Lu Tian reeling, pain searing through his chest. Is this the best your troop has to offer? Do you truly have no one better than this? Fong Haitao's derisive words echoed, igniting embarrassment among the members of the Leap troop gathered below. Lin Zhonghu, observing from the sidelines, felt a dark storm brewing within him, while Li Zitian beside him chuckled. Lin Zhonghu, do not take offense. Fong Haitao's character is simply straightforward. At this, Lin Zhonghu's expression darkened further. Was Li Zitian implying that Fong Haitao's words held merit? This was sheer bullying. However, upon catching sight of Yi Qinfeng in the ranks, he forcibly quelled his rising anger. You should now declare, I concede, Fong Haitao taunted, relishing the humiliation of the downed Lu Tian. Gritting his teeth, Lu Tian maintained a defiant expression. I have not lost. As long as I draw breath, I shall never surrender. Had Lu Tian been competing against another, he might have yielded long ago, but Fong Haitao's insults were intolerable. Even a clay figurine possesses a measure of pride. No one could swallow such indignity. Since it has come to this, do not blame me. Fong Haitao smirked, then cruelly placed his foot on Lu Tian's face, using it to deliver a humiliating slap, declaring, You are not worthy for me to strike you with my hand. Li Zitian, this is utterly excessive. You must command Fong Haitao to cease. Lin Zhonghu could no longer contain himself at the sight of his comrade being publicly humiliated. How can one blame Fong Haitao for this? The rules of the competition are clear. It concludes only when one party concedes or is rendered unconscious. Your subordinate displays remarkable tenacity. You should feel proud. Li Zitian relished the spectacle. By heavens, this is intolerable. That scoundrel, I wish to tear him limb from limb. Zhou Ping seethed with fury at the blatant disrespect shown to his comrade. Yi Qinfeng's gaze turned icy, having forged a strong camaraderie with his dorm mates. He found Fong Haitao's actions deeply offensive. The indignation ignited within him rivaled Zhou Ping's, and he resolved to teach Fong Haitao an unforgettable lesson. In his eyes, Fong Haitao was but a frog in a well, utterly unaware of the vastness of the world beyond. Chapter 22. Unbearable defeat. What's the matter? Do you still wish to continue? Are you not ready to concede gracefully? On the arena, Fong Haitao wore a smug smile. Yet this very demeanor incited the ire of the members of the Leap unit below. It must be noted that Lu Tian was part of the Leap unit. Thus, such humiliation directed at him was akin to a slap in the face for them. With Fong Haitao's shoe pressing against his face, Lu Tian felt a trickle of blood escape his lips, and the fervor of his manhood surged within him. The flames of rage momentarily dulled the pain in his chest, awakening his latent strength. With a fierce grip, he seized Fong Haitao's ankle and forcefully flipped him upward. Caught off guard, Fong Haitao could not react in time. As he felt his weight lift, he was unceremoniously thrown onto his back, crashing to the ground. Pain seared through his back, shrouding his eyes in gloom. This was an affront of monumental proportions. In his eyes, Lu Tian was merely an ant, and yet he found himself toppled by this seemingly insignificant creature. Was this not a grand jest? Damn it, I have no time to play with you. Fong Haitao exclaimed as he regained his footing, launching a kick directly at Lu Tian's chest. Lu Tian raised his arm in defense, but the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, sending him flying off the stage with a spurt of blood from his mouth. Lu Tian, are you all right? Fong Haitao's actions were utterly excessive. Zhou Ping rushed to assist Lu Tian, who managed a strained smile, asserting, I'm not dead yet. I shall reclaim this dead in due time. No need to wait. I shall retrieve it for you now. Yi Qinfeng's dark eyes fixated on the triumphant Fong Haitao, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Qinfeng, you're not jesting, are you? How could you possibly contend with that scoundrel? Zhou Ping cautioned. A gentleman avenges himself 10 years hence. Perhaps it is wiser to wait for another opportunity. He held little faith in Yi Qinfeng's ability to match Fong Haitao, despite the latter's remarkable stamina and tenacity exhibited during the past month of training. Indeed, Qinfeng, Zhou Ping is right. Do not overreach. I shall settle this matter myself later. Lu Tian, supported by Zhou Ping, urged him to reconsider. Who are the next two contenders? Let us have them face off together. Today, I, Fong Haitao, will single-handedly take on 3 matches. It appears the Leap unit is nothing but a collection of rubbish, incapable of standing against our Tiger unit, Fong Haitao declared, brimming with arrogance. In light of this, Yi Chenfeng felt no need to delay for the 3rd match. He leaped onto the stage, incensed by Fong Haitao's brazen demeanor, which lacked even the slightest semblance of decorum. Chenfeng, you are being too reckless. Are you not inviting suffering upon yourself? Zhou Ping frowned in concern. Regardless of the outcome, Chenfeng will always be my brother. I would traverse mountains and navigate treacherous waters for him, Lu Tian thought, touched by Yi Chenfeng's willingness to endure hardship for his sake. However, Yi Chenfeng never engaged in battles without confidence. Lin Zhonghu, can your Leap unit truly produce no worthy adversaries? Can this pretty boy really best us? Li Ziqian scoffed, convinced of the Tiger unit's inevitable victory. Upon seeing Yi Chenfeng step into the ring, Lin Zhonghu regained his composure, secretly reveling, Li Ziqian, you shall soon be in for a surprise. As Yi Chenfeng and Fong Haitao locked eyes, the latter's disdain deepened. Judging by stature, Yi Chenfeng appeared even less formidable than Lu Tian. Did you not comprehend my words? I invite the remaining 2 contenders to join me. This is my special consideration for your Leap unit, Fong Haitao proclaimed haughtily. Yi Chenfeng sneered. What confidence does a mere clown like you possess? You aren't even fit to be human. Perhaps you should reincarnate as a beast in your next life. Fong Haitao's smile faltered, and he shouted, then let me show you what it means to be a true performer, and you shall learn who the real clown is. With that, in an instant, Yi Chenfeng appeared before him, delivering a resounding slap across Fong Haitao's face. The echoes of the blows resounded as Fong Haitao staggered, his teeth scattering to the ground, emitting pained whimpers from his throat. Simultaneously, Yi Chenfeng unleashed a barrage of punches upon Fong Haitao's chest, rendering him incapable of further retaliation. This series of actions transpired in a flash, leaving the audience in stunned silence. No one anticipated such a swift conclusion. 1 strike? Fong Haitao had been so easily dispatched, devoid of any ability to counter. Even Lin Zhonghu, who had foreseen Yi Chenfeng's prowess, was left dumbfounded. He had expected it would take at least 20 moves for Yi Chenfeng to best Fong Haitao. Yet I told you, you are a clown. Yet you refuse to acknowledge it. Have you tasted defeat yet? Are you ready to concede? Fong Haitao's teeth lay shattered, and his face swollen like a pig's head. He could hardly utter a word. Yet this was precisely the reaction Yi Chenfeng desired. You possess a sturdy spirit. I shall indulge you a while longer. With that, Yi Chenfeng continued to slap Fong Haitao's face, each strike precise and measured, merely igniting a stinging pain, allowing him to savor the humiliation he so relished. Fong Haitao, utterly incapable of defending himself, felt the heat of rage intensifying within him. Yet he recognized he was no match for Yi Chenfeng, mumbling incoherent admissions of defeat. What was that? Speak up. You still refuse to concede? It appears the members of the Tiger unit are indeed tough men. It seems we must compromise your dignity. Yi Chenfeng feigned innocence, repeatedly making contact with Fong Haitao's cheeks. Lin Zhonghu, order your unit to intervene now. Li Ziqian could no longer contain himself, his previous mirth replaced by a stormy countenance. Lin Zhonghu chuckled, returning Li Ziqian's earlier words. Competitions have clear regulations, unless one side concedes or loses consciousness. The match is not concluded. Do you wish to violate the rules, Instructor Li Ziqian? You have nothing to say? Lin Zhonghu reveled in the moment, thoroughly enjoying Yi Chenfeng's actions, eager to witness whether the Tiger unit would dare to be so arrogant in the future. Chapter 23. Shall we practice? On the arena, Yi Chenfeng did not cease delivering slaps, each crisp sound resonating like the most enchanting melody to the members of the Flying Leap Battalion. Their faces flushed with excitement, as if they were the ones striking Fong Haitao, experiencing a profound sense of satisfaction. Lu Tian, am I dreaming? Has Chenfeng dealt with Fong Haitao? Zhou Ping, supporting Lu Tian, finally broke the silence after a moment of astonishment. Lu Tian's shock was no less than Zhou Ping's. He even forgot the pain in his body, his eyes fixated on the slender, confident figure on the stage, stammering, Zhou Ping, why don't you hit me and see? Without hesitation, Zhou Ping landed a punch on Lu Tian's injured chest, eliciting a painful cry from him. Zhou Ping, what are you doing? You're killing me. Did you not ask me to hit you? Zhou Ping replied innocently. I have long said that Chenfeng is, in fact, a master. Gu Yu, usually reticent, chimed in from an unexpected corner. All right, We must interrogate this rascal Chunfeng properly later, Zhou Ping remarked with palpable interest. On the arena, Fang Haitao occasionally emitted pained whimpers, his face battered by Yi Qinfeng's strikes. He attempted to plead for mercy multiple times, but could not articulate his thoughts. Yi Qinfeng, sensing the timing was right, lowered his voice to a volume only Fang Haitao could hear, saying, "So, what do you think? A master? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Ready to admit defeat?" Upon hearing this, Fang Haitao nodded vigorously, realizing that a real man does not suffer indignities. He could no longer endure the public humiliation he had faced for so long. Observing Fang Haitao's frantic nodding, Yi Qinfeng remarked playfully, "But I haven't had my fill yet. Let me enjoy a few hundred more slaps." Hearing this, Fang Haitao felt as if death was preferable. He struggled, his throat producing continuous whimpers. "What? Even now you refuse to concede? I must truly admire your courage." Yi Qinfeng feigned admiration, his voice ringing out. Fang Haitao, gripped by Yi Qinfeng's hold, was on the verge of tears, his mind racing with curses at the shamelessness of it all. Overwhelmed by anger, he was practically driven to unconsciousness by Yi Qinfeng's words. With a swift kick, Yi Qinfeng sent the unconscious Fang Haitao tumbling off the stage, a blow that would likely leave him bedridden for weeks. This was a fitting retribution for Lu Tian. Initially, the majestic Tiger Battalion had appeared formidable, leading one to believe they possessed true masters. However, it turned out they were merely a collection of weaklings. "Who's next? Step up," Yi Qinfeng taunted, returning the insults Fang Haitao had hurled at the Flying Leap Battalion, for he was now one of them. With Fang Haitao unable to mount any resistance against Yu Qifeng and having been slapped into unconsciousness, the other members of the majestic Tiger Battalion lacked the courage to ascend the arena. Such humiliation would leave an indelible shadow over them for life. With heads bowed and silence reigning, the members of the majestic Tiger Battalion sat in shock. Li Ziqian, observing from his seat, was seething with anger. He rose abruptly, exclaiming, "Get down from the arena at once. Fang Haitao has clearly lost, yet you continue to insult him. I demand an apology." Indeed, a commander is often a reflection of his subordinates. Yi Qinfeng, unfazed, leaped down from the arena and approached Li Ziqian, stating, "Are your eyes deceiving you? Lu Tian clearly lost in the previous round. What did Fang Haitao do? Is it permissible for the officials to burn while the commoners are forbidden to light a fire?" Li Ziqian was taken aback that a mere member of the Flying Leap Battalion dared to retort publicly. After all, he was the commander of the majestic Tiger Battalion, and the members were watching him closely. If he lost face here, how would he manage the battalion in the future? He turned to Lin Zhonghu, querying, "Instructor Lin, is this the caliber of your Flying Leap Battalion members? I demand an explanation regarding today's events." "To hell with your explanations. Yi Qinfeng is entirely correct. Fang Haitao was the one who humiliated Lu Tian first. If you're not satisfied, take it up with higher authority," Lin Zhonghu retorted bluntly. Li Ziqian's chest heaved with rage as he pointed at Yi Qinfeng, shouting, "You don't think that just because Lin Zhonghu is backing you today, you can escape unscathed. The majestic Tiger Battalion will settle this score with you eventually. You wish to settle the score? How about a spar right now? Let your subordinates witness the prowess of their commander." Yi Qinfeng shrugged, inquiring nonchalantly. Li Ziqian fell silent, his face contorted with frustration. Previously, he had only managed to defeat Fang Haitao after 30 exchanges, while Yi Qinfeng had dispatched him in a mere encounter, and in such a humiliating manner. He realized he had no assurance of victory over Yi Qinfeng if he faced him and lost in front of the majestic Tiger Battalion. His position as a commander would be untenable. "What qualifications do you have to fight me? I, Li Ziqian, am the commander of the majestic Tiger Battalion. Even if I were to defeat you, wouldn't it merely be seen as a case of the strong bullying the weak?" Li Ziqian declared, holding his head high, embodying the saying that one may lose a person but not the battle. "Li Ziqian, if you lack the qualifications to fight him, I surely possess some. Let us engage in a friendly match," Lin Zhonghu interjected promptly. Li Ziqian had faced Lin Zhonghu 4 or 5 times before, each time emerging the loser, as Lin Zhonghu's prowess greatly surpassed his own. "Lin Zhonghu, you will regret this. Just wait and see," Li Ziqian retorted, refusing Lin Zhonghu's challenge, and turned to leave the training ground. Seeing their commander depart, the members of the majestic Tiger Battalion hastily followed in his wake. The entire majestic Tiger Battalion left the training ground in shame, while the members of the Flying Leap Battalion erupted in jubilant cheers. After 5 consecutive months of defeat to the majestic Tiger Battalion, they had finally washed away the humiliation. With the competition concluded, Lin Zhonghu commanded the members to assemble in formation immediately, his joyous demeanor replaced with seriousness. He spoke in a booming voice, "Today, our victory in this month's competition is entirely due to Yi Chenfeng. Had he not joined our training a month ago, you would all still be classified as losers. If you wish to cease being losers in the future, you must train diligently. Is that understood?" "Understood." The members shouted in unison. "Haven't you eaten? I want to hear you louder." Lin Zhonghu pressed for a more vigorous response. "Instructor, we understand." The synchronized voices echoed throughout the training ground, igniting a fervor within the members. Of course, Yi Chenfeng remained an exception. For having lived 2 lives, his demeanor was far more composed than the average person. Chapter 24. A renewed confrontation. Lin Zhonghu nodded in satisfaction at the formidable presence displayed by all members of the Leap Force, announcing their disbandment before summoning Yi Chenfeng alone. The combat prowess exhibited by Yi Chenfeng during his recent duel with Feng Haitao had improved dramatically compared to a month prior. This rapid advancement evoked memories of Yi Chenfeng's earlier claims that he had yet to unleash his true potential. As soon as Lin Zhonghu and Yi Chenfeng entered the indoor training facility, Yi Dongjian approached them with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Zhonghu, I have heard that your Leap Force triumphed in this month's competition. This must be thanks to my nephew, right? You looked quite aggrieved when I insisted he join your team. Now you realize you've struck gold, haven't you?" The training camp was not expansive, and any notable event quickly became common knowledge, especially the monthly contest between the Leap Force and the Tiger Force. Yi Dongjian received the news immediately after the competition concluded. With the instructor and his uncle present, Yi Chenfeng seized the opportunity to express his desire to leave the training camp. Clearing his throat, he said, "Instructor, uncle, I plan to leave the training camp for a while. I have matters to attend to." "Absolutely not," Yi Dongjian retorted firmly. "Have you forgotten why the old man sent you to Tianhai? Do you think that just because you have shown some improvement, you can now act with such arrogance? There is still much for you to learn here. Chenfeng, your uncle is right. It would be best for you to stay and train until the end of the year." Lin Zhonghu concurred. Given that Yi Chenfeng was now the most capable member of the Leap Force, his departure would jeopardize their chances in the upcoming competition. If Feng Haitao recovered by then, the Leap Force would surely face dire consequences. Yi Chenfeng was resolute in his decision to leave the training camp. His sole focus was on further enhancing his abilities. Remaining would only result in stagnation, which was not an outcome he desired. Consequently, he decided to speak candidly. "Instructor, uncle, the training here no longer serves any purpose for me. Staying would only waste my time. Hence, I must leave the camp." Upon hearing this, both Yi Dongjian and Lin Zhonghu's expressions darkened. They perceived Yi Chenfeng's attitude as overly presumptuous. Such arrogance would hinder his potential for greatness. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Chenfeng's words were sincere, devoid of any arrogance. "Do you realize what you are saying? I adamantly oppose your departure from the training camp," Yi Dongjian asserted with unwavering determination. "Uncle, remaining here truly offers me little benefit, so please allow me to leave." Yi Chenfeng thought to himself, bemused. "You insolent brat. Are you now disregarding your uncle's words? Fine. If you can defeat me today, I will consent to your departure," Yi Dongjian declared, glaring fiercely at Yi Chenfeng. Realizing that he needed to demonstrate his strength to convince them, Yi Chenfeng replied, "Uncle, you and Instructor Lin can team up against me. How dare you look down on your uncle? I can take you down on my own," Yi Dongjian retorted, incensed. Lin Zhonghu, observing cautiously, recognized that Yi Chenfeng's recent battle with Feng Haitao had showcased significant improvement. He understood that Yi Dongjian alone would not suffice as an opponent. "Let us both engage him. But remember to hold nothing back and unleash your full strength," Lin Zhonghu advised earnestly. Yi Dongjian nodded, although he was unaware of the extent of Yi Chenfeng's recent growth. He had witnessed Yi Chenfeng's equal match with Lin Zhonghu a month prior, which made him approach the situation with caution. As Yi Dongjian and Lin Zhonghu flanked Yi Chenfeng, they shouted in unison, launching their assault. Yi Chenfeng activated his peak level 2 soul power from the outset, his physical capabilities now able to withstand the surge of energy. The sound of fists colliding echoed through the air, accompanied by the rush of powerful winds. Yi Dongjian and Lin Zhonghu grew increasingly fierce, momentarily losing sight of the true purpose of their bout, consumed by the exhilaration of combat. As the engagement progressed, Yi Chenfeng refrained from initiating any offensive maneuvers, focusing solely on parrying the onslaught from both opponents. He felt it prudent to allow his uncle and instructor some dignity, given their respective roles in his life. "Chenfeng, are you a coward? Why are you holding back?" Yi Dongjian shouted. "If you do not decisively defeat us, Do not expect our consent for your departure, Lin Zhonghu echoed. Realizing that his attempt to show restraint was futile, Yi Chifeng unleashed his full power, surpassing the combined strength of Yi Dongjin and Lin Zhonghu. With agile movements, he dodged their attacks and landed precise blows, causing them to scatter around the training facility, occasionally emitting cries of pain. At that moment, both men regretted their earlier provocation. They found themselves utterly outmatched, exclaiming, "You win, you win. Please stop." Yi Chifeng halted his assault and, with a playful glint in his eye, regarded the disheveled figures of his instructor and uncle, remarking, "Uncle, instructor, I trust you will now permit me to leave?" What could they possibly say in response? They understood that Yi Chifeng had been intentionally holding back. Had he unleashed his full potential from the start, they might not have lasted even a few exchanges. They now grasped that Yi Chifeng's earlier claims were not born of hubris, but rather the realization that he could no longer achieve significant growth within the confines of the training camp. "Get as far away from here as possible," Yi Dongjin grumbled, tossing Yi Chifeng a pass that would allow him unrestricted access in and out of the training camp. Yi Chifeng accepted the pass, offering an awkward smile. "Uncle, instructor, I truly apologize. I had intended to take you both down by the 100th exchange, but your impatience forced my hand. I will be more mindful next time. Curse you. You little rascal. I will make you pay next time." Yi Dongjin bellowed in displeasure. With that, Yi Chifeng swiftly exited the indoor training facility. Chapter 25. The Black Market for Medicinal Herbs in the Indoor Training Ground. After a moment of astonishment, Lin Zhonghu finally inquired, "Dongjian, is it truly the case that Chifeng is extraordinarily gifted? I am beginning to suspect whether he might be your own nephew. Why are you so timid? It is utterly perplexing. How can you speak like that? You are not." "Ha." Yi Dongjin turned to gaze at Lin Zhonghu. But before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the dark purple bruises surrounding Lin Zhonghu's eyes, which prompted him to burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at? You've been knocked silly." "Ha." Lin Zhonghu raised his eyes and spotted the identical bruises around Yi Dongjin's eyes, which made him laugh heartily as well. "What are you laughing at?" They both queried simultaneously, a sense of foreboding rising within them. They hastily moved to stand before the mirror in the training ground, where the reflection of two national treasure pandas immediately appeared. "That little rascal Chifeng, does he not know the meaning of restraint? Why does he always target the eyes?" Yi Dongjin scolded in displeasure. After all, he was a distinguished shooting instructor at the elite soldier training camp. How could he face others like this? How infuriating. "I must challenge Yi Chifeng to a duel of 300 rounds next time. I, Lin Zhonghu, refuse to believe I cannot defeat him." Lin Zhonghu's temperament was comparable to that of Yi Dongjin, both being of a fiery disposition. Meanwhile, Yi Chifeng had already swaggered out of the elite soldier training camp. Due to strict regulations prohibiting unauthorized individuals from entering the vicinity, it took him quite a while to hail a taxi. Gazing at the time, which was merely 3 in the afternoon, Yi Chifeng made his way directly to the black market for medicinal herbs in Tianhai, a place he had learned about during his college years 3 years prior. The black market was replete with various precious and peculiar herbs, many of which could not be found in legitimate herbal shops. Yi Chifeng sought to enhance his abilities through concocting medicinal solutions for body immersion. But many herbs that existed 500 years into the future had yet to be discovered in this era. Thus, he could only try his luck in the black market. If unsuccessful, he would have to venture into the deep mountains and forests to search on his own. The herbs he sought might merely be regarded as weeds in this time, or perhaps they had yet to come into existence. If it were the former, it would be manageable. If the latter, however, Yi Chifeng would find himself in dire straits, relying solely on training to gradually bolster his strength. The black market for medicinal herbs was situated within an abandoned factory. As Yi Chifeng alighted from the taxi and ambled in, an overwhelming scent of herbs wafted towards him. In his previous life, Yi Chifeng had been well versed in the field of medicine. He could identify herbs merely by their aroma. The abandoned factory was expansive, featuring numerous stalls spaced 3 to 4 meters apart. The flow of buyers suggested that business was quite prosperous. After all, many of the herbs here were rare and unavailable elsewhere, such as Millennium Ginseng, Millennium Ganoderma, and Tianshan Snow Lotus, among others. Of course, one must remain vigilant, for counterfeit products were not uncommon. Thus, those who ventured into the black market to purchase herbs needed to be proficient in identification, lest they fall victim to deceit. As Yi Chifeng casually perused the stalls, he found himself shaking his head repeatedly, realizing that many of the precious herbs on display were indeed fakes. If an unsuspecting buyer were to purchase them, the stall owners often charged exorbitant prices, exceeding those of genuine articles. Transactions in the black market were final. Refunds were not permitted, lest one face retribution. It was whispered that a formidable force lurked behind this black market in Tianhai, for otherwise, it would have long been shut down by the authorities. The annual rent for a stall here was exorbitantly high. After inspecting half of the stalls, Yi Chenfeng had yet to discover the herbs he required, filling him with a sense of disappointment. It appeared that finding the necessary herbs would prove exceedingly challenging. Young brother, do you require Millennium Ganoderma? I guarantee that mine is genuine. As Yi Chenfeng pondered quietly, a sales pitch reached his ears. He glanced up to see a middle-aged vendor smiling warmly at him, radiating an inexplicable enthusiasm. Yi Chenfeng casually examined the Millennium Ganoderma on display, crouching down to scrutinize it closely. Noticing Yi Chenfeng's interest, the middle-aged man eagerly exclaimed, "Young brother, I assure you, this is 100% authentic Millennium Ganoderma. Or your money back. If you wish to buy, I can offer you a discount. You are my first customer of the day." After inspecting the so-called Millennium Ganoderma for a moment, Yi Chenfeng frowned and shook his head. It was clearly synthetic. However, it appeared far more convincing than the fakes he had seen at previous stalls. Even an expert might mistakenly believe this vendor's product to be genuine. What do you think, young brother? Millennium Ganoderma is a health treasure. If you miss this opportunity, it may not come again. The middle-aged man persisted enthusiastically. Yi Chenfeng smirked slyly and replied, "You might deceive a child, but this is obviously a counterfeit. It is well made, though." Upon hearing this, the 3 or 4 customers who had been lingering at the stall immediately turned to leave, causing the middle-aged man's expression to darken considerably. He muttered under his breath, "What do you mean by that, young brother? Are you deliberately trying to ruin my business? Were it not for the black market's strict prohibition against violence, the middle-aged man might have already lost his temper and acted against Yi Chenfeng. Fortunately, this regulation prevented such an outburst. Otherwise, he would likely have found himself flat on the ground by now. I have no interest. You were the one who asked if I needed Millennium Ganoderma. Do you expect me to purchase a product I can see is fake? Do you truly think I am a fool?" Yi Chenfeng scoffed, turning away from the middle-aged man's stall. The middle-aged man glared darkly at Yi Chenfeng's retreating figure, muttering to himself, "What an unseeing brat. Just wait until you try to leave the black market. I shall make you regret it." With that, he retrieved a phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Yi Chenfeng paid little mind to such a minor character. Having arrived here, he intended to inspect each stall in the black market, though his hopes were dwindling. "Help! Someone! Is there a doctor here? Someone has fainted." Not far ahead, a crowd had gathered, and resonant shouts occasionally pierced through the throng. Out of curiosity, Yi Chenfeng approached to discern the cause of the commotion. Chapter 26. The mediocre physician as he pushed through the crowd. A young girl lying unconscious on the ground caught his eye. She appeared to be around 18 years of age, dressed in remarkably simple attire. Beside her was an elderly man, his face etched with wrinkles, his bloodshot eyes revealing his distress. It was evident that the girl was his granddaughter. Compassionate onlookers occasionally called out in hopes that a doctor might happen to be nearby in the bustling black market. Witnessing this scene, Yi Chenfeng felt a stirring in his heart. Although he did not consider himself a good person, he resolved to lend a hand, for it would require but a small effort on his part. He was about to retrieve his acupuncture kit to assess the girl's condition when a haughty voice rang out from outside the throng. "Clear the way. I am the head of internal medicine at Tianhai People's Hospital. Allow me to take a look." The crowd parted to make way for a middle-aged man in his 40s. Named Kong Weizhong, the esteemed head of internal medicine at one of the largest hospitals in Tianhai. Upon observing the girl and her grandfather's modest, even tattered clothing, Kong Weizhong furrowed his brow, yet he knelt to examine the girl. After a moment, he declared, "She is suffering from a myocardial infarction. Her heart has stopped. If we do not administer immediate rescue, she may not survive the day." At these words, the elderly man fell to his knees before Kong Weizhong, pleading, "Doctor, I implore you, save my granddaughter. Please." He was acutely aware that today's hospitals often prioritized wealth over compassion. Those with money received care, while the impoverished were turned away. Regrettably, Kong Weizhong recognized the man before him as one who could not afford treatment, even the cost of hospitalization. However, faced with the scrutiny of the crowd, he hesitated to outright refuse the elderly man's plea. Instead, he cleverly replied, "I'm afraid I am powerless. It takes at least half an hour to reach the hospital, and by then, even divine intervention may be futile." The old man's face blanched as if struck by lightning. He repeatedly bowed his head to Kong Weizhong, begging, "Please, I beseech you, help my granddaughter." Yi Chenfeng observed the unfolding drama, and after a moment of contemplation, he discerned the underlying motives of the head of internal medicine. Perhaps it was time for him to intervene. Emerging from the crowd, Yi Chenfeng knelt beside the girl, taking her pulse. A surge of indignation welled within him. Her condition was not as dire as Kong Weizhong had claimed. Even without intervention, transporting her to the hospital immediately would not result in a life-threatening situation. The elderly man gazed at Yi Chenfeng with confusion, for he did not appear to be a doctor. In this era, traditional Chinese medicine was often overshadowed by Western practices, and itinerant healers were a rare sight. After his preliminary diagnosis, Yi Chenfeng felt confident that he could revive the unconscious girl. He addressed the old man. "Your granddaughter must have an underlying condition, correct? Fear not. I can bring her back to consciousness right away." The old man clung to hope, asking excitedly, "Really? Can you truly awaken her?" "Absolutely. Trust me," Yi Chenfeng assured him, retrieving his acupuncture kit. "What do you intend to do? There are no medical instruments here. You are endangering her life. Do you truly believe that a few needles can save her? It is utterly preposterous." Kong Weizhong proclaimed haughtily, his disdain palpable. Despite the gravity of the situation, he maintained his lofty demeanor, eager to assert his authority. At Kong Weizhong's remarks, the crowd began to murmur, pointing fingers at Yi Chenfeng. And even the elderly man cast a doubtful glance his way. Yi Chenfeng smiled bitterly to himself. Being a good Samaritan often brought trouble. Yet, since he had stepped forward, he felt compelled to heal the girl. Otherwise, she might truly meet her demise. Pointing at Kong Weizhong, Yi Chenfeng retorted, "It is truly lamentable that you have become such a person. Get out of my way. Individuals like you are unworthy of the title of doctor." In Yi Chenfeng's view, anyone who chose the medical profession should uphold the sacred duty of saving lives. Otherwise, they should not call themselves a healer. "You are but a quack, devoid of any medical ethics. Your actions are harmful," Kong Weizhong stated with feigned seriousness. His words ignited a wave of dissent among the onlookers, who began to criticize Yi Chenfeng, some even demanding he leave and cease his interference. "Silence! Did you not hear? This so-called doctor has already declared her beyond saving. If that is the case, why are you preventing me from trying? Who spoke just now? Step forward and attempt to save her yourself." Yi Chenfeng shouted, exasperated. His words silenced the crowd, who fell quiet as if struck by frost. Yi Chenfeng was correct. Kong Weizhong had already condemned the girl to death. If Yi Chenfeng did not act, she would surely perish. Yet if he did intervene, there remained a glimmer of hope, however faint. "Ah, mediocre physician, I shall see how you intend to revive her." Kong Weizhong stepped aside, eager to witness Yi Chenfeng's impending failure. He believed Yi Chenfeng to be nothing more than a country doctor, lacking any real skill, attempting to play the hero. Restoring the girl's heartbeat and consciousness would require modern medical equipment. How could mere silver needles suffice? Regardless, the elderly man placed all his hopes in Yi Chenfeng, for Kong Weizhong had already deemed his granddaughter hopeless. In this moment, he could only rely on the faintest chance of salvation. "Young man, I entrust my granddaughter's life to you. You must help awaken her," the old man lamented. The commotion attracted an ever-growing crowd. For humanity has an innate tendency to revel in spectacle. Wherever there was excitement, they flocked, some deriving pleasure from the misfortunes of others, failing to extend a hand. While only a minority exhibited such callousness, the majority retained a sense of decency. Chapter 27. The Divine Healer. "Everyone, please step back and allow the air to circulate." As the crowd thickened, creating an oppressive atmosphere, Yi Chenfeng urgently commanded. Many in the onlooking throng were skeptical of his ability to revive the girl who had fainted from a myocardial infarction. To the average citizen, the efficacy of traditional Chinese medicine is often attributed to age. The older the practitioner, the more experienced. Yet, Yi Chenfeng appeared to be no more than 25 or 26 years old. Still, they complied, albeit with a sense of derision lurking in their hearts. From his pocket, Yi Chenfeng retrieved a lighter and heated the silver needles, eradicating some bacteria in this makeshift manner. Under the dire circumstances, he could afford no more than this. His priority was to save the life of the girl before him. Fixating on her chest, he deftly inserted 5 warmed silver needles into her cardiac region, executing each motion with fluid precision, devoid of hesitation. Even the most seasoned traditional doctors might envy his deftness. Moreover, considering the girl was clothed, his ability to accurately locate the acupoints was nothing short of miraculous. Simultaneously, as he inserted the 5 needles, Yi Chenfeng infused them with a modicum of his spiritual energy. For mere acupuncture would not suffice to revive her. The needles served as conduits, channeling his energy to stimulate the acupoints, thereby reigniting her heart's rhythm. With his right hand, he swiftly withdrew and reinserted the needles into her chest, repeating this 6 times with remarkable speed, leaving only a blur in the air. This display began to sway the crowd's perception of Yi Qinfeng's abilities. After the 6th insertion, he paused. It seemed the girl had moved past the critical phase, and it would not be long before she regained consciousness. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his complexion paled slightly. With his current level of secondary spiritual energy, it was somewhat strenuous to perform this life-saving act, which had depleting effects on his reserves. Though Yi Qinfeng's technique appeared almost miraculous, Kong Weizhong, standing nearby, remained unimpressed. With his extensive experience in medicine, he scoffed at the notion that a few needles could rouse the girl from her state. With a condescending smirk, he remarked, "If a few needles could awaken a myocardial infarction patient, then you would truly be a reincarnation of Hua Ta. Doctors like us might as well retire and sleep in peace." As Yi Qinfeng restored his spiritual energy, he felt a surge of indignation at Kong Weizhong's derision. How could a physician, instead of embodying the principle of saving lives, resort to mockery? Enough of your incessant prattling. If you continue to taint the air, I shan't hesitate to silence you, he retorted coldly, emanating a formidable aura that compelled Kong Weizhong to instinctively take 2 steps back. A sense of unease creeping into his heart. The crowd was increasingly displeased with Yi Qinfeng's audacity. After all, Kong Weizhong was the head of internal medicine at a prominent hospital, a figure of authority in their eyes. Despite Yi Qinfeng's impressive skills, the ultimate test lay in whether he could truly save the girl. The girl's grandfather anxiously watched, his face a mask of hope, fervently wishing that this young man was indeed a divine healer. Minutes slipped by, and with no signs of her awakening, Kong Weizhong smugly proclaimed, "As I predicted, you are nothing but a charlatan. Had she been sent to the hospital immediately, there might have been a chance. Now it's too late. I can only wonder how many lives have perished under your inept hands. You are nothing short of a butcher." Kong Weizhong's scornful words ignited a shift in the crowd's sentiments. Many kind-hearted individuals began to cast disdainful glances at Yi Qinfeng, some even rolling up their sleeves, prepared to confront him. To them, a quack like Yi Qinfeng was a menace to society. Yi Qinfeng, however, closed his eyes in concentration, tuning out the surrounding noise. Suddenly, he detected the rhythmic beating of the girl's heart returning. With a start, he opened his eyes and swiftly removed the 5 silver needles from her chest. "What? Are you planning to give up? Do you realize you've nearly taken a life today?" Kong Weizhong said with a tone of righteous indignation, oblivious to the subtle sounds that only Yi Qinfeng could perceive. As Kong Weizhong spoke, the girl, who had been unconscious, began to cough violently, her eyes fluttering open to find her grandfather's worried face. "Grandpa, what happened to me?" she asked, confusion etching her features. The elderly man embraced her, tears of joy streaming down his face. "You fainted just now. Do you know how worried I was? I feared you might never wake up again." The girl had long suffered from her heart condition, a chronic ailment exacerbated by the family's financial struggles, preventing them from seeking proper treatment. Although she had previously fainted, she would usually regain consciousness within a minute or two. Who could have predicted this time would be different? Kong Weizhong, witnessing the girl awake, felt as though he had been struck, his face flushed with embarrassment. Only moments before, he had derided Yi Qinfeng as a quack. Now, he had inadvertently slapped himself in the face with his own words, the heat of shame overwhelming him. The onlookers stood in stunned silence for half a minute, and as they regained their composure, the animosity they had harbored for Yi Qinfeng evaporated. Fortunately, they had refrained from acting on their impulses, or they would have wrongly assailed the savior. Reflecting on Yi Qinfeng's fluid technique and the miraculous revival of the girl, the crowd could not help but associate the term divine healer with him. It was noteworthy that even the head of internal medicine at Tianhai People's Hospital had deemed it too late for a hospital visit. Yet Yi Qinfeng had deftly pulled the girl back from the brink of death. How could one who possessed such skill not be deserving of the title divine healer? To them, her revival was nothing short of a monumental miracle. Chapter 28. Cloud-tongue Mushroom Young Man. You truly are a miraculous physician. Thank you for saving my granddaughter's life. The elderly man repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Yi Qinfeng, then turned to his granddaughter beside him, saying, "Xiaohua, you should thank this esteemed doctor. Otherwise, your grandfather might have lost you." The girl, affectionately referred to as Xiaohua, blushed slightly and said, "Thank you, big brother, for saving me." Yi Qinfeng, having stored away his acupuncture kit, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Elder, Your granddaughter's ailment should not trouble her again. I have completely cured her. The reason for Xiao Hua's recurrent myocardial infarctions stemmed from an issue with a blood vessel in her heart. Not only had Yi Qinfeng revived her, but he had also repaired the blood vessel using his soul power. The series of techniques exhibited by Yi Qinfeng convinced the old man of his capabilities. He fished out a crumpled 100 yuan note from his pocket and said, "Esteemed doctor, this is all the money I have. If you don't mind, please accept it." However, Yi Qinfeng had not rendered aid for monetary gain. And seeing the elderly man's apparent lack of means, he promptly declined, saying, "Elder, use this 100 yuan to buy something nutritious for your granddaughter. It was merely a small effort on my part. There is no need for thanks. You are truly a good person." The old man's skin, wrinkled like a chrysanthemum, glistened with gratitude in his murky eyes. The situation took a complete turn, much to the dismay of Kong Weizhong, who stood nearby, feeling quite resentful. He feigned indifference and said, "This is merely a case of blind luck. Perhaps she would have woken up on her own, even without treatment." Having no fondness for Kong Weizhong, the so-called head of internal medicine at Tianhai People's Hospital, Yi Qinfeng retorted coldly, "Was it not you who stated that if she wasn't rushed to the hospital immediately, it would be too late? Was your diagnosis erroneous? This only serves to highlight the inadequacies in your skills as an internal medicine specialist." You, Kong Weizhong stammered, pointing at Yi Qinfeng, his body trembling with anger, yet unable to articulate a rebuttal. The surrounding crowd's gaze fixated on him, causing him to feel increasingly uneasy, leading to his silent and ignoble retreat, though he etched Yi Qinfeng's visage firmly in his memory. After delivering a few instructions to the elderly man, Yi Qinfeng urged him to take his granddaughter home to rest. The gratitude expressed by both the elder and the young girl was palpable as they departed. Following their exit, the crowd began to disperse, having previously regarded Yi Qinfeng with skepticism. Yet, witnessing his remarkable acupuncture skills, many in attendance were now inclined to approach him, though pride held them back. "Excuse me, may I have a moment of your time?" A sweet, melodious voice broke through as Yi Qinfeng continued to peruse the remaining stalls in the black market. Turning to look, he was greeted by the sight of a striking woman in her early 20s, her oval face framed by long brows, her fair complexion radiant. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, and as she breathed, her bosom rose and fell enticingly. Her lips, slightly parted, exuded an alluring charm with every smile. Yi Qinfeng pointed to himself in confusion and asked, "Are you referring to me?" The woman nodded and introduced herself. "Sir, my name is Zhao Wanting. I witnessed your exceptional medical skills earlier and hope you can help me examine my father's illness." The age difference between Zhao Wanting and Yi Qinfeng was minimal, making her calling him sir seem somewhat awkward. A sentiment echoed in Yi Qinfeng's mind. Beside Zhao Wanting stood a young man clad in a black suit, his hair meticulously styled, bearing an air of inexplicable arrogance. After casting a glance at Yi Qinfeng, he remarked, "I am Wan Kai, Wanting's fiancé. Do you possess a medical license? There are far too many frauds these days. It's possible this is some elaborate scheme." Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly. Wan Kai's words extinguished any flicker of goodwill he had previously felt towards Zhao Wanting. He had no desire to entangle himself in their affairs. His priority was to enhance his own abilities. "You are correct. I do not possess a medical license, so you should seek assistance elsewhere," he replied, turning to walk away. Zhao Wanting shot Wan Kai a fierce glare and said, "Stop bringing our relationship into this. Today, I am determined to invite this esteemed gentleman to our home to see my father." She hurried to catch up with Yi Qinfeng, persistently imploring, "Sir, please, help me examine my father's condition. He has been in a coma for 3 months, and the doctors are at their wit's end." Yi Qinfeng chose to ignore her, noticing a stall ahead surrounded by curious onlookers. Intrigued, he approached to investigate. The stall was selling a type of mushroom, seemingly a new species, with onlookers unable to identify it. "Brother, what are you selling?" "This mushroom, with its contrasting black and white hues, isn't poisonous, is it?" a middle-aged man asked, his tone laced with mockery. The vendor, a seemingly honest man in worn clothing, likely from the countryside, bristled at the remark, retorting defiantly, "These were gathered by my father from the primeval forest. He said there was a 20-meter-long python nearby when he picked them. My father harvested these 5 mushrooms while the serpent was momentarily distracted. If even the great python values them, they must be worth something. Brother, I feel as if I am listening to a tale. Even if they are valuable, no one will pay 10,000 yuan for one. Besides, we've never seen such mushrooms before. We have no idea of their usefulness. You might as well pack up and head home." The middle-aged man scoffed. The stall fees here are exorbitant. If I don't sell them for 10,000 each, I wouldn't make a single cent. If my father weren't ill, I wouldn't have come to the city to earn money for his treatment, the stall owner replied, his face reddening. Clearly, the customers gathered at the stall did not believe his story. What primeval forest? What 20-meter-long python? To them, it all seemed ludicrous. As Yi Chen-feng approached the stall and observed the mushrooms on display, his heart suddenly contracted. Could it be? These were cloud tongue mushrooms. In this era, they had yet to be discovered. However, they would prove immensely beneficial to Yi Chen-feng. With the cloud tongue mushrooms and 3 common medicinal herbs, he could concoct a potion to enhance his strength. Truly, fortune had favored him at this moment. Chapter 29. Help me pay. Yi Chen-feng could hardly contain the excitement swelling within him as he crouched down to examine a cloud-hopping mushroom. The mushrooms at the stall were palm-sized, adorned in a peculiar combination of black and white, resembling a yin-yang face. It was no wonder that the middle-aged man had previously expressed suspicion about the mushrooms being poisonous. Such bizarre colors and an unfamiliar species naturally led one to associate them with toxicity. With great interest, Yi Chen-feng inspected all 5 of the cloud-hopping mushrooms, refraining from hastily purchasing them. Instead, he inquired, "From where did your father discover such mushrooms?" If he could ascertain the precise location where these mushrooms grew, Yi Chen-feng would not hesitate to embark on a journey there himself. The prospect of acquiring a substantial quantity of cloud-hopping mushrooms would undoubtedly accelerate his path to greater strength. A tantalizing temptation for him. The simple stall owner looked at Yi Chen-feng and replied, "A month ago, my family was in desperate need of money. Living in the mountains, we rely on farming and hunting to make ends meet. My father decided to venture into the primitive forests near the border, hoping to hunt a beast or 2. It was there, in a gorge within the forest, that he discovered these mushrooms, alongside a large python. Not long after leaving the forest, my father fell ill, and the cause remains a mystery. Thus, I am trying to raise money to take him to a better hospital." The surrounding customers scoffed at the stall owner's words. The earlier middle-aged man cautioned, "Young man, do not be deceived. Not all country folk are as innocent as they seem. Some are even shrewder than those of us from the city." Yi Chen-feng recognized the well-meaning intent behind the man's warning. Yet he was resolute in his belief that these were indeed cloud-hopping mushrooms. Today, he was determined to acquire all 5. In the future, he also intended to visit the primitive forest near the border to seek out the gorge mentioned by the stall owner. "Thank you for your concern," Yi Chen-feng replied. Turning back to the stall owner, "I will take all 5 mushrooms." Upon hearing this, the stall owner's face lit up with excitement as he gratefully said, "Thank you. I can take my father to a better hospital now. Do you truly know what these mushrooms are?" The middle-aged man interjected, irritation creeping into his voice. "Isn't that akin to throwing money into the Huangpu River? What value could these mushrooms possibly hold? They might even contain deadly toxins." The stall owner cautiously observed Yi Chen-feng and the middle-aged man, admitting to himself that he was unaware of the mushroom's properties. However, given his father's deteriorating health, he had no choice but to bring these unknown mushrooms to the bustling city of Tianhai, hoping for a stroke of luck. If he could not sell even one, he would not only fail to raise funds for his father's treatment, but would also lose the money he had spent to set up his stall for 5 days. Tomorrow was the final day, and he had no remaining funds, having already gone 3 days without food. Yi Chen-feng, however, saw no need to explain the mushroom's potential to the middle-aged man. He casually remarked, "I merely wish to study this new species. My curiosity about such novelties is insatiable." "Very well, please package these 5 mushrooms for me," he instructed the stall owner. The stall owner, eager to comply, quickly retrieved a bag and placed the 5 cloud-hopping mushrooms inside. The middle-aged man, recognizing that Yi Chen-feng had made his decision, refrained from further protest, as the money spent was ultimately his own. At that moment, Yi Chen-feng suddenly realized he had only 500 yuan in cash remaining, and his bank card was nearly empty as well. The substantial sum of 3 million he had previously acquired from Yunhu Group lay beneath his villa's bed. Returning there to retrieve the money would be a cumbersome endeavor. Just then, Zhao Wanting, who had been following him, spoke up, "Sir, could you please come to my home and check on my father's health? I can fulfill any request you may have, as long as it is within my power." Yi Chen-feng turned to Zhao Wanting, appraising her from head to toe. Her alluring figure would catch any man's eye. Zhao Wanting, feeling his gaze, blushed slightly. Realizing her previous statement might have been misinterpreted, she thought to herself, "As long as he can save my father, any sacrifice on my part is worth it." "What are you staring at? If you keep looking, I'll gouge out your eyes and feed them to the dogs." Zhao Wanting's fiancé, Wan Kai interjected, visibly displeased. He too had noticed Yi Qinfeng's scrutiny of Zhao Wanting and was convinced that Yi Qinfeng had inappropriate intentions. Such a base thought crossed Yi Qinfeng's mind, accompanied by a playful smile. He reached out and pulled Zhao Wanting into his embrace, feeling the softness of her waist, and teasingly asked, "Is it true that any request can be fulfilled? Let go of Wanting, or I'll make you regret it." Wan Kai hissed, his anger boiling over. Despite being Zhao Wanting's fiancé, he had yet to even hold her hand, and her indifference towards him only fueled his rage. Yi Qinfeng ignored Wan Kai, while Zhao Wanting blushed, her heart racing. The masculine aura emanating from Yi Qinfeng left her somewhat dazed as she repeatedly reminded herself, "I am doing this to save my father. If he can wake my father, that is all that matters." Yi Qinfeng gently caressed Zhao Wanting's delicate skin, saying, "Help me pay." He had no ulterior motives towards Zhao Wanting. He was not the type to become weak-kneed at the sight of a beautiful woman. Otherwise, he would have acquiesced to her earlier request. At this moment, he simply found it too tedious to return to the villa for money. So he asked Zhao Wanting to pay, considering it a treatment fee for her father. After all, he had no pressing matters and was curious to learn about her father's ailment. "What?" Zhao Wanting gasped. Then, after a moment of confusion, asked, "You want me to help you pay? Are you unwilling? If so, I can manage on my own," Yi Qinfeng replied, releasing Zhao Wanting. "I'm willing, of course. So, you're going to check on my father's health?" Zhao Wanting asked, her face lighting up with joy. Meanwhile, Wan Kai glared at Yi Qinfeng, seething with resentment. How dare he act so brazenly? He thought bitterly. Why does she pretend to be a pure and innocent woman in front of me, yet allow a stranger to embrace her without protest? I will make her pay for this one day. Wan Kai's mind was filled with vile thoughts, his gaze roving over Zhao Wanting's chest and hips. Chapter 30. Are you leaving just like that? Wan Kai, pay up, Zhao Wanting commanded. Zhao Wanting's father, Zhao Qihua, managed a publicly listed company in Tianhai. 2 years prior, Zhao Qihua had suffered an accident, and it was Wan Kai who saved his life. Since then, Wan Kai had joined Zhao Qihua's firm, consistently demonstrating exceptional talent, which earned him Zhao Qihua's admiration. Eventually, after discussions with his wife, Zhao Qihua decided to make Wan Kai the son-in-law of the Zhao family, leading to the engagement. Zhao Wanting had protested vehemently, but her parents dismissed her objections. As the wedding date approached, she contemplated running away from home. However, 3 months ago, Zhao Qihua suddenly collapsed and had not regained consciousness since, with even renowned doctors in Tianhai unable to help. This unexpected turn of events extinguished Zhao Wanting's thoughts of escape. Hearing rumors of extraordinary individuals appearing in the black market for medicinal herbs, Zhao Wanting ventured there with a sliver of hope. After a disappointing search, just as she was about to leave, she witnessed Yi Qinfeng using silver needles to save someone, reigniting her hope. She felt a strong intuition that Yi Qinfeng could awaken her father. Wan Kai, accustomed to spending Zhao family money, had received a 1,000,000 yuan check from Zhao Qihua before his collapse. Thus, when Zhao Wanting asked Wan Kai to pay, she felt no moral burden. She understood she was using Zhao family funds, not Wan Kai's. Wan Kai's face darkened, having just seen his fiancée in the arms of a stranger. He was now being asked to cover the costs for this unfamiliar man. The humiliation stung deeply. Knowing it wasn't the time to confront Zhao Wanting, he suppressed his anger and forced a faint smile, retrieving 50,000 yuan in cash from his black leather bag to hand to the innocent vendor. The vendor, upon receiving the money, repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Yi Qinfeng, further aggravating Wan Kai's frustration. Does this rustic fellow not have eyes? I'm the one paying. Wan Kai scoffed. The vendor glanced at the slickly dressed Wan Kai, scratching his head and replied, "But you didn't buy my goods, did you? Why should I thank you?" Wan Kai nearly choked on the vendor's words, veins bulging from his neck as his face turned crimson with indignation. The vendor handed the bag of yunting mushrooms to Yi Qinfeng, saying, "I truly appreciate your help. My name is Tainyo, and I will definitely repay your kindness." Tainyo, in his earnestness, regarded Yi Qinfeng as a benefactor, mistakenly believing he had bought the mushrooms out of a desire to assist. In truth, Yi Qinfeng had seized an incredible opportunity. The yunting mushrooms were invaluable, and with a mere 50,000 yuan, he had acquired 5, likely enabling him to elevate his spiritual power to the 3rd level. Yi Qinfeng waved his hand, saying, "Tainyo, I am Yi Qinfeng. Please provide me with your address. I have some knowledge of medicine and will visit your family if the opportunity arises." Yi Qinfeng sought Tainyo's address to locate the exact growing site of the yunting mushrooms, as the vastness of the primeval forest made pinpointing it exceedingly difficult. Tai Nyo's father had discovered the mushrooms, and surely he remembered their location. Tai Nyo fetched a sheet of paper, scribbling a series of crooked characters that were barely legible. With a sheepish grin, he remarked, "My writing isn't very pretty. My father taught me." After receiving the address, Yi Chen-feng exchanged a few more words with Tai Nyo before urging him to return home swiftly to tend to his father's health. Once he bid farewell to Tai Nyo, Yi Chen-feng explored the remaining stalls in the black market. Although luck did not smile upon him again, he felt thoroughly satisfied with his day's findings. He resolved to personally visit the primeval forest on the border in the near future. The yunting mushrooms he had purchased had long been uprooted. Otherwise, he could have cultivated them anew. Their value extended beyond merely enhancing power. He intended to transplant them for cultivation. "Sir, can you come home with me to see my father's condition now?" Zhao Wanting's excitement was palpable as she noticed Yi Chen-feng preparing to leave the black market. Yi Chen-feng nodded, replying, "Certainly. But please refrain from calling me sir. It feels quite uncomfortable, as though you perceive me as an elderly man." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanting couldn't help but smile slightly, asking, "What should I call you then?" The warm exchange between Yi Chen-feng and Zhao Wanting did not escape Wan Kai's notice, causing his face to contort with displeasure as he glared at Yi Chen-feng. Yi Chen-feng's instincts were sharp. He sensed Wan Kai's brooding nature. Realizing he was not a good person, he found it perplexing that a woman as enchanting as Zhao Wanting would be engaged to someone like him. Feeling a pang of sympathy for her, "You may call me Chen-feng or Brother Feng. Anything is fine," Yi Chen-feng jested. Zhao Wanting blushed slightly, acknowledging that she and Yi Chen-feng were not well acquainted. Had it not been for his impressive medical skills, she would never have ventured to engage him. She had never been so close to any man before. "Keep your distance from my fiancé, Wan Kai warned, raising his fist, which resembled a small pot. Yi Chen-feng dismissed him, stating, "You just called her your fiancé, yet you two are not married, are you? So refrain from making a fuss in my presence." As they spoke, they exited the black market, only to be confronted by four burly men blocking their path. Behind them, Yi Chen-feng recognized the middle-aged vendor who had sold fake Millennium Ganoderma in the market. "Are you leaving just like that?" The middle-aged man, exposed for selling counterfeit goods, felt irate. Had he not been interrupted, he might have completed one or two transactions. Chapter 31. A slap in the face. Upon noticing that the fierce men were approaching Yi Chen-feng, Wan Kai's face broke into a malicious grin. He eagerly anticipated Yi Chen-feng being pummeled into a state of utter disarray. "We do not know him. The person you seek is him, and it has nothing to do with us," Wan Kai declared, stepping forward to distance himself from Yi Chen-feng. "Wan Kai, do you realize what you were saying?" Zhao Wanting exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. She had placed all her hopes of reviving her father on Yi Chen-feng, and her disdain for her so-called fiancé deepened. Zhao Wanting was a remarkably astute woman. She recognized Wan Kai's deliberate attempt to ingratiate himself before her parents, who, like puppets under a spell, believed his every word. "Wan Kai, I can tell this guy is no good. He is nothing more than a con artist. We must not fall for his tricks," he pleaded, wishing to use others to teach Yi Chen-feng a harsh lesson, ideally breaking a few of his bones in the process. "Are you not in the same boat? Do you think I am a fool? You want us to let you off the hook so you can run off and report us? Look at you, slick and cunning. You are clearly a sly one," the middle-aged vendor declared arrogantly. Hearing this, Wan Kai grew anxious, pounding his chest in assurance. "We truly do not know him. Do as you wish with him. I will not interfere." The vendor scoffed, "Your words hold no credibility. I have encountered many like you. Brothers, take care of this slick fellow first." The four burly men surrounding the vendor approached Wan Kai with malevolent smiles, their knuckles cracking ominously, causing Wan Kai to swallow hard. Wan Kai's folly had indeed dug a pit for himself, and the vendor's arrogance only fueled the situation. In a desperate moment, Wan Kai pulled a stack of vibrant red bills from his black leather bag and pleaded, "I will pay you. Just don't hit me." "Stop," the vendor commanded, stepping up to snatch the money from Wan Kai's hands, also seizing the leather bag tucked under his arm. "Brothers, feel free to continue teaching this brat a lesson. We'll feast afterwards. You took my money. How can you still do this? You are untrustworthy." Wan Kai protested urgently. The vendor chuckled. "Did I ever promise that I wouldn't beat you after taking your money? Even without your cash, once I knock you down, everything in that bag would still belong to me. You can only blame your friend for offending me." He gestured towards Yi Chen-feng, intending to deal with Wan Kai first before addressing Yi Chen-feng, teaching him a lesson about speaking out of turn. Wan Kai's resentment towards Yi Chenfeng peaked. Today was truly his unlucky day. Initially seeking to use others to teach Yi Chenfeng a lesson, he found himself ensnared instead. The four muscular men began to pummel Wan Kai mercilessly, leaving him groaning on the ground like a beaten dog. The vendor spat disdainfully. "Pa, what a pathetic excuse for a man." He then turned his attention to Yi Chenfeng, saying, "Now it's your turn. But your companion here is quite charming. Let us enjoy her for a few days." Feeling the vendor's unsettling gaze, Zhao Wanting clenched her delicate, fair hands, her heart in turmoil. At that moment, a solid figure shielded her, instilling a profound sense of security and stirring unexpected emotions within her. When a man stands up for a woman in danger, disregarding his own safety, he invariably earns her admiration and affection. "What? Do you wish for a hero to save the damsel? With your appearance, you could only be a bear," the vendor scoffed. Accompanied by the vendor's derisive words, the four burly men erupted in laughter. "Brothers, let us quickly take down this eyesore. Enjoy a sumptuous meal, and then savor this lovely lady," the vendor urged, brimming with impatience. The four muscular men, equally lustful for Zhao Wanting, swung their fists toward Yi Chenfeng, eager for a swift resolution. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of bones shattering echoed through the air. As the men struck, Yi Chenfeng moved with astonishing speed, outpacing them by more than fivefold. Before their fists could connect, he had twisted their arms, breaking them all. White bones protruded grotesquely from their skin, and the men howled in agony, veins bulging on their foreheads. The vendor, initially amused, froze in shock as he witnessed the gruesome scene, his expression morphing into one of horror as he turned pale at the sight of exposed bones. Now, he realized he had kicked a solid iron plate. Yi Chenfeng was clearly a trained fighter. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Standing behind Yi Chenfeng, Zhao Wanting felt her stomach churn at the sight of the gruesome injuries, nausea threatening to overwhelm her. "Now do you see who the bear is?" Yi Chenfeng asked, a hint of amusement in his voice as he regarded the panicked vendor. The vendor, no longer able to maintain his bravado, stammered, "I am the bear. You are the hero. Should I slap you myself, or will you do it?" Yi Chenfeng inquired, twisting his wrist. The vendor, fearing for his face, quickly replied, "I'll do it myself. I wouldn't dream of bothering you." "Then hurry," Yi Chenfeng commanded, knowing that while the vendor's crimes did not warrant death, he certainly deserved a lesson. In that moment, the vendor regretted his choices profoundly. The sound of slaps echoed as he struck his own face. Each hit a painful reminder of his folly. "Harder. If you haven't eaten yet, I won't mind you going all out," Yi Chenfeng taunted. With renewed vigor, the vendor's slaps grew more forceful, and soon both sides of his face were swollen. Meanwhile, Wan Kai, who lay like a defeated dog, had hoped to witness Yi Chenfeng suffer the same fate, only to find that not only did Yi Chenfeng remain unscathed, but he had also completely subdued the assailants. Wan Kai was left feeling utterly frustrated. Chapter 32. Let him give it a try. With a face bruised and battered, Wan Kai struggled to rise from the ground, dirt still clinging to his clothes as he approached Yi Chenfeng, demanding, You could have easily dealt with them. Why didn't you intervene when they were attacking me?" Yi Chenfeng regarded Wan Kai with an expression of disdain, replying, "Did you not just claim not to know me? Why should I expend my energy to save a complete stranger?" "Wan Kai, you were utterly unreasonable. You are well aware that Chenfeng is our only hope in awakening my father, yet you sought to remain uninvolved." Zhao Wanting's anger flared as she spoke. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she uttered Chenfeng's name. Wan Kai's face reddened, his breath ragged with frustration. Even his fiancée, he stood on Yi Chenfeng's side, deepening his sense of humiliation. Yi Chenfeng glanced at the middle-aged vendor still slapping himself, stating, "If I catch you selling counterfeit goods here again, it will not merely be a matter of self-inflicted punishment." The vendor's illicit dealings had nothing to do with Yi Chenfeng initially, but his foolish decision to provoke him was tantamount to inviting disaster. The vendor hurriedly nodded, exclaiming, "I will never sell counterfeit goods again." Witnessing Yi Chenfeng take a stand for Zhao Wanting, and the vendor's subsequent abject apology, stirred emotions within Zhao Wanting. A man like this epitomized true masculinity. In contrast, comparing her fiancé Wan Kai to Yi Chenfeng was stark. If Yi Chenfeng were a prince, then Wan Kai was nothing more than a toad. And even that comparison would be an affront to toads. On their way to Zhao Wanting's home, Wan Kai assumed the role of driver, while Zhao Wanting sat in the back seat with Yi Chenfeng, engaged in light conversation. From the rearview mirror, Wan Kai observed their interaction, his anger boiling over. He bit his tongue, knowing that one day Zhao Wanting would be his, and when that day came, he would unleash all his pent-up frustrations. The vehicle soon arrived at an opulent villa estate, where one could only surmise that residents possessed fortunes in the billions, indicating Zhao Wanting's family's immense wealth. As they approached the villa's entrance, the iron gates opened automatically, closing behind them as they entered. For vigilant bodyguards stood flanking the entrance, their formidable presence betraying their prowess. They were no mere hired hands. "Good day, Mississippi, good day, young Master Wan." The bodyguards greeted Zhao Wanting and Wan Kai in unison, bowing respectfully. However, upon seeing Wan Kai's battered visage, their expressions turned to bewilderment, though they refrained from questioning. Their duty was solely to ensure the villa's security. Led by Zhao Wanting, Yi Chifeng entered the spacious living room, furnished with exquisite imported pieces and adorned with priceless antiques, a testament to their immense value. At that moment, a woman resembling Zhao Wanting approached. Upon noticing Wan Kai's injuries, she asked with concern, "Xiao Kai, what happened to you?" "Mom, it's nothing. I just had a little accident," Wan Kai replied, his gaze towards her filled with a certain yearning. Yi Chifeng, keenly perceptive, sensed that Wan Kai harbored ulterior motives. "I've told you countless times, we are not yet officially married." "She is my mother, not yours," Zhao Wanting retorted, her expression scrunching in disapproval. "You two are already engaged. There is nothing wrong with Xiao Kai calling me mom," the woman, Ding Yufan, remarked, finally noticing Yi Chifeng's presence. Her brow furrowed as she inquired, "Wanting, who is this?" Before Zhao Wanting could respond, Wan Kai interjected, "Mom, this is a quack that Wanting brought in. I've warned her repeatedly that consulting such a person for Dad's illness could lead to disaster." Ding Yufan scrutinized Yi Chifeng, skepticism written across her face. What could a young man like him possibly know? After all, even the most esteemed medical experts in Tianhai had been unable to help Zhao Qihua. For a moment, she found herself believing Wan Kai's words. Coldly, she said, "Young man, you may leave. There are plenty of better pursuits for someone your age than becoming a fraud." Without uttering a word, Yi Chifeng was labeled a charlatan by Ding Yufan, clearly showing her trust in Wan Kai. "Mom, what are you saying? Chifeng is not a fraud. I've witnessed his abilities firsthand. Let him examine Dad," Zhao Wanting exclaimed, anxious not to alienate the skilled healer. "Wanting, your attachment is misplaced. You've only just met him. There are many frauds in the world, and you could easily be deceived," Wan Kai said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Wanting, Xiao Kai is right. You are too trusting. Please ask him to leave our home," Ding Yufan insisted, not even glancing at Yi Chifeng. Yi Chifeng had no intention of enduring such treatment. He turned to leave when a middle-aged man entered the living room. The man was well built, his sharp eyes sparkling with intensity, radiating an imposing aura. This presence heightened Yi Chifeng's awareness, his internal energy suddenly surging to a peak level as he fixed his gaze on the man. The man paused, sensing the powerful aura emanating from Yi Chifeng. After a moment, he inquired, "And who might you be?" "Uncle Fong, this is the healer I invited, but my mother refuses to believe me," Zhao Wanting pouted, moving closer to the middle-aged man. The man, Fong Nanxiang, had once served in a special forces unit. Due to his past loyalty to Zhao Qihua, he became his bodyguard and eventually a project manager within Zhao's business, considered family by the Zhao clan over the years. "Can you cure Chairman Zhao's illness?" Fong Nanxiang asked Yi Chifeng abruptly. Those of great skill often recognized one another, and Yi Chifeng responded succinctly, "I cannot guarantee success." After all, he was still unaware of the nature of Zhao Qihua's ailment and could not overstate his confidence. Upon hearing this, Fong Nanxiang turned to Ding Yufan, saying, "Madam, let him give it a try." Chapter 33. Poisoning. Since Fong Nanxiang had already spoken, Ding Yufan felt it inappropriate to refuse any longer and led Yi Chifeng to Zhao Qihua's room. Deep inside, she harbored no belief that Yi Chifeng could awaken her husband. He hardly seemed to possess exceptional medical skills. Yi Chifeng could not help but smile wryly. Had he known, he would have returned home to retrieve the money himself. At that moment, he had opted to let Zhao Wanting settle the payment to avoid trouble, and now, not only was he enduring frustration, but the situation had also become considerably more complicated. The room was permeated with a faint scent of medicinal liquid. Zhao Qihua lay on the bed, his eyes tightly shut, his face gaunt and skeletal, with an foredrip continuously delivering nutrients to sustain his life. He had been in a coma for 3 months, relying solely on the four to survive, or else he would have perished long ago. As Yi Chifeng approached the bedside, he furrowed his brow upon seeing Zhao Qihua's pale, slightly darkened complexion. He promptly placed his palm on Zhao Qihua's chest, channeling a gentle wave of spiritual energy into his body. Approximately 2 minutes later, Yi Qinfeng withdrew his hand, confirming his initial suspicion. Zhao Qihua was not suffering from an illness, but rather from poisoning. A preliminary examination of the spiritual energy revealed that the toxin within his body was no ordinary poison. It appeared to be a high-tech toxin undetectable by conventional medical instruments. Otherwise, the esteemed doctors in Tianhai would not have been rendered helpless. If the toxin remained unaddressed, Zhao Qihua would have only a month left to live. Can you cure Chairman Zhao's ailment? Fang Nanxiang inquired hopefully, observing Yi Qinfeng deep in thought. It should be feasible, Yi Qinfeng replied. Although contemporary doctors were powerless against such advanced toxins, he believed that through the use of spiritual energy and acupuncture, he could expel the poison from Zhao Qihua's body. However, he chose not to disclose the true nature of Zhao Qihua's condition just yet. Given his intelligence, he surmised that the poisoning was likely the result of human intervention, so it would be prudent to first focus on treating Zhao Qihua. Yi Qinfeng felt a sense of regret. Purging the toxin from Zhao Qihua's body would require considerable effort. Yet he had only charged a mere 50,000 yuan for his services. Given the Zhao family's wealth, he believed he should have received at least 1 million, particularly since, in his view, no one in Huaxia could cure Zhao Qihua except himself, unless, of course, he could acquire an antidote for the toxin. He retrieved silver needles, briefly sterilizing them with a lighter before inserting them into Zhao Qihua's chest and abdomen, a total of 18 needles. Throughout the process, Yi Qinfeng worked with unwavering focus, executing the procedure seamlessly. Ding Yufan, who had initially dismissed him, began to regard him with newfound respect. After hearing Wan Kai's words, she had thought her daughter was acting foolishly, but now, she perceived a glimmer of hope, her expression shifting to one of intense anticipation. These seemingly simple 18 needles were designed to concentrate the toxins within Zhao Qihua's body, making it easier for Yi Qinfeng to expel them. As time progressed, Yi Qinfeng pressed his palm against Zhao Qihua's chest, continuously channeling spiritual energy into him. His complexion grew increasingly pale, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead and cheeks. As the spiritual energy flowed, Zhao Qihua's previously darkened face began to regain color. Invisible wisps of smoke emanated from his body. The onlookers felt as though they were witnessing a miracle, scarcely believing their eyes. As time ticked by, Zhao Qihua's complexion grew rosier. Suddenly, Yi Qinfeng withdrew his hand, wiping the sweat from his brow and gasping for breath. Zhao Qihua abruptly opened his eyes, expelling a thick, blackish blood that stained the sheets. Seeing Zhao Qihua awaken from his stupor, Ding Yufan rushed forward, embracing him with tears in her eyes. Qihua, I knew you would be all right. I knew it. Since Zhao Qihua had fallen into a coma, Ding Yufan had been unable to eat or sleep. After consulting numerous esteemed doctors in Tianhai and even inviting international specialists, she found that their exorbitant fees yielded no results for Zhao Qihua. She had been utterly despondent, believing the chances of his recovery were slim. Yet, a miracle unfolded before her eyes, rekindling her hope. Wan Kai, standing nearby, felt a flicker of disappointment cross his face upon witnessing Zhao Qihua's revival. He cast a dark gaze upon him, though it quickly returned to normal. Though Yi Qinfeng was recuperating, he noted Wan Kai's peculiar behavior, and he was now 90% sure that the poisoning was somehow linked to Wan Kai. Fang Nanxiang had sensed Yi Qinfeng's extraordinary aura, prompting him to allow the young man to attempt to save Zhao Qihua, given the dire state he was in. However, he never anticipated that Zhao Qihua would indeed be revived, and his gaze toward Yi Qinfeng was now filled with gratitude. Ding Yufan recounted the events of the past days to Zhao Qihua, and her eyes brimmed with regret and apology as she turned to Yi Qinfeng, saying, Mr. Yi, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Ding Yufan's apology was sincere. Reflecting on her earlier dismissal of Yi Qinfeng, she felt a wave of panic. She had nearly extinguished the hope of reviving her husband. Zhao Qihua, just regaining consciousness, felt a heaviness in his chest as he listened to Ding Yufan recount the events. Upon realizing that this young man was responsible for his revival, he exclaimed, Mr. Yi, thank you for saving my life. Zhao Wanning, who had been attentively observing the entire procedure, was overwhelmed with joy. She had always believed that Yi Qinfeng could awaken her father, a sentiment rooted in a woman's pure intuition. Mr. Yi, you have saved my life. As for the treatment fee, please feel free to state your price. Zhao Qihua said readily. Dad, I already gave Qinfeng 50,000 yuan. Zhao Wanting interjected awkwardly, the name Qinfeng rolling off her tongue with ease now. 50,000 yuan. Fang Nanxiang and Ding Yufan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. after engaging numerous renowned doctors who charged exorbitant fees with no results. They were astounded that Zhao Wanting had brought in someone for only 50,000 yuan who had actually cured Zhao Qihua. This revelation nearly drove them to despair. Yi Qinfeng felt an urge to reprimand Zhao Wanting. He had exhausted himself for a mere 50,000 yuan, which seemed utterly inadequate. He was in dire need of funds for his impending business empire plans, and the 3 million he had acquired from the Yunhu Group would not last long. Wanting, please do not be reckless. I must properly compensate Mr. Yi, Zhao Qihua admonished, having learned from Ding Yufan that without Yi Qinfeng's intervention, he would likely have met his demise soon. Mr. Zhao, if it is convenient, I would like to speak with you privately, Yi Qinfeng stated. Feeling it necessary to inform Zhao Qihua about the poisoning incident personally, Zhao Qihua looked at Yi Qinfeng with a puzzled expression and, without inquiring about the reason, said, "You may leave first." Chapter 34. Seeking assistance once everyone had exited the room, Yi Qinfeng finally spoke up. Mr. Zhao, are you aware that your 3-month-long unconsciousness is a result of severe poisoning? What? Poisoned? Zhao Qihua's face displayed an expression of incredulity as he asked in astonishment. Indeed, the toxin within your body is exceedingly potent, far beyond the capability of ordinary individuals to eliminate, let alone those so-called doctors. Yi Qinfeng replied with a dismissive curl of his lip. Mr. Zhao, I suggest you pay attention to those around you. It's possible that the poison was. Yi Qinfeng subtly hinted. At this, Zhao Qihua lifted his gaze to meet Yi Qinfeng's, his brows furrowed as he fell into deep contemplation. The individuals who could typically approach him could be counted on one hand. His wife Ding Yufan, his daughter Zhao Wanting, and the 2 others, Fang Nanxiang and Wan Kai. Ding Yufan and Zhao Wanting could be ruled out. Could it be one of Fang Nanxiang or Wan Kai? Zhao Qihua struggled to accept this reality. Fang Nanxiang had been by his side for many years, and his loyalty had led Zhao Qihua to consider him family, essentially his right-hand man. As for Wan Kai, who had once saved Zhao Qihua's life and was now set to become his son-in-law, the thought that one of them might be responsible for poisoning him was beyond comprehension. Mr. Yi, I refuse to believe that only those close to me could have poisoned me, Zhao Qihua insisted, still in denial. Yi Qinfeng chuckled inwardly. How could Zhao Qihua, a chairman of a corporation, possess such poor judgment? Yet, all he could do was offer a hint, leaving Zhao Qihua to decide how to address the situation or whether to believe him at all. Mr. Zhao, think it over. I won't disturb your rest any longer. As Yi Qinfeng stepped out of the room, Zhao Wanting rushed up to him, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Qinfeng, my father's condition should be fine now, right? Although Yi Qinfeng had successfully expelled the toxins from Zhao Qihua's body, the prolonged exposure had already caused damage to some of his organs. Unless those functions were restored, Zhao Qihua could potentially lose 10 to 20 years of his life. Noticing the worry etched on Zhao Wanting's fair face, Yi Qinfeng decided to extend his kindness and said, Your father's health is still quite precarious. Restoring him to his former self will require considerable effort on my part. However, such treatment will not be included in the 5,000 yuan fee. Zhao Wanting scrunched her adorable nose in response. You're so stingy. Weren't you supposed to be a reclusive master who doesn't care about money? Feeling a twinge of embarrassment at her remark, Yi Qinfeng teased, I am no such master. To be blunt, I am merely an ordinary person. If you were my woman, I would naturally charge nothing. Zhao Wanting's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, as if they might bleed, and she shot him an indignant glare akin to a young wife playfully scolding her husband. The playful banter between Yi Qinfeng and Zhao Wanting caused Wan Kai, who stood nearby, to grow visibly uncomfortable. Observing this, Ding Yufan quickly interjected, Mr. Yi, it's getting late. Please stay here for the night to avoid the hassle of back and forth tomorrow. Yi Qinfeng accepted graciously, as his spirit energy had been nearly depleted from treating Zhao Qihua, and he greatly needed a tranquil room to recuperate and restore his energy to its peak state. Mr. Yi, please follow me. Under Fang Nanxiang's guidance, Yi Qinfeng entered a sparsely furnished room. If I am not to leave this room, please do not allow anyone to disturb me, Yi Qinfeng instructed, as he was particularly wary of interruptions during his recuperation. Understood, Mr. Yi. Once Fang Nanxiang exited, Yi Qinfeng settled into a cross-legged position, gradually achieving a steady breath, his inhalations and exhalations becoming rhythmically synchronized. Were it not for the sound of his breathing, onlookers might have mistaken him for a statue. After an extended period of meditation, Yi Qinfeng's spirit energy replenished to its peak level. He yawned and stretched, just as his phone rang unexpectedly. Taking out his phone, he pressed the answer button. Qinfeng, you must return to the strong soldier training camp immediately. came the urgent voice of Yi Dongjian from the other end. Uncle, did you take Viagra this morning? You seem unusually energetic, Yi Chenfeng joked. You brat. I'm not joking. I'm in a tight spot here. You need to come back and help me hold the fort. Yi Dongjian's voice was laced with impatience. Given the urgency in his uncle's tone, Yi Chenfeng asked, what on earth is happening that requires my immediate return to the training camp? Why are you asking questions? Am I not allowed to call you back? If you don't show up today, don't bother calling me uncle again. Listening to the busy signal that followed, Yi Chenfeng realized his uncle was undoubtedly in some trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so flustered. As he opened the door and stepped out, he found Fang Nanxiang standing rigidly at the entrance, his eyes bloodshot from having stood vigil there all night. It seemed that Fang Nanxiang had taken Yi Chenfeng's earlier remark to heart, guarding the door without rest. Zhao Qihua had once shown immense gratitude to Fang Nanxiang, and as the one who had revived Zhao Qihua, Yi Chenfeng certainly warranted Fang Nanxiang's utmost respect. Mr. Yi, you're awake. Did you sleep well last night? Fang Nanxiang inquired, bowing slightly. Fang Nanxiang's dedication deeply impressed Yi Chenfeng. It was clear that he was fiercely loyal to Zhao Qihua, hence his conscientiousness towards Yi Chenfeng. Brother Fang, I feel rather guilty for having you stand guard all night just because I mentioned it casually, Yi Chenfeng sincerely expressed. Mr. Yi, you are too kind. You are the hope for Chairman Zhao's recovery, and thus, you are my benefactor as well, Fang Nanxiang replied straightforwardly, his military background evident in his forthright demeanor. Yi Chenfeng felt a stir of emotion and said, Brother Fang, I need to step out for a moment, but I shall return to treat Chairman Zhao's condition. Since his uncle had urgently summoned him, he naturally needed to visit the strong soldier training camp. Mr. Yi, where are you headed? May I drive you? Fang Nanxiang offered. There's no need, Brother Fang. You should rest. Yi Chenfeng declined, feeling it would be an imposition. Please, Mr. Yi, don't stand on ceremony with me. Fang Nanxiang bowed again, gesturing for Yi Chenfeng to proceed, who ultimately felt it would be ungracious to refuse. After a brief farewell to the Zhao family, Fang Nanxiang and Yi Chenfeng departed. As they left, Zhao Qihua cautioned Fang Nanxiang to take his time returning, suggesting he bring Yi Chenfeng back with him after his business was concluded, thus alleviating any inconvenience for Yi Chenfeng. Chapter 35. You can't be joking with me, right? The autumn wind howled, and early in the morning, the training grounds of the strong soldier training camp were filled with people, the atmosphere somewhat tense. Yi Dongjian and Lin Zhonghu stood side by side. Facing them was a burly middle-aged man in military attire, a faint smile gracing his lips. The iron-blooded aura emanating from this man was even more pronounced than that of Yi Dongjian and Lin Zhonghu, a testament to the hardships endured by one who has truly faced the trials of battle. This man, named Wu Kunming, hailed from the Wu family of the capital and was also the uncle of Wu Xiaofei, serving as the chief instructor of a military district in the capital. He was in Tianhai on business. The Yi and Wu families had a close relationship, which meant that Yi Dongjian and Wu Kunming had known each other since childhood, having grown up together and often competing fiercely. Just upon arriving in Tianhai, Wu Kunming was unable to contain himself and sought out Yi Dongjian for a friendly bout. Lin Zhonghu, today there's nothing concerning your flying leap brigade. I've made it clear that I'm here to spar with Yi Dongjian. However, I wish to change the format this time. I've brought along a few of my own men to Tianhai, so why not let your subordinates compete against mine? It would certainly be more dignified than you being publicly defeated by me, Wu Kunming said, gesturing towards Yi Dongjian with confidence. Are you out of your mind? I, Yi Dongjian, would lose to you, a giant bear? Even my subordinates are 1,000 times stronger than yours. Yi Dongjian was not one to back down easily and was immediately engulfed in fury. However, deep down, he knew he was no match for this formidable opponent. In past encounters, Yi Dongjian had faced nothing but crushing defeats, which is why he had desperately reached out to Yi Chenfeng for help. It was a matter of pride for him to seek assistance from a younger relative, since you are so confident. I am curious to see just how formidable your subordinates truly are. Or are they merely skilled in empty bravado like you? Wu Kunming, despite resembling a giant bear, possessed a calm demeanor that was quite contrary to his imposing appearance. Yi Dongjian cast a glance towards the entrance of the training grounds, thinking to himself, that rascal Chenfeng better not leave me hanging. Observing Yi Dongjian's anxious demeanor, Wu Kunming chuckled. You seem to be having second thoughts. It's been a year since we last met, and you've become quite the coward. In the past, you would have charged ahead even knowing you might lose. Who are you calling a coward? Go to hell. Today, I will show you the strength of the strong soldier training camp. Yi Dongjian could only put on a brave face, for conceding to Wu Kunming was out of the question. He could only pray in his heart, Chinfeng, don't let me down at such a critical moment. If you come today, I'll even call you little uncle. I shall eagerly await the spectacle. Today, we will conduct a best-of-3 format. The first round will be shooting, the second round throwing, and the third round will be hand-to-hand combat. You have no objections, I presume? I've heard you are the shooting instructor at the Strong Soldier Training Camp, so you must have trained at least a couple of sharpshooters. I have chosen your strong suit, so don't claim I'm bullying you. Wu Kunming boomed jovially, relishing the thought of Yi Dongjian being bested. Once in their youth, Yi Dongjian was known as a notorious playboy in the capital. There was a time when he was cornered by members of other prominent families, and fortuitously, Wu Kunming happened to pass by. Without hesitation, he shed his coat and helped Yi Dongjian take down the assailants. Thus, a bond of brotherhood, albeit unique, had formed between them. Outside the Strong Soldier Training Camp, a black Mercedes came to a steady halt, and Yi Chifeng stepped out of the passenger seat. Turning to Feng Nanxiang in the car, "Brother Feng, why don't you head back for now? Once I've settled matters here, I shall assist Chairman Zhao with his treatment." Feng Nanxiang respectfully shook his head. "Mr. Yi, I will wait here for you." Upon hearing this, Yi Chifeng said no more. He pulled out the access pass Yi Dongjian had given him and entered the Strong Soldier Training Camp without any hindrance. Feng Nanxiang watched as Yi Chifeng's figure disappeared from sight, waves of emotion stirring within him. As a Tianhai native and a former member of a special forces unit, he was well aware of the prestige of the Strong Soldier Training Camp. It was not a place where just any soldier could gain entry, which explained the unique aura he sensed upon first meeting Yi Chifeng. "Yi Dongjian, how much longer must we wait? You're not trying to stall, are you?" Wu Kunming, visibly impatient, called out as he stood on the training ground. Yi Dongjian cast one last glance at the entrance, internally scolding, "That little rascal Chinfeng. When I see him next, he will have to answer for this." It seemed Yi Dongjian had not considered the reality that even if he did see Yi Chifeng again, could he truly match him in skill? It was merely a delusion of grandeur on his part. "Who is stalling? I merely thought you all had just arrived after a long journey, and I wanted to give you a moment to rest. After all, it would be shameful to lose and not admit it." Yi Dongjian stubbornly insisted. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us commence the first round of shooting," Wu Kunming declared. Just then, Yi Chifeng entered the training grounds, surveying the area until he quickly spotted Yi Dongjian and approached, asking, "Little uncle, why did you call for me in such a hurry?" Yi Chifeng had been so focused on finding Yi Dongjian that he had not noticed anyone else. Upon speaking, he finally recognized Wu Kunming and exclaimed, "Ah, Uncle Wu is also here." He had begun to piece together the urgency behind his little uncle's summons. Seeing Yi Chifeng arrive just in time, Yi Dongjian sighed in relief and said, "That bear of a man, my nephew is a combat expert I personally trained. For the third round, let my nephew have a go with you. As for the other 2 rounds, being the shooting instructor, I am confident my subordinates can secure victory in the first round. After all, it's a best-of-3 format. If we win 2 rounds, victory is ours." Wu Kunming thought he must be hearing things. A knowing smile crept onto his rugged face as he asked, "You can't be serious? You want Chinfeng to participate in the third round of combat?" The news of Yi Chinfeng's recovery from his phobia had not yet spread in the capital, and since Wu Xiaofei had kept it a secret, Wu Kunming found Yi Dongjian's decision to involve Yi Chinfeng in combat utterly foolish. Chapter 36. The Genius Marksman. "What's the matter, Big Black Bear? Do you look down upon my nephew? I have personally trained him," said Yi Dongjian with an air of confidence, eager to showcase Yi Chinfeng's prowess to this formidable creature. "Aren't you setting Chinfeng up for failure?" "I know his capabilities all too well," Wu Kunming asserted with certainty. "There's no need for your concern. I am well aware of my nephew's strength," Yi Dongjian replied, overflowing with self-assurance. Wu Kunming's sturdy frame trembled slightly as he responded, "Don't presume that just because Chinfeng is taking the stage, I will ease up on my men. Let us see the real skills on display shortly." The left side of the training ground was cordoned off to create a shooting range. Yi Dongjian instructed his soldiers to make a simple setup, readying for the shooting challenge. To heighten the difficulty, he ordered his troops to suspend 4 coins from a thin string 100 meters away. At such a distance, hitting the coins was a daunting task. Merely discerning their presence was a challenge in itself. The soldier Yi Dongjian dispatched was the CR de la CR of the shooting department, confident that he would secure victory in the first round of the competition. He picked up a practice firearm, his stance impeccable, a testament to his rigorous training. With a confident gleam in his eyes, he was recognized as an exceptional marksman in the elite training camp, sometimes even outshining the shooting instructor, Yi Dongjian. At 100 meters, he fired 4 shots in quick succession. The muffled sounds resonated through the air. Hitting the coins was substantially more challenging than aiming at a target. The difficulty multiplied several times. However, for someone who handled firearms daily, even sleeping with one, it was merely child's play. He was certain he had struck at least 2 of the coins. Moments later, a soldier arrived to announce the results, confirming that the marksman had indeed hit 2 coins. For such a challenge, that was commendable, especially from 100 meters away. You, my friend, have been slacking off lately. Your skills seem to have diminished, Yi Dongjin remarked, patting the soldier on the shoulder as he returned to the ranks. One could see from Yi Dongjin's proud smile that he was quite pleased with his subordinate's performance, though humility is a cherished trait among the people of Huaxia. Yi Dongjin, I must say, your subordinate's shooting skills are rather lackluster. Allow me to show you what true marksmanship looks like, Wu Kunming retorted. Just as a lean soldier with thick glasses stepped forward from behind him, a figure that hardly suggested a sharpshooter. Ha ha ha, Big Black Bear. You're sending this four-eyed frog to compete. I doubt he can even see the target properly, let alone shoot. Yi Dongjin burst into laughter. Don't be so confident. Soon you'll see who's laughing last, Wu Kunming replied, unperturbed. The slender soldier, the so-called four-eyed frog, took hold of the practice firearm. Beneath his thick lenses, a glimmer of determination emerged, and his demeanor shifted dramatically. Yi Chenfeng, observing from the side, felt an instinctive sense of danger. He sensed that this four-eyed frog was no ordinary opponent. In his previous life, Yi Chenfeng was a master marksman, adept with any firearm. He had intended to inform Yi Dongjin of his desire to take the stage, but seeing that the arrangements had already been made, he refrained from speaking up. The four-eyed frog aimed with a focus that was markedly quicker than the previous shooter. 4 bullets fired swiftly. His expression serene and composed, neither arrogant nor anxious, an embodiment of profound tranquility. Yi Dongjin had assumed victory was assured in the first round. But when the statistician announced that the soldier had struck 3 coins, his jaw dropped in astonishment, his face reddening. After all, he was the shooting instructor. Wasn't he this akin to a slap in the face? How about that? Now you understand what a true marksman is, Wu Kunming declared triumphantly. Witnessing his uncle's embarrassment, Yi Chenfeng sighed, knowing that Yi Dongjin had never bested Wu Kunming before. He stepped forward, saying, Uncle Wu, my uncle was only joking. The real marksman has yet to take the stage. Oh, is there someone even more formidable among you? Wu Kunming asked, puzzled, glancing at Yi Chenfeng. Not only Wu Kunming but even Yi Dongjin was filled with curiosity. The soldier he had sent forth was already the best shot. Very well, Chenfeng, summon this supposed marksman. I want he accept any claims of unfair advantage later, Wu Kunming challenged, skeptical that anyone could surpass the four-eyed frog's performance. In response, Yi Chenfeng picked up the nearby practice firearm. Seeing this, Wu Kunming exclaimed, Chenfeng, what are you doing? Shooting, Yi Chenfeng replied casually. Chenfeng, if you wish to shoot, do so to your heart's content later. For now, summon the marksman you mentioned, Wu Kunming insisted. Uncle Wu, that marksman is me. Yi Chenfeng pointed to himself. Chenfeng you. Wu Kunming was momentarily speechless, then recalled Yi Chenfeng's history of struggles with anxiety and relented. Bang, 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 bang. While speaking, Yi Chenfeng had already fired at the 4 coins 100 meters away, not even taking the time to aim. To onlookers, it appeared he was merely fooling around. Yi Dongjin sighed and shook his head. Despite Yi Chenfeng's remarkable abilities, he believed that marksmanship could not be mastered overnight, thus deeming Yi Chenfeng's actions as foolish. Just as Yi Dongjin was about to concede defeat, the statistician rushed over, a look of astonishment etched on his face, stammering, Instructor Yi, just now. Yi Dongjin impatiently interrupted, already anticipating the outcome. Let me guess, not a single shot hit the coins. No, that's not it. All 4 shots struck the coins, and each hit right at the center. The statistician gasped. What? How is that possible? Yi Dongjin stood in stunned silence, his mind racing to comprehend the unexpected outcome. Quickly, take me to see the coins. Yi Dongjin dashed toward the coins, with Wu Kunming and Lin Zhonghu following closely behind, both equally astonished by the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 37. The astonishing power upon witnessing the truth spoken by the statistician, the expressions on Yi Dongjin, Wu Kunming, and Lin Zhonghu's faces were nothing short of spectacular. Yi Dongjin burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Great Black Bear, now you understand what a marksman truly is, don't you? That four-eyed frog under your command couldn't even compete with Chenfeng. His shooting skills are a result of my training. Lin Zhonghu, however, was bemused. While others may have been unaware, he was acutely aware that Yi Qinfeng's extraordinary marksmanship had little to do with Yi Dongjian. Otherwise, given Yi Dongjian's disposition, he would have been the first to showcase Qinfeng's talents. Thus, prior to this moment, even Yi Dongjian had been oblivious to Qinfeng's exceptional shooting prowess. Wu Kunming wore a look of deep confusion. Wasn't Qinfeng an individual plagued by anxiety? How could his marksmanship be so impeccable? Hitting a coin from 100 meters away with 4 consecutive shots was no mere stroke of luck. He had never anticipated that Qinfeng's skills were so remarkable, and he thought to himself that he must arrange for Qinfeng to train his subordinates. I concede this round of shooting, Wu Kunming declared generously, his thoughts now entirely consumed by the potential of Yi Qinfeng. Great Black Bear, this round was destined for your defeat. Have you forgotten who Qinfeng's uncle is? Your subordinates are but minnows in comparison to him, Yi Dongjian said, feeling a surge of satisfaction as he finally had the chance to hold his head high before Wu Kunming after all these years. However, he was equally perplexed. How could Qinfeng's shooting be so exceptional? In his memory, his nephew had never even touched a firearm before. Was there truly such a thing as genius in this world? Yet marksmanship was not solely reliant on innate talent. It required years of rigorous training to achieve the level of a sharpshooter. Thus, how could one explain Qinfeng's remarkable skills? It seemed this young man harbored numerous secrets. Had he known earlier about Qinfeng's prowess, he would have insisted on enlisting his help to train the shooting department. This thought resonated with Wu Kunming as well. The next round of competition involved throwing. Yi Dongjian led everyone away from the shooting range to a more open area, inquiring along the way whether Qinfeng had any skill in throwing. Throwing, to put it plainly, was a contest of strength. With Qinfeng's current peak second-level soul power, his strength would surely be formidable. Thus, he resolved to seize victory in all 3 events today, treating it as an opportunity to elevate his uncle's prestige. This time, Yi Dongjian allowed Wu Kunming's subordinates to go first. Wu Kunming sent forth a towering soldier, whose bulging muscles could barely be contained by his uniform, a veritable powerhouse. The lead ball designated for throwing weighed a staggering 50 pounds, more than 3 times the weight of a standard competition ball. For an ordinary person, lifting such a weight with one hand would be an immense challenge, let alone throwing it. The soldier grasped the hefty lead ball with his right hand, inhaled deeply, hoisted it above his shoulder, and with a mighty roar, hurled the weight into the air. The 50-pound lead ball traced a graceful arc through the atmosphere before crashing to the ground like a cannonball. The statistician, after measuring the distance, approached Yi Dongjian and the others with a look of profound astonishment, stating, "Instructor Yi, the throw traveled 50 meters. To launch a 50-pound lead ball such a distance was truly a feat worthy of a strongman." Yi Dongjian glanced at Qinfeng's slight frame, feeling a twinge of concern. However, even if they lost this round, there remained the final bout of combat. With the shooting event already secured in his favor, he was confident that Qinfeng would excel in the martial arts competition. What? Qinfeng is up next again? Wu Kunming questioned, bemused. Throwing was entirely reliant on explosive physical power, and Qinfeng's build hardly suggested he was capable of such strength. Those who can do more must work harder. My nephew is a versatile genius. One cannot judge a book by its cover, nor can the vastness of the sea be measured by a single cup. Have you never heard that saying, Great Black Bear? Yi Dongjian proclaimed, though internally he too harbored doubts. Nevertheless, he refused to show weakness in front of Wu Kunming. Yi Qinfeng elevated his soul power to the peak of the second level, lifting the 50-pound lead ball with his right palm. With his current level of soul power, he was confident of winning this throwing contest. Suddenly, he thrust his palm forward with force, generating a powerful wave that surrounded the lead ball. Unlike the usual arcing trajectory of a thrown lead ball, Qinfeng's projectile flew in a straight line. Soon, Qinfeng's lead ball surpassed the previous soldier's throw, continuing steadily for another 20 to 30 meters before finally crashing to the ground. Though the exact distance was unknown, it was clear to everyone present that Qinfeng had once again emerged victorious in the lead ball contest. If the previous soldier's performance had left the statistician astonished, Qinfeng's achievement nearly left him in shock. Was this truly human? Not only had he hit every target in shooting, but he also displayed an astonishing explosive power. The statistician trembled as he announced Qinfeng's distance, 80 meters, fully 30 meters beyond the soldier's throw. Wu Kunming narrowed his eyes, gazing meaningfully at Qinfeng. He could hardly fathom how someone with anxiety could transform into a sharpshooter, exhibiting such incredible explosive power. If such a talent were to be integrated into his military district, the strength would undoubtedly see tremendous enhancement. It seems today I am the victor? You, great black bear, must concede with good grace, Yi Dongjian said with delight. Knowing Yi Dongjian's limited abilities, Wu Kunming was all too aware that Chen Feng could not possibly have been trained by him. Filled with deep curiosity, Wu Kunming turned to Chen Feng, asking, Chen Feng, would you be interested in developing your career in the military district in the capital? I could arrange for you to serve as a major. With a talent like Chen Feng, the opportunity to secure him should not be missed. Wu Kunming was resolute in his intention to recruit Chen Feng into his military district. Chapter 38. You are impressive, Commander Wu. The final round of combat has yet to commence. I, too, wish to stretch my limbs. A man standing behind Wu Kunming, who had been observing with a cold gaze, spoke up. Wu Kunming turned in surprise to look at the man who had spoken, and after a moment of hesitation, replied, Wang Li, this may not be appropriate. Let us not forget your true identity. Wu Kunming was acutely aware of Wang Li's real status. He was a member of the elite soldier group of the Huaxia Nation, a specialized department renowned for its extraordinary operatives. Those who entered this group possessed remarkable skills, and each member was at the pinnacle of individual combat prowess. Wang Li had accompanied Wu Kunming to Tianhai on a mission, and Wu had never anticipated that Wang Li would propose such a challenge, clearly intrigued by Yi Chenfeng. Ignoring Wu Kunming's objections, Wang Li shed his outerwear and pointed at Yi Chenfeng, asking, Do you dare to face me in combat? Wang Li sensed the immense power within Yi Chenfeng, a force that was not inferior to his own. At their level of expertise, finding worthy opponents was a rarity. Often, they could only enhance their abilities through battles that pushed them to their limits. Wu Kunming could only smile wryly at Wang Li's obstinacy. He had no authority to deter Wang Li, as the higher-ups had instructed him to cooperate fully with Wang Li during this mission. Yi Dongjian, unaware of Wang Li's identity, sneered, Big Black Bear, how do you usually discipline your subordinates? It seems to me that you are the one subordinate here. Wu Kunming felt a sense of helplessness. If Yi Dongjian were to learn that Wang Li was a member of the elite soldier group, he would likely refrain from making light of the situation. Members of this group were formidable. It was rumored that a single operative could take on a special forces team of 20 or 30 men, their strength almost bordering on the monstrous. Yi Chenfeng felt an unprecedented sense of danger emanating from Wang Li. He was certain that since his rebirth, Wang Li was the strongest opponent he had encountered. Although they had yet to engage in battle, there existed an intuitive understanding among skilled fighters. Wang Li, as a member of the elite soldier group, would not have casually proposed a match unless he perceived something exceptional in Yi Chenfeng. Such high-caliber experts typically refrained from initiating combat unless provoked by a worthy adversary, and it was evident that Wang Li categorized Yi Chenfeng within that realm. A surge of battle intent welled up within Yi Chenfeng, his hair swaying in the autumn breeze as his expression turned serious. If it is a fight you seek, then let it be so. Excellent. I appreciate a straightforward individual. If you can withstand 20 of my strikes, you shall henceforth be considered my friend, Wang Li declared, his fists clenching slightly, his muscles rippling, eliciting a sense of trepidation from those nearby. Despite Yi Chenfeng's impressive abilities, Wu Kunming doubted he could match a member of the elite soldier group. He quickly interjected, You two should keep it light. This statement was intended specifically for Wang Li. Standing beside Wu Kunming, Yi Dongjian chuckled, Big Black Bear, are you afraid that Chenfeng might injure your subordinate? Rest assured, Chenfeng knows his limits. Wu Kunming was at a loss for words. Wang Li is not my subordinate. Have you ever heard of the elite soldier group? Upon hearing the term elite soldier group, both Yi Dongjian and Lin Zhonghu's expressions changed instantly. Yi Dongjian cautiously asked, Big Black Bear, are you suggesting that Wang Li is a member of the elite soldier group? Wu Kunming nodded silently. After receiving confirmation, Yi Dongjian's lips twitched involuntarily as he exclaimed, This is unacceptable, Big Black Bear. You are truly despicable for allowing Chenfeng to compete against a member of the elite soldier group. I must intervene immediately. Wu Kunming grasped Yi Dongjian's arm, saying, It was Wang Li who expressed interest in Chenfeng's abilities. Do you think you can stop this? However, I trust Wang Li will exercise restraint. During their exchange, Yi Chenfeng had already made his move. With a swift punch, Wang Li's expression shifted. He had initially thought he had the upper hand, but the reality was far from his expectations. The speed of Yi Chenfeng's attack was akin to lightning, infused with a surge of battle intent as it struck towards Wang Li's chest. Faced with an opponent of equal caliber, Yi Chenfeng held nothing back, elevating his soul power to the pinnacle of level 2 with his first strike. The unexpected velocity and force momentarily caught Wang Li off guard. By the time he reacted, Yi Chenfeng's fist had already impacted his chest, sending him staggering backward and involuntarily releasing a muffled grunt. In this first exchange, it was clear that Yi Qinfeng had gained the upper hand, leaving Yi Dongjian and the others who were watching in stunned silence. Big Black Bear. Is he truly a member of the elite soldier group? You cannot be deceiving me, Yi Dongjian questioned in shock. Wu Kunming's astonishment rivaled Yi Dongjian's, and he replied tersely, "Who has the time to play such tricks with you?" Shaking off the impact, Wang Li felt an increase in his battle spirit and remarked, "It seems I have underestimated your abilities. Let us try again." This time, it was Wang Li who initiated the attack. As a member of the elite soldier group, he would not dare to present himself without possessing formidable skills. His robust physique charged at Yi Qinfeng like an enraged bull, raising a cloud of dust in his wake. The energy surging from Wang Li was overwhelmingly dominant. Any ordinary individual caught in his path would likely be incapacitated. Yi Qinfeng leapt nimbly, evading Wang Li's charge while simultaneously pressing his hand down on Wang Li's head. With a sudden burst of strength, Wang Li was sent crashing to the ground, uprooting patches of grass beneath him. When did the Huaxia military region acquire such a formidable figure? With Yi Qinfeng's abilities, he could surely hold his own within the elite soldier group. Amidst his astonishment, Wang Li executed a swift recovery, rising from the ground in a rather disheveled state, dirt covering his face and clothing. How could someone who appeared to be no more than 25 or 26 possess such exceptional skills? Surely, no amount of relentless training could yield such prowess. I must admit, you are indeed impressive, but you are still not my match, Wang Li stated. Since the age of 10, he had undergone rigorous training, and now at 35, he had dedicated 25 years to honing his abilities without faltering, even amidst his missions. Despite the extraordinary talent of his opponent, he remained confident in his capacity to triumph over Yi Qinfeng. Chapter 39. Enhancement of Strength. This is not certain. Overconfidence can indeed be a fatal flaw in battle. If what you just displayed was your full strength, then I regret to inform you that victory is mine today. Yi Qinfeng felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration within him. Since his rebirth, this was the first time he fought so freely. Wang Li's gaze grew increasingly grave. Before him stood a youth whose physique was so slender, yet he could unleash such formidable power. From the implications of his words, it seemed he had yet to reveal his true capabilities. This thought sent a chill of trepidation through Wang Li's heart. Am I dreaming? Even the members of the elite soldiers group are no match for my nephew? Yi Dongjian rubbed his eyes vigorously, astonished. Witnessing the members of the elite soldiers group struggle against Yi Qinfeng only intensified Wu Kunming's desire to recruit him. If Yi Qinfeng were to train his subordinates, he could undoubtedly forge an invincible team. Tell me the truth. Why has Qinfeng become so powerful? I know it has nothing to do with you, Wu Kunming inquired. What do you mean by that? Do you think I, Yi Dongjian, cannot cultivate such talent? Yi Dongjian retorted, though he too was eager to understand the reasons behind his nephew's transformation. However, he had no leads. He had even called the old master. But all the elder said was that as long as Qinfeng did not err, he should be allowed to do as he pleased. At this moment, Wang Li was entirely enveloped in the spirit of battle. Even among the elite soldiers group, his strength was considered average, and in his heart, the notion of defeat was unacceptable. Regardless of whom he fought, even against those stronger than himself, if one prepared for defeat, how could they ever achieve victory? Veins stood out on Wang Li's arms, and his eyes remained fixed on Yi Qinfeng, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension for the onlookers. Yi Dongjian and Lin Zhonghu, despite having experienced Yi Qinfeng's prowess firsthand, could hardly fathom that he could match the members of the elite soldiers group so evenly. If Yi Qinfeng's strength had merely remained at the peak of his previous life, at level 8 of soul power, then even against multiple members of the elite soldiers group, he would have triumphed effortlessly. Come, let me witness your true strength, Wang Li said, his eyes narrowing as he focused all his attention on Yi Qinfeng. In an instant, Yi Qinfeng moved like a cheetah in full sprint, appearing before Wang Li in the blink of an eye, raising his leg to kick at Wang Li's waist. Wang Li's reflexes were remarkably swift. He retreated 2 steps and retaliated with a kick aimed at Yi Qinfeng's leg. The exchange of punches and kicks created an almost ethereal aura around them, prompting Yi Dongjian to command that no one approach. He knew that any interference could result in severe injury. Wang Li's strength and endurance were indeed astonishing, which left Yi Qinfeng feeling uncertain of victory. He cast aside thoughts of defeat, sharpening his attacks further. With each clash of their fists, blood flowed, and even white bone became visible. Yet neither combatant showed any sign of halting. They seemed determined to establish superiority. After prolonged exchanges, Wang Li's speed and strength visibly diminished, while Yi Qinfeng's soul power had also waned significantly. Leaping toward Wang Li once more, he exclaimed, "What a thrill! Let's continue." Faced with the seemingly inexhaustible energy of Yi Qinfeng, Wang Li could only muster a bitter smile. Initially, he had only sensed the overwhelming power within Yi Qinfeng. Unable to contain his eagerness to strike, he had thought Yi Qinfeng might last 20 exchanges at most, yet reality continually exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, Yi Qinfeng felt a tumultuous surge of soul power within him, signaling a potential breakthrough, much to his delight. He had not anticipated that battling Wang Li would yield such a reward. In a moment of sheer determination, he unleashed all the energy within him, leaving the already fatigued Wang Li in a state of despair, thinking, "Fine, I will wait until you exhaust your strength before defeating you." However, to Wang Li's astonishment, Yi Qinfeng's energy surged dramatically, exceeding his own, inducing a profound sense of hopelessness within him. His soul power had ascended from the pinnacle of level 2 to level 3, yet he struggled to control it, with energy occasionally leaking out uncontrollably. Once more, he charged at Wang Li. With his newfound strength, Yi Qinfeng harbored no doubt about his ability to withstand Wang Li's onslaught. As his fist approached Wang Li's face, Yi Qinfeng dissipated his energy just in time, whispering in a tone audible only to the two of them, "You've lost. And thank you for helping me enhance my strength. Otherwise, I might have taken longer to break through." Wang Li's expression darkened. He had never anticipated being so thoroughly dominated, let alone inadvertently aiding his opponent's growth. A sense of unprecedented frustration welled within him, but he recognized that continuing the fight would be futile. He could not match Yi Qinfeng's prowess. "You are formidable, but I shall soon catch up to you." Wang Li was a person who could accept defeat gracefully. Losing was simply losing, with no need for excuses. In fact, Yi Qinfeng's victory sparked a newfound motivation within him. Is it really that simple? Has Qinfeng truly bested a member of the elite soldiers group? Yi Dongjian was utterly taken aback, muttering to himself. In the eyes of military personnel, the elite soldiers group was an unattainable organization. Yet his nephew had triumphed over Wang Li right before him. Few would believe such a tale. Wang Li turned and left the training grounds, utterly depleted of strength and in dire need of rest to recover. He had crucial tasks awaiting him in Tianhai. Though Yi Qinfeng's limbs ached from their repeated clashes, the breakthrough in his strength replenished him with an inexhaustible vitality that he felt compelled to release, lest he risk harming himself. Spotting the astonished expressions of Yi Dongjian, Lin Zhonghu, and Wu Kunming, a mischievous smile crept across Yi Qinfeng's lips as he said, Uncle Wu, Instructor Lin, why don't you three join me? I still haven't had my fill." Yi Dongjian and the others snapped out of their stupor, cursing under their breaths. After all, Yi Qinfeng was capable of defeating members of the elite soldiers group. Engaging him would only lead to their own humiliation. One by one, they bolted from the training ground as if their feet were coated in oil, leaving the soldiers of the strong battalion utterly astonished. They had never witnessed their instructors in such a disheveled retreat. Chapter 40. The contest for talent in the office of the strong soldier training camp. Yi Dongjian, Lin Zhonghu, and Wu Kunming bore bruises and wore tattered military uniforms, each displaying a rather displeased expression. Yi Qinfeng lounged in a chair, casually remarking, Uncle Wu, Instructor Lin, you really ought to engage in more training. I haven't even unleashed my full strength yet, and you all already look like this. You must remember, you are esteemed talents of the Huaxiao military. What will others think if word gets out?" Yi Dongjian and the others rolled their eyes, recalling how Yi Qinfeng had caught up to them and unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, leaving them utterly defenseless. In their eyes, Yi Qinfeng was a monstrous prodigy, humiliating their pride time and again. "Qinfeng, may I discuss something with you, Uncle Wu?" Wu Kunming managed a comically bruised smile. Yi Qinfeng, puzzled, replied, "Uncle Wu, what is it you wish to discuss?" "I would like to invite you to the Beijing military district to assist in training my subordinates. Rest assured, you will not be shortchanged. A major general rank will be yours without doubt, and once you are familiarized, I can help you secure a lieutenant general title. Just say the word, and I can arrange your transfer to the Beijing military district," Wu Kunming said, his eyes glinting with determination. Yi Qinfeng remained silent, while Yi Dongjian and Lin Zhonghu spoke almost simultaneously. "No way. Lin Zhonghu, Yi Dongjian, I am inquiring about Qinfeng's opinion here. What does this have to do with you two?" Wu Kunming snapped, resolute in securing the versatile genius for his plans. "Big Black Bear, Qinfeng is my nephew. He must stay to assist with my shooting division," Yi Dongjian insisted, his mind already set after witnessing Yi Qinfeng's shooting prowess. Did you not claim Qinfeng was trained by you personally? Isn't your presence in the shooting division sufficient? Wu Kunming replied with a faint smile. Enough of your bickering. Qinfeng has long since joined my leap force. He is a member of that unit, Lin Zhonghu interjected. Having seen Yi Qinfeng's incredible abilities, he could not allow him to depart from the leap force. What do you mean by that, Lin Zhonghu? When I first placed Qinfeng in your leap force, you were adamant about not accepting him. Now, I have decided he will join my shooting division, Yi Dongjin retorted, unwavering. Seeing the three men squabble fervently on his behalf, Yi Qinfeng nonchalantly remarked, Gentlemen, it seems you have yet to consider my opinion. I do not intend to remain in the military district. I plan to leave shortly. That is out of the question. They all exclaimed in unison, their views aligned on this matter. Qinfeng, I also need to stay at the strong soldier training camp for a few days. Could you not accompany Uncle Wu for a while? Uncle Wu has always treated you well, hasn't he? Have you forgotten your childhood? Wu Kunming remarked, recognizing the firmness of Yi Qinfeng's stance. Realizing he would need to enlist the help of his elder. The Wu family patriarch was a high-ranking official in the Huaxiao military. If he learned of Yi Qinfeng's extraordinary talents, he would undoubtedly pull strings to secure his position in the military district. The Wu and Yi families had always maintained a close relationship, with the two patriarchs having been good friends in their youth. Big Black Bear. When did I agree to let you stay at the strong soldier training camp? Yi Dongjin grumbled. Your consent is irrelevant. I am here on a mission. Look at this. Wu Kunming produced a document stamped with the National Department's official seal. It grants us the authority to mobilize local state resources when necessary. So I intend to stay at the strong soldier training camp, and you cannot stop me. Well, you bold rascal, so you are now using your authority for personal gain? Yi Dongjin retorted, momentarily silenced by the official document. Qinfeng, just stay with me at the strong soldier training camp for 2 days. If you still refuse to join the Beijing military district after that, I will not press the issue, Wu Kunming stated. Uncle Wu is correct, Qinfeng. Staying here for a while allows us to discuss matters at a leisurely pace, Lin Zhonghu added, understanding that retaining Yi Qinfeng was paramount, for if he left, discussions about keeping him in the leap force would be moot. Qinfeng, you must recognize who your true uncle is. Join my shooting division at once, Yi Dongjin insisted, invoking his elder status. Overwhelmed by the cacophony of their arguments, Yi Qinfeng stated, I have no interest in joining the military district. I merely came to Tianhai to enhance my physical condition. Yi Dongjin's expression darkened, ready to admonish him, but realizing he had no choice, he softened his approach. If his nephew were to be snatched away by the other two, what face would he have left? Ultimately, after Yi Dongjin's persistent pleas, Yi Qinfeng reluctantly agreed to stay at the strong soldier training camp for a couple of days. However, he did not forget that Fang Nanxiang was still waiting outside the camp. Initially, he intended for Fang Nanxiang to return, but Fang insisted on waiting to leave together after 2 days, so Yi Qinfeng arranged for his uncle to provide Fang with temporary accommodations. As for Zhao Qihua's ailment, there was no immediate rush. The toxins within him had been entirely eradicated by Yi Qinfeng, and he would not face any issues in the short term. Not wishing to leave Fang Nanxiang cooped up in the dormitory, Yi Qinfeng took him on a tour of the strong soldier training camp. Along the way, many soldiers regarded Yi Qinfeng with awe and admiration, and during a competition against Wu Kunming's subordinates, the soldiers present treated him as a revered idol. Fang Nanxiang observed the soldiers' reactions. His curiosity for the young man with exceptional medical skills piqued. In military circles, earning the respect and admiration of soldiers required a level of prowess that made them look up to you, if not feel completely overshadowed. Once an esteemed Special Forces soldier himself, Fang Nanxiang had not returned to the military district since his retirement. However, stepping into the strong soldier training camp alongside, Yi Qinfeng felt like a return to his past, igniting the long-dormant fervor within him once more. Chapter 41. The Li family's remarkable young man in the capital city, within the study of the Wu family's villa. The elderly patriarch Wu Onghua gazed intently at the screen before him, his sharp eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity. He had been fixated on the footage for an entire afternoon. Beside him stood a middle-aged man bearing a resemblance to Wu Kunming. He was Wu Kunming's elder brother, Wu Zhifeng, the eldest son of Wu Onghua and father of Wu Xiaofei. Wu Zhifeng's attention was equally riveted on the images displayed on the screen, which showcased Yi Qinfeng's extraordinary marksmanship, remarkable throwing skills, and formidable prowess capable of defeating members of elite combat units. The training grounds of the strong soldier training camp were equipped with cameras, allowing Wu Kunming to capture this footage in the monitoring room and send it over the internet to his father in the capital. Upon their initial viewing, Both Wu Onghua and Wu Zhifeng were convinced they were dreaming, rubbing their eyes repeatedly in disbelief. Given the relationship between the Wu and Yi families, Wu Onghua understood Yi Chunfeng's character well. Even before his panic disorder, he had merely been a frivolous youth. What could explain the astonishing display before him? Yi Chunfeng was not only a sharpshooter, but possessed strength and agility that defied belief. This was no longer the same frivolous youth, reduced to ineptitude by his condition. For the entire afternoon, Wu Onghua remained indoors, watching the footage no fewer than 10 times, commanding his subordinates to investigate Yi Chunfeng's activities over the past few years. The information was swiftly gathered by Wu Onghua's trusted aides, culminating in a substantial stack of documents detailing Yi Chunfeng's recent undertakings. However, the materials contained no enlightening insights for Wu Onghua. They merely echoed the rumors he had heard. The expansive screen continued to display the footage of Yi Chunfeng's duel with Wang Li as Wu Onghua gradually emerged from his astonishment. Glancing at his eldest son Wu Zhifeng and inquiring, "Zhifeng, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Wu Zhifeng furrowed his brow, poised to respond when the study door swung open, and Wu Xiaofei burst in, exclaiming, "Grandfather, Dad, you've been cooped up in here all afternoon. I thought you both might have fainted. It's time for dinner. Xiaofei, have you no sense of decorum? Did you not think to knock before entering? How old are you? Always barging in like this. Who will dare to marry you in the future?" Wu Zhifeng chastised her sternly. Though Wu Xiaofei enjoyed her grandfather's favor at home and presented a bold facade outside, she transformed into a docile granddaughter in his presence, pouting in response. "How ungrateful. I might as well let you starve." "Enough, Zhifeng. Since Xiaofei is here, I have something to ask her," Wu Onghua replied with a gentle smile. As the second in command of the military district, his smile was a rare sight, reserved only for his granddaughter. "Dad, you can't spoil Xiaofei like this. It will only—" Wu Zhifeng began, but Wu Onghua waved his hand, silencing him as he turned to Wu Xiaofei. "Xiaofei, you and that young man from the Yi family seem quite close. What do you think of him?" At the mention of close, Wu Xiaofei's cheeks flushed slightly, vivid images of Yi Chunfeng kissing her on the street flooding her mind, leaving her feeling both shy and nostalgic. "What are you thinking? Surely, you only see Yi Chunfeng as a brother," she admonished herself inwardly. Observing his granddaughter's reddened cheeks and distant gaze, Wu Onghua sensed that her connection with Yi Chunfeng was more profound than it appeared, a realization born from his own experiences. After a moment, Wu Xiaofei recalled that she was in her grandfather's study and quickly pulled her thoughts back to reality. Her eyes inadvertently drifted to the screen, captivated by the footage of Yi Chunfeng's encounter with Wang Li, each move exuding a masculine allure that could captivate any woman. Is this truly Yi Chunfeng? Is this still the younger brother she once knew? She only understood that his panic disorder had improved, never imagining that he had not only recovered, but also developed such remarkable skills. Wu Xiaofei seized the remote control from the desk, rewinding the footage to watch from the beginning. The shock she felt was beyond words, and she found herself irresistibly drawn to Yi Chunfeng's displayed charisma. "Xiaofei, have you had your fill of watching?" Wu Onghua asked with a knowing tone. "Ah," Wu Xiaofei gasped, her face turning as red as an apple as she hastily fled the study. She was aware that her unguarded behavior would surely invite her grandfather's scrutiny. "What a clumsy display," Wu Zhifeng scolded with a stern expression. "Let it be. Xiaofei is simply being herself. We should indulge her," Wu Onghua said, waving his hand dismissively. "It seems she has quite the interest in that young man from the Yi family. Perhaps it would not be amiss to consider him as a potential grandson-in-law." "What do you think, Zhifeng?" Wu Onghua inquired. "Dad, I believe Chunfeng is indeed worthy of being my daughter's husband. His marksmanship and skills must have been honed over time, which suggests he has been biding his time, observing others with a shrewdness that speaks to his potential. Clearly, he has now come into his own. However, the Yi and Bai families have long-standing betrothal arrangements. Our interference may not be appropriate," Wu Zhifeng concluded after a brief reflection. "What is inappropriate about it? The Bai family has always been dissatisfied with that engagement. I suspect they may not need our intervention to annul it," Wu Onghua argued. "Zhifeng, if your conjectures hold true, then that young man from the Yi family is indeed formidable. With such patience and wisdom, it would be difficult for him not to achieve great things in the future. It seems the people of the capital have underestimated him. When he truly rises, it will surely astonish them." Wu Onghua sighed deeply, reaching for the remote to turn off the screen. Chapter 42. Instruction after escaping from the study of Old Master Wu. Wu Xiaofei returned to her own room and locked the door behind her. Sitting in front of her vanity, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror, lost in thought, occasionally brushing her jade-like fingers over her lips, reminiscing about the taste of Yi Qinfeng's kiss. Her fair cheeks flushed with warmth as she puffed up her cheeks and muttered to herself, "Wu Xiaofei, you mustn't let your imagination run wild." Although Qinfeng is currently quite charismatic to women, he is merely a younger brother in your heart. However, if he were to confess his feelings for you— Wu Xiaofei found herself entangled in her own thoughts, covering her rosy cheeks with her hands, pondering, "Wu Xiaofei, have you truly fallen for him?" Meanwhile, far away in Tianhai, Yi Qinfeng remained oblivious to the fact that the Wu family had completely altered their perception of him after receiving a certain footage. After accompanying Feng Nanxiang on a brief tour of the elite training camp, they both returned to their respective dormitories to rest. Yi Qinfeng's dormitory was, of course, the same building as that of the Flying Leap Brigade. As he stepped into the dormitory, Yi Qinfeng immediately sensed something was amiss. The surrounding atmosphere was eerily quiet. With a sense of unease, he returned to his room. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a crowded space, filled to the brim with members of the Flying Leap Brigade. Upon seeing Yi Qinfeng, the room erupted in cheers. He had already made an impression during the previous competition against the Tiger Brigade, although he had left the elite training camp hastily at that time. However, everything Yi Qinfeng had demonstrated today had elevated him to the status of an idol in the eyes of these brigade members, many of whom wished to take him as their mentor. "Qinfeng, could you possibly impart a few skills to me? I would be honored to call you my master." "Qinfeng, you are truly remarkable. Your marksmanship is impeccable. You are my idol. I must become your sworn brother." Members from other dormitories, regardless of their familiarity with Yi Qinfeng, eagerly approached him, with some even addressing him as master. This overwhelming enthusiasm made him feel a shiver run down his spine. Is it really necessary for men to huddle so closely together? This is utterly repulsive. Yi Qinfeng thought to himself, aware that, despite his somewhat delicate appearance, he exuded a strong masculine aura. All right, everyone disperse. Qinfeng needs to rest. If you wish to learn, return tomorrow morning, interjected Zhou Ping, Lu Tian, and Gu Lu, who shared the dormitory with Yi Qinfeng, blocking the enthusiastic crowd. Their actions immediately sparked discontent among others. A rugged-looking member shouted, "On what grounds are you stopping us? Qinfeng is one of us, a member of the Flying Leap Brigade." This statement struck Yi Qinfeng as oddly uncomfortable, as if he were a courtesan from ancient times, being fought over by a group of men, leaving him with an indescribable feeling. "This is our dormitory. How can we rest with all of you packed in here? Furthermore, Qinfeng is tired today. Must you continue to bother him?" Lu Tian asserted, shaking his robust frame. Hearing Lu Tian's reasoning, the crowd reluctantly began to disperse, albeit with lingering reluctance. Once the room was finally cleared, Yi Qinfeng let out a long sigh. After all, one should not strike those who come with goodwill. They were, at the very least, his admirers, and he couldn't resort to violence against them. Just as he felt a sense of relief, he noticed the remaining three in the dormitory eyeing him with unmistakable intent. "Qinfeng, your skills are quite impressive. You've been playing the fool in front of us all this time," Zhou Ping exclaimed, his displeasure evident. "Indeed, you've deceived our affections." Lu Tian echoed. "Lu Tian, I believe Qinfeng's orientation is not an issue for you." Gu Lu, usually quiet, interjected with his characteristic insight. "Gu Lu, which side are you on? Don't you wish for Qinfeng to teach us a thing or two?" Lu Tian blurted out, his thoughts spilling out in a muddled manner. Realizing Lu Tian had inadvertently spilled the beans, Zhou Ping quickly added, "Qinfeng, as long as you agree to teach us a few moves, you will become our leader." Zhou Ping is right. I, Lu Tian, also acknowledge you as my leader. Despite Lu Tian's rebellious nature, he had been thoroughly subdued by Yi Qinfeng's prowess in recent encounters. Gu Lu joined in. "Qinfeng, please teach us a few moves. You will have us as your loyal subordinates." In this vast sea of humanity, their encounter felt like fate. Moreover, Zhou Ping and his companions were not off-putting, so teaching them a few techniques seemed reasonable. "All right, I shall teach you a set of military boxing techniques." Upon hearing Yi Qinfeng's agreement, excitement illuminated their faces, though they quickly soured when they heard the words military boxing. It was widely known that military boxing was merely a form of exercise, lacking both offensive and defensive capabilities, rendering it ineffective in actual combat. "Qinfeng, this is rather disappointing. We can surely perform military boxing better than you," Zhou Ping said, his enthusiasm waning. "Don't be hasty. First, watch me demonstrate a set." Yi Qinfeng stepped forward, his hands moving with a radiant vigor, each punch and kick emanating the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountain. The initially disinterested trio found their eyes sparkling with excitement upon witnessing this unique rendition of military boxing. Was this really military boxing? Both its offensive and defensive capabilities reached an extraordinary level, far surpassing their usual practice. If Yi Qinfeng's version was akin to university-level techniques, then what they practiced could only be described as kindergarten level. Now, are you interested? Yi Qinfeng asked with a hint of amusement after completing the demonstration. Master, no, I mean, leader, we wish to learn this set of military boxing. Zhou Ping, Lu Tian, and Gu Lu, now filled with fervor, exclaimed in unison. Chapter 43. The visit of Elder Wu. This set of military boxing is not something one can simply learn at will. The foremost requirement is the ability to endure hardship. Yi Qinfeng asked earnestly. This military boxing is the culmination of meticulous modifications made by Yi Qinfeng 500 years from now. Practitioners must possess a certain degree of flexibility in their bones. Otherwise, they cannot unleash its power. Of course, in this lifetime, Yi Qinfeng's body has already matured, leaving no room for flexibility. However, he possesses spiritual energy within him. Spiritual energy is an exceptionally unique force that can alter the pliability of one's skeletal structure, enabling Yi Qinfeng to harness the might of this military boxing in this lifetime. Boss, are you underestimating us? We are genuine men of iron. Is there any hardship we cannot endure? Zhou Ping exclaimed, thumping his chest with excitement. Yet soon, events unfolded far beyond their expectations. Cries of agony echoed from their dormitory, reverberating throughout the building, making it sound as if someone had met a dire fate. Boss, what is this? We didn't come here to learn yoga, Zhou Ping lamented, his face a mask of despair, and Lu Tian and Gu Lu fared no better. The three of them found their legs forced into a straight line, while their arms underwent an excruciating 180-degree twist, causing these robust men to wail in pain. It is crucial to note that their skeletal structures had already fully solidified. To unleash the power of this military boxing, they needed to restore flexibility to their bones. Yi Qinfeng intermittently utilized his spiritual energy to assist in their transformation. Fortunately, his spiritual energy had reached the third level. Had he still been at the second level, the toll would have been overwhelming. Every 5 to 6 minutes, Yi Qinfeng would instruct the three to change their postures, only for them to emit further howls of despair, particularly Lu Tian, whose robust frame made him more resilient than Zhou Ping and Gu Lu, thus amplifying his suffering. After 3 arduous hours of continuous transformation, Zhou Ping and the others finally managed to practice this military boxing, albeit barely. Noticing the fine beads of sweat forming on Yi Qinfeng's forehead, Zhou Ping quickly pledged, Boss, from now on, I will face any challenge head-on. Xiao Pingzi, save your breath. If you wish to fully unleash the power of this military boxing, you must practice those movements daily. Currently, you have merely qualified to train, Yi Qinfeng replied. While this military boxing might be exceptionally formidable for Zhou Ping and his companions, in Yi Qinfeng's eyes, it was nothing extraordinary. He was destined to operate on a different level from them, so passing on this military boxing was merely a serendipitous encounter. Boss, do we really have to practice every day? Isn't that a bit torturous? Zhou Ping groaned, recalling the discomfort of the straight-legged position, his lower body still ablaze with pain. You may choose not to practice, but do not come to me lamenting your inability to harness the power of military boxing, Yi Qinfeng warned. Aware that he wouldn't remain long at the elite training camp, he continued, Now I shall demonstrate the forms of military boxing. Commit them to memory, and do not neglect that yoga-like routine we practiced earlier. Yi Qinfeng slowed his movements, demonstrating all the forms of military boxing 3 times, and Zhou Ping, Lu Tian, and Gu Lu barely managed to memorize them. Once his teaching duties were fulfilled, Yi Qinfeng lay down to rest and recuperate, leaving the subsequent endeavors to them. As the saying goes, a master leads you to the door, the rest is up to you. The extent to which they could harness the power of this military boxing depended entirely on their individual efforts. As Yi Qinfeng drifted into slumber, Zhou Ping and his companions were too exhilarated to sleep, spending the night practicing military boxing in their dormitory. After a long night, they managed to clumsily mimic the entire set of forms. However, the moves they executed lacked the ferocity of a tiger descending the mountain. At best, they resembled a kitten. With towering ambitions, they were still in the foundational phase of their training. The next morning, the whistle for assembly sounded, signaling the commencement of the Leap Troop's regular training, much to the chagrin of many who wished to learn a few moves from Yi Qinfeng. However, Yi Qinfeng was no longer obligated to undergo the Leap Troop's training. Due to the toll on his stamina, he had slept a bit later than usual, and as he exited the dormitory, the sun was already high in the sky. After jogging 5 laps around the dormitory to loosen his limbs, Wu Kunming hurriedly approached him. "Chenfeng, come with me to the instructor's office. Someone wishes to see you." "Uncle Wu, who wishes to see me?" Yi Chenfeng inquired, resolutely unwilling to agree to Wu Kunming's suggestion of visiting the military district in the capital. He had many pressing matters to attend to, including enhancing his strength, seeking vengeance for his parents, and alleviating some of the burdens on elder Ye's shoulders. It was clear that Yi Chenfeng's future path was a long and arduous one. "Chenfeng, you'll find out when you arrive," Wu Kunming said, not allowing Yi Chenfeng a chance to ask further questions as he briskly pulled him towards the instructor's office at the elite training camp. Upon entering the office, Yi Chenfeng discovered who had come to see him. In addition to Yi Dongjian and Lin Zhonghu, there was a stern-looking elder present. It was none other than Wu Kunming's father, Wu Onghua. After viewing a particular video the previous day, Elder Wu had deliberated and decided to travel to Tianhai. Arriving early that morning via a private plane to the elite training camp, Elder Wu's arrival caused Yi Dongjian and Lin Zhonghu to temper their demeanor, as they were well aware of his status as a senior and the second-in-command of the military district. They understood the importance of maintaining decorum. The stern Elder Wu, upon seeing Yi Chenfeng enter the office, revealed a rare smile on his wrinkled face, beckoning him forward. "Chenfeng, what is this? Have you forgotten your grandpa Wu? It's been over 2 years since we last met, hasn't he it?" Since Yi Chenfeng had developed agoraphobia 3 years ago, he had been engulfed by fear of the outside world, isolating himself within his room. Even when Elder Wu visited the Yi family, he seldom had the opportunity to see Yi Chenfeng. Chapter 44. 1,000 Cups Without Intoxication. Grandfather Wu, what brings you here? "I was just thinking of visiting you in a few days." A charming smile adorned Yi Chenfeng's face as he acknowledged the elder. After all, Grandfather Wu and Grandfather Yi were contemporaries, prompting Yi Chenfeng to adopt a more respectful demeanor. "Chenfeng, your wit remains as sharp as ever. Since you were planning to see me, why not accompany me back to Beijing today? I can arrange a respectable position for you in the military district. What do you think?" Grandfather Wu, a shrewd old fox, sought to gauge Yi Chenfeng's response with this opportunistic suggestion. Upon hearing Grandfather Wu's proposition, it was not Yi Chenfeng who felt anxious, but rather Yi Dongjian and Lin Zhonghu, who were alarmed. They could not allow anyone to poach Yi Chenfeng. After all, there ought to be some order in such matters. Even if Grandfather Wu held a significant position in the military district of Huaxia, it was still unacceptable. In Lin Zhonghu's eyes, Yi Chenfeng was a prodigy he could not afford to let slip away so easily. For Yi Dongjian, seeing his own nephew poached by another was simply disgraceful. "Uncle Wu, you see, Chenfeng was arranged by my father to train at the strong army training camp. Your suggestion may not be entirely appropriate," Yi Dongjian cautiously articulated, swallowing hard. "Don't try to intimidate me with old Ye's name, Dongjian. In our day, your family and mine were inseparable. We could even swap undergarments. Do you think I would fall out with him over borrowing his grandson?" Grandfather Wu retorted with a hint of irritation. Seeing that Yi Dongjian's words had no effect, Lin Zhonghu swallowed his words, reflecting on the time he had served under Grandfather Wu, which had propelled him to his current status. It was clear that Grandfather Wu had made up his mind about Yi Chenfeng, leaving no room for negotiation. Though Lin Zhonghu felt a pang of regret at the thought of losing such a remarkable talent, he accepted the situation. Originally, Yi Dongjian had planned for them to stand united, enabling Yi Chenfeng to train both the shooting team in the morning and the airborne troops in the afternoon, thus achieving a dual purpose. However, he now saw Lin Zhonghu rendered mute, which left him feeling frustrated. He coughed a few times, casting pointed glances at Lin Zhonghu, who feigned ignorance. Grandfather Wu observed the exchange with keen interest, remarking, "Little Huzi, it's been years since we last met. You are now an instructor in the airborne troops? Do you wish to compete with me for talent?" Lin Zhonghu straightened up immediately, responding with utmost respect, "Chief, how could I possibly compete with you for talent? My achievements today are thanks to your nurturing and support." Lin Zhonghu, true to his name, was seen as a fierce tiger by others, yet at this moment, he resembled a docile kitten. "Good, it seems my faith in you was not misplaced," Grandfather Wu nodded, satisfied. Meanwhile, Yi Dongjian's heart sank as he cursed under his breath, realizing that his dream of keeping Yi Chenfeng at the training camp was merely a fantasy. Yi Chenfeng remained aloof, knowing that regardless of who came to persuade him, he would not stay in the military. In his previous life, he endured harsh training and executed missions for the country. This time, He sought a different path, one where he could live for himself and his family. Chenfeng, you still haven't answered my question, Grandfather Wu said, a smile in his eyes as he regarded Yi Chenfeng. Yi Chenfeng shrugged nonchalantly. Grandfather Wu, it's not that I refuse your offer. I simply have no interest in such matters. I have my own pursuits to attend to. With such straightforwardness, he rejected Grandfather Wu's invitation, a response that would have terrified most. Though the Wu family was merely a second-tier family in Beijing and Grandfather Wu was the second-in-command of the military district, it was rumored he would soon ascend to the top position, elevating the Wu family to first-tier status. Grandfather Wu paused, momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in approval. As a military man, he detested indecisiveness and appreciated Yi Chenfeng's forthrightness. It seemed that the Yi family boy had indeed changed. Was it possible for a person's character to evolve so swiftly? Was he truly as wise as others claimed, hiding his true self beneath a facade? Grandfather Wu mused, unable to conceive any alternative explanation. Despite his admiration for Yi Chenfeng, Grandfather Wu feigned displeasure, saying, Chenfeng, you mentioned wanting to visit me. Why are you unwilling to return to Beijing with me now? Yi Chenfeng replied calmly, I did say I would visit you. But now that I see you, isn't that sufficient? Good lad, how about a drink or two? If you can intoxicate me, I shall cease my insistence. However, should I intoxicate you, you will obediently accompany me to the military district in Beijing. Yi Chenfeng's composed demeanor only intensified Grandfather Wu's desire to recruit him. In his youth, Grandfather Wu was renowned for his extraordinary drinking capacity. Those who had drunk with him never dared to mention alcohol again, having been thoroughly bested. Over time, he earned the nickname 1,000 cups without intoxication. What fear did Yi Chenfeng have of drinking? With his ethereal strength, he could likely withstand even 1,000 cups without faltering. Grandfather Wu, since you are so eager, I shall gladly join you for a drink today. Should I succumb to intoxication, I will agree to accompany you to the military district, Yi Chenfeng declared. Now, that's the spirit. You three, leave us. I wish to enjoy a drink with Chenfeng in private. Grandfather Wu favored those who were straightforward, doubting that Yi Chenfeng's extraordinary capabilities extended to his drinking prowess. Chapter 45. Intoxicated in the instructor's office, only Old Master Wu and Yi Chenfeng remained. Old Master Wu seemed to have been prepared for this moment. As 3 large jars of liquor stood beside the desk, he had a unique hobby of brewing his own wine, often experimenting with the brewing process during his spare time. Over the years, his skill had reached a professional level. The alcohol content of these jars was significantly higher than that of commercially available spirits. According to Old Master Wu, this was the kind of liquor that real men ought to drink, robust and exhilarating. For anyone with a modest tolerance, a single large cup from these jars would likely leave them dazed and unsteady. Thus, today, Old Master Wu was determined to entice Yi Chenfeng into the Beijing military district. Chenfeng, let me see how well you can hold your liquor today, Old Master Wu said, handing Yi Chenfeng a large cup. Yi Chenfeng bent down to open one of the jars, filling both his and Old Master Wu's cups to the brim. Without uttering a word, he downed his drink in one swift motion. The potent liquor slid down his throat, igniting a fiery sensation that enveloped him in warmth, causing his face to gradually redden. In a moment of clarity, Yi Chenfeng summoned his spiritual power, which allowed him to expel the alcohol he had just consumed. This was akin to the scene in Demigods and Semi-Devils, where Duan Yu, while drinking, could regurgitate the liquor he had ingested. After expelling the alcohol, the burning sensation within him vanished, and his complexion returned to normal. Old Master Wu stared at Yi Chenfeng in astonishment. This young man was increasingly to his liking. He was well aware of the strength of the liquor he had brewed. No one dared to down it in one go except for him. Finally, he had found a kindred spirit. Good, truly forthright, Old Master Wu exclaimed, as he too drained his cup in one gulp. As Yi Chenfeng refilled their cups, Old Master Wu asked, Chenfeng, have you been fooling those fellows in Beijing? You're clearly a master, yet for these past years, you've acted like a debauched scion. I must have a word with old Yi. You ought to be my granddaughter's suitor, considering how close you are to Xiaofei. At the mention of Wu Xiaofei, Yi Chenfeng's hand trembled slightly as memories of their passionate kiss flooded his mind, accompanied by thoughts of her alluring figure. He took a deep breath, reminding himself, Yi Chenfeng, you must not be such a beast. You see her merely as an elder sister. Noticing Yi Chenfeng's dazed expression and recalling his granddaughter's demeanor from the previous day, Old Master Wu was convinced that something was amiss between the two. Raising his voice, he said, Chenfeng, are you not going to confess? Xiaofei has already told me about how you bullied her. Just admit it, and I won't make things difficult for you, as long as you take responsibility for her. Yi Qinfeng was not intoxicated yet. He would never commit such a foolish act. Even if Wu Xiaofei had divulged their kiss, he could only feign ignorance. Grandpa Wu, what are you talking about? I don't understand. He replied, pretending to be slightly tipsy, before downing another cup in one go. Old Master Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. When had his brewed liquor turned into water? Reluctantly, he followed suit and downed another cup. This is truly absurd. Am I to fall under this young rascal's spell today? Old Master Wu thought despondently. Typically, after 5 large cups of such potent liquor, Old Master Wu would be on the verge of collapse. Grandpa Wu, let's have another round, Yi Qinfeng said, refilling their cups as Old Master Wu wallowed in his discontent. Outside the instructor's office, Yi Dongjian paced the corridor, much to Wu Kunming's annoyance. What are you pacing about? Don't you know my old man's drinking capacity? Qinfeng has no choice but to go to the Beijing military district. Big Black Bear, you're too cunning, even summoning Old Master Wu. Yi Dongjian grumbled. Brother, you should learn from me what it means to employ strategy. Why not come to the Beijing military district and study for 2 years? But of course, your treatment won't be as favorable as Qinfeng's, Wu Kunming replied, grinning. Yi Dongjian was irritable, looking for an outlet for his frustration. Spotting Lin Zhonghu chuckling nearby, he turned his ire towards him. Lin Zhonghu, you traitor. I misjudged you. When it was crucial, you wilted. Dongjian, it's not my fault. I was compelled by circumstances. Chief Wu once bestowed great kindness upon me, and he is bound to recruit Qinfeng to the Beijing military district. I cannot compete for talent with my former mentor. How could I stand my ground then? Lin Zhonghu lamented, regretting the situation, for Yi Qinfeng was nominally part of his elite unit. As the 3 men bickered, the office door swung open, and Yi Qinfeng sauntered out, stretching leisurely. What are you all doing? At your age, why do you still act like squabbling housewives? He said, disregarding them as he strolled away. The trio stood in stunned silence for a full 10 seconds before rushing into the office, only to find Old Master Wu sprawled drunkenly across the desk, fast asleep. Could this truly be the legendary Old Master Wu, known for his unparalleled drinking capacity? Wu Kunming was the most astonished. He was acutely aware of his father's limits. Typically, a few drinks would incapacitate him, yet now, what was happening? Could it be that Yi Qinfeng's drinking ability was genuinely this remarkable? This was truly extraordinary. Once an unmatched fighter, now astonishingly skilled in drinking as well. How were they to live with this? It was a blow to their pride, indeed a severe dent to their self-esteem. Chapter 46. This son-in-law is settled. Qinfeng. Let us have another round, mumbled the venerable Elder Wu, who lay sprawled across the table. Yi Dongjian, Lin Zhonghu, and Wu Kunming busily assisted Elder Wu in rousing him from his inebriation, alternating between applying warm towels and brewing sobering tea. Elder Wu, a prominent figure in the military hierarchy of Huaxia, known for his resilience against alcohol, now lay intoxicated in the instructor's office of the elite training camp. Should word of this circulate, it would certainly not bode well for his reputation. As Yi Dongjian changed the warm towel for Elder Wu, he chuckled, Big Black Bear. It seems Qinfeng won't be making it to the Beijing military district after all. I never would have imagined that Qinfeng could hold his liquor so well. Wu Kunming, with a darkened expression, felt his earlier pride dissipate. Reluctantly, he retorted, Yi Dongjian, don't be too smug. With my father's temperament, he will not easily concede this matter. After considerable effort from the trio, Elder Wu's drunkenness began to wane. Rubbing his aching head, he inquired, where has Qinfeng gone? Wu Kunming replied, Father, where do you think Qinfeng went? You were the one who drank too much first. This brat shows no respect for his elders. Drinking with such ferocity. It seems even I, the famed man who cannot be drunk, have succumbed. If those old geezers in Beijing saw me like this, they would surely laugh their heads off. Elder Wu felt a deep sense of frustration, his mind hazily recalling the events that had transpired. Qinfeng had downed 6 large cups of liquor without a hint of inebriation, while he himself had succumbed after the 6th cup. Kunming, help me to confront that disrespectful young man. Elder Wu felt a sense of satisfaction towards Qinfeng. Given his drinking prowess and skills, he would make an ideal son-in-law. With Wu Kunming supporting him, Yi Dongjian and Lin Zhonghu followed closely behind. They speculated that Qinfeng had likely returned to the dormitory of the Leap unit. At this hour, it was perfectly timed for lunch and rest. As they arrived at the dormitory building, they were captivated by a display of martial arts being practiced by members of the Leap unit. A crowd had gathered before the dormitory, where Zhou Ping, Lu Tian, and Gu Lu were diligently practicing the military boxing style that Qinfeng had taught them. although their momentum paled in comparison to Qin Feng's. They had begun to grasp the essence of the technique. Zhonghu, what is the name of this boxing style? It resembles military boxing, yet its power is evidently several times greater, with a perfect balance of offense and defense. If this style were to be promoted within the military district, our soldiers' combat capabilities would experience a significant enhancement. Elder Wu, as the second-in-command of Huaxia's military district, was astute enough to perceive the broader implications of a simple boxing technique. Scratching his head, Lin Zhonghu replied sheepishly, "Sir, I'm not sure what this boxing style is called either." "Then why don't you go ask?" Elder Wu shook his head in exasperation. In his view, while Lin Zhonghu had many commendable qualities, his rigidity prevented him from thinking outside the box. Otherwise, he might have advanced further in rank beyond merely being an instructor of the leap unit. "Yes, sir." Lin Zhonghu approached the group, calling out, "What are you all doing? You seem rather idle." As soon as his booming voice reached them, the crowd dispersed like startled birds. Lin Zhonghu swiftly commanded, "Zhou Ping, Lu Tian, Gu Lu. You three remain." Zhou Ping, Lu Tian, and Gu Lu hesitated but returned, knowing that defying the instructor would result in additional training, which they sought to avoid. Soon, the others had scattered, leaving only the three of them, who inwardly grumbled about the lack of camaraderie. "Now tell me, what was the name of the boxing style you were just practicing?" Lin Zhonghu asked, as Elder Wu and the others approached. "Reporting, instructor. This was taught to us by Qin Feng," they replied in unison. When Qin Feng had imparted this military boxing technique, he had not insisted upon secrecy. Moreover, the instructor would likely uncover the information with a simple inquiry. "That Qin Feng again. It seems he harbors many secrets." Elder Wu mused. "This boxing style possesses considerable power. Since I lost to Qin Feng in drinking, he will no longer need to visit the Beijing military district. Now my mind is set on Qin Feng. Dongjian, do you have Qin Feng's phone number?" "Call him immediately," Elder Wu commanded. Reluctantly, Yi Dongjian dialed Qin Feng's number and handed the phone to Elder Wu, who expressed his desire to promote Qin Feng's boxing style within the Huaxia military district. Already en route, Qin Feng readily agreed, knowing that without his guidance, few could harness the style's true power, particularly given that the soldiers in the district were already fully developed physically. Naturally, he kept this detail from Elder Wu, lest the latter suspect him of concealing information. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping, Lu Tian, and Gu Lu had clearly become the torchbearers for promoting this boxing style, as Qin Feng would not be returning to the military district under normal circumstances. Chapter 47. The provocation. Feng Nanxiang drove steadily down the road in his luxurious car, while Yi Qin Feng, seated in the back, prepared to take a brief nap. Suddenly, his phone rang again. With a sense of resignation, Yi Qin Feng answered the call, and the voice of the monkey on the other end pleaded for help. "Boss, where are you right now? If it's convenient, please return to the villa immediately. My sister-in-law is trapped inside, unable to leave. These impertinent fools aren't even respecting my authority. I'm at my wit's end." "All right, I'll head over right away," Yi Qin Feng replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. He turned to Feng Nanxiang and asked, "Brother Feng, before we go back to the Zhao family, could we make a quick stop somewhere? I just need to resolve a few matters before we can leave." Yi Qin Feng was not an ungrateful person. However, he felt compelled to deal with Tang Xian's situation. If the monkey could handle it, he wouldn't have called for help. Feng Nanxiang's expression remained unfazed as he responded, "Mr. Yi, please don't be polite. Just tell me where you need to go." Before leaving the Zhao family, Zhao Qihua had instructed Feng Nanxiang to treat Yi Qin Feng with utmost hospitality and to fulfill his requests as much as possible. In Zhao Qihua's eyes, cultivating a good relationship with this esteemed healer was of paramount importance. After all, for someone like Zhao Qihua, who had no financial worries, what was the value of money if one were to fall prey to a serious illness? In the eyes of these affluent individuals, life itself was far more precious than any amount of wealth. After Yi Qin Feng provided the address, the car swiftly changed direction, heading towards the villa. Meanwhile, outside Tang Xian's residence, a group of 20-something youths had gathered, blocking the entrance and shouting nonsensical taunts. The leader of this group, Han Tao, was not from Tianhai. Otherwise, given the monkey's connections in the area, he would have shown some respect. Han Tao was slender, with deeply sunken eyes and hair dyed in a gaudy array of colors. Clearly a product of indulgence in vice, possibly even substance abuse. He embodied the true essence of a societal misfit. Fortunately for him, Han Tao came from a family with ties to underground forces. His father was the leader of a mid-sized gang in a neighboring city. This background had cultivated in him a spoiled and reckless demeanor, and he had brought a group of followers with him to Tianhai for university. Han Tao had long set his sights on Tang Xian. After discovering her address, he brought his entourage directly to her door. If Tang Xian had been home alone and opened the door, she might have faced trouble from someone like Han Tao. However, the monkey stepped forward without flinching, blocking their path and declaring, "You'd better go back where you came from. Haven't you heard the saying? A strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. I, the monkey, am not someone you can easily provoke." The monkey had nothing but respect for Yi Qinfeng. Otherwise, had Yi Qinfeng not been away from Tianhai for the past 3 years, Tang Xian would have already been in a precarious situation. Han Tao was aware of some of the monkey's background. Otherwise, he would have sent his men to dispose of him long ago. Spitting out the half-burned cigarette in his mouth, Han Tao sneered, "Today, this river-crossing dragon is ready to take you on, local snake. I've heard this is someone named Yi Qinfeng. I heard he was quite formidable in Tianhai a few years back. Where has that grandson gone now?" Very few knew of Yi Qinfeng's return to Tianhai, and the monkey certainly wouldn't broadcast it widely. Most people were unaware that Yi Qinfeng hailed from the esteemed Yi family in the capital. Only a handful of those who were close to him knew the truth. Otherwise, even with 100 times the courage, Han Tao wouldn't dare to lay a hand on Tang Xian. A river-crossing dragon? The monkey almost laughed out loud, judging by Han Tao's physique. He looked more like a mere river-crossing worm. "Is your name worthy of being spoken in the same breath as my boss's? If you're tired of living, feel free to stick around." The monkey scoffed, having witnessed Yi Qinfeng's remarkable abilities firsthand. He was nothing short of exceptional. Deep down, Han Tao felt uneasy. He had failed to uncover Yi Qinfeng's true identity. He called out to the villa, "Tang Xian, come out. For someone like me, Han Tao, to take an interest in you is a blessing from your past life. Don't make me resort to force. I can be quite brutal, huh? What's all this nonsense? The Tang Xian you speak of is my sister-in-law. Do you dare to speak so disrespectfully? I swear I'll break your filthy mouth." The monkey responded with an imposing demeanor, though it was merely bravado. Facing a crowd like this, if he charged in recklessly, it would only lead to his own demise. For now, he just needed to buy time until Yi Qinfeng arrived. Han Tao pointed at the monkey, shaking his finger up and down. "Monkey, don't push your luck. I've been more than accommodating. If you keep this up, I might just leave you crippled and take Tang Xian back to my city. Who would dare challenge me then? Besides, your so-called boss has been gone from Tianhai for many years, right? Do you really need to be so diligent as his underling?" Han Tao's tactics of threats followed by softer words showed he was not entirely foolish. Yet unfortunately for him, the monkey was not easily intimidated. In his heart, Yi Qinfeng held an irreplaceable position. "Cut the chatter. If I were afraid of death, would I be standing here arguing with you? My boss is on his way. If you have the guts, wait a moment." Although Han Tao had not thoroughly investigated Yi Qinfeng's background, he was aware that Yi Qinfeng had been absent from Tianhai for 3 years. Realizing he was being deceived, he laughed and said, "Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? Today, I will take Tang Xian with me, no matter what. Monkey, I'm counting to 3. If you don't get out of the way, my brother's fist won't show any mercy." Han Tao's patience was wearing thin. "Boss, please don't joke with me. I haven't fully recovered from my last injuries. You must come in time this time. I don't want to wait until I've made the ultimate sacrifice before you show up." The monkey maintained his calm exterior, but internally he was fervently praying. Chapter 48. "Mr. Yi, do not soil your hands. 1, 2, 3. As Han Tao finished counting, the monkey showed no sign of retreat. Han Tao waved his hand and shouted, "Brothers, let's go. Beat them to a pulp." Han Tao was resolute. Although Tianhai was not his territory, he could take Tang Xian away from there, and then he could enjoy her company daily. The mere thought of Tang Xian's charming face and long legs stirred something within him. He was drawn to her innocent allure, having previously encountered women who were all too eager to approach him. To put it plainly, he was determined to possess Tang Xian this time. The group of young men behind Han Tao rolled up their sleeves, their expressions menacing as they advanced toward the monkey. The monkey swallowed hard, his fists clenched tightly, and bellowed, "Today, Grandpa Monkey will fight with you all." Just as the monkey was gearing up for a showdown, a luxurious car sped toward the villa and came to a smooth halt. Yi Qinfeng stepped out of the back seat, followed closely by Fang Nanxiang. "Boss, you finally made it. If you had arrived any later, I would have been collecting bodies," the monkey exclaimed, instantly feeling relieved as his tension dissipated. Yi Qinfeng strolled through the crowd with an air of confidence and landed before the monkey, delivering a punch to his chest. "Monkey, you are my brother, and no one in this world dares to lay a finger on you. I will ensure they regret being born." Yi Chenfeng had unwavering faith in the monkey, recognizing his sincerity time and again. Such camaraderie allowed him to trust the monkey with his back. The monkey, visibly moved, felt tears welling in his eyes as he stammered. "Boss, your words are truly touching. They almost bring me to tears." From the villa window, Tang Xian had been watching intently. Upon seeing Yi Chenfeng's arrival, she hurriedly opened the door and dashed out, throwing herself into his embrace. The sweet fragrance of her youthful essence enveloped him, her soft curves pressing against his chest. Though Yi Chenfeng maintained remarkable self-control, he was still a man. Lacking the lofty morals of Lu Xiaohui, he instinctively placed his hand on Tang Xian's firm bottom, giving it a gentle squeeze. "Xian, with brother Chenfeng here, no one will bully you." The sensation of his touch sent an indescribable thrill coursing through Tang Xian's body. She felt a mix of surprise and shyness, relishing the way her brother Chenfeng teased her while resolutely rejecting the advances of other men. In her heart, Yi Chenfeng was the finest man in the world. Blushing, she looked up at him with her sparkling eyes and sweetly exclaimed, "Brother Chenfeng, you haven't visited me in over a month. I thought you were going to disappear again. Do you know how scared I was? You are the only family I have in this world." Yi Chenfeng lovingly caressed Tang Xian's delicate cheek, assuring her, "Xian, I will do my best to spend more time with you from now on. Are you two finished? So you are the legendary Yi Chenfeng from Tianhai? I don't see what the fuss is about. You look like a pretty boy," Han Tao sneered. His ownership of Tang Xian now challenged by the sight of her nestled in another man's arms. Yi Chenfeng, gently holding Tang Xian, did not even glance at Han Tao as he inquired of the monkey, "Who are these ruffians?" The monkey, filled with admiration for Yi Chenfeng's every move, thought to himself, "The boss is truly the boss. I still have much to learn. Boss, these ruffians aren't from Tianhai. The leader, Han Tao, is the son of a mid-sized gang leader from Yunqing and holds no significant power here," the monkey explained. Han Tao, livid at being ignored, trembled with rage. "Who do you think you are to act tough in front of me? I will take your woman right before your eyes." Suddenly, a surge of overwhelming energy emanated from Yi Chenfeng, his icy gaze locking onto Han Tao, causing him to involuntarily take a step back, a chill running down his spine. A group of fools seeking their own demise. Yi Chenfeng released Tang Xian and prepared to teach them a lesson about who was truly acting tough. Fang Nanxiang stepped forward, respectfully stating, "Mr. Yi, do not dirty your hands. Allow me to handle these individuals." Yi Chenfeng, not one to be overly sentimental, recognized that these thugs were no match for Fang Nanxiang and replied, "Then I shall leave it to you, brother Fang." "What's the matter, old man? You're just a driver. Shouldn't you stick to driving? Do you need to break a few bones to feel good?" A burly youth scoffed. Fang Nanxiang shrugged off his coat, revealing muscles as hard as stone, causing the burly youth to swallow nervously. "Boss, this driver is no ordinary man. He looks like a trained fighter," the monkey whispered to Yi Chenfeng. "Monkey, it's time you trained as well. When I have the chance, I'll personally guide you," Yi Chenfeng said, patting the monkey's shoulder, unwilling to keep secrets from his brother. "Absolutely, boss. It's a deal," the monkey replied, excitement evident in his voice. "You all come at me together," Han Tao shouted, realizing that delaying would only worsen matters. He decided to take down Fang Nanxiang first. Fang Nanxiang, an elite member of the Special Forces, though retired and perhaps not as fit as before, was still more than capable of handling these thugs. Surrounded by Han Tao's gang, they launched their fists at Fang Nanxiang, showcasing some experience in fighting. However, Fang Nanxiang remained unflustered, allowing their punches to land on him. He focused solely on his goal, feeling their attacks as mere nuisances. It was unthinkable that they could injure him. With each punch he threw, one of the youths would fall unconscious, and before long, none of them were left standing, all collapsing to the ground. Chapter 49. Conspiracy. Fang Nanxiang's robust muscles twitched rhythmically as he twisted his neck and rotated his arms, the sound of cracking bones echoing intermittently. It had been years since he had engaged in any physical altercation, and this minimal exertion hardly qualified as a warm-up. Han Tao stood frozen, his mouth slightly agape, his lean frame trembling uncontrollably as he retreated step by step, stammering, You are digging your own grave. Yi Chenfeng, you had better kneel down and kowtow to me immediately, and then present your woman to me with both hands. Otherwise, I can have my father come to Tianhai and annihilate you." It was perplexing where Han Tao derived such a sense of superiority. Even at this juncture, he still posed as a privileged heir, offering Yi Chenfeng no opportunity for mercy. Before Fang Nanxiang could make a move, Yi Chenfeng sprang into action like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Han Tao, delivering a fierce punch to his chest, caving in his ribs. Seizing his arm, he executed a complete 360-degree twist, snapping both of Han Tao's arms, the stark white bones protruding grotesquely from his skin. Han Tao let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, saliva dribbling from the corners of his mouth, his eyes rolling back as he promptly lost consciousness. This was the first time Fong Nanxiang witnessed Yi Qinfeng in action. His speed was astonishing. He couldn't help but ponder if Yi Qinfeng would suddenly turn his aggression toward him and whether he could evade it. The more he thought, the more terrified he became, ultimately concluding that Yi Qinfeng's prowess far surpassed his own, suspecting he would be utterly defenseless against him. "Monkey, clean this place up for me. I have matters to attend to. You need to keep a close eye on Heir from now on. Inform me immediately if anything arises," Yi Qinfeng instructed Monkey, his mind teeming with the desire to establish his own faction. After all, he could not be by Tang Xion's side at all times, and she would inevitably require protection. However, Monkey's skills were hardly sufficient for such a task. For the moment, Yi Qinfeng intended to visit the Zhao family to ensure Zhao Qihua's complete recovery, as this matter had lingered for far too long, and he felt a sense of guilt. "Brother Qinfeng, why are you leaving again so soon after returning?" Tang Xion pouted, her expression one of profound grievance. Yi Qinfeng affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Xion, your brother Qinfeng has matters to attend to. Once I finish, I will return to spend some quality time with you, and any request you make will be granted." Upon hearing this, Tang Xion's eyes sparkled with delight, and she whispered beside him, "Brother Qinfeng, are you being serious?" "Of course. I would never deceive you, Xion," Yi Qinfeng assured earnestly. Blushing, Tang Xion leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Brother Qinfeng, when you return, I want you to take my body. I wish to become your little woman as soon as possible." With that, the blushing girl dashed toward the villa, but upon reaching the entrance, she playfully turned back, saying, "Brother Qinfeng, you must not go back on your word. This is what you promised me." Yi Qinfeng stood in a daze for some time, utterly taken aback by Tang Xion's unexpected request. Was this not a trap? The thought of extending his hand toward the innocent girl stirred a sense of wrongdoing within him. As Yi Qinfeng concluded his business and prepared to return to the Zhao family villa with Fong Nanxiang, he remained oblivious to the fact that the atmosphere at the villa had drastically changed. Lurking in the grass outside the Zhao family villa were several men clad in black. While Zhao Qihua and his wife, Ding Yufan, had been subdued, Wan Kai stood at the door of Zhao Wanting's room, flanked by two men wielding automatic rifles. He commanded, "You two guard the entrance. Do not disturb my enjoyment." The armed men nodded in assent, standing rigidly at either side of the door, their eyes fixed on the corridor, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Inside the room, Zhao Wanting's hands and feet were bound with hemp rope, her clothing torn in several places, exposing her fair skin. Wan Kai entered, locking the door behind him, and gazed at the helpless Zhao Wanting with a knowing smile, saying, "Wanting, soon you will enjoy yourself thoroughly." "Wan Kai, you beast, are you even human? My parents have treated you so well, yet you..." Zhao Wanting struggled and writhed in defiance. "You cannot blame me. Blame the scoundrel you hired who awakened Zhao Qihua. Otherwise, I would not have resorted to such measures. Once Zhao Qihua signs the equity transfer agreement, I will grant him a swift end. As for you and your mother, I promised Zhao Qihua I would leave you both a way out." Wan Kai's smile grew more sinister. "In fact, you and your mother bear an uncanny resemblance. Your mother must be around 40 now, yet her skin is remarkably well maintained. I will take good care of both of you, and you will discover what a heavenly life truly entails." Zhao Wanting's complexion paled as she shouted defiantly, "Wan Kai, I will not let you succeed. I will never allow you to prevail. Not let me succeed. Do not forget that you have been drugged. Once the effects take hold, you may find yourself begging me, and if I fail to satisfy you, rest assured, there are two others outside who will be more than capable." Zhao Wanting bit down on her lip until it bled, crimson droplets escaping from the wound. A searing heat surged within her, compelling her to inflict pain upon herself to remain conscious. "Zhao Wanting, how long will you continue this charade? Are you not infatuated with Yi Qinfeng? Do you think I am inferior to him? Hurry and plead with me. Please beg me." Wan Kai's expression twisted into a menacing grimace. "Wan Kai, you scoundrel! You shameless wretch!" Even as she bit her lip to delay the onset of the drug's effects, the heat enveloped her body, her cheeks flushing with an increasing intensity, her thoughts becoming more and more muddled as she gasped for breath. Chapter 50. Cursed be it. Fong Nanxiang drove his luxurious car, bringing Yi Qinfeng back to the entrance of the Zhao family villa. In the past, Whenever Fong Nanxiang returned, the security guard would promptly open the iron gate. However, today, despite pressing the horn multiple times, the gate remained immovable. "Mr. Yi, please stay in the car while I check the situation," said Fong Nanxiang as he stepped out. Yi Chenfeng, lacking the patience to wait idly, opened the car door. Just as he did, he felt an ominous presence locking onto him. Instantly, he heightened his spiritual awareness. Sensing the source of this malevolence, he quickly discerned its origin. Perched on a nearby tree, approximately 20 meters to his right, was a sniper armed with a machine gun. Fortunately, his spiritual power had already ascended to the 3rd level, enhancing his perception of surrounding dangers 5 or 6-fold. Had he still been at the 2nd level, he might have been oblivious to the imminent threat and succumbed to a fatal shot. The sniper trained his scope on Fong Nanxiang, perceiving him as a more significant threat than the seemingly delicate Yi Chenfeng, thus deciding to eliminate Fong Nanxiang first. Feigning the act of tying his shoelaces, Yi Chenfeng bent down, picked up a small stone from the ground, and, as he stood, maximized his 3rd-level spiritual power. With a swift motion, he hurled the stone like a bullet towards the sniper. With a resounding thud, the stone struck the sniper squarely in the forehead, extinguishing his life instantly as he tumbled from the tree. Yi Chenfeng approached and retrieved the sniper's machine gun, drawing Fong Nanxiang's attention. When Fong Nanxiang rushed over and beheld the lifeless body of the sniper on the ground, astonishment washed over him. "Mr. Yi, what just happened?" he inquired. "That sniper intended to eliminate us, but I managed to take him out first. I suspect something has gone awry inside the villa," Yi Chenfeng speculated. Fong Nanxiang regarded Yi Chenfeng with a mix of suspicion and awe. Having once been an elite member of a special forces unit, he was bewildered that he had felt no hint of danger. Had it not been for Yi Chenfeng, he knew his fate could have been dire. "What shall we do next, Mr. Yi?" Fong Nanxiang instinctively regarded Yi Chenfeng as their leader. "Brother Fong, I believe there are more ambushers concealed in the garden. If we charge in recklessly, we would undoubtedly be riddled with bullets," Yi Chenfeng replied, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a tree not far away, and he quickly instructed, "Brother Fong, stay here. I have a plan to deal with the ambush." Yi Chenfeng dashed towards the tree, nimbly leaping onto its trunk. From this vantage point, he could clearly survey the entire garden of the villa. He spotted 5 armed figures clad in black, lying in wait among the bushes. The villa's bodyguards had already succumbed to gunfire, their bodies strewn in pools of blood. Yi Chenfeng aimed the machine gun at the 5 ambushers lurking in the underbrush and unleashed a barrage of 5 consecutive shots, each bullet soaring like a meteor. Thud, 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 thud. Each bullet found its mark, striking the heads of the 5 assailants. Thanks to the silencer on the gun, the commotion was minimal. Yi Chenfeng meticulously scanned the garden once more to ensure there were no additional threats before gracefully descending from the tree. "Brother Fong, the ambush in the garden has been neutralized. We can proceed," Yi Chenfeng declared, vaulting over the iron gate and into the villa's garden. Fong Nanxiang followed closely behind. Upon entering the villa, he was struck by the sight of the black-clad figures, all felled by a single shot. His gaze towards Yi Chenfeng transformed into one of profound admiration. He realized that this young man was truly remarkable. Not only was he skilled in medicine, but his prowess in combat and marksmanship was also extraordinary. The sharpshooters he had encountered in the special forces could hardly match Yi Chenfeng's precision. "Brother Fong, there may still be ambushers inside the villa. We must proceed with caution," Yi Chenfeng cautioned. Fong Nanxiang nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, Mr. Yi, I will not be a burden to you." He picked up a rifle from one of the fallen assailants, feeling a surge of adrenaline course through him. Reminiscent of the thrilling missions he undertook with his comrades in the past, he still yearned for that exhilarating lifestyle and sought to bolster his own strength. Together, Yi Chenfeng and Fong Nanxiang cautiously ventured into the villa's grand hall, where an eerie silence prevailed. No one was present, and Yi Chenfeng detected no sense of danger. His foremost thought was to ascend to the 2nd-floor room to check on his cloud tengu mushrooms, which he had left behind when he received an urgent call for help from his uncle, believing he would return promptly. With his gun poised ahead, he moved forward cautiously until he reached the room where he had spent the night, encountering no threats along the way. Upon opening the door, his heart ignited with fury at the sight of the cloud tengu mushrooms, now trampled and in disarray on the floor. These mushrooms were vital for his cultivation, and their destruction was a significant impediment to his progress. Who could be responsible for this outrage? Who was the scoundrel who dared to ruin his precious mushrooms? Cursed be it! Cursed be it! Fong Nanxiang, standing behind Yi Chenfeng, was drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by the fierce aura emanating from Yi Chenfeng, which rendered him breathless. Just how formidable was Yi Chenfeng? Fang Nanxiang had attempted to gauge the limits of his strength, but each display of power continuously exceeded his expectations. The culprit behind the destruction of the Cloud Tengu mushrooms was none other than Wan Kai. After subduing the Zhao family, he had ventured into Yi Chenfeng's room. Upon spotting the mushrooms resting on the bed, his anger flared, and without a second thought, he hurled them to the ground, crushing them underfoot. Meanwhile, in Zhao Wanning's room, Wan Kai patiently sat in a chair, observing as the effects of the drug gradually consumed her. He intended to wait until Zhao Wanting begged him for assistance. Zhao Wanting was in excruciating discomfort, desperately clinging to the last vestiges of her consciousness. She refused to surrender, resolutely refusing to plead with Wan Kai, the brute. Her eyes filled with despair as Yi Chenfeng's image flickered through her mind, and she couldn't help but wonder, would he come? Chapter 51. When nothing happened emerging from the room, Fang Nanxiang and Yi Chenfeng split up. Yi Chenfeng headed towards Zhao Wanning's chamber, while Fang Nanxiang made his way to the quarters of Zhao Qihua and his wife. A raging fury simmered within Yi Chenfeng as he pressed himself against the wall while walking. Upon turning a corner, he suddenly spotted two armed men standing at Zhao Wanning's door. The moment Yi Chenfeng laid eyes on them, they too noticed him, raising their weapons and firing in his direction. Yi Chenfeng instinctively dropped to the ground, rolling as he aimed his machine gun at the two assailants, wasting no bullets as he executed two precise shots to their heads. Blood erupted from their foreheads, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if in their final moments. They could not fathom their own demise. The gunfire in the corridor alerted Wan Kai within the room, yet he did not venture outside. Instead, he called out loudly, "What is happening out there?" The response was a thunderous crash as Yi Chenfeng forcefully kicked open the door and entered the room. His icy gaze fell upon the taken aback Wan Kai as he inquired, "Did you trample my cloud mushrooms?" Wan Kai maintained his composure, having witnessed Yi Chenfeng's formidable prowess before. With his hands bound behind his back, he drew a small pistol from his waist, declaring, "Yi Chenfeng, so what if I crushed those mushrooms you bought?" His intent was to stall for time, divert Yi Chenfeng's attention, and find an opportunity to shoot him down. Struggling, Zhao Wanting's heart lightened at the sight of Yi Chenfeng. An indescribable expression adorned her face, and she felt a breath of relief. If given a choice, she would have preferred to give her first time to Yi Chenfeng, for he was a man who brought her comfort. Her feelings for him, albeit slight, were far superior to her disdain for Wan Kai, a treacherous brute. Yi Chenfeng's frigid gaze unnerved Wan Kai, who swiftly drew his pistol. Simultaneously, Yi Chenfeng moved, delivering a powerful kick to Wan Kai's chest, causing the weapon to clatter to the floor as Wan Kai was sent sprawling against the wall. Blood surged from his throat as he gasped, "Please, don't kill me. I can give you money. I can offer you a lot. I only crushed a few of your mushrooms." Yi Chenfeng coldly replied, "In my eyes, your life holds less value than the mushrooms you speak of." With a single shot, Wan Kai's groin was left a gory mess, ensuring he would likely spend the rest of his life as a eunuch. Yi Chenfeng surmised that Wan Kai was merely a minor player in the Zhao family affairs, and he needed to extract useful information from him, though he typically would not involve himself in such matters. The destruction of his cloud mushrooms had left him with no outlet for his fury. Before Wan Kai could utter another cry of pain, he lost consciousness. Yi Chenfeng approached, grasping Wan Kai's clothing and lifting him off the ground, then delivering a swift kick to his abdomen, sending him flying out of the room like a football. Once his anger had subsided somewhat, Yi Chenfeng noticed Zhao Wanting bound hand and foot and hurried to untie her. With the finale of the confrontation behind him, Zhao Wanting collapsed against Yi Chenfeng's chest, her body drained of energy, feigning sleep. Yi Chenfeng felt a twinge of awkwardness, with Zhao Wanting resting against him. He found himself at a loss for how to proceed. As Zhao Wanting regained her strength, she quickly detached herself from Yi Chenfeng's embrace, hurriedly dressing as he donned his own clothes. Once they were both clothed, their eyes met. Zhao Wanting's cheeks flushed crimson as they spoke in unison. You go first." They both started to speak simultaneously again. They collided in their words once more. "What happened earlier, I will." Before Yi Chenfeng could finish, Zhao Wanting interrupted him. "You need not feel responsible. You acted to save me. Let us consider it as if nothing occurred." Yi Chenfeng had intended to express his willingness to take responsibility, yet Zhao Wanting's words took him by surprise. Was there truly such a phenomenon as enjoying a meal and leaving without paying? Nevertheless, he was not one to take advantage of others. Since he was involved, he would bear the consequences. A man should possess such integrity, And he certainly did. Chapter 52. Hypnosis. If you are willing, I will take responsibility for you. Yi Qinfeng finally uttered the words that had been lingering in his heart. Zhao Wanting, with a flushed face and lowered gaze, felt her heart constrict suddenly. Overwhelmed by an uncontainable joy. Deep down, she was a traditional woman. She had given her first time to Yi Qinfeng, and though it had occurred under unusual circumstances, she yearned to be his woman. A mist clouded her beautiful eyes, and her cheeks reddened further as she softly inquired, "Are you speaking from the heart? I do not desire anyone's pity. Besides, it was I who wanted you." Now that they had shared the most intimate of moments, Yi Qinfeng chose not to dwell on the details. He enclosed her in his embrace, conveying his feelings through action. As Zhao Wanting was suddenly pulled into his arms, her heart fluttered like a startled deer. Leaning against Yi Qinfeng's solid chest and listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, she felt an immense sense of security, wishing to remain there and drift into slumber. "Do you truly like me?" Zhao Wanting lifted her gaze to meet Yi Qinfeng's, asking earnestly. Women are curious creatures, their thoughts often inscrutable to men. As the adage goes, during a workout, a woman might unexpectedly halt and ask, "Do you like me?" A question that leaves many men bewildered. In his previous life, while executing tasks for the country, Yi Qinfeng had donned many roles and engaged with a variety of women, often in fleeting encounters. He had, through these experiences, garnered some understanding of the female psyche, and while he did not consider himself a love guru, his insights were certainly more profound than those of inexperienced men. "What do you think?" Yi Qinfeng evaded a direct answer and whispered a few words into Zhao Wanting's ear. In response, she playfully retorted, "I knew it. Men are all the same, with their minds perpetually on those matters." "Wanting, are you not unjustly accusing me? I was merely responding to your question, and now you should know the answer. If you remain uncertain, we can delve deeper into the discussion," Yi Qinfeng said with a mischievous smile. Truthfully, he felt no profound love for Zhao Wanting at this moment. It was merely a budding affection, and having unexpectedly acquired her first time only added to the surprise. "I would rather not." Zhao Wanting quickly extricated herself from his embrace. It is often said that a woman's intelligence in love can dwindle to nothing, a notion that seemed particularly fitting in Zhao Wanting's case. Yi Qinfeng's casual remarks were simply that, casual. After tidying their disheveled attire, Yi Qinfeng and Zhao Wanting descended the stairs together. Among those lying in ambush at the Zhao family villa, only Wan Kai remained barely alive, the others were dead. Yi Qinfeng, grasping Wan Kai by the collar as though he were a lifeless dog, unceremoniously tossed him into the villa's hall. Zhao Qihua and Ding Yufan wore expressions of panic, clearly still reeling from the recent events. Upon seeing Yi Qinfeng and Zhao Wanting emerge from upstairs, Ding Yufan hurried to her daughter, scanning her from head to toe. "Wanting, are you all right? Did that beast Wan Kai do anything to you?" The flush on Zhao Wanting's face had not yet faded. At her mother's inquiry, she recalled the passionate moments shared with Yi Qinfeng in the room, shyly biting her lip as she replied, "Mom, I'm fine, thanks to Qinfeng arriving just in time." She cast a glance at Yi Qinfeng, filled with unvoiced gratitude. In their state of distress, Zhao Qihua and his wife failed to notice their daughter's subtle change in demeanor. They approached Yi Qinfeng, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. "Mr. Yi, you are truly a benefactor to our Zhao family. In the future, should you require anything from us, do not hesitate to ask. I assure you, I will not refuse." "Mr. Zhao, there is no need for such formality. From now on, you may call me uncle. And please, just refer to me as Qinfeng. The title Mr. Yi feels rather awkward to me," Yi Qinfeng replied. After all, he had taken advantage of their daughter, and in a sense, he was now Zhao Qihua's son-in-law. It seemed inappropriate for his father-in-law to address him so formally. "Very well, Qinfeng, then I shall not hold back." Zhao Qihua conceded, feeling the title of Mr. was indeed too formal for Yi Qinfeng. Standing nearby, Fang Nanxiang had already discerned the nature of Yi Qinfeng and Zhao Wanting's relationship. He noted that Zhao Wanting showed no signs of displeasure. Rather, her demeanor exuded a charming shyness, confirming that mutual affection existed between them. However, he had previously witnessed Yi Qinfeng with another woman at his villa and refrained from mentioning it, planning to have a private conversation with Yi Qinfeng later, as he regarded Zhao Wanting as a cherished younger sister. "Nanxiang, call the police immediately. I must get to the bottom of this matter," Zhao Qihua insisted. "Uncle, wait. Let us ascertain the details first. In Huaxia, firearms are strictly prohibited, and if they dispatched multiple snipers, their background must be formidable. Reporting to the police may prove futile," Yi Qinfeng cautioned. Holding a cup of cold tea, Yi Chifeng splashed it onto Wan Kai's face. The unconscious Wan Kai jolted awake, his lower body aflame with pain, prompting him to scream hoarsely. Zhao Qihua, Ding Yufan, and Zhao Wanting glared at the now conscious Wan Kai, their eyes ablaze with fury as though they wished to tear him apart. Wan Kai, you are a beast. How could I have trusted you so blindly? Even considering marrying my daughter to you? I, Zhao Qihua, must have been blind. Zhao Qihua's chest heaved with anger. If you wish to avoid further suffering, you had best divulge the entire truth of today's events, Yi Qinfeng stated impatiently. Wan Kai was undeniably a coward, fearful for his life. However, he would never disclose the truth behind the events, knowing he could not afford to offend the powerful forces backing him. His fear of death loomed large. He understood that revealing the truth would lead to his own demise, along with anyone even remotely associated with him. Thus, he was resolute in his silence. Yi Qinfeng had anticipated this outcome. He crouched down, channeling his spiritual energy into his right hand, and waved gently before Wan Kai's eyes, causing them to glaze over in confusion. Yi Qinfeng employed a form of hypnosis, one that could only be effective on those with weak wills or severe injuries. Given Wan Kai's current state, his already fragile resolve had crumbled, making it effortless for Yi Qinfeng to put him under. Chapter 53. Old acquaintance now. Reveal everything you know. Yi Qinfeng commanded. It was the Tianwu group who instructed me to do this. In the past, they arranged for me to save Zhao Qihua. Their aim is to swallow Zhao Qihua's corporation. I was to become the future son-in-law of the Zhao family. Once Zhao Qihua was dead, I could help them acquire all his shares. Who would have thought that Zhao Wanting would stumble upon a miracle and actually bring Zhao Qihua back to life? It would have sufficed if only Zhao Qihua had died. Then everyone could have gone about their lives in peace. I could have taken good care of Zhao Wanting and Ding Yufan, ensuring they lived joyously. Wan Kai, with a dazed expression, divulged everything he knew. From his narrative, Yi Qinfeng discerned that he was merely a minor player in this scheme. Yi Qinfeng had a premonition that matters would not be so straightforward. As the effects of hypnosis gradually waned, Wan Kai regained his senses, yet his mind was a blank slate, oblivious to the fact that he had fully confessed. Ding Yufan clutched her heaving chest, astonished that the future son-in-law she had once favored harbored such sordid intentions, even directing his schemes towards her. Had Yi Qinfeng not intervened, it was likely that she and her daughter Zhao Wanting would have become tools for Wan Kai's depravity, a life too horrific for Ding Yufan to contemplate. Wan Kai, suppressing the pain in his lower body, arrogantly declared, "You will not extract anything from me. I shall not divulge a thing." Zhao Qihua, Fang Nanxiang, and others had initially believed that Wan Kai had been frightened into revealing everything. However, upon hearing Wan Kai's incoherent responses, they exchanged puzzled glances with Yi Qinfeng. While the existence of hypnosis was acknowledged, they had never encountered such an extraordinary technique. How could Yi Qinfeng hypnotize Wan Kai so effortlessly, without any tools? It was simply incredible. Yi Qinfeng, dismissing Wan Kai with a glance, stated, "Thank you for sharing everything with us regarding the Tianwu group." Wan Kai's expression changed dramatically. Disbelief etched on his face. "How could you possibly know that?" "Impossible. Uncle Zhao, call the police." Yi Qinfeng surmised that the Tianwu group was not merely a simple enterprise. If they could employ a sniper, their background must be formidable. Therefore, involving the police would at least ensure the Zhao family's safety. Upon hearing the mention of police, Wan Kai felt a wave of relief wash over him. His greatest fear had been to be eliminated on the spot. Yet, just as he relaxed, a 3-centimeter iron nail shot from Yi Qinfeng's hand, embedding itself directly in Wan Kai's throat. Blood gushed forth from Wan Kai's throat like a fountain as he clutched his neck in panic. After a moment of gasping, his body ceased to struggle, and he was abruptly devoid of life. For someone like Wan Kai, Yi Qinfeng deemed it unnecessary for him to remain in this world. While not a paragon of virtue himself, Yi Qinfeng had, after all, taken possession of Zhao Wanting's body. Had he arrived even a moment later, Zhao Wanting might have already fallen victim to Wan Kai's designs. The Zhao family was momentarily stunned by Yi Qinfeng's sudden action, while Fang Nanxiang exhibited little surprise. As a former elite of the special forces, he had blood on his hands and admired Yi Qinfeng's decisiveness. Even had Yi Qinfeng not acted, Fang Nanxiang would have likely taken it upon himself to deal with the heartless Wan Kai. "Uncle Zhao, do you have a vendetta against the Tianwu group?" Yi Qinfeng inquired. His Yinting mushroom had been destroyed by Wan Kai, and he felt it was only right to seek accountability. Moreover, with Zhao Wanting now in his life, he had no choice but to intervene. Zhao Qihua regained his composure and responded, 2 years ago, the Tianwu group attempted to acquire my shares to become the largest shareholder and take control of my company. However, I thwarted their ambitions. I thought that matter was settled. Yet who could have known it would come to this, Uncle Zhao? Are you familiar with the Tianwu Group? Yi Chenfeng pressed on. I have some understanding. The Tianwu Group is a relatively new company, yet they are aggressively acquiring renowned enterprises across Huaxia. I can't fathom their true intentions, Zhao Qihua admitted. His knowledge of the Tianwu Group limited to superficial insights. It seemed necessary for Yi Chenfeng to pay a personal visit to the Tianwu Group. After reporting the incident, the police swiftly arrived at the Zhao residence and cordoned off the scene. Leading the team was a striking young female officer, around 25 or 26, whose uniform accentuated her authoritative presence. Upon entering the Zhao household, the officer quickly approached Zhao Wanting, linking her arm with hers. Wanting, are you all right? Sister Su Man. I'm fine, Zhao Wanting replied. The officer, named Yao Su Man, was a close friend of Zhao Wanting and often visited the Zhao family, making her well acquainted with them. Uncle, Aunt, what on earth happened here? Yao Su Man inquired, surveying the lifeless bodies on the ground, all with gunshot wounds to the head. Who possessed such precise marksmanship? As she posed her question, Yao Su Man inadvertently caught sight of Yi Chenfeng standing nearby. After a moment of surprise, anger flared across her face. Yi Chenfeng, what are you doing here? Yi Chenfeng sheepishly rubbed his nose, retorting, why shouldn't I be here? The relationship between Yi Chenfeng and Yao Su Man had a history. 3 years prior, while attending university in Tianhai, Yi Chenfeng had inadvertently found himself in a police station after a mishap. In a twist of fate, he had stumbled into the women's locker room, where Yao Su Man happened to be changing. When she realized he had seen her, she had promptly given him a thorough beating. When Yao Su Man came to the station the next day, she discovered that Yi Chenfeng had already been bailed out. And now, 3 years later, fate had brought them face to face again. Yi Chenfeng, you've truly made it difficult for me to find you, Yao Su Man exclaimed, her voice dripping with exasperation. I've been searching for you for 3 whole years. Yao Su Man was indeed quite formidable. Beneath her beautiful exterior lay a fiercely assertive spirit. Despite having had male colleagues pursue her at the precinct, she had firmly rebuffed their advances, leading to a reputation for being a female tyrant after she had decisively dealt with an overly persistent suitor. Chapter 54. Guidance. Yi Chenfeng shrugged nonchalantly. Wasn't it merely an accidental glimpse of her body 3 years prior? Yao Suman was truly something. She boldly referred to herself as this lady. If any man were to become her husband in the future, he would undoubtedly be thoroughly dominated by her. Could it be that Officer Yao had developed feelings for me? I, however, prefer a gentler disposition. I am not fond of your fierce demeanor, you dragon lady. A graceful smile graced the corners of Yi Chenfeng's mouth. Although Yao Suman was aware that many privately referred to her as a dragon lady, no one dared to utter such a term in her presence. What woman would appreciate such a label? Anger surged within her, momentarily causing her to forget her purpose for visiting the Zhao family. Her gaze fixated on Yi Chenfeng, intent on teaching this impudent lecher a lesson. A woman's intuition is remarkably sharp. Standing beside them, Zhao Wanting felt a peculiar tension between Yi Chenfeng and Yao Suman, even speculating that they might have once been lovers. As Yao Suman was a close friend and sister to her, she dared not ponder further. Her once bright eyes dimmed with melancholy, her pearly teeth biting her delicate lip. Zhao Wanting's heart was in turmoil, exemplifying the truth behind the saying that women in love are akin to the deranged. Even the slightest irregularity could lead them to concoct a myriad of irrational scenarios, showcasing the vastness of a woman's imagination. Xiaoman, he is Chenfeng. Do not underestimate his youth. He is a miraculous healer. Were it not for his treatment, I might still be unconscious to this day, Zhao Qihua interjected, sensing the discomfort between the two. He tactfully avoided mentioning the snipers and Wan Kai, wishing to spare Yi Chenfeng any unnecessary trouble. Yet, even if Zhao Qihua spoke the truth, it was likely that the dragon lady Yao Suman would dismiss it as a mere jest. After all, 3 years ago, Yi Chenfeng had been thoroughly beaten by her in the changing room, utterly incapable of resistance. The idea that such a fool could eliminate those snipers was preposterous. Uncle, he is a miraculous healer? You cannot be jesting, Yao Suman scoffed, having already labeled Yi Chenfeng a lecher in her mind. Xiaoman, do you truly think I would jest with you? Were it not for Chenfeng, could I stand here conversing with you? Zhao Qihua replied. Upon hearing this, Yao Suman conceded the point. Zhao Qihua's coma had not lasted but a day or two. Even the most esteemed doctors had been helpless. How could a lecher like Yi Chenfeng have healed him? Was it possible he truly was a miraculous healer? Unbeknownst to Yao Suman, Yi Qinfeng hailed from the prestigious Yi family in the capital. It was the elder Yi who had ensured Yi Qinfeng's release from custody through local officials. Thus, Yao Suman naturally categorized him as a spoiled rich kid, relying on familial connections to act recklessly. Yao Suman suppressed her temper, recognizing that confronting Yi Qinfeng at the Zhao residence would be improper. Now that she had discerned his whereabouts, would she truly fear not finding an opportunity to reprimand this scoundrel in the future? Yi Qinfeng was the first man to have seen her body, a transgression she could never tolerate, even if 3 years had passed. The mere recollection of that incident ignited her fury. Yao Suman instructed those present to take statements, while Fang Nanxiang readily accepted responsibility for the deaths, asserting it was a case of self-defense, thus rendering it lawful. As the statements were recorded, Zhao Wanting leaned closer to Yao Suman and whispered, "Suman, how did you and Qinfeng meet? You both seem quite familiar with each other." Yao Suman would never divulge the embarrassing details of their past. Instead, she vaguely replied, "Wanting, how could I know that scoundrel? Remember to keep your distance from him in the future. Otherwise, if you get hurt, do not blame me for not warning you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanting's expression darkened further. To her, Yao Suman resembled a bitter ex-wife lamenting her former husband, solidifying her suspicions. The statements were completed swiftly, and Yao Suman commanded the officers to transport the bodies back to the precinct, casting a meaningful glare at Yi Qinfeng as she departed. Yi Qinfeng remained unfazed. The events from 3 years ago would not repeat themselves. Should the Dragon Lady provoke him again, he would not hesitate to avenge the humiliation he had endured back then. Once the police had withdrawn, Fang Nanxiang approached Yi Qinfeng, saying, "Mr. Yi, may I have a word with you outside? Brother Fang, is there something you need?" Yi Qinfeng followed Fang Nanxiang out of the hall and into the garden. Fang Nanxiang regarded Yi Qinfeng and inquired, "Mr. Yi, do you harbor feelings for Wanting?" "Have you too?" Yi Qinfeng's heart raced. How could Fang Nanxiang possibly know? Unless he had been outside the room during an intimate moment with Zhao Wanting, there seemed no other explanation. Yi Qinfeng candidly acknowledged his relationship with Zhao Wanting and recounted her circumstances at the time, enlightening Fang Nanxiang, who realized Yi Qinfeng was indeed a savior. "Mr. Yi, what are your intentions regarding Wanting? Though your relationship began under unusual circumstances." Fang Nanxiang viewed Zhao Wanting as a younger sister and wished to protect her from heartache. "Brother Fang, I will take responsibility for my actions. You need not worry about that," Yi Qinfeng assured him. Fang Nanxiang refrained from mentioning Tang Xian, who was also at Yi Qinfeng's villa, understanding that one should not be greedy. As long as Yi Qinfeng was committed to Zhao Wanting, he had no further concerns, leaving the rest to the young couple to resolve. "Brother Fang, would you be interested in exchanging a few moves?" Yi Qinfeng proposed, feeling a strong affinity for Fang Nanxiang and wishing to impart some guidance. The sudden upheaval at the Zhao residence stirred Fang Nanxiang's long-dormant vigor. At that moment, his blood surged with enthusiasm. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's offer to spar, he immediately agreed, eager to gauge the extent of Yi Qinfeng's prowess and discover how many moves he could withstand against him. "Mr. Yi, I hope you will give it your all. I wish to see if my skills have dulled over the years." Fang Nanxiang's expression grew resolute, his inner energy gradually intensifying. "Very well, Brother Fang. I shall not hold back," Yi Qinfeng replied, unleashing his third-tier soul energy to its utmost, feeling the power within him surge forth like a fountain. Chapter 55. The Undersea Needle. The overwhelming momentum emanating from Yi Qinfeng caused Fang Nanxiang to feel a blockage within his own strength. His eyes grew heavy, and he became acutely aware that Yi Qinfeng was the most formidable individual he had encountered in many years. Fang Nanxiang even entertained the notion that Yi Qinfeng had been honing his skills since birth. Otherwise, how could someone so young possess such extraordinary prowess? Not to mention his precise marksmanship and unparalleled medical skills. Yi Qinfeng seemed to have arrived in this world solely to dominate. How could this leave countless men in Huaxiao to find their footing? Despite his astonishment, the might of Yi Qinfeng invigorated Fang Nanxiang's blood, a sensation reminiscent of his days in the Special Forces. With a resounding shout, Fang Nanxiang charged at Yi Qinfeng, his fists advancing towards Yi Qinfeng's face with fierce intent. Yet, Yi Qinfeng effortlessly evaded each blow, for the disparity in their abilities was evident. There was no possibility of Yi Qinfeng succumbing to Fang Nanxiang. As another punch came forth, Fang Nanxiang's speed was remarkable, his techniques flowing seamlessly into one another, each strike exuding the ferocity of a tiger. Had their strengths been comparable, Yi Qinfeng might have been overwhelmed by such ferocity. However, the reality was that Yi Qinfeng's capabilities far surpassed Fang Nanxiang's. rendering the latter's fierce momentum utterly ineffectual. While sidestepping Fong Nanxiang's attack, Yi Qinfeng delivered a kick to Fong Nanxiang's knee, causing him to kneel. As he attempted to rise and continue his assault, he realized his neck was ensnared by a pair of hands, leaving no doubt that a mere exertion from Yi Qinfeng would spell his demise. Yi Qinfeng withdrew his right hand and remarked, "Brother Fong, your martial arts are indeed formidable. If you were to face someone of equal prowess, employing this set of techniques would grant you at least a 90% chance of victory." Fong Nanxiang smiled wryly and replied, "Mr. Yi, please do not mock me. Are you also well-versed in martial arts?" Fong Nanxiang's inquiry reflected his inner curiosity. If Yi Qinfeng were not an expert, he would not have discerned the advantages of Fong Nanxiang's techniques. Yet, Yi Qinfeng had effortlessly unveiled the intricacies within. In his previous life, Yi Qinfeng had studied countless martial arts forms, many of which bore inherent flaws. Over time, he began to refine these techniques, cultivating a profound understanding of martial arts. "I possess my own insights into martial arts. If you do not mind, Brother Fong, could you demonstrate your techniques for me?" Yi Qinfeng requested, believing he could enhance their efficacy. "Mr. Yi, please observe closely. This set of techniques has been passed down through my family for generations," Fong Nanxiang replied, unperturbed by the possibility of Yi Qinfeng appropriating his skills, confident that Yi Qinfeng's integrity would prevent such an act. Fong Nanxiang proceeded to demonstrate each move before Yi Qinfeng. With his extensive knowledge of martial arts, Yi Qinfeng quickly identified the shortcomings within the technique and conceived methods for improvement. After modifications, the power and effectiveness of the techniques could be amplified several-fold. Once Fong Nanxiang completed his demonstration, Yi Qinfeng advised, "Brother Fong, pay close attention. I believe this will be beneficial for you." Yi Qinfeng then slowly performed the enhanced version of the techniques before Fong Nanxiang, leaving him utterly astonished. Had Yi Qinfeng truly memorized the entire set of techniques in a single viewing and made improvements? The power of each strike had increased several times over. Was this truly within the realm of possibility? These techniques were a cherished family inheritance of Fong Nanxiang's, untouched for years. Yet Yi Qinfeng had transformed them into something so exquisite after a mere glance. "Brother Fong, how does it feel? This should prove advantageous for you," Yi Qinfeng inquired after completing the demonstration. "Mr. Yi, I am genuinely grateful. Under your refinement, this set of techniques has become nearly flawless. I can hardly fathom that this is real," Fong Nanxiang exclaimed, unable to articulate the depth of his astonishment, his face flushed with excitement. After guiding Fong Nanxiang, Yi Qinfeng utilized his spiritual energy to repair the damaged organs within Zhao Qihua's body and prescribed a course of medicine. With half a year of treatment, Zhao Qihua would fully recover from the poisoning. Following the events at the Zhao household, the family members lacked appetite for dinner, opting for a very light meal. Yi Qinfeng, however, was indifferent, as he was not particularly finicky about food. At the dining table, Zhao Wanting occasionally cast him mournful glances, which left Yi Qinfeng perplexed. He could not fathom what had caused her discontent, as she seemed to embody the spirit of a resentful woman. Indeed, the heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Even a romantic savant would struggle to decipher the myriad emotions of countless women. Under Zhao Qihua's earnest insistence, Yi Qinfeng decided to remain at the Zhao residence. In his room, he gazed at the trampled yuntung mushrooms on the floor and sighed deeply. It seemed necessary for him to venture into the primitive forest. The yuntung mushrooms offered significant assistance in enhancing his strength. Otherwise, how long would it take for him to break through from the third to the fourth level of spiritual energy? Restoring his peak state from his previous life felt even more distant. Yi Qinfeng's hearing was remarkably acute. He detected the faint sound of footsteps pacing outside his room. Curious, he opened the door, only to behold Zhao Wanting clad in a thin nightgown, the fabric so sheer that he could discern the contours beneath. Upon noticing Yi Qinfeng had opened the door, Zhao Wanting clasped her hands nervously and cautiously inquired, "May I enter your room?" Given their prior intimate encounter, Yi Qinfeng felt no need to feign reserve and permitted Zhao Wanting to enter, closing the door behind her. Zhao Wanting bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with a profound melancholy. After a moment, she asked, "Qinfeng, were you and Su Man ever in a romantic relationship?" In that instant, Yi Qinfeng finally understood the source of Zhao Wanting's unusual gaze. It appeared she was consumed by jealousy. Yi Qinfeng smiled gently. "Wanting, are you feeling jealous?" Zhao Wanting, misinterpreting his words as confirmation, quickly turned away, muttering, "Who would be jealous of you? You aren't mine, so do I even have the right to feel that way?" Yi Qinfeng shook his head helplessly and embraced Zhao Wanting from behind. She initially struggled but ultimately relented. He assured her, wanting, "You are my woman, and I shall care for you well. As for what you mentioned about Yao Suman, our relationship is not as you perceive it." Chapter 56. Tianwu Group. Yi Chenfeng succinctly recounted the events between himself and Yao Suman, of course omitting the details of his previous beating at her hands. After all, as a man, preserving one's dignity, especially in the presence of women, is paramount. With Yi Chenfeng's current prowess, it was evident that the fierce Yao Suman would be the one at a disadvantage. Is what you said truly the case? You and Sister Suman were never in a romantic relationship? Zhao Wanting turned to face Yi Chenfeng, her eyes glistening with curiosity. I have no connection whatsoever with that fierce woman. If there is any semblance of a relationship, it would be that she harbors an intense disdain for me. Yi Chenfeng clarified. Nevertheless, Zhao Wanting had already become his woman, though their bond was still in its infancy, not yet reaching the level of lovers. The seeds of their relationship had already been sown, and affection would naturally blossom over time. Upon hearing Yi Chenfeng's unwavering response, a knowing smile graced Zhao Wanting's lips. Yet she soon puffed out her cheeks and inquired, "Chenfeng, did you really see Sister Suman's body?" That's rather. Zhao Wanting and Yao Suman were close friends, and she was aware that Yao Suman had never had a boyfriend prior to Yi Chenfeng. The thought that he had inadvertently seen her body 3 years ago was almost unfathomable. Given Yao Suman's temperament, she would have likely dismembered him if she could. In ancient times, a man who laid eyes upon the body of a pure woman would have faced dire consequences. Either the woman would choose to take her own life or marry the man who had seen her. Thankfully, contemporary society had become far more liberated. Do you think I wanted to see it? I was terrified of getting pricked. Yi Chenfeng feigned innocence. Even though he knew Yao Suman possessed an exquisite physique, which was no surprise given her status as a police flower. However, from his past experiences with women, he understood the peril of praising one woman in front of another. Such actions could lead to disastrous repercussions. Chenfeng, Sister Suman is not as you described. I will apologize to her on your behalf. Although Zhao Wanting professed this, she felt a surge of happiness seeing Yi Chenfeng show no interest in Yao Suman. Such sentiments were common among women. Wanting, are you planning to stay in my room tonight? Yi Chenfeng grinned mischievously. Zhao Wanting's cheeks flushed crimson, escaping his embrace. She turned at the door and said, "Chenfeng, could you chase me just once? I wish to savor the feeling of being in love. If you grant me this small request, I will comply with your wishes from then on." Yi Chenfeng shook his head and sighed. Truthfully, he had no intention of pursuing a woman at this moment, as numerous other matters awaited his attention. However, the unanticipated had already occurred. As a man, could he truly evade his responsibilities? It would be better to relinquish that aspect entirely. Gazing out at the moonlit night, Yi Chenfeng resolved to infiltrate the Tianwu Group to uncover the secrets lurking within. He leapt from the second-floor window into the garden below, where Fang Nanxiang awaited him. As if he had anticipated Yi Chenfeng's nocturnal escapade. "Mr. Yi, allow me to accompany you," Fang Nanxiang offered. "I know the precise location of the Tianwu Group." "Brother Fang, you may accompany me, but you must remain outside the Tianwu Group. It would be too complicated for us to enter together," Yi Chenfeng replied. Fang Nanxiang acquiesced to Yi Chenfeng's suggestion, knowing that his own abilities would likely hinder rather than assist in the infiltration. Remaining outside to provide support in an emergency was the best course of action he could take. Once they reached a mutual understanding, Yi Chenfeng entered the vehicle, driven by Fang Nanxiang. The Tianwu Group, a rapidly ascending company in recent years, flourished in Tianhai and surrounding cities. Engaging in various industries, they resembled scavengers, devouring everything in their path. Yet the Tianwu Group did so with remarkable finesse, their assets swelling significantly. Many experts in the economic sector were at a loss to explain the nearly frenzied acquisitions undertaken by the Tianwu Group. Was the funding behind them truly that abundant? The Tianwu Group was situated in an exceptionally prosperous area of Tianhai, occupying a 12-story building. At that moment, in the chairman's office on the 12th floor, Chairman Chang Shuyang sat in his leather chair, conversing with a middle-aged man whose image flickered on the large screen before him. Chang Shuyang's expression was one of utmost reverence. Nodding occasionally, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he assured, "Rest assured, everything is under our control. There will be no unexpected incidents." "That is good. Should anything go awry, you understand the consequences, do you not? Your family will suffer as well. Ensure you do your job well. Money and beautiful women will not elude you," came the stilted response from the speaker before the image vanished. Chang Shuyang's shirt was drenched in sweat as he rose from his chair and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing out at the vibrant night and the bustling streets below, He realized that there was no turning back from this point. Wiping the sweat from his brow, his eyes filled with a deep longing as his expression twisted into something sinister. Since there is no turning back, I shall amass boundless wealth, surrounded by beautiful women, he declared, breaking into a maniacal laugh. While Chang Shuliang reveled in his near madness, Yi Qinfeng and Feng Nanxiang arrived at the base of the Tianwu group. Yi Qinfeng instructed, "Brother Feng, please remain in the car. If I require your assistance, I will call you immediately. Until then, refrain from taking any action, regardless of the situation." With that, Yi Qinfeng dashed toward the Tianwu group, incapacitating a patrolling security guard and donning his uniform. He preferred stealth over a brazen assault. Aware that an overt confrontation would incite chaos and potentially attract law enforcement, an outcome he sought to avoid. Under the moonlight, Feng Nanxiang watched Yi Qinfeng's agile figure with admiration. Since retiring and following Zhao Qihua, he had led a life of comfort, yet he yearned for greater strength. Uncharacteristically, he retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and began to exhale smoke rings into the night. Chapter 57. Discovery after donning the security uniform. Yi Qinfeng effortlessly entered the Tianwu group's building. During the journey, Feng Nanxiang had provided him with a detailed map of the premises, clearly indicating that the chairman's office was located on the 12th floor. Naturally, Yi Qinfeng made his way directly to the intended destination. "Stop. As a mere patrol guard, why are you loitering inside the building instead of patrolling outside?" Just as Yi Qinfeng was about to take the elevator to the 12th floor, a voice reprimanded him from behind. Reluctantly, he turned around to face a middle-aged man clad in a security uniform. With the word captain emblazoned on his chest, he was indeed the head of the security team at Tianwu Group. The security captain brandished a flashlight, directing its beam towards Yi Qinfeng's face, questioning, "I don't believe I've seen you before. Are you a security guard for Tianwu Group?" Or could it be that, before he could finish his sentence, Yi Qinfeng struck him with a swift chop to the neck, rendering him unconscious. Dragging the unconscious captain into the elevator, Yi Qinfeng was determined to prevent anyone from discovering the unfortunate state of the security chief. He pressed the button for the 12th floor. On the 12th floor, within the chairman's office, a bedroom had been partitioned off where Chang Shuliang often resided. He tidied the documents on his desk, pressing his fingers against his temples as a surge of agitation ignited within him. Rising from his executive chair, he approached the enclosed bedroom and opened the door, revealing the lifeless body of a woman. The woman, appearing to be around 25 or 26 years old and possessing a certain allure, was Chang Shuliang's secretary. Earlier that morning, he had succumbed to his baser instincts and attempted to assault her, but she had resisted vehemently, as she was soon to embark on a blissful journey into matrimony. During their struggle, Chang Shuliang had tightened his grip around her neck until she succumbed to asphyxiation. Now, the secretary's body lay cold, and Chang Shuliang approached it with a twisted smile, his eyes narrowed as if he were admiring a piece of art. His psyche was evidently warped. Any sane individual witnessing such a scene would be filled with revulsion. To describe Chang Shuliang's behavior as beastly would be an affront to the very notion of animality. Slowly, he began to remove his clothing. "Are you planning to continue? Or?" A voice laden with disdain pierced through the air, and Yi Qinfeng's figure appeared at the threshold of the bedroom, his expression icy. Chang Shuliang's actions had crossed an unforgivable line, and there was no way Yi Qinfeng would allow him to see the dawn of a new day. Startled, Chang Shuliang hastily donned his clothes. Looking up at the dark silhouette before him, he asked gravely, "Who are you? How did you get in here? Does it truly matter who I am? Or have I interrupted your exquisite indulgence?" Yi Qinfeng's tone was frigid. He refrained from striking Chang Shuliang, as he sought to glean information from him. In the darkness, Chang Shuliang retrieved a micro-pistol from his pocket. Yi Qinfeng heightened his spiritual awareness to its utmost, focusing intently on Chang Shuliang, thus rendering the latter's every movement transparent to his keen perception. "Do you believe I can eliminate you before you even fire your weapon?" Yi Qinfeng remarked playfully. As though discussing an inconsequential matter, Chang Shuliang's grip on the micro-pistol quivered, a cold sweat breaking out along his spine. How could this figure know of his intent to shoot? Gathering his wits, he surmised that the shadow before him was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. He relinquished the notion of firing, convinced that everyone in the world was motivated by greed or lust, believing that anything could be resolved with those two elements. "Since you're here, let us speak plainly. What is your purpose? Wealth? Or perhaps a woman? I can fulfill either of those desires, if you wish. I can ensure you enjoy the most luxurious lifestyle in this world," Chang Shuliang asserted, brimming with confidence. "Your offer is enticing, yet I, Yi Qinfeng, am not a man of your ilk. Speak of the forces behind Tianwu Group. Yi Qinfeng extended a hand, continuing, I will grant you 5 seconds to contemplate. After that, your survival will depend on your response. Chang Shuliang took a step back, his composure faltering as he inquired, Who are you? I will fight you if need be. With a resounding bang, Chang Shuliang fired his micro-pistol at the shadow. Initially believing Yi Qinfeng to be a common thief, he had contemplated an alliance. But upon hearing the inquiry about the forces behind Tianwu Group, he realized the gravity of the situation. He dared not disclose the truth, fearing the consequences. Yi Qinfeng was already prepared, effortlessly dodging the incoming bullet. Upon glimpsing the corpse of the female secretary once more, his fury became unbearable. He lunged forward, swiftly closing the distance between them, and with a single, powerful punch aimed at Chang Shuliang's heart, sent him crashing against the wall. The impact left Chang Shuliang's ribs caved in, blood gushing from his mouth as he appeared on the brink of expelling every last drop from his body. Yi Qinfeng approached, placing a finger beneath Chang Shuliang's nose, only to realize that his earlier strike had been excessively forceful. Had he inadvertently killed the bastard? With no one left to interrogate, Yi Qinfeng acknowledged that his emotions had spiraled out of control. Nonetheless, he was confident that the chairman's office would harbor clues and vital documents. Such items were typically concealed in compartments or hidden locations. Yet for Yi Qinfeng, locating these concealed areas within the office would prove to be a trivial task. Chapter 58. An unexpected discovery within the confines of the chairman's office. Yi Qinfeng meticulously examined his surroundings. His keen eye discerned that a wooden panel beneath the desk was hollow. Upon prying it open, he was met with the sight of a modern, high-tech safe. This electronic vault operated on a password input system, and should one input an incorrect code 3 times, the contents would self-destruct in flames. In the present age, such a sophisticated safe was indeed top tier. However, to Yi Qinfeng, it was hardly impressive. He hailed from a world 500 years into the future, where such safes would be deemed nothing more than refuse. With his right hand poised over the keypad, he channeled a surge of spiritual energy through his palm into the safe's electronic apparatus, intending to dismantle its password system. Approximately a minute later, faint sounds emanated from within, followed by the safe's door springing open automatically. His ploy had succeeded. At first glance, Yi Qinfeng was captivated by a photograph inside the safe, incredulous at its authenticity. The image depicted an enormous root. To an ordinary individual, it appeared merely as a commonplace tree root, yet Yi Qinfeng recognized it as the root of the mythical tree. This plant, long thought extinct, was chronicled in numerous ancient texts as possessing immense medicinal properties capable of enhancing human physical abilities. Could it also augment Yi Qinfeng's spiritual prowess? In his previous life, Yi Qinfeng had delved deeply into medicine and had stumbled upon references to this peculiar plant while perusing ancient tomes. The mythical tree root was an oddity. It consisted solely of roots and stems, devoid of the trunks and branches characteristic of other trees, existing perpetually nestled within the earth. Regardless of whether the mythical tree root could amplify his spiritual energy, Yi Qinfeng was resolute in acquiring it. With the destruction of his cloud-riding mushroom, he was owed some form of recompense. Besides the photograph of the mythical root, the safe contained a substantial stack of documents. Upon perusing these papers, Yi Qinfeng's countenance shifted dramatically. The documents revealed an alarming and nefarious scheme. Someone intended to unleash a novel virus within the borders of Huaxia, one that could regress the intelligence of normal humans to that of 2 to 3-year-olds. The ramifications of such a virus's spread were too dire to contemplate. Who could dare to execute such a heinous act? It became evident why the Tianwu Group had been systematically acquiring major companies within Huaxia. They sought to leverage various channels to disseminate the virus. Who was the mastermind orchestrating the Tianwu Group's sinister agenda? Yi Qinfeng furrowed his brow. Though he would not consider himself an overtly patriotic man, he possessed the blood of the Yanhuang descendants flowing through his veins, and his family resided in Huaxia. He was determined to thwart this atrocity. One perplexing thought lingered. With such a monumental undertaking, had the relevant authorities in Huaxia not noticed anything amiss? It seemed there were indeed those in positions of power who squandered the nation's resources without fulfilling their responsibilities. Beneath the documents lay a note containing contact information and a detailed address, which would enable Yi Qinfeng to uncover the puppeteer behind this terrifying plot. Just as he prepared to depart, thick smoke billowed through the gap in the office door. Yi Qinfeng hastily opened the door, only to be confronted by a raging inferno. An escape via the elevator or staircase was utterly implausible. It appeared that during his time in the chairman's office, someone had discovered his presence and sought to incinerate him, along with all evidence of their machinations. Yi Chenfeng swiftly closed the office door again and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Grabbing a nearby chair, he smashed the glass, letting in a rush of cool night air that caused his clothes to flutter wildly. Peering down, he noted the formidable height of the 12th floor. A fall from such a height would undoubtedly reduce an ordinary person to a mere splatter. How dare they force me to leap from a building? He muttered angrily to himself. I will claim the mythical tree root, and they shall pay for their lives. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chenfeng pressed his body against the window, using his spiritual energy to propel himself downward like a cannonball. Should anyone have witnessed this scene, they might have thought it a film shoot, as such spectacles often graced action movies. As he neared the ground, Yi Chenfeng bent his knees against the glass, executing a rapid stop that produced a screeching sound as the glass and his soles collided. Just a meter from the ground, he pushed off the glass with force, launching himself toward the earth, rolling several times upon impact to mitigate the pain of the fall. Mr. Yi, are you all right? Fang Nanxiang inquired, having awaited outside. He hesitated, contemplating whether to rush in when he noticed the thick black smoke billowing from the building. After all, Yi Chenfeng had instructed him not to act until receiving a call. Just as Fang Nanxiang resolved to enter, he witnessed Yi Chenfeng sliding down the building's exterior glass, leaving him at a loss for words. This was not a cinematic scene. Yi Chenfeng had truly descended from the 12th floor to the ground, and he appeared unscathed. Who would believe such a tale? Yi Chenfeng stood and waved dismissively. Brother Fang, I'm fine. I wonder which scoundrel started the fire. Mr. Yi, did you really slide down the glass from the 12th floor? Despite witnessing it firsthand, Fang Nanxiang could not help but ask. Yi Chenfeng nodded, replying, Brother Fang, would you care to experience it yourself? It's quite simple, once you master it. You could slide down from 50 or 60 stories without issue. In his former life, he had descended from a height of 90 stories to complete a mission. Fang Nanxiang shook his head vigorously. Mr. Yi, I lack your abilities. He jested. What if I end up like Spider-Man, but instead become a corpse? That would be far too tragic. After all, at your age, I was merely a rookie in the special forces. Indeed, it was true. One must refrain from comparing oneself to others, especially those who inspire awe with their exceptional talents. Chapter 59. Encounter Mr. Yi. Have you made any discoveries? Fang Nanxiang shifted to the main topic, gazing at Yi Chenfeng with curiosity. Yi Chenfeng had no intention of divulging the matter to Fang Nanxiang. The ramifications of such a terrifying scheme were extensive, and informing him might put him in jeopardy. With an air of indifference, Yi Chenfeng replied, Brother Fang, there is nothing of note. Perhaps we should head back now. He planned to act independently after returning to the Zhao residence. However, Fang Nanxiang was not one to be easily dismissed. His expression turned serious, his eyes reflecting an unusual wisdom as he inquired, Mr. Yi, do you not trust me? Or is it that? Yi Chenfeng forced a smile and responded, Brother Fang, it's not that I'm unwilling to share, but it's better for you to remain uninformed. If you get involved, it could bring unimaginable trouble to both you and the Zhao family. Mr. Yi, once Chairman Zhao has recovered, I intend to resign. I have stayed by his side all these years to repay a debt of gratitude. But this is not the life I desire. Over these years, I have secretly trained 6 bodyguards, and their skills are sufficient to protect Chairman Zhao and his family. Fang Nanxiang declared, his fervor ignited by recent events. This was a decision he had contemplated thoroughly. Yi Chenfeng regarded Fang Nanxiang with interest. He recognized Fang's capabilities. In the near future, Yi Chenfeng intended to build his own power base and would need trustworthy individuals by his side, and Fang Nanxiang's character had already earned his approval. Brother Fang, what are your plans moving forward? Yi Chenfeng inquired. I have no specific plans at the moment. I simply no longer wish to live a life of complacency. Fang Nanxiang replied. If the opportunity arose for you to follow me, would you be willing? Yi Chenfeng asked. In truth, Fang Nanxiang had long harbored this thought, but was unsure how to articulate it. Moreover, he questioned whether Yi Chenfeng would even agree. Mr. Yi, you want me to follow you? I would be more than willing, Fang Nanxiang responded eagerly. Since you have made such a decision, it's fine for you to know about tonight's events, Yi Chenfeng said solemnly. Once in the car, Yi Chenfeng recounted everything he knew to Fang Nanxiang, who was infuriated upon hearing the details. Having previously served in the National Special Forces, Fang had been imbued with a strong sense of duty to protect his country, making his emotions far more volatile than Yi Chenfeng's. Mr. Yi, we absolutely cannot allow this to happen. Shouldn't we inform the relevant national authorities? Fang Nanxiang suggested. Yi Chenfeng shook his head, saying, "Brother Fong, it's not yet time to notify the authorities. After all, we have not witnessed this matter firsthand. We must first investigate further." "Understood. I will follow your lead," Fong Nanxiang replied as he drove towards the designated location. After over 2 hours on the road, they ventured beyond the city limits to a desolate area, where the road was riddled with potholes and darkness enveloped them, save for the car's headlights. "Mr. Yi, could the address you obtained be a ruse?" Fong Nanxiang speculated. Yi Chenfeng believed that if it were a false address, it wouldn't have been stored in a safe. Especially since the impending act was undeniably a terroristic endeavor, such matters would not be conducted in secrecy. "Brother Fong, let us step out and take a look," Yi Chenfeng suggested. Leading the way out of the vehicle, Fong Nanxiang switched off the engine and followed closely behind. The surroundings were overgrown with weeds. Visibility was extremely low in the nighttime environment. Yi Chenfeng heightened his spiritual awareness, attuned to the changes around him. Suddenly, a murderous intent surged toward Yi Chenfeng. Acting on instinct, he evaded an attack from the shadows, and as the assailant revealed their presence, he launched a decisive counterattack. There was no room for mercy in such a moment. After just 3 exchanges, both Yi Chenfeng and the figure in the darkness emitted a surprised gasp, simultaneously sensing a familiarity in each other. "Who are you?" the figure asked. Straining to recall the voice, Yi Chenfeng tentatively queried, "Are you Wang Li? How do you know my name? Who exactly are you?" The voice from the shadows escalated in pitch. "I am Yi Chenfeng. Do you not recognize me? Would you like to spar again?" Upon recognizing Wang Li, Yi Chenfeng felt a slight relaxation of his nerves. "Yi Chenfeng, it truly is you. What brings you here?" The dim light illuminated Yi Chenfeng's face, allowing for a faint recognition. "Chenfeng, is that you?" Emerged another voice from the underbrush. Yi Chenfeng quickly identified the newcomer, smiling as he remarked, "Uncle Wu, what a surprise to encounter you here." The questioning figure was none other than Wu Kunming. Realizing the implications, Yi Chenfeng deduced that the state must be aware of a potential terror plot, or else they wouldn't have dispatched figures like Wu Kunming and Wang Li. However, it seemed the authorities were still unaware that the threat involved virus transmission. Otherwise, military forces would have already intervened. "Chenfeng, why did you leave so suddenly the other day?" Wu Kunming approached and patted Yi Chenfeng's shoulder. "Uncle Wu, would I have been able to leave if I had stayed?" Yi Chenfeng retorted. Wang Li suddenly coughed twice, admonishing, "This is not the time for idle chatter. Let us not forget our mission here." His tone conveyed dissatisfaction towards Wu Kunming. "Chenfeng, if you're uninjured, you need to leave immediately. We have serious business to attend to," Wu Kunming urged. "Uncle Wu, if you chase me away, you want to learn the specifics of the impending terror operation. Are you truly willing to let me go?" Yi Chenfeng questioned with a subtle smile. "What? Chenfeng, how do you know about this?" "This is a top-secret national mission," Wu Kunming said, bewildered. "Take a look at these documents, and you'll understand." Yi Chenfeng offered the files to Wu Kunming and Wang Li for their perusal. After reviewing the documents, both Wu Kunming and Wang Li's expressions shifted dramatically. The situation surpassed their expectations. They had only received word of a potential terror plot in Huaxia, but they hadn't anticipated it involved virus transmission. If this development continued unchecked, it would lead to catastrophic consequences. Fortuitously, Yi Chenfeng's timely intervention had occurred. If the adversary intended to propagate a virus, there must be a research facility or storage nearby, likely fortified with heavy weaponry or traps. Wu Kunming and Wang Li had brought only 20 operatives, initially planning to gather intelligence before calling upon local state forces. Yet, upon learning of the virus threat, they had no choice but to act immediately. Every second delayed posed an increased risk to both the nation and its people. Chapter 60. Virus Research Base. It seems our actions are urgently required. Only heaven knows what these deranged individuals might do next. Wang Li clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Yi Chenfeng, are you prepared to join us?" Wang Li inquired. Given the current situation, having a skilled expert like Yi Chenfeng would undoubtedly enhance their chances of success. Yi Chenfeng nodded. He had originally come to thwart this terror plot and to retrieve the root of the virtual tree. However, with no buildings in sight, where could the terrorists possibly be hiding? "Chenfeng, it's truly fortuitous that you can join us. May I ask who this is?" Wu Kunming remarked, relieved by Yi Chenfeng's agreement, only just noticing Fong Nanxiang standing behind him. "This is Fong Nanxiang, who possesses remarkable skills. We share a similar objective of investigating the truth behind this situation," Yi Chenfeng explained. "However, the surroundings are desolate. Where exactly are the terrorists concealed?" He pondered aloud. "We have been here for over 3 hours, and we have yet to uncover anything. Wang Li's face flickered with impatience in the darkness. As a member of the King's soldiers group, those admitted must meet exceptionally high standards, indicating that Wang Li's composure had not yet reached an unshakable state. Yi Chenfeng contemplated briefly. In his previous life, he had engaged in countless missions, dealing with high-caliber criminal organizations and mercenary groups. Since Wang Li and Wu Kunming had received intelligence indicating this location, and his own information corroborated it, the terrorists must surely be in this vicinity. With no structures above ground, could they potentially be hiding underground? Yi Chenfeng murmured. What did you say? Wu Kunming queried, having not quite caught Yi Chenfeng's words. Uncle Wu, I suspect these terrorists have established their base underground. We should initiate a thorough search immediately, Yi Chenfeng suggested. The group dispersed to conduct a meticulous search for any suspicious signs, as Wu Kunming promptly issued the command. The 20 members under his command swiftly scattered, executing a comprehensive search without delay. The intelligence received from above had been erroneous. They had presumed a minor terror action was imminent, thus dispatching only one member of the King's soldiers group alongside Wu Kunming for support. Had they known of a potential viral outbreak, they would have sent a substantial contingent, not merely one soldier. However, it was too late now. Wu Kunming and Wang Li could immediately inform their superiors of the situation and request reinforcements. Yet such communication would inevitably consume at least a day or two. What if the terrorists acted within that time frame? This was a burden neither Wu Kunming nor Wang Li could bear. Report. We have made a discovery. A soldier rushed to Wu Kunming, leading him and the others to a suspicious area. The soldier revealed a patch of ground where weeds and dirt had been cleared away, exposing a metallic object resembling a manhole cover, complete with a metal pull ring. This must be the entrance to the terrorists' underground base. Yi Chenfeng, it seems your deduction was entirely accurate, Wang Li exclaimed, directly opening the manhole cover and peering into the abyss below, which was shrouded in darkness, even less visible than outside. Isn't it too easy to uncover this? The adversary cannot be so foolish. Surely the area below is fraught with traps and mechanisms. Yi Chenfeng cautioned. Regardless, we must descend into this den of danger, Wang Li declared, resolutely climbing down the internal ladder first. Yi Chenfeng shook his head with a wry smile. After all, Wang Li was a member of the King's soldiers group, accustomed to perilous missions. It was nothing short of miraculous that he had survived this long with such a temperament. Having spent considerable time with Wang Li, Wu Kunming understood well. He patted Yi Chenfeng's shoulder and said, Chenfeng, Wang Li is simply that type of person. Do not take it to heart. Uncle Wu, we shouldn't send everyone down. Let us leave some outside for support, Yi Chenfeng suggested. Wu Kunming wholeheartedly agreed, leaving 10 team members above ground. Yi Chenfeng also insisted that Fang Nanxiang remain outside, much to Fang Nanxiang's discontent, yet he ultimately complied. As Yi Chenfeng and the others descended the ladder, blinding lights suddenly illuminated the area, and laughter echoed from all directions. Ha! Welcome to our virus research base. We shall ensure you have an unforgettable night. Yi Chenfeng quickly surveyed his surroundings, noticing cameras and speakers adorning the walls. He picked up several stones from the ground and hurled them unhesitatingly at the cameras and speakers. Bang! 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 The stones struck, shattering the cameras and speakers. Meanwhile, deep within the underground base, in a large laboratory, a middle-aged man observed the screen before him turning to static. He shouted in fury, Baka, I will ensure these Chinese do not return. Our plan is set to be executed tomorrow. By then, the intelligence of most citizens in southern China will regress to that of 2 to 3-year-olds. This middle-aged man from the island nation was the same individual who had appeared on the screen in the office of the Tianwu Group's chairman. In the laboratory, 8 other middle-aged men of varying ethnicities were present, presumably from different countries, diligently working at the experimental stations to concoct the virus. In a corner of the laboratory, 3 iron cages contained 8 or 9 Chinese individuals, both men and women, disheveled and exhibiting a vacant, childlike expression wholly incongruous with their ages. These individuals had been captured to serve as test subjects for the new virus they were developing, their intelligence having regressed to that of infants. This terrorist organization comprised individuals from around the globe, yet the leader was an islander with a notorious criminal record across multiple nations. Their current target was China. Should their so-called viral dissemination plan succeed, it would undoubtedly plunge China into an unprecedented catastrophe. Chapter 61. Perilous Encounters. Yi Chenfeng, Wang Li, and Wu Kunming stood before an elongated passageway, hesitating to take the first step. The more seemingly secure a place appeared, the more it often concealed untold dangers within. I suspect this passage is not as simple as it seems. Surely, mechanisms and traps are embedded within the ground or walls. Yi Qianfeng furrowed his brow. Since these terrorists did not create a ruckus at the entrance, they must have laid intricate traps within the underground base to ensnare any unwelcome intruders. I concurred with Qianfeng's assessment. We cannot act recklessly. Wu Kunming echoed this sentiment. So what do you two propose we do? Are we to simply stand idly by? Wang Li queried, his impatience surfacing in urgent situations. If you seek death, feel free to proceed ahead, Yi Qianfeng retorted, picking up a sizable stone from the ground and hurling it down the passageway. The stone struck the ground with a resounding thud, triggering an array of automatic rifles to emerge from the walls, unleashing a relentless barrage of gunfire. Flames licked the passageway as bullets ricocheted, and had Yi Qianfeng and his companions ventured forth, they would have undoubtedly met a grim fate. After over a minute of continuous fire, the guns retracted back into the walls, restoring an eerie silence, as if the chaos had never transpired. Do you still believe that urgency is beneficial? With your temperament, you will inevitably perish on a mission one day, possibly jeopardizing your comrades as well, Yi Qianfeng bluntly stated to Wang Li. Wang Li's face flushed crimson. He recognized his impulsiveness but had struggled to amend it over the years. In previous missions with other members of the elite team, his impatience had nearly led to failure on 3 occasions. Taking a deep breath to quell his anger, he replied, "You are right, Yi Qianfeng. How then shall we traverse this passage?" Wang Li was not so prideful as to reject criticism. He understood his flaws and had been striving to temper his hasty nature. There was indeed a way to safely navigate the passage. The automatic rifles were mechanized, not manually operated, which meant the ammunition would eventually deplete. If they continuously threw stones into the corridor, they could wait until the guns ran out of bullets. Yi Qianfeng proclaimed with confidence. "Qianfeng, that is a brilliant idea. Why didn't we think of it?" Wu Kunming promptly commanded his subordinates to scavenge for large stones, as there were few of substantial size within the underground base. Having ascended from a realm 500 years in the future, Yi Qianfeng was no less than a formidable figure in that era, let alone 5 centuries prior. If he could not match wits with individuals from 500 years ago, he might as well meet an untimely end. Soon, they had gathered a sufficient number of large stones. Yi Qianfeng, Wu Kunming, and Wang Li each took a stone and hurled them towards the ground of the passage. As the stone struck, the hidden guns re-emerged, unleashing another furious onslaught of bullets. They did not cease throwing stones, and the air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire, piercing the ears of all present. After approximately half an hour, the firepower gradually diminished until the guns finally fell silent, indicating that their ammunition had been exhausted. That was exhausting. We threw stones for a full 30 minutes just to deplete their bullets? Wu Kunming remarked, shaking his sore shoulders. Nonetheless, he felt immensely grateful that Yi Qianfeng was with them. Otherwise, they might have already been on the path to oblivion. Now we should be safe. But let us remain vigilant. More dangers may yet arise, Yi Qianfeng suggested, leading the way into the passage while heightening his senses to perceive any lurking threats. After cautiously advancing for about 10 minutes without encountering any peril, some began to relax their guard. Just then, Yi Qianfeng suddenly warned, "Be cautious, danger approaches." No sooner had he spoken than several figures clad in ninja attire emerged from the walls, brandishing blades with alarming speed. Except for Yi Qianfeng, Wang Li, and Wu Kunming, who were agile enough to evade the attacks. Others were swiftly dispatched, their throats slashed before they could react. The ninjas, having completed their grim task, vanished into the walls, employing a form of disguise akin to ninjutsu, utilizing tools or the terrain to remain undetected, much like a chameleon. Wu Kunming's eyes blazed with fury, resembling an enraged bull. These were men he had personally trained and shared camaraderie with. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they were all gone. How could he possibly accept this? With a guttural roar, Wu Kunming charged towards the wall, but no matter how he slammed into it, it remained unyielding, as if the ninjas had the ability to phase through solid barriers. "Uncle Wu, please calm yourself. I believe those ninjas have not strayed far. Do not forget your responsibilities. If you seek vengeance for your subordinates, you must maintain your composure." Yi Qianfeng grasped Wu Kunming firmly, knowing that if his emotions spiraled out of control, he might be the next casualty. "Yi Qianfeng, can you sense their presence?" Wang Li asked quietly, his eyes darting warily around. If Yi Qianfeng's spiritual energy were at its peak from his previous life, he could indeed sense their presence. However, with only level 3 spiritual energy now, And considering the ninjas' adeptness at concealing their murderous intent, discerning their exact locations was exceedingly challenging. Gazing at the numerous corpses strewn across the floor, blood still gushing from their throats, Wu Kunming's rage intensified. He was determined to avenge his fallen comrades. We must steady our minds. Sometimes, our eyes can deceive us. We must rely on our instincts and attune our ears to the slightest rustle around us, Yi Chenfeng advised, closing his eyes to sense the dangers lurking in the darkness. Wu Kunming and Wang Li heeded Yi Chenfeng's words, gradually coming to view him as their anchor and even their leader. Chapter 62. Unexpected developments. With his eyes closed, Yi Chenfeng felt the third-level soul power within him gradually expand into the surrounding atmosphere. His heart achieved utter tranquility, allowing his keen hearing to discern even the faint sounds of ants scuttling across the ground. In that moment, the entire world seemed to magnify infinitely before him. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythmic beating of the hearts of Yi Chenfeng, Wu Kunming, and Wang Li resonated in unison. Suddenly, Yi Chenfeng's fingers curled into claws, and with a swift motion, he grasped at the air before him, seizing a ninja wielding a kunai. This ninja had intended to utilize a concealment technique to mask his presence and stealthily approach Yi Chenfeng, who stood at the forefront. Little did he expect such an abrupt counterattack. The ninja, possessing remarkable composure, did not falter. He swung his kunai towards Yi Chenfeng's neck. Yet, Yi Chenfeng would not allow him such satisfaction. Bending his legs to evade the lethal strike, he extended his palm to grip the ninja's neck and twisted forcefully. A series of cracking sounds echoed through the air as the ninja's bones shattered. Clad in dark fabric, the ninja's face was obscured, yet the disbelief in his exposed eyes was palpable. With a clatter, the kunai fell from his grasp, and the light in his eyes gradually extinguished. Perhaps, in his final moments, he could scarcely believe the reality of his demise. As Yi Chenfeng made his move, Wu Kunming and Wang Li, standing behind him, opened their eyes. They stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them, their mouths agape. They had felt no sense of impending danger. It was clear that Yi Chenfeng had ascended to a level far beyond their own. Isn't it time for the rest of you rabble to reveal yourselves? This so-called ninja is nothing remarkable, Yi Chenfeng declared coldly, his mind ever vigilant. With a sudden clang, a kunai materialized from the air, aimed directly at Yi Chenfeng's throat. He deftly deflected it with a flick of his fingers and, with a powerful kick, struck the air. A ninja emerged, colliding heavily with the wall of the corridor, unable to rise again. If you think you can eliminate us solely through deception, feel free to try again. However, I fear few of you will survive the encounter. Yi Chenfeng was aware that he did not know the precise locations of all the ninjas. His intent was to exert psychological pressure, a crucial factor in any battle. Indeed, the bait was taken, for ninjas clad in black suddenly materialized before Yi Chenfeng, the leader addressing him in broken Mandarin. You will all die. The eyes visible behind the fabric were filled with malice. Perhaps it is not we who shall perish today, Yi Chenfeng retorted, extending his hand toward a concealed ninja preparing to strike. He seized the ninja's wrist, wresting the kunai from his grip, and before the ninja could react, the weapon pierced his throat in a swift, fluid motion, all accomplished in mere seconds. I told you, this tactic is ineffective against me. Yi Chenfeng's composure was merely a fade. He had nearly overlooked the approaching ninja, akin to dancing perilously close to the edge of a precipice. Very well, Huaxia man. I will ensure your demise is particularly gruesome. The leading ninja launched an assault on Yi Chenfeng, his form flickering in and out of visibility, perplexing those nearby. Wang Li, leave the remaining three to me. I seek vengeance for my brother. Wu Kunming's eyes blazed with fury, resembling an enraged beast. Wu Kunming, this is not a time for heroics. I will assist you, Wang Li insisted, doubting Wu Kunming's ability to overcome the three ninjas. I have already stated that you need not intervene. Did you not comprehend? Wu Kunming shouted at Wang Li. Observing Wu Kunming's fervent emotions, Wang Li gradually relaxed his tightly clenched fists, preparing to watch quietly. If Wu Kunming faltered, he would spring into action. The leader of the ninjas, his movements unpredictable, continuously appeared beside Yi Chenfeng, swinging his kunai. Each time, Yi Chenfeng narrowly evaded the assaults, proving that the ninjas from the island were indeed formidable adversaries. In a swift motion, Yi Chenfeng retrieved a kunai from the ground and declared, "Today, you shall die by your own weapon. It is only fitting." Bakiaro, the leading ninja, seethed with rage at Yi Chenfeng's confidence, convinced that the Huaxia people could never measure up to their esteemed lineage. with the kunai firmly in hand. Yi Chifeng felt an overwhelming surge of murderous intent. In his previous life, how many lives had he extinguished in the name of duty? The oppressive aura of malevolence transformed Yi Chifeng's demeanor. Only those who had clawed their way out from the depths of death could exude such a presence. Wang Li swallowed hard, pondering, how many lives has Yi Chifeng taken? He is merely in his 20s. The term murderous fiend feels so misplaced when applied to him. Has he been killing since birth? He found his own thoughts to be absurdly humorous. The leader of the ninjas grew solemn. He recognized that he faced a true master. His own aura surged, enhancing his strength and speed exponentially. The kunai he wielded left trails in the air, moving so swiftly that it was nearly imperceptible. Yi Chifeng's third-level soul power surged to its zenith. He was confident he could overpower his opponent. There was no need to waste time. One decisive strike would conclude the battle. With a resonant clash, their kunai met, and the leader's weapon shattered. Yi Chifeng's kunai continued its trajectory, severing the leader's neck, blood spraying forth as the ninja succumbed. Clutching his throat in futile desperation, a sly smile crept across Yi Chifeng's lips as he taunted. Let me share a secret with you. Had you continued to rely on your concealment techniques, you might have had a chance. I was merely deceiving you, an assembly of mindless fools. Gasping, the leader pressed his palm against his neck, his face turning crimson as he stammered, ultimately collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, Wu Kunming found himself besieged by 3 ninjas, his body battered and bruised, cornered with no escape in sight. If Yi Chifeng and Wang Li did not intervene soon, his demise was imminent. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out as Wu Kunming produced a compact handgun from seemingly nowhere, aiming it at the heads of the 3 ninjas. Their expressions conveyed disdain for his underhanded tactics. Wu Kunming inhaled deeply and declared, "Do not forget how you beasts murdered my brother. Do you believe you are above reproach?" He understood that in confronting an enemy, notions of fairness and honor were futile, as they would not extend such courtesies. Yi Chifeng and Wang Li stood in stunned silence, taken aback by Wu Kunming's unexpected actions. The outcome was entirely unforeseen, as they had been prepared to assist him. Chapter 63. Unresting Death. Uncle Wu, you truly are remarkable. I thought you were on the verge of demise. Yi Chifeng jested, observing that Wu Kunming's mood was far from cheerful. Wu Kunming remained silent. Picking up a ninja blade from the ground and severing the heads of the fallen ninjas, an overwhelming stench of blood permeating the corridor. Brothers, may your journey to the underworld be smooth. I have avenged you. A smile flickered across Wu Kunming's face as he swiftly buried his sorrow, adding, Chifeng, are you not cursing me? Am I so easily dispatched? If I were to perish, your little uncle Yi Dongjian would be quite lonely. After briefly gathering their spirits, the trio advanced with heightened caution, having already encountered 2 waves of peril. Nearly an hour later, they arrived before a massive, fully sealed metal door, which featured a keypad for password entry and a fingerprint verification system. Behind this formidable barrier lay the laboratory of the virus base, complete with a camera and speaker overhead. I am astounded that you have made it this far. However, I must inform you that the virus dissemination plan will commence in just 1 day, and our personnel are en route. Can you even enter? A voice, brimming with confidence, emanated from the speaker. This door is forged from the hardest metals, measuring a full meter in thickness. Not even a bomb could breach it. The password system was set up by me, and no one in this world can crack it besides myself. Oh, is that so? Yi Chifeng retorted dismissively, placing his hand on the keypad. His spiritual energy began to infiltrate the door's electronic system. Once he dismantled the electronics, the door would automatically open, akin to how he accessed the vault at Tianwu Group. Huaxia people, should you manage to open this door today? With a resounding bang, the 1-meter-thick metal door swung open, silencing the voice in the speaker abruptly. Hey, Chifeng, you truly are something else. It seems that everything becomes trivial in your hands. Wu Kunming marveled at Yi Chifeng's seemingly boundless abilities. As the trio stepped into the laboratory, they were met with a spacious room where 7 or 8 individuals labored over virus concoctions. Upon spotting the captives locked in a corner cage, their expressions darkened with rage. These individuals were evidently test subjects captured by the terror organization. How is this possible? A man clad in a white robe, identified as Sato Kenzo, pointed incredulously at Yi Chifeng. As the leader of the terror organization, Sato's high intelligence had granted him his position, and he had believed that no one could breach the door's password. Yet, in less than a minute, Yi Chifeng had proven him wrong. How could this be anything but a slap to the face? It seems your security system is indeed lacking, rendering your nefarious plans stillborn. Yi Chenfeng shrugged nonchalantly. Ha ha. Sato Kenzo erupted in laughter. This time, I, Sato Kenzo, have underestimated you. I never anticipated such talent from Huaxia. With you accompanying us to the grave, our demise will be worthwhile. He pressed a red button nearby, triggering alarms throughout the laboratory. The base will detonate in 1 minute. The base will detonate in 1 minute. Can you escape in time? You might as well stay here and accompany us to the afterlife. It said that if one must die, they should take another down with them. A maniacal smile spread across Sato's face. Could it be that a genius could also be mad? Uncle Wu, Wang Li, you two handle these individuals. I shall take care of the rest. They faced a considerable journey of over an hour to reach the exit. Although Yi Chenfeng was formidable, he was not invincible. A bomb would surely obliterate him as well. So time was of the essence. Futile. The timer on these bombs is absolute. Once activated, even I cannot halt them, Sato Kenzo declared, his expression devoid of fear, instead bearing a hint of madness. Yi Chenfeng had no time to entertain Sato's rants. So what if the bombs were timed? If he could dismantle the electronic system within the bombs, they would become inert. The red button served as the master key for all the bombs, and he placed his palm over it, channeling his spiritual energy through the circuitry. As time ticked away, the alarms blared again. The base will detonate in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Wu Kunming and Wang Li subdued the remaining terrorists, but with the impending explosion, were they truly fated to perish here? As the countdown reached 0, Wu Kunming and Wang Li exchanged resigned glances, closing their eyes to await death. Death! We shall all perish together, Sato Kenzo shrieked in madness. At the last moment, Yi Chenfeng managed to dismantle the electronic systems of all the bombs, beads of sweat forming on his brow. In his previous life, he had perished in the explosion of a virus base. The scenario felt hauntingly familiar. Yet this time, he had survived. 1 minute passed, then 2, and still no explosion sounded. Curious, Wu Kunming and Wang Li opened their eyes, their gazes meeting Yi Chenfeng's smile, a smile that signified their survival. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Are you even human? Sato Kenzo muttered in disbelief. If Yi Chenfeng's breach of the door had astonished him, halting the mandatory detonation of the bombs seemed a feat only a god could achieve. Now, it is time to send you on your way, madman, Yi Chenfeng said coldly. No. Sato Kenzo howled in desperation. With a swift motion, Yi Chenfeng snapped Sato Kenzo's neck. The latter's eyes widened in shock as he succumbed to death, clearly unable to rest in peace. Individuals like Sato Kenzo, with their high intelligence yet twisted minds, only serve to wreak havoc upon the world. They could commit atrocities against their own kin without a flicker of remorse. Their humanity long extinguished. Chapter 64. 5 million on the precipice of life and death. Yi Chenfeng and his companions simultaneously exhaled a heavy sigh. In this world, no one wishes for death when life is at stake. Yi Chenfeng surveyed the expansive laboratory, ultimately resting his gaze upon the virtual tree root displayed on the workbench. Once the size of a basin, it had now shrunk to the dimensions of a palm. It appeared that the virus they were concocting required elements from the virtual tree root. Yi Chenfeng was aware of the beneficial effects of the virtual tree root on the human body. Yet he had no inkling it could also be utilized to create a virus. He casually picked up a cup of water from the table and splashed it on the face of a subdued terrorist, eager to uncover the origins of this extinct plant. Perhaps the terrorists realized their fate was sealed and felt no need for severe interrogation, as they divulged everything in detail. From this terrorist, Yi Chenfeng learned that they had discovered the virtual tree root in the desert. Subsequently, they realized that combining elements from the root with several other drugs and pathogens could yield a novel virus, prompting them to target the Huaxia nation, intending to turn it into a slaughterhouse. Is this all that remains of the virtual tree root? Yi Chenfeng inquired, holding the paltry fragment in his hand. The terrorist nodded, replying, "This is all that is left. Chenfeng, why waste words with these people? Let us first rescue everyone here." Wu Kunming and Wang Li moved towards the iron cage in the corner of the laboratory and freed all the individuals whose intelligence had regressed to that of children. As for the remaining terrorists, Wu Kunming and Wang Li planned to take them along for further interrogation, as this act of terrorism exceeded their expectations. After 3 hours, everyone departed from the virus base, carrying with them the already prepared virus samples. This incident warranted an immediate report to their superiors. Wu Kunming retrieved a grenade from his waist and tossed it at the entrance of the virus base, resulting in a deafening explosion that completely collapsed the entrance. Uncle Wu, the rest is in your capable hands. I still need to catch up on my sleep. Yi Chunfeng stretched lazily, appearing utterly transformed from his earlier combat self. Chunfeng, I think you should come back to the military district in Beijing with me. Uncle Wu will certainly treat you well, Wu Kunming insisted, reluctant to let go of such a versatile talent. With a chuckle, Yi Chunfeng replied, Uncle Wu, to be honest, military life does not suit me. I am accustomed to a more laid-back existence, so please spare me the torment. Chunfeng, would you be interested in joining the elite warriors group? After this collaboration, Wang Li had not only witnessed Yi Chunfeng's formidable prowess, but also recognized his multifaceted talents, qualities that the elite warriors would strive to recruit. Yi Chunfeng shrugged and said, Wang Li, I appreciate your kind offer. Should you ever find yourself disillusioned with the elite warriors, feel free to come to me. With that, he beckoned Fang Nanxiang to leave. Observing Yi Chunfeng's departing figure, Wu Kunming found himself at a loss for words. The elite warriors group was an exceptionally unique department within Huaxia, with each member wielding significant authority. Every soldier in the Huaxia military district aspired to join the elite warriors. Yet Yi Chunfeng had rejected Wang Li without a second thought. What rendered Wu Kunming even more speechless was Wang Li's shout toward Yi Chunfeng's retreating form. Yi Chunfeng, are you serious? Perhaps one day I, Wang Li, will indeed seek you out. Yi Chunfeng waved his hand dismissively, calling back, if you ever decide to follow me, you must first temper that impulsive temperament of yours. As Yi Chunfeng departed the laboratory, he took the palm-sized virtual tree root with him, though he remained uncertain about its usage. What if the ancient records were erroneous? The thought of carelessly consuming it and becoming a fool was far too daunting. Upon returning to the Zhao family villa with Fang Nanxiang, dawn was breaking. As they entered the hall, they encountered Zhao Wanting, who had just risen. Uncle Fang, Chunfeng, where did you go so early? We went for a morning run to stay fit, Yi Chunfeng replied nonchalantly. Over the next 5 days, Yi Chunfeng spent his time at the Zhao residence, growing increasingly familiar with the family. He found amusement in teasing Zhao Wanting, making his days delightfully enjoyable. However, such leisurely days could not persist indefinitely. After 5 days of relaxation, Yi Chunfeng resolved to return to his villa to check on Tang Xian. As he had promised her he would visit once he concluded his business. Fang Nanxiang chose not to accompany Yi Chunfeng immediately, recognizing that Yi Chunfeng had yet to establish his own influence. It would be more prudent for Fang Nanxiang to remain with the Zhao family until Yi Chunfeng had built his own power base. Upon learning of Yi Chunfeng's impending departure, Zhao Qihua made every effort to persuade him to stay, even slipping a check for 5 million into Yi Chunfeng's hands with sincere gratitude. Chunfeng, I truly do not know how to thank you. This 5 million is a token of my appreciation. Please consider the Zhao family your own home and visit us often. Yi Chunfeng graciously accepted the check, recognizing his current need for funds. After all, what better way for his future father-in-law to invest in him? The relationship between Yi Chunfeng and Zhao Wanting had yet to be disclosed to the Zhao family. If Zhao Qihua were to learn that his daughter had been intimate with Yi Chunfeng, it remained uncertain how he would react. As Yi Chunfeng prepared to leave, he noticed the reluctance in Zhao Wanting's eyes. She cast a disapproving glare at him, seemingly expressing her inner discontent. Seizing the moment when the Zhao family was distracted, Yi Chunfeng leaned in closely and whispered to Zhao Wanting, Wanting, do you not wish for me to stay? Why not move in with me? Then we could share a bed every night. Zhao Wanting's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she shot him an indignant look before hastily retreating into the villa, still waiting for Yi Chunfeng to pursue her and fulfill her small wish. Watching Zhao Wanting's retreating figure, Yi Chunfeng sighed inwardly. The young girl, Tang Xian, had already devoted herself to him, and now, with Zhao Wanting's affection blossoming, his emotional debts were multiplying exponentially. Chapter 65. Almost when Yi Chunfeng returned to the villa, it was just past noon. As he stepped into the grand hall, a sweet fragrance wafted towards him, and soon after, Tang Xian, the young girl, leapt into his embrace. Although only 20 years old, Tang Xian's physique was remarkably developed, surpassing that of her peers, indicating that this young lady might one day become a captivating beauty who could wreak havoc. Brother Chunfeng, you've finally returned. Tang Xian looked up at Yi Chunfeng, instinctively nestling closer into his arms. This gesture stirred conflicting feelings within him, especially since he had yet to resolve matters with Zhao Wanting. He knew he must avoid further entanglement with Tang Xian. Noticing his silence, Tang Xian pouted and said, Brother Chunfeng, have you forgotten what you promised me last time? You said that when you returned, I could make any request, and you would comply. Xian wishes to be your little woman. as she uttered the last phrase. Her fair cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her soft lips slightly parted, exuding an aura of innocence and allure. Exiner, I previously mentioned that when you turn 25 and have not found someone you love, I shall allow you to be my little woman. We must adhere to our agreement. Yi Chenfeng gently released Tang Xian, fearing that if he continued this way, he might lose control and act upon his impulses. Brother Chenfeng, you're deceiving me. You clearly said you would agree to any request. Tang Xian insisted, her face still flushed. I did say such a thing, but Xian, this request is certainly out of the question. Yi Chenfeng lightly pinched her delicate nose and continued, at present, I have some matters to attend to. Please refrain from disturbing me for the time being. With that, he ignored her disappointed expression and ascended the staircase, wary of spending more time with her. For Yi Chenfeng was a man of pure intentions without any issues regarding his sexual orientation. Upon reaching his bedroom on the second floor, Yi Chenfeng retrieved a palm-sized root from his pocket. During his 5 days at the Zhao residence, he had dedicated several hours each day to studying this peculiar root. According to ancient texts he had perused in his previous life, the root could be consumed directly or ground into powder for immersion. Merely observing it was futile. Action was imperative. Of course, he dismissed the idea of direct consumption, but he could reluctantly accept the notion of grinding the root into powder for immersion. He procured an iron basin, placed the root inside, and used his fist to pulverize it into a fine powder. In the bathroom, he filled a bathtub with hot water and poured the powdered root into it. Within moments, the previously clear water transformed into a rich brown hue. He thought, why not give it a try? How can one know its efficacy without experimentation? With a resolute mind, he stripped off his clothing and stepped into the tub. As he submerged himself in the brown water, he felt no immediate sensation, muttering to himself, it seems the ancient texts were merely fanciful tales. Just as he spoke, an intense itching sensation enveloped his skin, akin to being swarmed by countless ants, causing immense discomfort that scratching could not alleviate. As time passed, the sensation intensified, and the water in the tub gradually lightened in color, suggesting that the medicinal properties of the root were permeating his skin. Yi Chenfeng's complexion reddened, a surge of heat coursing through him as if he had ingested a potent aphrodisiac, prompting an involuntary roar of "ah." Downstairs, a distressed Tang Xian heard his cry and hurried up to the second floor, knocking urgently on the bathroom door. Brother Chenfeng, what's wrong? Are you okay? Receiving no response, her anxiety escalated, and she burst into the bathroom. There, she found Yi Chenfeng with his eyes tightly shut, his expression contorted in pain, as if he were unconscious. Tang Xian approached the tub, shaking his arm. Brother Chenfeng, wake up! Please, wake up! Huh? Yi Chenfeng emitted a low groan, his eyes fluttering open slightly, though his gaze lacked clarity. Suddenly, he plunged forward, pulling Tang Xian into the tub with him. Just as he was about to take further action, Yi Chenfeng regained his senses, for his willpower was extraordinary. Gently kissing Tang Xian's forehead, he said, Xianer, I'm sorry, Brother Chenfeng, I am willing to give myself to you. I belong to you alone for all eternity, Tang Xian replied, her face still flushed with warmth. Feeling the depth of Tang Xian's affection, Yi Chenfeng pondered, could it be that in this life, I am truly destined to become an emperor? The depth of Tang Xian's love, alongside Zhao Wanting's undeniable reality, made it impossible for him to forsake either woman. Xiner, I can allow you to be my woman, but I hope you will consider it carefully. Yi Chenfeng felt a sense of resolution. Yet he refrained from claiming Tang Xian immediately, fearing she might regret it later. Brother Chenfeng, I need no further consideration. I truly need none, Tang Xian replied, her eyes dreamy. Yi Chenfeng gently patted her head, a resigned smile gracing his lips. Very well, Xiner, let us allow nature to take its course. Chapter 66. Rapid Beauty. In the end, Yi Chenfeng decided against pursuing Tang Xian. Matters of the heart require gradual development and nurturing. Tang Xian was still quite young, and her feelings might merely be a fleeting whim. Thus, Yi Chenfeng resolved to wait for another 2 years, for he was not solely in pursuit of the ephemeral pleasures between men and women. Reluctantly, Tang Xian was ushered out of the bathroom by Yi Chenfeng. He gazed at the bathtub, now filled with clear water, feeling the surging power of his soul within. Had he truly broken through? He had ascended from a level 3 soul force to a level 4, a realization that took him completely by surprise, as he had approached this endeavor with a mere experimental mindset. However, when the medicinal properties of the virtual root permeated his body, the discomfort was indescribable. Had he not possessed a level 3 soul force, he might have perished during the attempt, especially considering his previous stagnation at a level 2. Yi Qinfeng extended his right hand towards the water in the bathtub, fully unleashing his level 4 soul force. To his astonishment, the water began to churn as if stirred by the tempestuous waves of the sea, creating a scene of striking beauty. Upon reaching level 4, Yi Qinfeng discovered he could project his power outward, the rolling water in the tub being a manifestation of his externalized force. Nonetheless, exercising such ability proved to be considerably taxing. After merely 2 minutes, he felt as if all his strength had been drained, and beads of sweat adorned his forehead and cheeks. Gasping for breath, he mused to himself, "It appears my current strength is still inadequate. I must devise a means to swiftly reclaim the pinnacle of my previous life, an 8th level soul force." The perpetrator responsible for his parents' tragic demise in a car accident remained at large. Perhaps, as the old man Yi had suggested, the assailant's next target could very well be him. If he did not expedite his enhancement of power, how could he ever seek vengeance? This world was rife with hidden talents, and with his present level 4 soul force, he could not hope to be the strongest. After drying himself with a towel and dressing, Yi Qinfeng exited the bathroom. Zhao Qihua had granted him 5 million, and combined with the 3 million he had casually obtained from the Yunhu group, he now possessed a total of 8 million. It was high time for him to embark on the first step towards establishing his commercial empire. Contemplating which industry to enter, he dismissed sectors requiring exorbitant investments, as his available funds were limited and he lacked the time to manage a company. What, then, was the most lucrative avenue? Suddenly illuminated with an idea, he exclaimed, "Eureka!" Yi Qinfeng recalled a health and beauty product from 5 centuries hence, known as Rapid Beauty. A week's consumption of this product could effortlessly eliminate various facial blemishes, such as chloasma and freckles, without any side effects. Moreover, daily use throughout the year would yield remarkable skin benefits. Compared to the current array of products aimed at blemish removal, which often contained harmful levels of lead or mercury, Rapid Beauty was undoubtedly superior. The financial outlay for producing such a product was not excessively high. With the assets he currently held, Yi Qinfeng was more than equipped. In this society, who was easiest to profit from? Clearly, it was women, as every woman possesses an innate desire for beauty. Yi Qinfeng was confident that the launch of Rapid Beauty would create a sensation, as it was a product hailing from 5 centuries in the future. Furthermore, once he perfected the formula, he could delegate the remaining tasks to trusted individuals, ensuring his time would not be overly consumed. However, developing a new pharmaceutical product involved intricate steps and numerous approvals. Naturally, a simple call to the elder Yi would expedite matters. But he preferred not to trouble him with such minor issues, believing he could manage them himself. Additionally, the monkey family was a respectable business lineage in Tianhai. Enlisting their assistance would be mutually beneficial, as they could help oversee the production and sales of Rapid Beauty. For the next 2 days, Yi Qinfeng busied himself, shuttling between the villa and the pharmacy, much to Tang Xion's chagrin. After numerous experiments, he finally succeeded in crafting a sample of Rapid Beauty on the 3rd day. Stretching, he noticed Tang Xion seated beside him, pouting with an adorably displeased expression. "Xioner, what troubles you? Has someone wronged you?" Yi Qinfeng inquired, playfully pinching her delicate nose. "Humph." Tang Xion huffed. "Brother Qinfeng, you promised to spend time with me. You've hardly been around these past few days." "Xioner, I've been busy," Yi Qinfeng replied apologetically. "Since you wish to be my little woman, I must work hard to earn money so that you can have whatever you desire in the future." Upon hearing this, a radiant smile illuminated Tang Xion's face. "Brother Qinfeng, I need nothing but to stay by your side." Her eyes sparkled with sincerity and deep affection, causing Yi Qinfeng's heart to flutter. Gently ruffling her hair, he remarked, "A man must care for his woman. I cannot allow my little one to suffer." Tang Xion nestled against Yi Qinfeng, saying, "Brother Qinfeng, our school is hosting an art gala tomorrow, and I have a dance performance. Will you come to watch? My dance is dedicated solely to you." "Of course I'll be there. If you're performing, I must support you," Yi Qinfeng promised without hesitation. "Really? That's wonderful. I'll be sure to show you my most beautiful side tomorrow," Tang Xion cheered, her voice as melodious as a lark. "All right, Xioner, since you have a performance tomorrow, you should rest early tonight," Yi Qinfeng advised. Reluctantly, Tang Xion pouted as she exited his room, secretly wishing to remain there, to be his little woman and awaken each day to see his face first. Chapter 67. Dancing solely for you. Tianhai University stands as a prestigious institution within Tianhai. endowed with a profound cultural heritage. Many of its alumni have ascended to prominence in society, some entering the ranks of officials while others have become successful entrepreneurs. This evening, the university hosts a gala to celebrate its centenary. Situated in close proximity to the villa where Yi Chenfeng and Tang Xian reside, the university is merely a 10-minute stroll away. As Yi Chenfeng arrived at the university's entrance, he was greeted by a spectacular scene. Luxury vehicles lined the entrance, likely belonging to successful alumni returning to commemorate their alma mater's 100th anniversary, eager to reunite with former classmates and showcase their accomplishments. Yi Chenfeng mused to himself, contemplating the prospect of purchasing a car, as walking seemed increasingly impractical. "Brother Chenfeng, I'm here." Tang Xian had been waiting at the gate, and upon spotting him, she called out and rushed to his side, breathless, her delicate hand resting on her heaving chest. Under Tang Xian's guidance, Yi Chenfeng entered Tianhai University. The atmosphere was imbued with an unmistakable scholarly aura, a testament to its century-old legacy. Yi Chenfeng, once a student here himself, admitted through connections rather than merit, felt a twinge of embarrassment at not having earned a degree. Soon, they made their way into the spacious auditorium, capable of accommodating over 1,000 guests. A stage had been erected at the front, presumably for performances during the evening's festivities. Tang Xian had already arranged a seat for Yi Chenfeng in the second row, as the first row was typically reserved for faculty. "Brother Chenfeng, I must head backstage to prepare. Just wait and see." Tang Xian flashed him a playful smile before darting off. The auditorium was nearly filled, and with some time before the gala commenced, Yi Chenfeng found himself at a loss for what to do. At that moment, a young man of about 21 approached him, clad in designer attire and wearing an expression of arrogance. "Old man, are you Tang Xian's brother?" he inquired. This young man, Ding Mingfei, was a third-year student at Tianhai University, enjoying a certain status among his peers. He had long harbored feelings for Tang Xian, who had consistently ignored his advances. Known as one of the university's most beautiful students, Tang Xian attracted numerous admirers, yet her heart remained steadfastly devoted to her brother Chenfeng. Yi Chenfeng quickly discerned the young man's intentions and thought to himself, "It seems Xianer is quite popular at Tianhai University." With a smirk, he retorted, "Old man, I'm more like your grandpa. Unfortunately, I have no grandson like you." At merely 25 years of age, being addressed as old man by this upstart did little to brighten his mood. Ding Mingfei's expression soured, and he pressed on, "What is your relationship with Tang Xian? Who the hell are you to concern yourself with my relationship with Xianer? Get lost." Yi Chenfeng scoffed, unwilling to engage in a petty rivalry with someone so juvenile. "Fine, you're bold. Just wait until the gala ends. We'll see how you fare then." Although many prominent figures were present, Ding Mingfei dared not create a scene in the auditorium. As Yi Chenfeng watched Ding Mingfei storm away, he shook his head, surprised that attending a gala would lead to such an encounter. Following this minor altercation, a male and female host took to the stage, announcing the official commencement of the evening's festivities. A series of captivating performances unfolded, yet Yi Chenfeng remained uninterested, eagerly awaiting Tang Xian's turn. Halfway through the gala, the female host announced, "Next, we invite the stunning sophomore, Tang Xian, to grace us with a mesmerizing dance." Tang Xian appeared in a flowing white gown, her light makeup enhancing her ethereal beauty, resembling a fairy emerging from a painting. As the music began, she danced gracefully like a butterfly, her eyes filled with ardent affection, all while her focus remained on Yi Chenfeng in the audience. Every smile and movement was imbued with deep emotion, captivating the male spectators who fantasized about the performance being dedicated to them. Yi Chenfeng, too, felt a surge of emotion. Touched by the love Tang Xian held for him, he vowed never to let her suffer again. As the soft stage lights illuminated the scene, the rhythm of the music intensified, and Tang Xian's movements became even more enchanting. Ding Mingfei, seated in the audience, noted how Tang Xian's gaze was unwaveringly fixed on Yi Chenfeng, inciting a simmering resentment within him. As the music concluded, Tang Xian did not immediately exit the stage. Instead, she took the microphone, inhaling deeply before declaring, "Tonight's dance is dedicated to one special person, the most important individual in my life. I promise to dance solely for him." At her words, the students erupted in hushed excitement, while the faculty exchanged furtive whispers. When had the campus flower acquired a boyfriend? The male admirers felt a pang of jealousy, wishing they could elicit such a performance in their honor, even if it meant sacrificing years of their lives. Ding Mingfei's expression darkened further as he stood and approached the stage. While he could not confront Yi Qinfeng openly, he had devised a plan to humiliate him. As Ding Mingfei inexplicably ascended the stage, all eyes turned toward him, some even speculating that he was the person Tang Xian referred to. Why else would he be so audaciously intruding? Chapter 68. Who laughs at whom? Today marks the centenary celebration of Tianhai University. Should we not prepare some innovative performances? I, Ding Mingfei, shall first present a splendid waltz by Chopin. Clearing his throat, Ding Mingfei's resonant voice reverberated throughout the auditorium. Ding Mingfei is renowned as an exceptional student at Tianhai University, his piano skills reaching a level of professional mastery. Many of the teachers seated in the front row were familiar with him and assumed he spontaneously wished to play a piece at the evening gala, applauding enthusiastically in response. As the applause from the teachers resonated, the students below followed suit, clapping along, particularly the female students of Tianhai University. To them, Ding Mingfei embodied the ideal Prince Charming, academically gifted and strikingly handsome, fitting their criteria for a partner. What was Ding Mingfei up to? Was he attempting to win Tang Xian's favor? It was evident that he had faced repeated failures in courting her. There is a saying that what one cannot obtain is the most desirable. The male students below whispered among themselves, feeling disgruntled by Ding Mingfei's ostentatious display, while he continued to bask in the attention. This piano piece is dedicated to you, Xian, he declared, gazing at Tang Xian with deep affection. Tang Xian frowned and replied, Ding Mingfei, please address me by my full name. We are not acquainted. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Ding Mingfei's lips. He was not angered by her coldness. He intended to demonstrate that only he, Ding Mingfei, was worthy of Tang Xian. In the upper right corner of the stage stood a sleek black piano. Ding Mingfei approached it gracefully, each movement exuding an air of pretentiousness that made the boys in the audience nauseous, while the girls swooned in admiration. Alas, in this era, even the most unremarkable individuals could masquerade as princes, oblivious to the fact that true princes are rare gems, with many merely donning the guise of grandeur. As the piano resonated, Ding Mingfei began to play, his fingers dancing skillfully across the keys, creating an illusion of competence. The waltz was performed joyfully, as if a group of people were dancing freely, only to be interrupted by a playful dog, evoking laughter. Throughout the performance, Ding Mingfei stole glances at Tang Xian, his eyes revealing a deep yearning. As the final notes faded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Such beautiful music, truly enchanting. Ding Mingfei is undoubtedly the perfect man in our eyes, the girls gushed. Don't be infatuated. Ding Mingfei's heart belongs to Tang Xian. We stand no chance. They lamented Tang Xian's perceived superiority, questioning her belief that being deemed the belle of Tianhai University granted her any special status. The girls were utterly captivated by Ding Mingfei's talent. Generally, boys who could play the piano and engage in music were quite appealing to most girls. Once the applause subsided, Ding Mingfei remarked, playing alone is rather monotonous. Is there anyone willing to join me on stage for a performance? Who among them would dare to take the stage? Ding Mingfei's piano skills were of a professional caliber. Anyone else would be asking for humiliation. Noticing the reluctance of others to ascend the stage, he nodded in satisfaction and approached Yi Qinfeng, courteously asking, my friend, would you care to join me for a piece? If you are unfamiliar with the piano, consider my question unasked. As Ding Mingfei descended the stage, all eyes followed him, clearly hearing his words. This was precisely the effect Ding Mingfei sought. If Yi Qinfeng admitted to his ignorance of the piano, he would be ridiculed publicly. Conversely, should he muster the courage to play, Ding Mingfei was confident that, with his current skill level, he was virtually unbeatable among amateurs. Yi Qinfeng shrugged nonchalantly, truthfully not wishing to engage with someone so pretentious. In his view, Ding Mingfei's previous performance lacked any real essence. In his past life, Yi Qinfeng had undergone comprehensive training under national auspices, and to call him a polymath would not be an exaggeration. Rising from his seat, he declared, were you playing cotton? Even someone playing cotton would sound better than you. An uproar erupted in the auditorium, all eyes fixed on Yi Qinfeng, and even the teachers in the front row turned to look. Isn't that Yi Qinfeng? What brings him back to school today? Can he play the piano? He was merely a troublemaker in the past. Many teachers recognized Yi Qinfeng as the notorious student who had caused countless headaches during his time at Tianhai University. Little did they know he hailed from the illustrious Yi family in the capital. Had they been aware, they would have thought twice before speaking so boldly, as the Yi family was a formidable presence in the eyes of ordinary people. Ignoring Ding Mingfei's sour expression, Yi Qinfeng strode confidently to the stage. while Ding Mingfei seethed internally, eager to see what Yi Qinfeng could produce. "Brother Qinfeng, do you play the piano?" Tang Xian asked. Worry etched on her face as she feared for her brother's dignity. Yi Qinfeng casually rubbed his nose and replied, "I can manage a bit. Let us give it a try." Tang Xian bit her lip, grasping his arm. "Brother Qinfeng, perhaps you shouldn't play. We needn't stoop to Ding Mingfei's level. Xiner, we are still on stage. With you pulling me like this, everyone is watching." Yi Qinfeng smiled. Realizing the attention they attracted, Tang Xian's cheeks flushed crimson. It was no wonder Ding Mingfei sought to provoke him. It seemed Tang Xian's earlier dance was dedicated to him. "I feel this guy is far superior to Ding Mingfei. I can't stand Ding Mingfei's pretentiousness." After all, many in the audience were not fools. A little analysis made the situation abundantly clear. Just as most assumed Yi Qinfeng was about to embarrass himself, the sound of the piano filled the air. The piece, composed in his previous life during a moment of leisure, began with a fervent expression of masculine passion, transitioning into a tender portrayal of love. The expressions on the audience's faces shifted dramatically, especially among the men. The invigorating tempo surged like a stampede across the plains. Each note, infused with Yi Qinfeng's soul, resonated deeply, transporting them back to the battlefield. As the music reached a fever pitch, the exhilarating energy abruptly transformed into a gentle, flowing melody, evoking a serene and comforting atmosphere, inviting listeners to close their eyes and savor the moment, particularly stirring the hearts of the women present. His long fingers danced over the keys as if each one were a magician's wand, enabling the audience to glimpse a wondrous world, immersing them in a realm of exquisite fantasy. Chapter 69. The true nature revealed. The enchanting sound of the piano had long ceased. Yet whether on stage with Tang Xian or among the teachers and students in the audience, even Ding Mingfei, who had hoped to witness Yi Qinfeng's embarrassment, remained with closed eyes. The exquisite melody they had just experienced was the most beautiful they had ever heard, surpassing even the performances of international pianists. They were reluctant to return to reality, as if the delightful notes still echoed in their ears. Yi Qinfeng's piano skills had reached an ethereal level, further elevated by the fact that this piece was his own creation. He adeptly employed his soul energy to evoke an unparalleled auditory experience. It was evident that no other piano master could replicate such an effect in this composition, as the use of soul energy was indispensable. Clap, clap, clap. The applause erupted. Initially ignited by an unknown audience member, soon followed by a chorus of clapping hands. Many young men even stood atop their chairs, the rhythm of their applause growing increasingly fervent, their palms reddening with pain, yet they showed no sign of stopping. The young women in the audience gazed at Yi Qinfeng with adoring eyes, now convinced of his words. In comparison to Ding Mingfei's performance, Yi Qinfeng's was akin to a delicate display of cotton candy. The teachers in the front row wore expressions filled with bewilderment. Was this young man, now a piano maestro, truly the same Yi Qinfeng who had once stirred trouble at Tianhai University? Perhaps it was merely a case of mistaken identity, deep down. They were reluctant to accept this reality. On stage, Tang Xian radiated with brilliance, her face adorned with a triumphant smile, almost as if she had been the one playing. "Brother Qinfeng, I had no idea you were such a talented pianist. Why have I never known about your skills before?" She pouted in playful dissatisfaction. In the audience, Ding Mingfei's face turned ashen. He had never anticipated that Yi Qinfeng's piano proficiency had reached such heights. He felt he had unwittingly tailored a garment for another, slapping himself with the weight of his own arrogance. After glaring at Yi Qinfeng for a moment, he silently exited the auditorium, vowing that he would not let Yi Qinfeng escape unscathed. Following this humiliating incident, his reputation at Tianhai University would undoubtedly plummet, and he could not bear such disgrace. Placing all blame squarely on Yi Qinfeng, Yi Qinfeng's piano performance undoubtedly became the highlight of the evening, rendering subsequent acts, no matter how spectacular, dim by comparison. It was akin to the difference between viewing a landscape from the summit of a mountain versus from its base. As the event concluded, the attendees, both men and women, fixated their gazes upon Yi Qinfeng. Had it not been for Tang Xian standing beside him, many young women would have rushed forward to request his contact information. Once outside the auditorium, Tang Xian, with a playful pout, remarked, "Brother Qinfeng, it seems you are quite popular among the girls. Did you see how they looked at you as if you were a delectable delicacy? Are you feeling a twinge of jealousy, Xiner?" Yi Qinfeng teased, finding amusement in the situation. To his surprise, Tang Xian wrapped her arms around his, her face brightening with a sweet smile. I am not jealous. Brother Chinfeng is simply outstanding. Besides, I am your little woman. As long as I can stay by your side, that is enough for me. Why the rush to leave? Have you forgotten what I said earlier? Not long after Yi Chinfeng and Tang Xian exited Tianhai University, four shadowy figures emerged from the bushes by the roadside. The path they had taken was relatively secluded, with hardly any passers-by. Under the dim streetlights, the speaker became discernible. It was Ding Mingfei. Behind him trailed three individuals who appeared to be ruffians, clad in untidy clothing with disheveled hair, fitting the description of the so-called non-mainstream. Ding Mingfei, what do you want? I have already told you, I will not be your girlfriend. Please stop pursuing me. Tang Xian frowned upon recognizing him. Tang Xian, you put on quite the innocent act at school. How much did he pay to keep you? I will offer double, as long as you can satisfy me in bed. Ding Mingfei sneered, pointing at Yi Chinfeng. In school, Ding Mingfei had always presented himself as a gentleman, and while Tang Xian had previously found his relentless pursuit somewhat bothersome, his true nature now repulsed her. Little did she know, many women had already suffered at the hands of someone like Ding Mingfei. You are shameless, Tang Xian exclaimed. Her fair complexion flushed with anger. What of it? As long as I can enjoy your body, that is all that matters. Ding Mingfei smirked, turning to Yi Chinfeng. If you know what's good for you, bow down and apologize, and leave Tang Xian to me tonight, and I will let you off lightly. Yi Chinfeng stepped forward, a cold smile gracing his lips. What if I refuse? Then you will experience the pleasure of broken bones, Ding Mingfei retorted, confident in his superior numbers. Crack, crack, crack. With those words barely out of his mouth, Yi Chinfeng moved with lightning speed, locking Ding Mingfei's arms and twisting them gently. The sound of cracking bones echoed in the air. Is this the enjoyment you spoke of? Yi Chinfeng asked, his expression serene. Yi Chinfeng's swift actions left Ding Mingfei's mind momentarily stunned, and after a brief moment, he let out a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. His arms fell limply at his sides as he shouted, Why aren't you helping me? To Ding Mingfei's despair, Yi Chinfeng swiftly dispatched his hired thugs, leaving them sprawled on the ground in less than a minute. How does it feel? Do you still wish to savor the taste of broken bones? Is it particularly delightful? Yi Chinfeng inquired with a grin. Ding Mingfei, well aware of the wisdom of avoiding immediate loss, quickly replied, I was blind to your talents. This incident will never occur again. That is not what I asked. I want to know if this sensation is pleasurable. Yi Chinfeng pressed coldly. Very pleasurable. Ding Mingfei hastily affirmed. Since you find it enjoyable, I shall ensure you experience it to the fullest, Yi Chinfeng declared, raising his foot to strike Ding Mingfei's kneecap. Yi Chinfeng was not one to seek trouble, but when trouble sought him, he would decisively eliminate it. Chapter 70. Happiness is so simple. Observing Ding Mingfei, who lay on the ground moaning in anguish, along with his three accomplices, Yi Chinfeng pressed his palms gently onto the foreheads of the four individuals. A surge of spiritual energy emanated from his hands, and soon, a foolish expression spread across their faces, their eyes clouded with confusion. This was a newfound ability Yi Chinfeng had acquired after his spiritual power ascended to the 4th level, enabling him to dismantle the neural functions of others, rendering them mentally impaired. He found the likes of Ding Mingfei too insignificant to even consider eliminating. However, for the sake of Tang Xian's safety at school, he deemed it prudent to neutralize them, and transforming Ding Mingfei and his companions into imbeciles proved to be the most sensible course of action. Tang Xian was filled with perplexity, sensing an increasing aura of mystery surrounding her brother Chinfeng. Yet, she refrained from questioning him, choosing instead to embrace her role as his devoted companion. She understood that whenever her brother Chinfeng wished to share something with her, he would do so in due time. Ha ha ha, brother, let us play hide and seek. Ding Mingfei, now reduced to a state of mental incapacity, had forgotten his pain and crawled before Yi Chinfeng, mumbling incoherently. Xianer, let us depart, Yi Chinfeng replied, dismissing Ding Mingfei and his companions. Tang Xian obediently linked her arm with Yi Chinfeng's. Having witnessed his prowess previously, she felt no fear. Rather, a gentle happiness enveloped her, for she knew her brother Chinfeng had acted to protect her, shielding her from harm. Brother Chinfeng, shall we find something to eat? After a brief walk of 5 or 6 minutes, Tang Xian blinked her bright eyes at him with hopeful anticipation. Near Tianhai University lay a bustling snack street, a haven for delectable treats that were both delightful and affordable. It was a popular gathering place for students, as many could not afford to take their partners to lavish establishments. Yet, the charm of this snack street attracted couples, including young professionals who often frequented the area. As Tang Xin led Yi Chunfeng through the lively crowd, they passed numerous pairs of sweethearts. "Brother Chunfeng, I want to eat hot and sour soup," she declared, guiding him to a stall dedicated to this dish. Scattered tables and chairs were arranged nearby for patrons to savor their soup. The proprietor, a man in his 60s, bore a face lined with wrinkles. Upon seeing Yi Chunfeng and Tang Xin approach, a warm smile graced his lips. "Young man, would you like a bowl of hot and sour soup?" "Yes, sir, we would like 2 bowls," Yi Chunfeng replied courteously. "Oh, it seems this is your first time here for hot and sour soup," the elderly man noted, gesturing toward a sign that boldly proclaimed, "Couples hot and sour soup." He patiently explained, "Most of my customers are couples, and they share a large bowl together. Just look at my patrons." Indeed, as Yi Chunfeng observed, all the seated couples were sharing bowls, a detail he had previously overlooked. He glanced at Tang Xin, whose cheeks flushed with delight, evidently having brought him here for the couple's experience. The old man, noticing their reactions, seemed lost in nostalgia. With a wistful sigh, he shared, "You should feel fortunate to have such a girlfriend. In my youth, my girlfriend never wanted to eat street food with me. I worked tirelessly to take her to upscale places, yet she eventually left for a wealthier man. Now, I remain single, reminiscing about those days. This stall was born from my desire to create a space for couples." Perhaps Yi Chunfeng and Tang Xin had touched a chord within the old man, prompting him to open up about his past. "All right, sir, we shall have a bowl of hot and sour soup," Yi Chunfeng said, moved by the elder's reminiscences. The man ladled a bowl of soup and handed it to Yi Chunfeng, saying, "Your girlfriend is a treasure. Cherish her well." Tang Xin nestled closer to Yi Chunfeng, her face radiant with happiness. For her, sharing a bowl of hot and sour soup with her brother Chunfeng was the epitome of bliss. She did not need designer handbags or luxury cars. The mere presence of Yi Chunfeng sufficed to fill her with joy. They found a vacant table to sit at, and Tang Xin sweetly said, "Brother Chunfeng, let us eat." "Xin, it's just a bowl of hot and sour soup. Is it necessary to be so thrilled?" Yi Chunfeng inquired. "Of course, I'm happy because I'm sharing it with you, and we are even sharing one bowl," Tang Xin replied, her joy as natural as the smile gracing her face. The hot and sour soup offered a delightful experience. In his previous life, Yi Chunfeng had not only honed his martial skills, but had also received formal training in culinary arts. Once, he even disguised himself as a chef in a 7-star hotel. While the flavor of the soup may not have been extraordinary, those who savored it could feel the emotions infused within. The blend of sour and spicy evoked memories Yi Chunfeng preferred to forget. In these days of rebirth, he had endeavored to seal away certain recollections, including those of a past girlfriend named Luo Sweki. She had not only been his partner, but also his confidant. He vividly recalled promising her he would return alive during their final mission. What fate had befallen her in a world 500 years hence? "Brother Chunfeng, why do you seem so downcast?" Tang Xin noticed the melancholic look on his face, prompting her inquiry. Yi Chunfeng snapped back to reality, offering a gentle smile. "Xin, I'm fine. I merely reminisced about the past. Don't just look at me. Let us enjoy our hot and sour soup." Yi Chunfeng knew he could not return to that distant future. He only wished for Sweki to find joy in her life in that era. Chapter 71. Trouble for the monkey. After finishing the hot and sour soup, Yi Chunfeng and Tang Xin returned to the villa. Once Tang Xin entered her room, Yi Chunfeng quickly dialed the monkey, knowing that he still needed the monkey's assistance for the swift market entry and production. The call was soon connected, but the voice on the other end was muddled, as if the monkey were intoxicated. "Hello, who are you?" "No, don't bother me. Your grandpa monkey is too busy for you." "Monkey, what's wrong?" Yi Chunfeng asked with a furrowed brow. "Boss, is that you?" The monkey clearly was not in his right mind from the drink. Yi Chunfeng, wishing to avoid unnecessary chatter, swiftly inquired about the monkey's location and hurried out. Given the monkey's current state, he felt it was impossible to ascertain anything over the phone. Moreover, Yi Chunfeng regarded the monkey as a brother and sensed something was amiss from his tone, compelling him to check on him. From the monkey's vague response, Yi Chunfeng managed to gather that he was at the Blue Sky Bar. The Blue Sky Bar was a mid-range establishment in Tianhai, frequented by a diverse crowd. In Yi Chunfeng's recollection, the monkey usually visited upscale bars, which made this deviation even more alarming. He was certain that something was amiss. Inside the Blue Sky Bar, the blaring music reverberated as men and women danced fervently in the pulsating atmosphere. The women, dressed provocatively, and the men, encroaching on their targets, engaged in typical bar behavior. After all, it was not uncommon for strangers to touch one another on the dance floor. Women at bars were often perceived as particularly open, leading to the common sentiment that if one sought a one-night stand, a bar was the place to go. In a secluded corner of the bar, the monkey was pouring mixed drinks down his throat, occasionally missing his mouth and spilling liquor onto his clothes, which were now drenched. Nearby, a heavily made-up woman observed the monkey, leaning toward a bald man beside her, whispering, "Darling, I think we might strike gold today. Look at that scrawny fellow. He's completely wasted. I'll go keep him company and see if I can extort some cash." This pair was a couple of small-time thugs, who regularly extorted patrons at the bar. Despite the countless victims, no one dared to speak up, as it was rumored that the bald man's brother was the leader of the Dragon Tooth Gang. Although the Dragon Tooth Gang was merely a third-rate organization in Tianhai, with only a few hundred members, they were still formidable enough to intimidate ordinary people. It was commonly accepted to endure extortion as long as one remained unharmed. The heavily made-up woman swayed her self-proclaimed slender figure as she approached the monkey, sitting beside him with her red-stockinged legs crossed, cooing, "Hey there, handsome, why are you here drinking alone? Would you like some company? I can satisfy all your needs." The monkey took a gulp of his mixed drink, the strong alcohol igniting his taste buds. Glancing at the woman, he kicked her off the chair, bellowing, "Get lost. Your grandpa monkey never calls for a lady, nor do I need to look in the mirror." The woman fell to the ground, letting out a pained cry. The bald man, who had been watching from a distance, rushed over, followed by 4 burly men. With a dragon tattooed on his bald head, he approached the monkey menacingly, saying, "Brother, where are you from? Do you realize you just kicked my wife? What do you think should happen now?" Chuckling, the monkey pointed at the bald man and retorted, "She's your wife? And you let her work as a lady of the night?" With a sharp crack, the bald man slapped the monkey across the face, cursing, "Damn it, you won't cry until you see the coffin. If you can cough up 100,000, I want to hold it against you." A red handprint bloomed on the monkey's right cheek, yet he remained unfazed, still wearing a smile. Ignoring the bald man, he downed another gulp of his drink, his eyes betraying a hint of pain. "Don't play dumb with me. Want a drink? I'll make sure you drink to your heart's content." The bald man grabbed a bucket of ice, dumping it out and filling it with liquor. He commanded his 4 henchmen, "Make sure he drinks the whole bucket." The 4 muscular men, grinning with malice, seized the monkey's head and plunged it into the liquor-filled bucket. The monkey struggled, but his meager strength was no match for the 4 men. Soon, he felt the air escape his lungs, teetering on the brink of suffocation. As the monkey's struggles began to wane, the bald man ordered, "Pull him up for a breather. Don't let him die." The henchman lifted the monkey's head out of the liquid. His face was flushed, eyes squinting, breaths erratic. The bald man, satisfied, patted the monkey's cheek, asking, "How about it? Want to enjoy some more?" With a splutter, the monkey spat the liquor onto the bald man's face, slurring, "The drink's quite good." Wiping his face, the bald man growled, "Let him enjoy some more." A faint, dismal smile crept onto the monkey's face as he mumbled, "Drink today, be merry today." Before he could finish, his head was again submerged into the bucket. "Do you know who I am?" Keep pushing him down. The bald man's forehead bulged with veins, clearly infuriated by the monkey's audacity. The commotion attracted the attention of the entire bar, yet none dared intervene. Even those who initially considered stepping in quickly retreated, disheartened by reminders of the bald man's reputation. Chapter 72. Wrath. This time, the bald man noticed that the monkey had ceased to struggle. He did not instruct his subordinates to retrieve the monkey's head from the barrel. After a brief moment, he signaled to 4 middle-aged men to step aside, personally grasping the monkey by its hair and lifting its head from the barrel filled with liquor. At this point, the monkey was barely clinging to life, its nostrils barely managing to retain a breath as its tightly shut eyes struggled to open. Its mouth trembled, unable to produce a single word. With a couple of sharp slaps, the bald man struck the monkey twice, finally revealing a satisfied smile. He rummaged through the monkey's pocket and pulled out a wallet, counting the money within. With a disgruntled curse, he exclaimed, "Damn it, so this is just a pauper? How could there only be 5,000? Gripping the monkey's hair, he carelessly tossed it onto the ground, resulting in a resounding thud as the monkey's head made contact with the floor, causing blood to flow forth. Spitting contemptuously at the barely conscious monkey, he cursed, "Kid, next time you venture out, keep your eyes open. If I see you again, I won't be so lenient." Just as the bald man was about to shove the stack of 5,000 yuan into his pocket, he felt a firm grip around his wrist, rendering him immobile. Whipping around, he beheld a strikingly handsome young man in his mid-20s, whose icy gaze burned with fury, making the bald man swallow hard. The newcomer was none other than Yi Chenfeng, Upon entering the blue sky bar, he had caught sight of the bald man tugging at the monkey's hair and rifling through its pockets. Who was this kid? Did he have a death wish? There were better ways to be a hero. He surely had no idea of the bald man's notorious reputation and would soon find himself at the mercy of the thugs. The patrons of the blue sky bar regarded Yi Chunfeng as a fool courting disaster, their morbid curiosity piqued by the unfolding drama. For such spectacles were common in a place like this. After a moment of stunned silence, the bald man realized the humiliation he faced. The pale-faced man before him appeared to belong to the realm of pretty boys. Moreover, his 4 henchmen were seasoned fighters from the Dragon Tooth Society, whom he had borrowed from their leader to instill fear. Just as the bald man prepared to berate Yi Chunfeng, a sickening crack echoed from his wrist. The raucous music of the bar had ceased, leaving the chilling sound all too clear, causing many to momentarily forget to breathe. It wasn't until the bald man emitted a soul-wrenching scream that the eerie stillness was broken. "My hand! Let go of my hand!" he cried, feeling as though his wrist had been crushed beneath a speeding train, his bones reduced to fragments. Yi Chunfeng released his grip, revealing the bald man's wrist transformed into a mass of soft flesh, as if his hand and arm were no longer connected. The bones had disintegrated into dust, showcasing the extraordinary force Yi Chunfeng had exerted. Adult bones are notably resilient, while it is relatively easy to fracture them. Reducing them to powder through sheer human strength is an arduous task. The bald man, veins bulging on his forehead and tears welling in his eyes, found the pain unbearable. He howled, "What are you four standing around for? Beat him to a pulp. I want to cripple this bastard. Let him spend his life crawling on the ground." At the sound of their leader's anguished cries, the 4 henchmen snapped out of their stupor, swinging their massive fists toward Yi Chunfeng. In a swift motion, he seized a beer bottle from the table, shattering it against the first thug's head. The man staggered back, blood cascading down like a waterfall. As the second thug approached, Yi Chunfeng, wielding the jagged remains of the bottle, thrust it into the man's face. The sharp glass pierced his flesh, blinding him in both eyes, his visage becoming a gruesome spectacle as he writhed on the ground. Witnessing the monkey's plight ignited a fierce fury within Yi Chunfeng. He understood that the monkey genuinely regarded him as a leader, and he, in turn, saw the monkey as a true brother. How could he remain indifferent when his brother was so brutally mistreated? With 2 of their comrades dispatched in such a bloody manner, the remaining thugs hesitated, fear creeping into their hearts. These men, accustomed to the violent underbelly of society, now found themselves paralyzed by dread. A chilling smile crept onto Yi Chunfeng's lips, filled with an icy resolve. Anyone who dared to harm his brother would come to regret their existence. Taking the initiative, Yi Chunfeng charged at the last 2 remaining thugs, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before them. With no grandiose gestures, he simply and effectively snapped their arms and shattered their legs. The monkey, slumped against a chair, watched in awe as his leader fought valiantly for him, avenging the wrongs done to him. Overwhelmed with emotion, he whispered softly, audible only to himself, "Boss, I only bring you trouble. I once thought there was nothing left worth cherishing in this world, but I almost forgot the bond we share." The bald man and his woman trembled at the sight of Yi Chunfeng's display of brutal elegance. The bald man felt warmth spreading in his pants, his mind consumed by terror and void of thought. The bar echoed with the sounds of agonized screams, and Yi Chunfeng showed no mercy, fully aware that these were the very individuals who had inflicted such grievous harm upon his brother, the monkey. Chapter 73. Who witnessed it? Yi Chunfeng turned around and leisurely approached the bald man, extending his right hand to gently caress the smooth surface of the bald man's head. Coldly, he remarked, "The tattoo on your head is rather striking." The bald man trembled, his complexion pale and lips quavering as he pleaded, "Brother, we are strangers to one another. My brother is the president of the Longest Society. How about we become friends, and let this matter rest?" The bald man's heart raced, gripped by a fear that left him shaken. Yi Chunfeng's ruthless demeanor had thoroughly intimidated him, and all he desired was to navigate this night safely. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is best served a decade later. He could always seek revenge with the Longest Society's assistance once tonight had passed. "Longest Society?" Yi Chunfeng questioned, a mocking tone lacing his words. "I haven't heard of it. Given that you have reduced my brother to this state, I believe I am entitled to some compensation. Would you not agree?" With each gentle pat of his hand on the bald man's head, a chilling sensation coursed through the bald man's mind, instilling a dreadful premonition within him. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Yi Chunfeng forcefully slammed the bald man's head onto the glass table. The table shattered instantly, shards of glass embedding themselves in the bald man's scalp. Before he could even utter a cry of pain, he succumbed to unconsciousness. It was likely that, after such a blow, even if the bald man survived, he would emerge as a diminished version of himself. The patrons of the Blue Sky Bar, who had gathered to witness the unfolding drama, could not have anticipated such a conclusion. Initially, they believed Yi Chen-feng would be the one to suffer. Yet it was the ruthless bald man who now lay defeated. Yi Chen-feng nonchalantly rotated his wrist, his expression serene as if nothing had transpired. The bar fell into an eerie silence, the onlookers scarcely daring to breathe, for they had come to realize that the fair-skinned man before them was a formidable adversary. They feared provoking Yi Chen-feng, lest they attract misfortune upon themselves. Yi Chen-feng's gaze shifted to the bald man's woman, who was adorned in garish makeup. Trembling as she approached him, "We shouldn't have offended your brother. It was our mistake. I can spend the night with you, ensuring your satisfaction," she stammered. The cheap scent of her perfume made Yi Chen-feng wrinkle his nose in distaste. Had he not held a general aversion to striking women, she would have already shared the same fate as her companion. Yi Chen-feng disregarded her, moving to help the monkey, infusing him with a surge of spiritual energy. The monkey felt warmth envelop him, his previously erratic breaths returning to normal, and his limbs gradually regained strength. Realizing his leader was aiding him, he spoke, "Boss." Yi Chen-feng interrupted, inquiring, "Monkey, how do you intend to deal with this woman?" The monkey surveyed the bloodied forms of the bald man and his companions, then glanced at the quivering woman. "Boss, you avenged me. We need not stoop to her level," he replied. "Then be gone from our sight," Yi Chen-feng commanded coldly. Hearing his words was like music to the woman's ears. She scrambled away, fleeing the Blue Sky Bar, revealing her attire for all to see. Beep, beep, beep. A sharp siren grew louder, indicating that someone had called the police, prompting their swift arrival. Yi Chen-feng furrowed his brow, scanning the patrons, whose frightened expressions conveyed their trepidation at his gaze. "It's them. They were the ones who committed violence. You must take action." The woman, having initially departed, returned upon hearing the siren, pointing accusingly at Yi Chen-feng and the monkey. Leading the police was a striking female officer, who, upon following the woman's finger to focus on Yi Chen-feng and the monkey, bore a smile that was imperceptible to others. "Yi Chen-feng, we meet again. I knew you couldn't evade my grasp," she said. This officer was Yao Suman, who had been contemplating ways to teach Yi Chen-feng a lesson ever since their recent encounter. She recalled vividly how he had once intruded upon the women's changing room at the police station 3 years prior and had been thoroughly beaten by her. How could someone so inept have brought down these men using such brutal force? "Are you not going to arrest anyone? They are the assailants," the bald man's woman shouted, frustrated by the inaction of the police. The audacity of this woman was astonishing. The monkey had shown her mercy, yet she had the gall to return. Yao Suman shot her a disapproving glance, well aware of the bald man's notorious reputation in the area. "Take them all into custody," she ordered her officers. "Officer Yao, on what grounds do you arrest us? It seems we have committed no crime." Yi Chen-feng shrugged, feigning innocence. "Is this not a crime? You have intentionally harmed others." Yao Suman raised her voice slightly. Although she did not believe Yi Chen-feng could have overpowered those men, she saw a perfect opportunity to exact her own form of retribution. "Intentionally harmed? Who here witnessed it? Did you see it yourself?" "It seems you just arrived, Officer Yao," Yi Chen-feng retorted. Yao Suman scanned the crowd, noting that everyone averted their eyes, unwilling to provoke the wrath of Yi Chen-feng, the harbinger of violence they had just witnessed. Chapter 74. The lesson. Yao Suman clenched her silver teeth in frustration and swiftly drew handcuffs from her waist, snapping them onto Yi Chen-feng's wrist. "I am a police officer, and I currently suspect you of intentional injury. Therefore, you must accompany me to the police station," she commanded the officers behind her. Pointing at the monkey and the bald man, "You all, take them back with me." Upon hearing her orders, the officers sprang into action. Well aware of Yao Suman's notorious temper in the precinct, they dared not show any negligence. "I'm sorry for getting you involved, boss," Monkey whispered apologetically beside Yi Chen-feng. Yi Chen-feng lightly nudged Monkey's chest with his elbow and smiled nonchalantly. "Do we need to say such things, Monkey? I know you must be in some trouble. Let us go to the police station first, and then you can tell me all about it. I can't let you call me boss for nothing." Monkey's eyes, filled with unspoken pain, shimmered with a hint of gratitude as he raised his voice. "Yes, boss. Having a leader like you in this life is a blessing I earned in my past life." "Monkey, the way you say that makes it sound like you want to marry me." "Just to clarify, I'm not interested in men," Yi Chen-feng teased. Then his expression turned serious. Monkey, I am not just your boss, but also your brother. Enough chit-chat, come with me. Yao Sumin tugged at Yi Qinfeng and led him outside the blue sky bar. Watching Yi Qinfeng's retreating figure, Monkey felt a flicker of hope rekindle in his previously despondent heart. He deeply appreciated the bond of brotherhood. Yao Sumin's police station was the South District Precinct of Tianhai. After about half an hour's drive in 4 police cars, they arrived securely at the precinct. Inside the police office, the fierce Yao Sumin ordered the officers, take their statements. I will personally interrogate this suspect. Casting a glance at Yi Qinfeng, a wicked smile crept across her lips as she silently mused. Just wait until you enter the interrogation room. Let's see how I teach you a lesson. Officer, this has nothing to do with my boss. If you want to interrogate someone, interrogate me. Monkey stood up gallantly. Yi Qinfeng waved his hand at Monkey, saying, Monkey, this is not your concern. Whatever the officers say goes. We are law-abiding citizens. Yao Sumin addressed the officers, do not disturb my interrogation, just take their statements. After all, the fierce Yao Sumin was determined to have her way in the interrogation room without interruptions. Of course, the interrogation room was equipped with cameras. But Yao Sumin had taken the liberty of turning them off. As the captain of the South District Precinct, no one dared to oppose her. In the interrogation room, Yi Qinfeng sat in a chair, handcuffed, his gaze scrutinizing the formidable woman before him. What are you looking at? Yao Sumin furrowed her brows, feeling uneasy under Yi Qinfeng's scrutiny. 3 years ago, he had seen her in her entirety, and now it felt as though she were unclothed. Shrugging, Yi Qinfeng replied, Officer Yao, aren't you supposed to interrogate me? If I don't look at you, who else should I gaze upon? Yao Sumin clenched her fists, a cold smirk forming on her lips. Yi Qinfeng, today I am here to settle the score from 3 years ago. Officer Yao, does this imply you intend to abuse your power? What happened 3 years ago was merely an accident, Yi Qinfeng explained. I don't care whether it was an accident or not. Today, I must vent my frustrations. When a woman loses her temper, reason goes out the window. Be she a police officer or a street dweller. Officer Yao, I advise you against this course of action. You might regret it. Yi Qinfeng maintained his composure. Recalling how Yao Sumin had beaten him in the police station's women's changing room 3 years prior, a memory that left him feeling somewhat aggrieved. Yao Sumin scoffed, Yi Qinfeng, it's just the 2 of us here. Do you think you can escape? Or do you fancy yourself faster than me? Recalling the injuries sustained by the bald man and his crew at the Blue Sky Bar, Yao Sumin remembered firsthand Yi Qinfeng's abilities. The bald man's injuries could not have been inflicted by him. Yao Sumin removed her uniform, revealing a white shirt beneath, stretching her arms and lifting her legs, clearly preparing to give Yi Qinfeng a thorough lesson. Just as Yao Sumin warmed up, Yi Qinfeng abruptly stood from his chair. Before she could react, he stood directly in front of her, their faces mere inches apart, allowing them to feel each other's breath. Get away from me. Yao Sumin attempted to raise her hands to teach Yi Qinfeng a lesson, only to realize her wrists were handcuffed, while Yi Qinfeng's cuffs had mysteriously vanished. Could a mere pair of handcuffs restrain Yi Qinfeng? He could open safes, let alone escape from handcuffs. The irony of a police officer being restrained by a suspect was not lost on her. Yao Sumin's fair cheeks flushed with indignation as she lifted her leg to kick Yi Qinfeng. This woman was truly vicious. Yi Qinfeng dodged her attack while seizing her ankle. With her ankle caught, Yao Sumin lost her balance, exclaiming, "Let go of me! Let go of me!" Yi Qinfeng paid no heed to her cries. He had resolved to teach this fiery police officer a lesson on how to be a woman. Yanking Yao Sumin's ankle back, a resounding smack echoed as his palm struck her backside. "Now, let me show you how to be a lady." As he spoke, his hand moved once more. Chapter 75, Fate. Recently, Tianhai has witnessed a series of large-scale confrontations among underground forces, prompting the higher authorities to issue a directive for all precincts in Tianhai to effectively manage their jurisdictions. In the past, it was common for only a few officers to remain on duty at night. However, during this exceptional period, all police personnel are required to stay overtime. The head of the South District Precinct, Zhu Maoda, lives up to his name with a rotund figure and a jolly demeanor. Having just returned from a banquet with a rosy complexion, clearly slightly inebriated. His barrel-like body is clad in an oversized police uniform, custom-made years ago. Alas, Zhu Maoda's physique bears a striking resemblance to that of a pig. Upon entering the precinct's office, Zhu Maoda observed his subordinates diligently recording statements. He beckoned one officer over, inquiring, "What are you all doing? Where's Captain Yao?" The mere mention of Yao Sumin gave Zhu Maoda a headache. Ideally, police officers should turn a blind eye to certain matters, but Yao Sumin is known for her unwavering principles. often placing Zhu Maoda in difficult positions. However, he could not act against her, as she had once saved the mayor's son during a mission. The mayor had since offered Yao Sumin his support, making it unwise for Zhu Maoda to challenge her. Though he held the title of precinct head, he paled in comparison to the mayor's influence. A mere whisper from the mayor could easily topple him from his position. Absurd. Truly absurd, Zhu Maoda exclaimed, his voice booming as he listened to the officer recount the situation. It's one thing to interrogate a suspect, but to turn off the surveillance cameras? What nonsense is this? In the interrogation room, Yao Sumin's cheeks flushed as she felt a stinging pain. Well, Officer Yao, do you now understand what it means to be a lady? Yi Chenfeng remarked with a slight smile. Yao Sumin bit her lip in indignation, retorting, Yi Chenfeng, do you realize what you're doing? This is assaulting an officer. I have the right to detain you, and you could even face imprisonment. Officer Yao, you are mistaken. When did I assault an officer? I merely gave you a few playful swats. Even in the highest court, such actions would hardly be considered assault. Should I suggest you disrobe for a judge to examine your injuries? Yi Chenfeng replied nonchalantly. Yao Sumin was seething, stammering as she struggled to find her words. After a moment of silence, she declared, Don't let me catch you off guard. Otherwise, I will make your life miserable. True to her reputation as the fierce dragon lady, her words remained audacious even in such a predicament. Captain Yao, open the door. Outside the interrogation room, Zhu Maoda pounded on the door. Yao Sumin knew she couldn't allow anyone to witness her current state. It would be detrimental to her reputation at the South District Precinct. Director Zhu, I'm currently interrogating a suspect. I'll be out shortly, she called out hastily. Captain Yao, you are leaving me no choice. Zhu Maoda's voice was tinged with irritation. Suddenly, a click echoed as the key turned in the lock, and the door swung open. Zhu Maoda stepped inside, only to halt mid-sentence, his eyes widening in disbelief at the scene before him. He had expected Yao Sumin to be using forceful tactics to extract confessions from the suspect. Yet what lay before him was entirely unimaginable. As Yi Chenfeng released Yao Sumin, she momentarily stumbled, her limbs weak. Fortunately, she steadied herself, avoiding any humiliation. Observing the lingering flush on Yao Sumin's face and the handcuffs binding her wrists, Zhu Maoda, with his hands clasped behind his back, assumed an authoritative stance and inquired, Captain Yao, can you explain the situation here? Yao Sumin bit her lip before responding, Director, this suspect assaulted me in the interrogation room. I intend to charge him with assaulting an officer. Yi Chenfeng, with an air of indifference, turned to Zhu Maoda and asked, May I speak with you privately? Zhu Maoda felt a sense of familiarity with Yi Chenfeng, yet he couldn't place him. For someone in his position, preoccupied with self-interest, the events of 3 years ago had faded from memory. After scrutinizing Yi Chenfeng for a moment, Zhu Maoda finally said, Captain Yao, please step out. I will handle the rest of the interrogation. But Director, Yao Sumin's protest was swiftly interrupted by Zhu Maoda. You do recognize I am the director, do you not? Therefore, you shall follow my orders. Yes, Director, Yao Sumin relented, casting one last furious glance at Yi Chenfeng, as if wishing to annihilate him. Once Yao Sumin exited, the interrogation room fell silent. Zhu Maoda prompted, Now, speak your mind. Having navigated the complexities of bureaucracy for years, Zhu Maoda perceived that Yi Chenfeng was no ordinary individual. Offending him could jeopardize his entire career. Director Zhu, have you forgotten our encounter from 3 years ago? We met when I inadvertently wandered into the women's locker room at the precinct. Yi Chenfeng reminded him. It was you. Zhu Maoda's eyes widened as memories flooded back. A smile spread across his face, though he was unaware of Yi Chenfeng's connections to the prominent Yi family from the capital. He recalled that a powerful figure had intervened to secure Yi Chenfeng's release back then. Someone of his stature was not to be trifled with. 3 years have passed. And here we are again. What a twist of fate. Zhu Maoda exclaimed, excitement radiating from him, as if he were reuniting with an old friend. Chapter 76. The Movements of the Dragon Tooth Society in the Interrogation Room. Zhu Maoda, reminiscing about events from 3 years prior, clasped Yi Chenfeng's hand, affectionately calling him little brother. The scene was rather nauseating, as if the interrogation room had transformed into a tea house, with them chatting animatedly about various topics. Zhu Maoda's previous tipsiness had vanished entirely, replaced by an exuberance akin to that induced by a stimulant. One cannot entirely blame Zhu Maoda for his behavior. After all, he had navigated the political landscape for most of his life, and had only recently attained the position of chief of the Southern District Bureau. To put it plainly, Chief Zhu is a self-made man, lacking any influential backing. If things continued as they were, he would remain a mere district chief for the rest of his days. However, the arrival of Yi Qinfeng sparked a glimmer of hope in Zhu Maoda's heart. 3 years ago, someone had personally called to secure Yi Qinfeng's release. Surely, such a family background could not be trivial. If he could curry favor with Yi Qinfeng, would he not have prospects for advancement in the future? Thus, it was imperative that he established a rapport with Yi Qinfeng. Chief Zhu, this is not a tea house. Perhaps I should invite you for tea another day? Yi Qinfeng mused, aware that he would be in Tianhai for an extended period. Sometimes, it was best not to intervene directly, especially when Zhu Maoda was clearly eager to cultivate a relationship. Yi Qinfeng decided to go along with the flow, knowing that he might find Zhu Maoda useful in the future. What are you saying? How could I let you treat me to tea? Here, take my number. If you ever have time to grab tea, just call me, and I will be at your service, Zhu Maoda said, showcasing his adeptness at reading the room. He understood that he could not rush into forming a connection with Yi Qinfeng. He had to tread carefully to avoid provoking any aversion. After exchanging numbers, Yi Qinfeng inquired, Chief Zhu, what about today's matter? Zhu Maoda's face quivered slightly as he replied, Little brother, please refrain from calling me Chief Zhu. It sounds so distant. You may call me older brother or simply my name if you prefer. Zhu Maoda's demeanor did not repel Yi Qinfeng. He casually responded, Then I'll call you Zhu Leoj from now on. Upon hearing this, Zhu Maoda's face broke into a broad smile, realizing they had drawn closer. Little brother, I can completely resolve today's issue for you. You should return home and rest. It's late, and I wouldn't want to tire you out. As Yi Qinfeng and Zhu Maoda exited the interrogation room, they encountered the fierce Yao Sumin waiting outside. She appeared to be seething with frustration. Zhu Maoda adjusted his expression and said solemnly, Captain Yao, I believe you have made a mistake. After my thorough interrogation, I found this gentleman to be a law-abiding citizen without any negative records. What are you doing here? Please submit a report on this matter. Although Yao Sumin was the savior of the mayor's son, Zhu Maoda, as the chief of the Southern District Bureau, held the authority here. Given that Yao Sumin could not present any evidence concerning Yi Qinfeng's alleged wrongdoing at the bar, Zhu Maoda had complete discretion over the situation. Chief, we cannot let him go. Let us set aside the bar incident. I intend to charge him with assaulting a police officer, Yao Sumin retorted defiantly. Captain Yao, who can vouch for you? You turned off the surveillance beforehand, which violates police regulations. Let us leave this matter as is. Pursuing it further benefits no one. Zhu Maoda stated firmly. Yi Qinfeng lightly rotated his neck and said, Monkey, let us head home. Sure thing, boss, Monkey replied, having just completed his statement. As Yi Qinfeng passed by Yao Sumin, he whispered, Officer Yao, the sensation of your backside is rather pleasant. Should such an opportunity arise again, do not forget to reach out to me. Yao Sumin's face flushed crimson, yet she could not defy the orders of her superior. Moreover, she had been the one to turn off the surveillance, leaving her with no one to blame but herself. Watching Yi Qinfeng's departing figure, she felt the lingering sting of indignation, solidifying him on her list of adversaries. Not only had he seen her in a compromising position, but he had also audaciously touched her, nearly causing her to choke on her fury. As Yi Qinfeng and Monkey exited the Southern District Police Station, the atmosphere in the headquarters of the Dragon Tooth Society was thick with despondency. President Jiang Yilong sat in the center of the main hall, a prominent scar marring his face, his eyes radiating fury. News of his brother, the bald man, being severely beaten had reached the Dragon Tooth Society, and as the elder sibling, how could he swallow such humiliation? Although he knew his brother often stirred up trouble, blood ties were undeniable, even if the circumstances warranted it. He felt compelled to clean up after his brother's mess. You worthless fools, you cannot even protect my brother? The Blue Sky Bar is within our territory. If this news spreads, where will I place my face? Jiang Yilong thundered, rising from his chair and glaring at everyone in the hall. A middle-aged man standing beside him, Xiao Dong, had previously served in the military but was discharged after offending the son of an officer. He had joined the Dragon Tooth Society by chance, but was increasingly dissatisfied with its current state, particularly with President Zhang's unqualified indulgence of his brother's misdeeds. Despite his involvement in the underworld, remnants of his military spirit persisted. President, our men report that those two have already left the police station. A member of the Dragon Tooth Society informed Jiang Yilong. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yilong commanded, keep an eye on them. Tonight, they will learn that crossing the Dragon Tooth Society will have dire consequences. Standing nearby, Xiao Dong felt an inexplicable sense of unease that evening. He wished to caution Jiang Yilong, but, upon observing the latter's furious demeanor, swallowed his words. Gather 50 brothers. Prepare to set out, Jiang Yilong declared, dismissing the situation lightly. He believed that summoning 50 members of the Dragon-Tooth Society would be more than sufficient to deal with just 2 individuals. Chapter 77. The men who stand to urinate on a vibrant night in Tianhai. The bustling streets were ablaze with lights. Many white-collar workers, having toiled throughout the day, chose to venture out in the evening to unwind. As the rhythm of urban life quickened, so too did the pressure upon its inhabitants. Yi Chenfeng and his companion, Monkey, stood atop a renowned bridge in Tianhai. At that moment, the bridge was scarcely populated, and they leaned against the stone pillars, gazing at the surging river below. Monkey finally unburdened himself of the feelings he had kept bottled up inside. It turned out that Monkey had experienced a similar tragedy 2 days prior. His parents had perished in a car accident. There was likely no sinister plot behind their deaths. Monkey's father, being the eldest son in the family, had once been the head of the family business. Following the demise of Monkey's parents, his uncles grew restless and seized control of the family enterprise. Monkey's grandfather had passed away 5 years prior, and after his uncles claimed power, they callously reclaimed the villa where Monkey resided. The recent loss of his parents, coupled with the coldness of his uncles, led Monkey to contemplate despair. He vividly recalled their words. In our eyes, you are nothing but a useless burden. Now that your parents are gone, you are on your own. The Wang family will no longer acknowledge your existence. Boss, do you think I am truly worthless? If my parents saw me like this, they would surely be disappointed. Monkey lamented as he picked up a stone from the bridge and hurled it forcefully into the rushing waters below. Yi Chenfeng placed a reassuring hand on Monkey's shoulder and replied, Indeed, you feel inadequate. My own parents also died in a car accident. Do you see me wallowing in despair? Our duty is to live even better, to show those who look down on us who the real failures are. With Yi Chenfeng's capabilities, reclaiming Monkey's inheritance and asserting control over the family business should not pose a significant challenge. However, Yi Chenfeng chose not to intervene. He wished to witness Monkey rise on his own merit, making his uncles rue their actions. Monkey, I will not interfere. I hope that one day, your uncles will stand before you, apologizing and returning what rightfully belongs to you. Yi Chenfeng struck the stone pillar of the bridge, pondering when he might uncover the perpetrator behind his parents' accident. Yet he understood that the time was not yet ripe. His strength was barely at the 4th level of spiritual power. If he were to confront the culprit now, seeking vengeance might cost him his life, and that would be utterly foolish. Monkey regarded Yi Chenfeng and nodded silently. Boss, I know you mean well. I've lived many years without achieving anything worthwhile. I will ensure my uncles learn the meaning of regret. That's the spirit. Monkey, remember, we are men who stand to urinate. We should not cower in fear. Yi Chenfeng's unwavering support stemmed from their brotherhood. He would not extend such patience to anyone else. In the stillness of the night, Monkey bellowed towards the tumultuous river below, seeking to purge his anguish. We are men who stand to urinate. We are men who stand to urinate. He repeated the phrase until his voice grew hoarse and his strength waned, turning to Yi Chenfeng with a resolute thought. From now on, my life belongs to you, boss. You are the only one I recognize as my leader. Men who stand to urinate. Soon, you may find yourselves without lives to claim. But before that, I shall ensure you both lose your manhood and see how you manage to stand to urinate then. Over 20 black vans came to a halt before Yi Chenfeng and Monkey. Jiang Yilong, a man with a grotesque scar marring his face, emerged from one of the vans. His disdainful gaze fixed upon them. It was evident he had overheard Monkey's earlier outburst. Yi Chenfeng remained unfazed, shrugging his shoulders with an air of indifference. Who are you? Are you with the Longya Society? Yi Chenfeng recalled that the bald man had mentioned his brother was the leader of the Longya Society. The men before him, clad in menacing attire, were unmistakably affiliated with the underworld, likely the rabble of the Longya Society. You have a sharp mind. I am Jiang Yilong, the leader of the Longya Society. Is it true that you harmed my brother? Jiang Yilong's imposing presence was bolstered by the 50 henchmen standing behind him. Even if the adversary was a skilled fighter, defeating such a formidable number was utterly implausible. Harmed your brother? Yi Chenfeng feigned ignorance, retrieving a coin from his pocket and launching it with unerring precision towards Jiang Yilong's groin. The speed of the throw took everyone by surprise. With a soft, sickening thud, Jiang Yilong emitted a chilling scream, blood oozing from his injured region. Yi Chenfeng remarked coolly, Did you not just ask if I harmed your brother? I can now unequivocally state that I have rendered your little brother incapacitated. Yi Chenfeng was entirely playing the fool. Beside him, Monkey silently cheered in his heart. Boss, you are incredible. "Boss, you are incredible." Monkey turned to the groaning Jiang Yilong and said, "Looks like standing to urinate is no longer an option for you. You really shouldn't have crossed my boss." It took Jiang Yilong's henchman a while to process the situation. Xiao Dong, standing beside the now emasculated Jiang Yilong, supported him, trembling with fear. With his keen perception, he recognized that this young man before them was no ordinary character. To injure someone merely by throwing a coin? Such feats seemed only possible for martial arts masters depicted in films. The loss of his manhood was both a physical and psychological torment for Jiang Yilong, signaling the end of his encounters with women and the pleasures he once cherished. For any psychologically sound man, this was an unbearable fate. Raising his head, Jiang Yilong's expression was one of unmitigated fury. The grotesque scar on his face appeared to writhe, evoking a visceral revulsion. He had initially thought to easily dispose of Yi Chenfeng and Monkey, which is why he had not instructed his men to subdue them immediately. Who could have predicted it would escalate to this? Now, he yearned to flay Yi Chenfeng alive, yet such vengeance would not quell the rage surging within him. Chapter 78. The Siege of the Dragon-Tooth Society. You are presented with two choices. Either vanish from our sight immediately, or the Dragon-Tooth Society will cease to exist in Tianhai from this night onward, Yi Chenfeng declared coldly. He had no qualms about playing the role of a cleaner, purging the city of these insolent vermin. Is this fellow out of his mind? He must be suffering from some form of madness. The men behind Jiang Yilong scoffed amongst themselves. In this day and age, even the most insignificant individuals fancied themselves as superheroes. They were eager to witness whether he would dare to don his underwear outside his trousers. Jiang Yilong, hunched over in pain, felt his anger boiling. He took a few steps back and shouted, "Charge at him. Leave him barely breathing. I want to personally crush him." Xiao Dong, standing beside him, attempted to intervene. But it was too late. The 50 members of the Dragon-Tooth Society brandished their knives and iron rods, shouting incoherent threats as they surged towards Yi Chenfeng. You choose to ignore the path to heaven and instead force your way into hell. Yi Chenfeng had already offered them a way out. Yet they remained oblivious to their impending doom. His expression grew colder. Like a bolt of lightning, he dashed into the crowd of the Dragon-Tooth Society, snatching an iron rod from one of the members. With fierce precision, he swung the rod, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. The sound of snapping bones echoed as each victim fell, crying out in agony. Yi Chenfeng moved like a cheetah in pursuit, evading their attacks with ease, as their strikes often landed on their own comrades due to the chaotic melee. Within mere minutes, over half of the 50 ruffians lay incapacitated, and the remaining members halted their assault, glancing nervously at one another, their faces etched with terror. They now realized how foolish they had been to mock Yi Chenfeng. He was a born warrior, perhaps even a killing god in the flesh. Although his spiritual power was only at the 4th level, his previous life had endowed him with extensive training in combat. In a chaotic skirmish, especially when outnumbered, one must maximize their speed. Otherwise, the larger group becomes a disadvantage. What use is a multitude if they cannot strike the enemy? Jiang Yilong, watching from behind, felt his expression harden as pain contorted his features. He had been contemplating how to torment Yi Chenfeng for his satisfaction, but the situation continually surpassed his expectations. Was this really the fighting prowess of a single individual? He could hardly believe that beneath the facade of a delicate youth lay the strength of a battle god. Even the monkey standing behind Yi Chenfeng was dumbfounded. Although he had witnessed his boss's skills before, he never imagined they had reached such a remarkable level. This ignited a sense of envy within him. At that moment, he resolved to learn a few techniques from his leader to have something impressive to show off in the future. Boss is magnificent. Boss is incredible. The monkey began to cheer, turning into an enthusiastic supporter. In a state of urgency, Jiang Yilong dialed a number, summoning the remaining members of the Dragon-Tooth Society for immediate assistance. With the situation unfolding as it was, his very life was at stake. "President, perhaps we should consider reconciliation?" Xiao Dong, who had spent some time in the military, felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Yi Chenfeng. Just the presence of this aura chilled his heart to the core. "Xiao Dong, are you still a member of the Dragon-Tooth Society? Do not forget how generous I have been to you over the years." Jiang Yilong glared at him, suppressing the pain in his lower body. Xiao Dong shook his head in resignation. He had committed many morally questionable acts for the society and truly wished to depart. He sensed an impending disaster for the Dragon-Tooth Society that night. "Since you have chosen the latter option, I shall not disappoint you. From this night forth, the Dragon-Tooth Society shall no longer exist in Tianhai." Yi Chenfeng's body radiated a chilling energy as he prepared to unleash his full power. Wait, brother. We can discuss this rationally. Jiang Yilong forced a grimace, attempting to buy time before reinforcements arrived. Yi Chenfeng, discerning their intentions, shrugged and mockingly asked, "Are you waiting for backup? Do you truly believe that assistance will save you?" A band of ignorant fools. Jiang Yilong's face darkened, his words catching in his throat. Regret washed over him. In seeking revenge for his brother, he had not only sacrificed his future pleasures, but also incurred substantial losses for the Dragon-Tooth Society. It was a case of losing both the woman and the battle. The distant roar of approaching vehicles grew louder, unmistakably signaling the arrival of many reinforcements. Jiang Yilong's unease vanished. He knew that about 400 members were on their way. Could Yi Chenfeng truly contend against 100 men? Such a feat seemed impossible for any human, even elite special forces. "I shall see the extent of your prowess." Jiang Yilong's face twisted with a maniacal grin. He envisioned personally reducing Yi Chenfeng to pulp with a cleaver, transforming him into meatballs to feed to dogs. Chapter 79. A skill so formidable it drives one to despair. As Jiang Yilong's words faded, dozens of vans came to a halt upon the spacious bridge, and more than 200 men descended from them, each exuding an intimidating aura, wielding an array of prohibited weapons. Fortunately, the bridge where Yi Chenfeng and his companions stood was relatively secluded, with very few passers-by. Even if someone noticed, they were unlikely to report it, as it was none of their concern. After all, in today's society, few dared to act heroically. The dense crowd surrounded Yi Chenfeng and his friends in layers. A burly middle-aged man, known as Mad Dog, stepped forward upon noticing Jiang Yilong, who was clutching his groin, and inquired, "President, what is the situation?" Mad Dog, a loyal right-hand man to Jiang Yilong within the Dragon-Tooth Society, was known for his ruthlessness, with countless lives extinguished by his hand. Observing Jiang Yilong's grim demeanor and the bloodstains around his waist, he suspected something was amiss and turned to Qiu Dong, asking, "What exactly has happened?" Qiu Dong recounted the events, emphasizing Yi Chenfeng's formidable skills and ultimately expressing his desire for a peaceful resolution. Jiang Yilong, his face darkened with fury, was incensed by Qiu Dong's repeated calls for reconciliation. After all, it was his very life that had been threatened, and his irritation with Qiu Dong grew with each passing moment. From this moment forth, Qiu Dong, you are no longer a member of the Dragon-Tooth Society. Once we deal with those two, you shall not escape unscathed. Jiang Yilong barked, his face flushed with anger. Indeed, the president is correct. Our Dragon-Tooth Society does not harbor such treacherous scoundrels, Mad Dog added, licking his lips with a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. He had long harbored resentment towards Qiu Dong and saw this as an opportune moment to eliminate him. But for now, his attention shifted back to Yi Chenfeng. Standing nearby, Qiu Dong smirked coldly, well aware that the Dragon-Tooth Society was treading a path to self-destruction. They were willing to leap off a cliff, oblivious to the impending doom. This was not loyalty. True loyalty meant ensuring the survival of one's comrades. It was evident that Jiang Yilong was blinded by rage. The monkey, positioned behind Yi Chenfeng, was intimidated by the sheer number of adversaries before them. His throat felt parched, and he swallowed hard, pondering whether their leader could indeed contend with such a multitude. You possess great audacity to oppose our Dragon-Tooth Society. Even if you have 9 lives, it won't suffice, Mad Dog mocked, scrutinizing Yi Chenfeng. He was no fool. Anyone capable of single-handedly taking on 50 members of the Dragon-Tooth Society must possess extraordinary skills. Yet, Mad Dog harbored little concern. He had brought hundreds of members with him. Surely, they could overwhelm one individual, couldn't they? With an unruffled smile, Yi Chenfeng declared, "You have arrived just in time. I was about to seek you out. I have decided that after tonight, the Dragon-Tooth Society will no longer exist in Tianhai." Mad Dog burst into raucous laughter, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke in the world. Drawing a machete from behind him, he pointed it menacingly at Yi Chenfeng and scoffed. "What an arrogant little brat. When I was out killing with a machete, you were still in diapers." A cold smile graced Yi Chenfeng's lips, reminiscent of a snow lotus blooming in a scorching desert. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Mad Dog, grasping the blade of the machete with one hand. With a series of sharp snaps, Mad Dog's gleaming weapon was reduced to mere shards, scattered on the ground. Mad Dog's mouth fell agape, his face a mask of disbelief, as he momentarily forgot to breathe until Yi Chenfeng's chilling voice pierced his ears. "Killing you is as effortless as squashing an ant. Do not doubt a single word I have spoken." Stumbling back in shock, Mad Dog stammered, Get them to attack. Hurry." Mad Dog now comprehended the terror that Yi Chen-feng embodied, yet he took solace in the fact that he had hundreds of men at his disposal. In this day and age, solo combat was out of fashion. He believed that if every member of the Dragon Tooth Society struck at once, Yi Chen-feng would surely falter. A cacophony of battle cries filled the dark night. Yi Chen-feng moved like a specter, leaving a trail of fallen Dragon Tooth members in his wake. An idea sparked within him. He sought to establish his own faction. If he could recruit the Dragon Tooth Society, building a foundation would be much simpler. Though figures like Jiang Yilong and Mad Dog would undoubtedly need to be eliminated. With a resounding crash, a Dragon Tooth member dodged Yi Chen-feng's attack, causing him to kick the van's door with such force that it caved in. Was such power even conceivable for a mere human? Jiang Yilong and Mad Dog's eyelids twitched as they finally grasped the gravity of their mistake. Even Xiao Dong, who had anticipated this outcome, found himself unsettled by Yi Chen-feng's astonishing destructive capabilities. Who was he really? Xiao Dong instinctively recognized that Yi Chen-feng was no ordinary person. Yi Chen-feng, invigorated by battle, felt his strength surging as he faced 300 to 400 foes, a feat unprecedented in history. Sweat streamed down his face, his breath becoming ragged. Yet each strike grew increasingly fierce, the sounds of snapping bones echoing through the air. In a mere 10 minutes, nearly 100 adversaries lay incapacitated, and the situation continued to escalate, plunging Jiang Yilong and Mad Dog into utter despair. Their assessments of Yi Chen-feng's abilities had repeatedly failed them. The monkey stood in stunned silence. Even in films, such scenes were rare. Yet here it was, unfolding before his very eyes, with the protagonist being his revered leader. At that moment, he struggled to find words to express his emotions. I have long declared that after tonight, there is no need for the Dragon Tooth Society to exist in Tianhai, Yi Chen-feng bellowed, and in the blink of an eye, only about 100 members remained standing, none daring to advance against him. The power Yi Chen-feng displayed left the entire Dragon Tooth Society in a state of collapse, as they felt as if they were facing the Grim Reaper himself, an entity beyond the realm of humanity. Chapter 80. Overconfidence. Yi Chen-feng's clothing was thoroughly soaked with sweat, and his piercing gaze was filled with a chilling light. Several parts of his attire had been torn by the members of the Dragon Tooth Society in the chaos. Yet fortunately, his skin remained unscathed. How? Do you still wish to continue? Yi Chen-feng spoke coldly. Then a smile graced his lips as he added, I offer you one last chance. I am in the process of establishing my own power. You can either perish or submit. There is no third option. The cool night breeze swept through, and the remaining members of the Dragon Tooth Society, still able to stand, trembled with their machetes or iron rods in hand. They lacked the courage to confront Yi Chen-feng. His strength was simply on a different level, far surpassing theirs. Though these members lived perilously, it did not mean they were unafraid of death. In the background, Jiang Yilong, hands clasped protectively over his waist, approached Yi Chen-feng with a respectful bow and a shadow of meaning flickering in his dark eyes. It wouldn't be unreasonable for us to submit. Having someone as formidable as you as our leader would be the greatest honor of our lives. Yi Chen-feng's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yilong, whose drastic change in demeanor heightened his wariness. As Jiang Yilong stepped closer, he declared, Our initial conflict was merely a misunderstanding. With your leadership, the Dragon Tooth Society can undoubtedly thrive in Tianhai. The other members of the Dragon Tooth Society exchanged bewildered glances. They had followed Jiang Yilong for many years and knew him to be a man who seldom bowed to anyone, leaving them questioning his sudden submission. Suddenly, Jiang Yilong's right hand moved towards his waist, producing a sharp dagger. With precision, he hurled it towards Yi Chen-feng's throat. Jiang Yilong, a keen practitioner of throwing darts, envisioned the blood spraying from Yi Chen-feng's throat, a manic grin spreading across his face. Huh, you're merely a novice compared to me. What does skill matter if you're destined to die at my hands? In your next life. Jiang Yilong's taunts were abruptly cut short as the dagger halted mere centimeters from Yi Chen-feng's throat, seemingly held back by an unseen force. In an astonishing twist, the dagger veered around and shot back towards Jiang Yilong's own throat. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Yilong seized the Mad Dog beside him, using it as a shield. The dagger pierced the Mad Dog's throat, warm blood spraying forth, adding a vivid splash of color to the dark night. Clutching its throat, the Mad Dog turned to Jiang Yilong, eyes wide with disbelief, and managed to utter, Why? Why did you? Before its head lolled to the side. Lifeless, Yi Chen-feng, whose soul power had reached the 4th level, could project his force outward. Although this exertion was taxing, he could still manipulate the dagger's trajectory. The sudden change in direction left everyone present in disbelief. Yi Qinfeng had never touched the dagger, raising questions of whether he possessed divine abilities. The excitement bubbled within the monkey behind Yi Qinfeng, who marveled at his leader's increasing mystique, capable of single-handedly facing hundreds, while also exhibiting such extraordinary prowess. With a sardonic smile, Yi Qinfeng approached Jiang Yilong, inquiring, "Are you disappointed now? Soon, I shall send you to hell, the true domain that belongs to you." Jiang Yilong slumped on the bridge. Panic etched across his face. "Please give me another chance. I promise I won't act so foolishly again." Shrugging, Yi Qinfeng addressed the still-dazed members of the Dragon-Tooth Society. "This is your leader. Should I spare him?" In this moment of peril, he shielded himself with the body of a brother. "Perhaps you should consider who might be next." Yi Qinfeng pointed at 3 members, instilling a sense of urgency. His words resonated with conviction. They were not fools. Upon recognizing Jiang Yilong's true nature, their hearts ignited with fury, and some began to clench their fists. "Since you have seen through his facade, what are you waiting for? Act now." Yi Qinfeng's tone was eerily calm, leaving Jiang Yilong's fate to the very members he once commanded. Surely, he would find satisfaction in being betrayed by his own. Jiang Yilong, in terror, retreated, pleading, "No, I am your leader. I am your leader." "Leader? You're a disgrace. Brothers, let us move. A man like this is unworthy of leading us. We've been blind for years. He deserves to feel our wrath." As a few members led the charge, the remaining standing members brandished their weapons and descended upon Jiang Yilong. In the thick darkness, Jiang Yilong's anguished screams echoed. Blinded by rage, the members of the Dragon-Tooth Society swiftly turned him into a lifeless mass. Yi Qinfeng had never intended for Jiang Yilong or the Mad Dog to survive. Leaving such individuals alive would only pose a threat. He had no inclination to harbor a dog that might one day bite its master. Exhaling deeply, Yi Qinfeng gazed at the distant nightscape. The Dragon-Tooth Society would serve as the first step in his ascension to dominance in Tianhai. For he understood that no great power could stand alone. A strong leader must command a loyal cadre of warriors willing to fight for him. Chapter 81. Masterful Knife Skills. Observing the motionless members of the Dragon-Tooth Society, Yi Qinfeng inquired, "Are you willing to follow me from now on? I shall forge an era that belongs to us, and I will elevate you to legends in this world." Excitement illuminated the faces of the Dragon-Tooth members, for they had experienced Yi Qinfeng's prowess firsthand, along with his almost divine abilities, each sufficient to leave them in awe. Willing. It was uncertain who initiated the cheer, but soon the others followed suit, chanting, "I am willing. I am willing. I am willing." Wherever a strong leader roams, followers will invariably gather. To accompany a formidable figure into the world inspires ambition and unveils hope to these individuals. This outcome was anticipated by Yi Qinfeng. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he approached Qiu Dong and stated, "For the time being, you shall manage the Dragon-Tooth Society. In a few days, I will outline the specific developmental progress." Having witnessed the discord between Qiu Dong and Jiang Yilong earlier, Yi Qinfeng recognized Qiu Dong's potential utility. The members of the Dragon-Tooth Society were like scattered grains of sand at this moment, and he found himself in need of Feng Nanxiang, an elite from the Special Forces, to train these individuals suitably. Qiu Dong regarded Yi Qinfeng and asked, "Do you trust me so readily? Are you not concerned that I might seize control of the Dragon-Tooth Society?" Yi Qinfeng smiled slightly and replied, "To be honest, I am not worried at all. For should you attempt such a thing, I assure you, you will not see the dawn of the next day. This is not a threat. It is merely a truth from my heart." Upon hearing these words, a bitter smile crept across Qiu Dong's face. He understood the veracity of Yi Qinfeng's statement and was curious to see how far this seemingly inconspicuous gang could evolve under his leadership. Thus, he consented, "All right. I will assist you in managing the Dragon-Tooth Society for now." Yi Qinfeng nodded in satisfaction and instructed, "Clear this place, and ensure the injured brothers are taken to the hospital for proper care. As for the funds, I will deliver them to you in a couple of days." After all, the injuries inflicted upon the members of the Dragon-Tooth Society were a result of his actions, and he felt a sense of responsibility. Moreover, these individuals would soon be his subordinates, and he was not one to treat his followers poorly. Under Qiu Dong's direction, the uninjured members of the Dragon-Tooth Society assisted the wounded into a van and cleaned up the bodies of the Mad Dog and Jiang Yilong. A new era awaited the Dragon-Tooth Society. Watching the fleet of vehicles depart, Yi Qinfeng turned to Monkey and said, "Let us be on our way as well. Tonight has truly exhausted me." As he twisted his shoulders, he expressed his discomfort. Monkey eagerly approached Yi Feng, exclaiming, "Boss, you are absolutely incredible. You are my idol. You surpass even Spider-Man and Superman from the television." Yi Feng had no time to entertain Monkey's exuberant praise. Perhaps if it were a captivating beauty, he might have been more inclined to listen. "Monkey, if you wish to remain here and enjoy the breeze, then do so at your leisure." Yi Feng replied as he walked towards the bridge. "Boss, wait for me. I am now homeless." Monkey hurried to keep pace with Yi Feng. By the time Yi Feng and Monkey returned to the villa, it was already past 2 in the morning. Stepping into the grand hall, they found Tang Xian engrossed in watching television. Upon seeing Yi Feng, Tang Xian rushed over, asking, "Brother Feng, where have you been? I went to your room and found you absent. I called, but you did not answer." Concern painted her delicate face. Gently caressing Tang Xian's fair cheek, Yi Feng reassured her, "It's all right, Xian. I have returned. I went to help Monkey resolve some issues. My apologies, sister-in-law, for making you worry for the boss." Monkey chimed in from behind Yi Feng. Tang Xian's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, yet she did not deny it. In her heart, she was Yi Feng's woman. Although they had yet to cross the final threshold, she believed that perseverance would eventually lead to victory. There would come a day when her brother Feng would be utterly captivated by her charm. Yi Feng dismissed Monkey's comments, stating, "I am rather hungry. I will prepare something to eat." Both Monkey and Tang Xian widened their eyes in disbelief. Monkey, unable to comprehend, repeatedly checked his ears, exclaiming, "Boss, did I hear you correctly? You intend to cook for yourself? Can you even prepare something edible? Your skills are undeniably impressive, but..." Tang Xian interjected, wrapping her arm around Yi Feng's. "Brother Feng, how about I help you cook? Although my cooking is not particularly exquisite." Her face flushed slightly. Her culinary repertoire consisted mainly of tomatoes, scrambled eggs, and fried rice, both of which were rather mediocre in taste. Yi Feng shook his head, jesting, "You must consider who your brother Feng is. Is there anything in this world that can daunt me?" As he walked toward the kitchen, Monkey called out, "Boss, please do not overestimate yourself. If you end up with food poisoning from your own cooking, it would be a dire situation." Monkey assumed that such an impressive figure as his boss would embody a traditional masculine persona. He had never heard of his boss cooking before. However, when Monkey and Tang Xian reached the kitchen door, they were astounded by the sight before them. Yi Feng's knife skills were nothing short of extraordinary. The speed at which he sliced cucumbers was almost imperceptible, and each slice was uniformly thick, akin to identical twins. The glistening cucumber slices resembled exquisite natural artifacts, captivating all who beheld them. The kitchen contained limited ingredients, only a few vegetables and flour. After finishing with the cucumbers, Yi Feng began kneading the flour, intending to make a pot of hand-pulled noodles. Initially, he had planned to merely satisfy his hunger, but a sudden desire to create surged within him. Memories of his previous life flooded back, particularly of his partner and girlfriend, Luo Sueki, whose face would light up with joy whenever she savored his cooking, who said that a man should not enter the kitchen. In Yi Feng's mind, if he wished to undertake something, he would do so without hesitation. Such was his nature. Chapter 82. Culinary mastery on the countertop. Flour and water were skillfully kneaded into a dough, repeatedly pounded against the board until it transformed into elongated dumplings. Yi Feng twirled the dough in the air with remarkable speed, and it visibly thinned, resembling the early stages of hand-pulled noodles. The delicate and elastic strands danced like silver dragons in the sky, captivating both the Monkey and Tang Xian, who stood breathlessly at the kitchen door. They could scarcely fathom how Yi Feng's culinary skills had reached such extraordinary heights. "Am I dreaming? Is this really my boss?" The Monkey recalled just moments ago when Yi Feng had single-handedly faced a multitude of opponents. How could he have transformed into a chef more proficient than a professional in such a brief span? "Truly, my boss is unparalleled. There is nothing in this world that he cannot master." After much contemplation, the Monkey arrived at this singular conclusion. Tang Xian's astonishment was no less than the Monkey's. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with confusion, and a sense of indescribable wonder colored her fair, smooth face. Since Yi Feng's return to Tianhai months ago, he seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, exuding a more masculine charm and becoming increasingly captivating. Not only did he play the piano with exquisite skill, but his culinary prowess was equally divine, making him the ideal partner in the eyes of every woman. Soon, an irresistible aroma wafted from the pot, causing the Monkey and Tang Xian to swallow hard, their stomachs audibly rumbling. In no time, a steaming pot of hand-pulled noodles was ready. The monkey dashed into the kitchen with a cheeky grin, his throat dry with anticipation. Boss, please make me a bowl too. Brother Chinfeng, I want one as well. Tang Xian added, her cheeks flushed and her spirit unyielding. Yi Chinfeng had already prepared the broth, serving 2 bowls of noodles to the monkey and Tang Xian. At the dining table in the villa's living room, the monkey and Tang Xian gazed at the noodles before them, feeling an inexplicable reluctance to dig in. The noodles were adorned with translucent slices of cucumber, and the simple yet masterful execution elevated this ordinary dish to extraordinary heights, surpassing even the finest crafted works of art. Why aren't you eating? Do you really find my food unappetizing? Yi Chinfeng was the first to lift his chopsticks. With a sigh of resignation, Tang Xian and the monkey followed suit. As the noodles entered their mouths, the exceptionally elastic strands seemed to come alive, bouncing joyfully within. After savoring the broth, warmth flooded their hearts, and an intense emotion surged through them. Tang Xian felt an overwhelming urge to weep, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Even the monkey's eyes turned red. This bowl of noodles was named Nostalgic Affection, a dish Yi Chinfeng had often prepared for his former girlfriend, Luo Sueki. In a past life, each time he made it, he poured his love into the creation. Alas, time could not be reversed, and he genuinely hoped that Luo Sueki would find a better man in the era 500 years hence. Boss, this is truly delicious. It's the best food I have ever tasted in my life. In that moment, the monkey deemed all extravagant delicacies insignificant compared to this bowl of noodles. Tang Xian gazed at Yi Chinfeng with moist, unwavering eyes and softly declared, Brother Chinfeng, I will always be your little woman. I belong to you and you alone in this lifetime. Typically, it is said that a woman's intuition is remarkably accurate. In this bowl of nostalgic affection, Tang Xian detected a hint of bitterness and helplessness, understanding that her brother Chinfeng harbored many unspoken burdens. She resolved to remain by his side, vowing never to associate with betrayal. Boss, I can't take it anymore. I want more. The monkey rushed back to the kitchen, bringing out the entire pot of noodles, disregarding bowls entirely as he devoured the noodles directly from the pot. Eventually, the monkey's stomach felt as though it might burst. He looked at Yi Chinfeng and exclaimed, Boss, with your culinary skills, you could easily cater a state banquet. Yi Chinfeng had no intention of becoming a professional chef. In his previous life, he had been a trained elite, mastering various fields. In truth, he was not particularly finicky about food. Often, anything that could satisfy his hunger sufficed. Xianer, you should head upstairs and get some rest. You have class tomorrow, Yi Chinfeng said, playfully pinching Tang Xian's nose. As he watched her ascend the stairs, the monkey spoke meaningfully, Boss, why not accompany your sister-in-law for the night? I'll manage on the sofa. Rest assured, I won't disturb you. Yi Chinfeng playfully kicked the monkey, scolding him. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make you sleep outside. What are your plans for the future? The monkey straightened his expression and replied without hesitation, Whatever you do, I will do too, boss. You surely need someone to assist you. I actually have a plan. I have developed a new medication, but I need it reviewed and manufactured by a pharmaceutical company. Can you help me with that? Yi Chinfeng inquired. What? Boss, you've been developing medications? After witnessing a series of astonishing feats from Yi Chinfeng, the monkey was no longer shocked as he had been before. Enough chatter. Just tell me if you can help me get this done quickly. Yi Chinfeng had no time for idle conversation. Boss, since you've asked, I will find a way. Even if it's difficult. Though I am currently alone, I still have connections. As it happened, a childhood friend of his had taken over his family's pharmaceutical factory. Let us visit him tomorrow. This will surely be resolved, and he is very trustworthy, the monkey asserted confidently. It seemed the launch of the new medication, Fast Beauty, was imminent. Once that was established, Yi Chinfeng would need to strategize regarding the Dragon Tooth Society. His business and influence were just beginning to take shape, and while he might be busy during this phase, once everything was on track, he could finally relax. Chapter 83 The chubby fellow introduced to Yi Chinfeng by the monkey is affectionately nicknamed Li Pengzi. As the name suggests, he is undoubtedly a person of ample proportions. Initially, the monkey intended to meet Li Pengzi at a restaurant, but Li Pengzi adamantly insisted on gathering at the renowned Chundong Tea House in Tianhai. This establishment is celebrated for its exquisite decor and top-tier environment, serving only the finest teas. Had the Chundong Tea House existed in ancient times, it would surely have been a favored haunt for scholars and poets. However, the Chundong Tea House is not a place for the faint of heart. It is rumored that even the most ordinary cup of tea commands a price exceeding 500 yuan. The clientele typically comprises affluent merchants seeking a brief respite. indulging in premium tea while attempting to shed the odor of wealth. Upon arriving at the Chundong tea house, the monkey found Li Pengzi already waiting in an elegantly appointed room, cradling a teacup in his substantial hands, occasionally lifting it to his lips for a gentle sip. Li Pengzi, it has been over a year since we last met. What has drawn you to this refined atmosphere? The monkey remarked as he entered, feeling somewhat out of place in the serene surroundings that resembled a haven for the elderly. Li Pengzi shot the monkey a disdainful glance and retorted, "Ignorance, utter ignorance." His demeanor exuded an air of superiority, as if he alone were enlightened amidst a sea of folly. "Enough of your pretentiousness, Li Pengzi," the monkey replied, unfazed. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my boss, Yi Chenfeng. You should refer to him as boss from now on." Li Pengzi set his teacup down and scrutinized Yi Chenfeng, who was equally assessing him in return. With Yi Chenfeng's keen observational skills, he discerned that the monkey's childhood friend was not as easily deceived as he appeared. After all, what merchant is simple enough to be taken in? Otherwise, they would have returned to farming long ago. "Monkey, do you truly think you know me? I occasionally enjoy putting on airs, though I lack the means to do so." Li Pengzi chuckled, his jowls quivering as he spoke, then gestured for Yi Chenfeng and the monkey to take a seat. "It's been over a year, and it seems your physique is trending towards that of a pregnant woman." The monkey jested. "I have come to you with a monumental opportunity, for we are childhood friends." He poured tea for himself and Yi Chenfeng, downing a cup in one gulp, failing to savor its flavor. Li Pengzi grimaced, "What a waste. Do you know how much this tea costs per pot? To waste such fine tea on someone like you is akin to playing a lute for a cow." Yi Chenfeng lifted his cup and took a delicate sip, the fragrant tea revealing its quality, sliding soothingly down his throat. "Indeed, this is exquisite Westlake Longjing," he murmured in appreciation. Li Pengzi's plump face broke into a smile. "Monkey, your boss indeed deserves this fine tea. It is not wasted on him. Now, tell me what business you have for seeking me out. I have heard you were expelled from the Wang family. I presume your intentions are not benign," Li Pengzi continued. Yi Chenfeng interjected, "Monkey is merely the intermediary. It is I who wish to speak with you. The matter is as follows." He proceeded to outline the prospects of Kuaisu Mei, an extraordinary product that, if what he claimed was true, could revolutionize the beauty industry by eliminating blemishes and enhancing skin health without side effects. "Brother Yi, is what you say true? Does Kuaisu Mei truly possess such remarkable effects?" Li Pengzi inquired, his demeanor shifting as he regarded Yi Chenfeng with newfound respect, even dropping the formalities to address him as Brother Yi. Yi Chenfeng produced a sample of Kuaisu Mei, presenting it to Li Pengzi. "Here is a sample. Take it home and evaluate its effectiveness. Contact me in a week." Yi Chenfeng felt no concern that Li Pengzi would utilize advanced technology to analyze the product, as Kuaisu Mei was a beauty remedy from 500 years hence, beyond contemporary scientific comprehension. Li Pengzi eagerly accepted the sample. He understood that his family's enterprises extended beyond a single pharmaceutical factory, and as one of many heirs, he needed to distinguish himself to become the next head of the Li family. The emergence of Kuaisu Mei presented him with a glimmer of hope. If its effectiveness proved true, he would undoubtedly stand out among his peers. After some lively conversation, Li Pengzi poured Yi Chenfeng a cup of Westlake Longjing, and they grew more familiar. Although Yi Chenfeng sensed Li Pengzi's inherent shrewdness, he also detected a hint of sincerity, allowing him to reluctantly accept Li Pengzi's character. "Well, Li Pengzi, have you ceased your ostentation? Even at your most flamboyant, you remain merely an ostentatious chubby fellow," the monkey quipped, continuing to drink the fine tea as if it were mere water, occasionally exclaiming, "This tea is no better than soda." Li Pengzi was left exasperated, but their long-standing friendship mitigated any resentment. As their discussion on Kuaisu Mei continued for over an hour, Li Pengzi's fascination with the product was palpable, though he refrained from pressing too far into its ingredients, recognizing the importance of discretion. Meanwhile, the monkey had consumed 3 pots of the premium Westlake Longjing on his own, leaving Li Pengzi utterly speechless. He vowed never to bring the monkey to such a pretentious establishment again, fearing that continued visits would lead to financial ruin. Chapter 84. Astonishing results in the following week. Yi Chenfeng took some time to call Feng Nanxiang, informing him about the Dragon Tooth Society. Without hesitation, Feng Nanxiang agreed, but he needed to first handle matters concerning the Zhao family before he could extricate himself, as he had been involved with them for many years and managed many of their affairs himself. Since there was no rush to train the members of the Dragon Tooth Society, Yi Chenfeng refrained from pressing him. The week flew by in the blink of an eye, during which Yi Chenfeng spent each day with Tang Xian, ensuring that the little girl wore a joyful smile on her face. Big brother Yi, I have already booked the restaurant. Come over with Monkey. One morning, Yi Chenfeng received a call from Li Panzai, whose excitement was palpable over the phone. After a brief exchange, Yi Chenfeng learned the restaurant's address and hung up. However, just as he stepped out of the villa, his phone rang again. This time, Zhao Wanting's melancholic voice came through. Chenfeng, you are a big liar. You promised me you would pursue me, yet you haven't called me even once these days. Yi Chenfeng had indeed forgotten about this promise. He had been preoccupied with accompanying Tang Xian. Wanting, I've been busy, you know. Don't worry, I will keep my word. He replied, feeling a headache coming on. He was at a loss regarding how to navigate the relationships between Tang Xian and Zhao Wanting. One was a devoted woman, while the other was already entangled with him, leaving him in a difficult position. A playful huff came through the line as Zhao Wanting said, Chenfeng, will you accompany me to go shopping tomorrow? I have something to discuss with you. How could Yi Chenfeng refuse? After all, Zhao Wanting was indeed his genuine partner, and he could easily fulfill her modest request. After spending a night at Yi Chenfeng's villa, Monkey rented a place nearby. I can't possibly intrude on you and big sister-in-law's time together. Otherwise, I would become a historical sinner. Besides, if I stayed, it would be inconvenient for you two at night. Monkey's absurd reasoning earned him a swift kick from Yi Chenfeng, leaving him still wincing from the impact. Upon entering the restaurant's private room, Yi Chenfeng was greeted by the sight of Li Panzai's beaming, plump face. Big brother Yi, he exclaimed, showering Yi Chenfeng with warmth that sent shivers down his spine. Yi Chenfeng quickly interrupted, please don't call me Big brother Yi anymore. It sounds nauseating. Li Panzai recognized the awkwardness and chuckled, then I'll call you boss from now on. Don't worry. I'm a normal man and won't associate anything else with you, boss. After seating Yi Chenfeng and Monkey, Li Panzai poured a drink for Yi Chenfeng and said, from now on, you can call me Li Panzai too. Otherwise, it feels so distant. I've just realized what miraculous means. A week prior, Li Panzai had returned home with a sample of Quick Beauty and immediately sought approval from the relevant departments. To his astonishment, the product contained not a single harmful substance. He then offered it to his mother, who initially dismissed it. However, a week later, the age spots on her face vanished. Her skin became fair and smooth, making her appear a decade younger. This transformation drove Li Panzai's mother into a frenzy. What could be more significant for a woman than beauty? Even elderly women still sought cosmetic procedures. Witnessing such astonishing results, Li Panzai contemplated taking Quick Beauty for testing, knowing the immense potential profits hidden behind its efficacy. However, he ultimately refrained, adhering to his principles. He believed that since Yi Chenfeng could develop such miraculous products, he would surely create even more extraordinary ones in the future. He could not sacrifice future gains for immediate profit. Even if Li Panzai had taken Quick Beauty for testing, he would not uncover anything nefarious. Yi Chenfeng was no fool. As Li Panzai excitedly recounted the miracle he had witnessed, Monkey listened in awe, while Yi Chenfeng maintained an air of calm, fully aware of the product's effects. This is even more impressive than Lu Qian's magic tricks. When it comes to witnessing miracles, those pale in comparison to what you have created, boss. Li Panzai's flattery brought Yi Chenfeng genuine comfort. Li Panzai, your compliments are sweeter than a song. I am your only golden brother. You aren't trying to steal my position, are you? Monkey chimed in while grabbing a chicken foot from the table. Truthfully, I have considered it. Li Panzai replied with mock seriousness. Just as Monkey was about to retort, Li Panzai produced 2 photographs from his pocket and placed them on the table. When Monkey caught sight of the images, he spat out the chicken foot bone in shock. No way. Is this really the N I know? Is this truly your mother, Li Panzai? Li Panzai beamed with pride and said dismissively, now you see why I must be Boss's little brother. Boss is truly a miracle creator in this world. Li Panzai's words came from the heart. The effectiveness of Quick Beauty was so remarkable, with no harmful ingredients, that he was convinced it would overshadow all other beauty products once released. What cosmetic or skincare product on the market could rival Quick Beauty? Monkey placed the chicken foot back on the table, grumbling, Li Panzai, it seems you've hit the jackpot this time. But if you wish to be Boss's golden brother, you should lose some weight first. Chapter 85. The charity gala. Yi Chenfeng glanced at the 2 photographs on the dining table, depicting the mother of Fatty Li before and after a week of using the Rapid Beauty product. The transformation indeed evoked a sense of a mother-daughter resemblance. However, the Rapid Beauty was merely Yi Chenfeng's initial foray into the business realm. He aimed to amass his first fortune with it before venturing into other industries. With the advanced technology that he possessed, centuries ahead of its time, It would be a challenge not to thrive in the current commercial landscape. Since you have already tested the rapid beauty, let us discuss our collaboration, Yi Chinfeng proposed, looking at Fatty Li. Fatty Li, hearing this, grew anxious and quickly responded. You are already my boss. My pharmaceutical factory will exclusively produce rapid beauty for you. I will only charge a production fee. I do not wish to take any profit from the sales. Yi Chinfeng was well aware of Fatty Li's intentions. He was attempting to cultivate a relationship. Indeed, Fatty Li exhibited the qualities of a top-tier businessman. Yi Chinfeng waved his hand, stating, friends are friends, and business is business. I will offer you a fair share of the profits. Otherwise, I would prefer to seek other pharmaceutical companies. Yi Chinfeng had no intention of accumulating unearned favors. The proposed profit share was already quite reasonable. Once the market for rapid beauty was established, those profits could potentially yield hundreds of thousands annually. And as the product expanded nationally and globally, the figures could soar to astronomical heights, in the millions. As a shrewd businessman, Fatty Li understood the implications well. Recognizing Yi Chinfeng's firm stance, he realized that he could not win him over through mere favors, and thus conceded, since you insist, I shall take a small advantage this time. The two engaged in a detailed discussion regarding the production and promotional strategies for rapid beauty, leading Fatty Li to increasingly perceive Yi Chinfeng as a remarkable figure. Each suggestion or query from Yi Chinfeng illuminated new insights for Fatty Li. He felt as though Yi Chinfeng was even more astute than a seasoned veteran in the business world, possessing a profound understanding of every issue at hand. Ultimately, Yi Chinfeng proposed that Monkey join the production and promotion of rapid beauty, allowing mutual assistance between him and Fatty Li. Monkey was already fervently on board, and Fatty Li had no objections. The arrangements for rapid beauty were nearly finalized, awaiting the first batch's production from Fatty Li's factory. However, the creation of rapid beauty necessitated a specific catalyst that only Yi Chinfeng could concoct. He planned to teach this method to Monkey, who would prepare the catalyst daily and deliver it to Fatty Li's factory. Yi Chinfeng was transparent with Fatty Li about the other components of rapid beauty, for without the catalyst, the product would lack its extraordinary effects. Consequently, Yi Chinfeng entrusted this crucial step to Monkey, as he was one of the few individuals in whom Yi Chinfeng placed complete trust. With the agreements for rapid beauty settled, Yi Chinfeng returned home. The following day, he arrived punctually at the designated meeting place with Zhao Wanting. Today, Zhao Wanting appeared to have dressed meticulously, looking significantly more enchanting than usual. Her rosy lips and radiant smile caught the attention of passers-by, with some even stumbling into nearby trash bins in their distraction. Clearly, Zhao Wanting possessed a captivating allure. Zhao Wanting shyly linked her arm with Yi Chinfeng's, revealing that she had invited him out to assist her in selecting attire for an upcoming charity gala organized by the Zhao family in collaboration with several other prominent business families. She hoped Yi Chinfeng would accompany her to the event. Yi Chinfeng couldn't help but feel a sense of being pampered. Noticing Yi Chinfeng's frown, Zhao Wanting inquired, Chinfeng, are you unwilling to accompany me? Not at all. It is merely a charity gala. My current outfit is perfectly fine, Yi Chinfeng replied. He did not place great importance on clothing, believing that as long as it was simple and elegant, it sufficed. Zhao Wanting resolutely shook her head and pulled him into a brand-name clothing store. Those familiar with women's shopping know the experience can be quite exhaustive. Under Zhao Wanting's guidance, Yi Chinfeng tried on numerous outfits, feeling more fatigued than if he had faced 100 opponents in battle. After an arduous selection process, Yi Chinfeng intended to pay for the garments himself, realizing with dismay that he had forgotten his wallet. Observing Yi Chinfeng's embarrassment, Zhao Wanting felt a surge of amusement and retrieved her bank card, handing it to the cashier. The cashier, a woman in her mid-20s, had initially thought the couple was a perfect match. Yet upon witnessing Zhao Wanting pay, she immediately tagged Yi Chinfeng as a kept man, pondering, he certainly looks handsome. Yet how can he be just a pretty face? What a waste of such princely looks. Yi Chinfeng sensed the cashier's scrutinizing gaze and could guess the reason behind it. He shrugged, resigned to the label of a kept man. Chinfeng, did you notice how the cashier looked at you? She might have developed a crush on you. Zhao Wanting teased, smiling as she walked arm in arm with him outside the store. In truth, Zhao Wanting had already deduced the situation and was intentionally provoking him, still harboring some resentment for Yi Chinfeng's silence in recent days. Yi Chinfeng responded nonchalantly, so what if I am labeled a kept man? Being supported by a woman isn't so bad. If you are my benefactor, I will ensure to provide you with exceptional service in return. Zhao Wanting blushed, playfully scolding him. Do all men have such thoughts? No wonder they say men think with their lower halves. She playfully pinched Yi Chenfeng's waist, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Yi Chenfeng, with a grin, replied, if all men thought solely with their upper halves, humanity would likely face extinction. We men are simply fulfilling a noble reproductive mission. Thus, we have it tough. Zhao Wanting pouted, her cheeks tinged with color. Yi Chenfeng's banter was becoming increasingly outrageous, leaving her feeling flustered. Suddenly, a vision crossed her mind. Years down the line, she and Yi Chenfeng would have their own children, living a blissful and harmonious life together. Chapter 86. What a small world. After purchasing clothing for Yi Chenfeng, Zhao Wanting presented him with an invitation to a charity gala, saying, Chenfeng, I must go pick up a dear friend I haven't seen in years. Let's meet at the gala later. But I must warn you, my friend could only be described as breathtakingly beautiful, so try not to drool when you see her. Watching Zhao Wanting's BMW disappear, Yi Chenfeng shrugged slightly. To be honest, if it weren't for Zhao Wanting's sake, he would have no inclination to attend such a trivial charity event. These galas, when spoken of positively, are portrayed as wealthy benefactors donating to assist the impoverished, yet, in truth, are merely displays of affluence. The one who garners the most attention at such events enjoys a certain prestige, which, in Yi Chenfeng's eyes, renders it little more than a pretentious gathering. Yi Chenfeng had no desire to arrive early at the charity venue, opting instead to hail a taxi back to his villa. Lately, he felt an increasing urge to purchase a private vehicle, as relying on taxis was becoming increasingly inconvenient. At the Tianhai Airport waiting lounge, Zhao Wanting quickly spotted the familiar figure of Bai Shuling, whose graceful demeanor radiated an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Drawing the gaze of everyone present, Bai Shuling was, after all, Yi Chenfeng's fiancée. The Bai family of Beijing and the Zhao family of Tianhai shared a distant familial connection, and Zhao Wanting and Bai Shuling had known each other since childhood, with Bai Shuling often visiting Tianhai in their younger days. However, in recent years, Bai Shuling had been unable to find the time to visit, resulting in a lengthy separation. Though the two maintained close contact over the phone, this visit to Tianhai was intended as a brief respite, coinciding with the charity gala. Accompanying Bai Shuling was a rather unremarkable-looking woman, who, if Yi Chenfeng were present, he would undoubtedly recognize as Zhou Ting, the very individual he had encountered at a medical supply store in Beijing while purchasing silver needles with Bai Shuling. Shuling, has it really been 3 or 4 years since we last met? You are even more radiant than before. I hardly recognize you. Zhao Wanting exclaimed as she approached and embraced Bai Shuling. Bai Shuling smiled, her expression blooming like a flower. Wanting, how can you say that? You haven't even called me recently. Have you found a boyfriend? Noticing the blush on Zhao Wanting's cheeks, Bai Shuling continued teasingly. I knew it. You've prioritized romance over friendship. Zhao Wanting quickly diverted the conversation, turning her attention to Zhou Ting. Shuling, who is this? Bai Shuling introduced her. This is Zhou Ting, my good friend, who has come along to Tianhai to unwind. Although Zhou Ting uttered polite pleasantries, her eyes betrayed an air of superiority. Even though the Zhou family was merely a third-rate family in Beijing, she felt confident in her standing before Zhao Wanting, who belonged to a business family in Tianhai. Sensing Zhou Ting's arrogance, Zhao Wanting remained courteous, suggesting, Shuling, Zhou Ting, let us hurry along. As Zhao Wanting drove her BMW with Bai Shuling in the passenger seat, Bai Shuling bombarded her with questions about her boyfriend, who he was, what he looked like, completely shedding her demeanor as a distinguished lady. Zhao Wanting, overwhelmed by the inquiries, replied, his name is Yi Chenfeng. You will meet him shortly. Yi Chenfeng. The name, spoken by Zhao Wanting, elicited a puzzled expression from both Bai Shuling and Zhou Ting in the back seat. Upon noticing the change in Bai Shuling's demeanor, Zhao Wanting recalled that Bai Shuling's fiancé was also named Yi Chenfeng. Bai Shuling had frequently mentioned him during their phone calls, which explained Zhao Wanting's sense of familiarity with the name. However, Zhao Wanting was certain that her Yi Chenfeng was not the same as Bai Shuling's fiancé. She had gathered from their conversations that Bai Shuling's fiancé was a notorious wastrel, plagued by severe anxiety. In contrast, her Yi Chenfeng was not only free from such afflictions, but also a remarkable physician with extraordinary skills. How could such a paragon possibly be associated with the debauched heir of the Yi family in Beijing? Zhao Wanting recounted her Yi Chenfeng's remarkable abilities, from his exceptional medical skills to his extraordinary prowess, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Bai Shuling listened, captivated and emotionally stirred. Wanting, based on what you've said, your boyfriend Yi Chenfeng cannot possibly be my fiancé, Bai Shuling remarked, her expression darkening at the mention of her betrothed. Internally, she harbored resentment towards fate and her family for imposing such a marriage upon her. Shuling, Yi Chenfeng is unworthy of being your fiancé. I heard he hasn't returned to Beijing since leaving. Perhaps he has even perished outside. Zhou Ting interjected, a smirk playing on her lips, though it was a smile that many would find distasteful. At her words, both Zhao Wanting and Bai Shuling frowned in disapproval. Even if Bai Shuling did not wish to marry Yi Chenfeng, she would never entertain thoughts of wishing him ill. Zhou Ting's words were wholly inappropriate. Ting, you shouldn't speak such nonsense. Wanting's boyfriend is also named Yi Chenfeng. Your words could lead to misunderstandings. Please refrain from making unfounded remarks when we meet Wanting's boyfriend at the charity gala, Bai Shuling said, her expression serious. Zhou Ting fell silent, recognizing that she needed to heed Bai Shuling's words, as their families would need each other in the future. This was why she had acted like a devoted servant to Bai Shuling all these years. Zhao Wanting reassured them that it was nothing. Yet she found it puzzling that someone as kind-hearted as Bai Shuling could have such a callous friend. Nevertheless, she chose not to dwell on it, suggesting, Shuling, why not stay in Tianhai a few more days? I would love to show you around. Wanting, aren't you worried your boyfriend might get jealous? You are now taken. After all, I wouldn't want to take up too much of your time. When are you planning to get married? I can't wait to celebrate your wedding. Bai Shuling sighed deeply, momentarily casting aside her troubles, as her visit to Tianhai was meant for relaxation. Zhou Ting, observing the camaraderie between Bai Shuling and Zhao Wanting, felt a twinge of frustration, her gaze towards Zhao Wanting tinged with malice, suspecting that there might be more to her friendship than meets the eye. Chapter 87. Calmness in Adversity. The venue for this charity gala is the elegant Yaage Hotel. A 5-star establishment, the Yaage Hotel is considered quite prestigious in Tianhai. And for tonight's event, the entire hotel has been reserved. As Yi Chenfeng checked the time, he summoned a taxi and arrived at the entrance of the hotel. The parking area beside the entrance was filled with luxurious cars worth millions, and he was the only one arriving by taxi. Consequently, all eyes were drawn to him. Yi Chenfeng shrugged nonchalantly and prepared to enter the hotel, but the security guard halted him. Despite his well-tailored attire, it was unusual for someone attending such an event to arrive by taxi. The guests tonight were prominent figures in Tianhai. Sir, the Yaage Hotel is fully booked for tonight. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter, the guard declared with a haughty demeanor, even displaying a hint of disdain. Having encountered many such arrogant individuals, Yi Chenfeng decided not to engage with him. Instead, he retrieved his invitation from his pocket and presented it to the guard, asking, "Do you think I can enter now?" Upon seeing the invitation, the guard's attitude swiftly changed, his bravado deflating. He thought to himself, why didn't you show this earlier? Now I feel embarrassed. Do wealthy individuals today prefer taxis? With that in mind, the guard quickly said, "Please, come in." The charity gala was being held in the grand hall on the second floor of the Yaage Hotel. As Yi Chenfeng stepped into the bustling hall, he noticed the crowd was elegantly dressed, exuding an air of politeness. Yet, he was well aware of the sordidness lurking beneath the surface among these social elites. Zhao Wanqing's father, Zhao Qihua, was already present, accompanied by Fong Nanxiang. "Chenfeng, you've arrived," Zhao Qihua exclaimed, rushing forward to greet him. Yi Chenfeng was, after all, his savior, and forming a relationship with such a remarkable figure as Yi Chenfeng was something he eagerly sought. He was blissfully unaware of his daughter's connection to Yi Chenfeng. "Uncle Zhao, you look well. Your health must be improving," Yi Chenfeng inquired courteously. Zhao Qihua nodded vigorously, replying, "Thanks to you, Chenfeng. Otherwise, I would have long since departed this world. By the way, I've heard about Nanxiang. It's good for him to follow you and pursue a career. I know he's put in a lot for our Zhao family over the years. Chairman, please don't say that. Whenever the Zhao family needs me, I will return to assist immediately," Fong Nanxiang interjected earnestly. "Nansher, I understand your intentions. Now, you two catch up. I must greet the other guests." Zhao Qihua, as one of the hosts of this charity gala co-organized by the Zhao family and several other prominent families, had to mingle with the attendees. "Rest assured, Mr. Yi, in a couple of days, I will have everything regarding the Zhao family's matters settled," Fong Nanxiang said respectfully, deeply impressed by Yi Chenfeng's medical expertise and formidable skills. Yi Chenfeng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Brother Fong, could you refrain from calling me Mr. Yi in the future? Perhaps use another form of address. And take your time with the Zhao family's affairs. There's no need to rush. The training for the Longyo Association can wait as well. Everything will proceed according to your wishes, young Master Yi." Fong Nanxiang finally referred to him as young Master Yi, though Yi Qinfeng still felt somewhat uncomfortable with it. Nevertheless, it was far better than Mr. Yi, so he accepted it. Qinfeng, you're here. Zhao Wanqing, having just entered the second-floor hall, spotted Yi Qinfeng and rushed over to link her arm with his, eager to introduce him to Bai Shuling and her friends. She had also planned to publicly acknowledge her relationship with Yi Qinfeng in front of her parents tonight. As Yi Qinfeng turned to face Bai Shuling, his expression momentarily froze before returning to calmness. Isn't it said that life is full of unexpected encounters? Despite being nominally engaged to Bai Shuling, he harbored no illusions about her, and he looked at her with composure, saying, "What a coincidence." Bai Shuling's face shifted as she recognized Yi Qinfeng, incredulously asking, "What is happening? Are you Wanqing's boyfriend?" Zhao Wanqing sensed something was amiss. Why did it seem that Yi Qinfeng and Bai Shuling knew each other? Could it be that this Yi Qinfeng was indeed her fiancé? That diverged significantly from the rumors she had heard. Just as Zhao Wanqing was about to speak, Zhou Ting, standing beside Bai Shuling, could no longer contain herself. She bore a grudge against Yi Qinfeng. At the medical equipment store in the capital, her cousin Shou Juan had embarrassed himself in front of Bai Shuling, and she had learned from him that Yi Qinfeng was to blame. However, at that moment, Zhou Ting observed the handsome Yi Qinfeng in front of her, who appeared anything but a phobic person, appearing even more composed than the average individual. "Yi Qinfeng, you shameless man, don't forget that you and Shuling are still engaged. How can you flirt with other women?" Zhou Ting's abrupt accusation drew the attention of everyone nearby. Bai Shuling quickly grasped Zhou Ting's arm, urging, "Ting, please don't speak recklessly. We can discuss this later." True to her upbringing as a young lady from a prominent family, Bai Shuling understood that such topics were inappropriate for the occasion. Yet Zhou Ting seemed resolute, voicing, "Shuling, it's better this way. After all, Yi Qinfeng is not worthy of you." Zhou Ting was determined to see Yi Qinfeng humiliated in public. However, Yi Qinfeng remained unfazed, provoking Zhou Ting's irritation. She then directed her ire towards Zhao Wanqing, stating, "I can see that you've been wanting to seduce this fool, Yi Qinfeng, all along. You two actually make quite a pair." Zhao Wanqing's beautiful eyes were already red, and Zhou Ting's words caused tears to stream down her cheeks like a burst dam. Seeing Zhao Wanqing's tear-streaked face ignited Yi Qinfeng's fury. Women like Zhou Ting truly disgusted him. Though he had never struck a woman before, he decided to make an exception tonight. Just as he prepared to slap her, a sharp sound echoed through the air. Chapter 88. Hidden Intentions. Bai Shuling struck first, her hand swiftly delivering a slap to Zhou Ting's face. Zhou Ting, in disbelief, stared at Bai Shuling. Her palm pressed against her cheek where the crimson imprint of fingers was now visible. Reluctantly, she questioned, "Shuling, why?" It was only after the incident that Bai Shuling felt a twinge of regret. She had regarded Zhao Wanting as a sister, and Zhou Ting's sudden derogatory remarks about Zhao had provoked her emotions beyond control, resulting in the impulsive slap. "We are no longer friends, nor are we good sisters," Bai Shuling declared, her teeth gently biting her lip, clearly choosing to side with Zhao Wanting over Zhou Ting. This unexpected display of strength earned Bai Shuling a newfound respect from Yi Qinfeng. He had not anticipated that this young lady possessed such commendable qualities. Zhou Ting, acutely aware of the burning gazes fixated upon her, felt the intensity of their scrutiny pierce deeper than the pain on her cheek. She turned and fled downstairs, and upon exiting the Yage Hotel, she hurled her handbag onto the ground, viciously stomping on it with her high heels until it lay in tatters. From her pocket, she retrieved a compact mirror and gazed at her reflection, the vivid red mark glaring back at her. A storm of resentment brewed in her eyes as she silently vowed, "Bai Shuling, one day I will make you pay for this humiliation. You will kneel before me and apologize." With Zhou Ting's departure, the atmosphere in the hotel lobby returned to normal. Aside from Fong Nanxiang, who had a semblance of understanding regarding the incident, the others remained perplexed. Nonetheless, the charity gala continued, and soon the guests' attention shifted elsewhere, save for a few wealthy young men whose greedy eyes lingered on Bai Shuling and Zhao Wanting. "Young Master Yi, I must accompany the chairman to greet the guests," Fong Nanxiang said, recognizing that the matters of the younger generation were beyond his purview. Besides, as he would be following Yi Qinfeng in the future, it was inappropriate for him to linger here any longer. Once Fong Nanxiang departed, an awkward silence enveloped the space as Yi Qinfeng, Zhao Wanting, and Bai Shuling exchanged glances. Zhao Wanting, looking down, spoke in a barely audible whisper. "I need to go to the restroom." Yi Qinfeng understood that this incident had hurt Zhao Wanting, but now was not the time for explanations. He took a glass of red wine from a passing server and retreated to a quieter corner. Bai Shuling, feeling a surge of anger at Yi Qinfeng's silence, couldn't comprehend how he could treat her with such indifference. After all, the men in the capital had always greeted her with smiles. However, her mind drifted back to the incident at the medical equipment store where Yi Qinfeng had kissed Wu Xiaofei in her presence, intensifying her discomfort. After much hesitation, she approached Yi Qinfeng and sat beside him, inquiring, "Are you doing this to gain my attention? If so, your goal has been achieved, but please spare wanting. She is my dear sister." Yi Qinfeng took a sip of wine, his dark eyes lazily scrutinizing the woman before him, shaking his head as he retorted, "You are rather imaginative, but I'm not so trivial as to seek attention. Not every man in the world is compelled to revolve around you." Bai Shuling found herself momentarily speechless, struggling to counter his words. Yi Qinfeng did not seem to fit the profile of a phobic individual. Was everything Zhao Wanting said true? Was Yi Qinfeng not only a miraculous doctor, but also a formidable figure? The thought struck her as somewhat ludicrous. If he were truly so exceptional, how did he earn the title of Fool of the Capital? Yi Qinfeng gently swirled his wine glass and, with an apologetic tone, declared, "I misspoke earlier. You are merely lacking in intellect, and your endowment is hardly relevant." He scrutinized Bai Shuling's chest and continued, "A mere runway, a mere runway." This time, Bai Shuling was truly incensed. Previously, Yi Qinfeng had likened her to a washboard, and now he had reduced her to a runway. What woman would appreciate such remarks? However, observing Yi Qinfeng's nonchalant demeanor and recalling his previous debauchery, Bai Shuling regained her composure. She was certain that his antics were merely designed to attract her attention, and she refused to fall for it. After calming herself, she said, "Yi Qinfeng, about our engagement." Before she could finish, Yi Qinfeng interrupted, "Rest assured, we share no emotional bond. I will arrange for my grandfather to annul this engagement at a convenient time. And then no one will mock you for having a fool as a fiancé, nor will anyone say a flower is wasted on dung." Yi Qinfeng felt a headache at the mere mention of women, with his issues involving Zhao Wanting and Tang Xian still unresolved. He had never taken his engagement to Bai Shuling seriously. "What did you say? You are willing to initiate the annulment?" Bai Shuling asked in confusion, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Qinfeng's face, seemingly searching for any hint of insincerity. Yet, all she found was his indifference. At that moment, Bai Shuling truly could not fathom the thoughts swirling within this man's mind. Hadn't she been contemplating how to dissolve their engagement? Why then, did her heart feel so heavy? "What's wrong? Are you so pleased that you can't speak?" Yi Qinfeng quipped, "My greatest virtue is self-awareness. I am unworthy of the capital's most beautiful woman." His tone was relaxed, devoid of any hint of insecurity. In the restroom, Zhao Wanting gazed at her reflection, tears streaming down her cheeks as she muttered, Why is he Bai Shuling's fiancé? Is the universe so intent on tormenting me?" Recalling the brief moments spent with Yi Qinfeng, as well as his timely interventions that had saved her family from numerous calamities, she realized that, unbeknownst to her, Yi Qinfeng had etched an indelible mark on her heart. She remembered the day when despair threatened to engulf her, and when she feared she would be sullied by Wan Kai. At that moment, Yi Qinfeng had appeared like a prince on a white steed, and in her vulnerability, she had willingly given him her all. She never intended to hold him accountable. He was a man of integrity. Yet now, as she looked toward the future with hope, the sudden revelation that Yi Qinfeng was Bai Shuling's fiancé shattered her dreams. Chapter 89. 500 yuan. This evening's charity gala featured an auction, where numerous prominent figures from Tianhai generously donated various items. Every penny raised during this event would be contributed to charitable institutions. The moment of utmost significance arrived, as the first item to be auctioned was a stunning jade necklace, which had been appraised by experts to be valued at no less than 150,000 yuan. A stage was erected at the forefront of the second-floor hall of the Yage Hotel, where a male host in his 30s, microphone in hand, spoke with a resonant voice. A graceful hostess approached the stage, carrying a tray covered by a red cloth. She placed the tray on the table in front of the host and elegantly exited the stage. As the host unveiled the red cloth, the exquisite jade necklace was revealed to the audience. Every attendee at this charity gala was either affluent or of high social standing, and it was evident that the host's words rang true. The necklace was indeed worth its price. Starting at 150,000, interested parties may place their bids. The host announced. A middle-aged man in his 40s quickly called out a bid of 150,000. With his rotund figure and a rather unpleasant smile, it was clear he intended to purchase the necklace for his mistress. However, Those present at the gala were well-heeled individuals with money to spare. And soon someone raised the bid to 200,000. The middle-aged man, unwilling to concede, countered with 250,000. But when a bid of 300,000 was called, he visibly deflated, revealing his lack of true wealth. The bidding escalated until it reached 500,000, at which point the host, seeing no further bids, inquired, "Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" 600,000, a young man in his mid-20s boldly declared, raising the bid by 100,000. This young man, named Siep Hanan, was the son of one of Tianhai's most prominent businessmen. Accustomed to spending millions on a mere vehicle, a few 100,000 was insignificant to him. With his chest held high and an air of arrogance, Siep Hanan noted the wealthy crowd around him. However, as the auction had only just begun, those present understood that the most desirable items would be auctioned later, causing them to lose interest in competing with Siep Hanan. "Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" The host repeated, and upon receiving no response, declared, "Going once at 600,000, going twice, going 3 times, sold. The jade necklace is awarded to Mr. Siep Hanan." The hostess presented the necklace to Siep Hanan, who then cast his gaze toward Bai Shuling, seated in a nearby corner. The crowd soon realized that Siep Hanan's intentions were to impress the beautiful lady. "Esteemed miss, my name is Siep Hanan, and this jade necklace is my gift to you," he declared with utmost politeness. However, Bai Shuling felt a sense of discomfort. Moments earlier, Yi Chenfeng had suggested breaking their engagement, leaving her heart heavy. Women can be enigmatic creatures. This was the very outcome she had long desired. Yet now that it had transpired, she found herself inexplicably displeased. Noticing Bai Shuling's indifference as she stared at the seemingly oblivious Yi Chenfeng, Siep Hanan's pride was wounded. He raised his voice slightly towards Yi Chenfeng. "Did you upset this lady? I command you to apologize immediately." Yi Chenfeng, lazily rubbing his ear, opened his eyes and asked nonchalantly, "And you are?" "My father is among Tianhai's top 10 businessmen. I am Siep Hanan," he replied, brimming with confidence and disdain. "What your father does is of no concern to me. Even if he were in the business of brothels, it would be irrelevant." "Siep Hanan, is it?" With that demeanor, "Perhaps you should consider a more fitting name, like Xia Wangba," Yi Chenfeng retorted, eliciting an uncontrollable giggle from Bai Shuling, much to Siep Hanan's chagrin. "Rude individuals like you have no place here. This is a charity gala. Shouldn't you be doing something charitable?" Siep Hanan, a typical second-generation rich kid of Tianhai, had not encountered Yi Chenfeng before, leading him to assume he was not wealthy. Observing the unfolding situation, Zhao Qihua promptly turned to Feng Nanxiang and said, "Go see what trouble Chenfeng has gotten into." As Yi Chenfeng noticed Feng Nanxiang approaching, he subtly shook his head, prompting Feng Nanxiang to refrain from intervening. He understood that Yi Chenfeng wished to handle the matter himself and was capable of doing so. Rising from his seat, Yi Chenfeng stated, "I engage in charitable acts every year. Since I am attending this gala, I certainly did not come empty-handed." With that, he strode toward the stage. "Engaging in charity yearly?" Bai Shuling thought incredulously. The former Yi Chenfeng was the epitome of a spoiled rich kid. Merely refraining from mischief was a cause for celebration. The guests watched in bewilderment as Yi Chenfeng confidently approached the stage. Seizing the opportunity, Siep Hanan eagerly interjected, "This gentleman intends to donate a substantial amount tonight. I wager it will be no less than 10 million. Siep Hanan was effectively cornering Yi Chenfeng, yet the latter remained composed, causing Siep Hanan to question whether he truly was as affluent as he claimed. As Yi Chenfeng ascended the stage, Zhao Wanting emerged from the restroom, exchanging an awkward glance with Bai Shuling. The male host, displaying courtesy, addressed Yi Chenfeng, "Sir, how do you plan to make your donation? If you wish to auction it, simply bid from the audience." "No, I intend to donate directly," Yi Chenfeng replied, retrieving a few red bills from his pocket, approximately 500 yuan, the entirety of his cash, as he typically did not carry money when out. "I will donate 500 yuan, he stated with remarkable calmness, showing no sign of embarrassment. The declaration left the wealthy patrons in shock, while the host stood momentarily stunned, unsure whether to accept the 500 yuan donation. Chapter 90. While said, a burst of laughter suddenly shattered the silence of the gathering, its origin unknown. This was soon followed by derisive murmurs from the wealthy patrons seated below. Where did this fellow come from? Does he even have the right to attend tonight's charity gala? $500? Does he truly have the audacity to present that amount? Does he think he is merely begging for alms? Various unflattering remarks escaped the lips of these affluent individuals. While not far away, Zhao Wanting looked on with concern at Yi Chenfeng on stage. Beside her, Bai Shuling furrowed her brows, What was Yi Chen-feng trying to achieve? The Yi family was, after all, a prominent clan in the capital. As the legitimate grandson of the Yi family, could he truly be short of funds? After whispering a few words to Feng Nanxiang, Zhao Qihua urged him toward the stage. At that moment, Xie Pannin interjected, clearly relishing the situation. A smug smile crept across his face as he declared, "So this gentleman has no money at all. Why bother to donate? Are you not merely embarrassing yourself? Perhaps you should spend a few more years earning some money. Would you like me to find you a job?" As Xie Pannin's remarks grew increasingly intolerable, Zhao Qihua could no longer contain himself. He did not wish to provoke the displeasure of Yi Chen-feng, the esteemed healer. Just as he was about to shout out, Yi Chen-feng spoke up, clearing his throat, his expression unwavering. Yi Chen-feng took the microphone from the male host. His voice, rich and magnetic, resonated as he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?" Instantly, the chatter below faded away, not out of obedience, but due to the compelling essence in Yi Chen-feng's voice, which momentarily captivated the ordinary listeners. "Is my donation of $500 not a contribution? You affluent individuals who proclaim your intent to donate, are you not merely seeking to bolster your own reputations? If you truly cherish the act of charity, why not contribute anonymously to charitable organizations? You all speak so eloquently, yet your actions betray an extreme hypocrisy." Yi Chen-feng's powerful statement struck a nerve among the wealthy, causing their faces to redden. Even Zhao Qihua felt a flush on his cheeks, recognizing the truth in Yi Chen-feng's words. However, many of the affluent patrons were indignant, for they were renowned figures in Tianhai. Why should they heed the admonitions of a poor young man? Just as someone was about to interject, Yi Chen-feng continued, "Charity should be performed within one's means. I currently possess only $500, and even if I had but a single coin, I would still offer it without hesitation. For there is no shame in doing good." With that, Yi Chen-feng leaped off the stage and approached Xie Pannin directly. "As for this gentleman," he remarked, despite his polished appearance, his fervent bidding on that jade necklace was merely an attempt to win a woman's favor. Did he ever consider he was engaging in charity? This utterly undermines the essence of philanthropy. Publicly humiliated, Xie Pannin's expression twisted into one of rage. He had never encountered such indignity in his life within Tianhai, especially considering that the Xie family was one of the event's organizers, though his father was absent due to unforeseen circumstances. Well said. This is indeed the true spirit of charity. A voice emerged from the crowd, belonging to an elderly man in his 60s or 70s, his wrinkled face flushed, evidently moved by Yi Chen-feng's words. For Yi Chen-feng, adapting his speech to the situation was effortless. Let us not forget he was a versatile talent nurtured by the state 5 centuries hence, adept at navigating various circumstances with ease. The elder, named Zhou Zedong, was the director of Tianhai People's Hospital, and he also held a formidable identity as the father of a prominent figure in Tianhai. Who among those present dared to offend him? Many of the wealthy patrons who had previously scorned Yi Chen-feng now fell silent, fearing the wrath of this venerable gentleman, who was known to be a devoted son. Even Xie Pannin kept his mouth shut, though his darkened eyes remained fixed on Yi Chen-feng, as if he intended to etch the young man's features into his memory. Yi Chen-feng, however, regarded Xie Pannin as inconsequential. He could deal with such a person whenever he chose. Have you all heard? Do not presume that your wealth makes you significant. Charity is not performed in the fashion you employ. The charitable sector has truly become tainted by individuals like you. Zhou Zedong declared vehemently. Reflecting on his youth, Zhou Zedong had also been a poor soul, often subjected to scorn. Through his own efforts, he had ascended to the position of hospital director, and fortunately, his son had also proven to be quite capable. Few dared to cross him in Tianhai. Young man, Zhou Zedong began to inquire about Yi Chen-feng's name, but before he could finish, he suddenly gasped for breath and collapsed to the ground. Yi Chen-feng's eyes widened. Was the old man truly so dramatic? Had he fainted from excitement? Many present were aware that Zhou Zedong had a history of cardiac issues, and it was possible that the intensity of the moment had triggered a heart episode. All eyes turned to Yi Chen-feng, the astute businessman present quickly plotting to shift the blame onto him. Ha ha ha, Xie Pannin chuckled darkly. Do you know who this elder is? He is the father of a significant figure in Tianhai. Your actions have caused his heart condition to worsen. Prepare to face the consequences. Every time Zhou Zedong stepped out, his son ensured that a doctor accompanied him, and at that moment, a physician rushed to assist the elder, performing emergency measures. Yet, despite their efforts, Zhou Zedong showed no response, his complexion paling further. Quickly, take him to the hospital, the doctor urged, although he suspected that there was little hope left. However, given Zhou Zedong's status, the procedure was necessary. Yi Chenfeng observed the scene. Given the current state of medical knowledge, it seemed Zhou Zedong was destined to meet his end. Yet, the elder had just defended him. He felt no animosity toward him. Offering assistance was, after all, not an unreasonable act. Chapter 91. The Divine Healer Chenfeng. Why not lend a hand and revive old Master Zhou? Zhao Qihua whispered to Yi Chenfeng, who stood by his side. He was acutely aware that if Zhou Zedong were to suffer any grave misfortune, Yi Chenfeng would be implicated, and even he, Zhao Qihua, would be powerless to assist. Of course, he was still oblivious to the fact that Yi Chenfeng was the legitimate heir of the Yi family from the capital. Yi Chenfeng nodded silently and replied, "Uncle Zhao, it is likely that this esteemed elder would not survive even if rushed to the hospital. However, I do possess a method to draw him back from the brink of death. Yet, with so many people around, I require a quiet room for treatment." Zhao Qihua held Yi Chenfeng's words in high regard. After all, it was Yi Chenfeng who had awakened him from a 3-month coma. From Yi Chenfeng's tone, he grasped the gravity of old Master Zhou's condition and promptly called for 2 attendants, instructing, "Assist old Master Zhou to a room in the hotel." "What are you doing? Are you trying to delay old Master Zhou's transfer to the hospital?" The accompanying doctor, aware that the old gentleman was beyond saving, nevertheless interjected, asserting his authority. After all, he was accustomed to flattery and had come to believe in his own significance. "Indeed, Zhao Qihua, can you bear the responsibility for old Master Zhou's condition?" The doctor continued. "You should apologize to this physician at once. Old Master Zhou's health is invaluable." Zhao Qihua's face flushed crimson as he glared at the sycophants around him, anger surging within him. "If anything were to happen to old Master Zhou tonight, I, Zhao Qihua, will take full responsibility. Do you have anything more to say?" The accompanying doctor scoffed. "You take responsibility? Can you truly bear that burden?" Zhao Qihua, a renowned businessman in Tianhai and the head of a publicly listed company, could not tolerate the derision from this junior physician. Recalling Yi Chenfeng's previous words, he retorted mercilessly, "Very well, you may take old Master Zhou to the hospital immediately. However, should anything untoward occur there, do not lay the blame on anyone else. You alone shall bear the consequences." "What do you say?" The doctor hesitated, his gaze shifting uneasily. Seeing the silence from the physician, Zhao Qihua pressed on, "Quickly assist old Master Zhou into the room." As Zhao Qihua turned, Yi Chenfeng noticed beads of sweat forming on the doctor's forehead and playfully remarked, "Uncle Zhao, is the air conditioning in the lobby too high?" Zhao Qihua forced a wry smile. Though he appeared decisive, he was deeply concerned. After all, Zhou Guodong was the father of Tianhai's esteemed figure. If anything were to happen, the Zhao family would find it impossible to continue in Tianhai. However, witnessing Yi Chenfeng's composed demeanor brought him a measure of relief. Yi Chenfeng, Zhao Qihua, Fang Nanxiang, and others swiftly entered the room prepared for Zhou Guodong. Zhao Wanting and Bai Shuling followed closely behind. Zhao Wanting understood that Yi Chenfeng was about to intervene, while Bai Shuling was filled with curiosity. The remaining individuals were blocked by Zhao Qihua's security detail, as he knew that the process of Yi Chenfeng's treatment must not be disturbed, and he was also aware of Yi Chenfeng's reputation as a healer. Preferring to keep it discreet, Yi Chenfeng placed his palm against Zhou Zedong's chest, channeling his spiritual energy into the elder's heart. It was evident that Zhou Zedong's cardiac function was entirely failing. He likely relied on expensive medications to survive. Yet, Yi Chenfeng could reactivate his heartbeat and, with his spiritual energy, could restore some cardiac function, allowing him to live for another 5 or 6 years at least. Having identified the source of the ailment, Yi Chenfeng retrieved his acupuncture kit, using a lighter to briefly heat and sterilize the silver needles. Just as he prepared to begin, Bai Shuling exclaimed, "Are you saving him or harming him? Is this how you heal? You should send him to the hospital instead. Otherwise, you might be accused of murder." Irritated, Yi Chenfeng frowned and retorted, "Who allowed you to enter this room? Be silent. If you utter another word, I will not hesitate to throw you out." The aura exuding from Yi Chenfeng startled Bai Shuling. She had merely intended to offer a warning, but it seemed her concern had been met with hostility, leaving her disheartened. "Shuling, Chenfeng knows what he is doing. Just watch." Zhao Qihua interjected swiftly, determined to prevent any disruption to Yi Chenfeng's treatment. "Does he truly understand medicine?" Bai Shuling muttered internally, unconvinced. However, as she observed Yi Chenfeng's needlework, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. His speed was astonishing. Even a seasoned traditional physician would struggle to match it. Each movement was captivating, as if he were not merely treating a patient, but performing an artful display. Watching Yi Qinfeng's intense focus, Bai Shuling felt an unexpected flutter in her heart, though she remained unaware of this change. She pondered, is he truly the same Yi Qinfeng, the one everyone in the capital derisively calls Fu Yi? Then she recalled his earlier eloquent speech, stirring an inexplicable emotion within her. And she unconsciously glanced at Zhao Wanting beside her. Zhao Wanting, also observing Bai Shuling, caught her gaze, and they quickly averted their eyes in unison. Zhao Wanting noted the sparkle of admiration in Bai Shuling's eyes as she looked at Yi Qinfeng and thought sadly, such an exceptional man as Qinfeng deserves a woman like Shuling. What am I, Zhao Wanting? Merely an ugly duckling. Unbeknownst to Yi Qinfeng, as he focused on his healing, both Zhao Wanting and Bai Shuling were lost in their thoughts about him. 7 silver needles formed an intricate pattern on Zhou Zedong's chest, resembling a dragon soaring through the clouds. This acupuncture technique, known as the 7 absolute needles, was a method Yi Qinfeng had devised in his previous life. The 7 needles targeted 7 vital acupoints on Zhou Zedong's chest, and crucially, this technique required the synergy of spiritual energy to yield results. Previously, in the black market, Yi Qinfeng had utilized acupuncture combined with his spiritual energy to save a young woman suffering from a myocardial infarction. However, Zhou Zedong's condition was far more severe. Fortunately, Yi Qinfeng's spiritual energy had reached the 4th level. Had it remained at a lower tier, it would have been uncertain whether he could have drawn Zhou Zedong back from the threshold of death. Chapter 92. The persistent old man outside the room. The wealthy merchants whispered among themselves, feeling no concern since Zhao Qihua had taken full responsibility for the situation. In fact, they secretly hoped that old Master Zhou would indeed pass away, as it would surely lead to a captivating spectacle. They were eager to witness whether Zhao Qihua could withstand the wrath of. Among the crowd, Xie Panin wore a slight smirk. Having confirmed that Yi Qinfeng was somehow connected to the Zhao family, he had discreetly inquired about the situation from the old man's attending physician, who indicated that old Master Zhou's condition was exceedingly dire. Without immediate hospital care, he was undoubtedly doomed. However, the doctor refrained from mentioning that even with hospital treatment, the outcome would likely remain bleak. The more precarious old Master Zhou's condition became, the more elated Xie Panin felt. He recalled the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Yi Qinfeng earlier, a slight he could hardly swallow. Now that the Zhao family was implicated, it was a perfect opportunity for revenge. Should anything happen to old Master Zhou, both the Zhao family and Yi Qinfeng would be entangled in the aftermath. The economic strength of the Zhao family and the Xie family in Tianhai was comparable, and if the Zhao family were to vanish, the Xie family could ascend to greater heights. Such an opportunity was rare, and thus Xie Panin fervently wished for old Master Zhou never to awaken. As these thoughts swirled outside, Yi Qinfeng remained unwavering within the room, diligently channeling his spiritual energy through the 7 acupuncture points on old Master Zhou's chest using the 7 absolute needles. The precision required for this spiritual infusion was paramount. If too forceful, it could rupture the old man's frail heart, while too weak an infusion would fail to revive his heartbeat or restore cardiac function. Therefore, Yi Qinfeng had to maintain a delicate balance, administering the energy steadily and appropriately, a true art. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Yet Yi Qinfeng's expression remained resolute, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and thoroughly soaking his shirt. It is said that a man is most attractive when he is earnest, and this was undoubtedly true, as Zhao Wanting and Bai Shuling gazed at him, seemingly enchanted, their eyes fixed upon his focused visage. Another half-hour later, Yi Qinfeng allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he gently exhaled, skillfully removing the silver needles from old Master Zhou's chest and wiping the sweat from his brow. Qinfeng, has old Master Zhou escaped danger? Zhao Qihua inquired anxiously, observing Yi Qinfeng with bated breath. Before Yi Qinfeng could respond, old Master Zhou slowly opened his eyes, surveying the room with a look of bewilderment. Zhao Qihua quickly recounted the events leading up to this moment, noting how old Master Zhou's gaze frequently drifted toward Yi Qinfeng. At 73, old Master Zhou should have retired long ago, yet his restless nature compelled him to remain as the director of Tianhai City People's Hospital, especially given his son's involvement in. He was not only a man of action but also a medical enthusiast, having engaged in numerous absurd endeavors in his youth, reminiscent of the legendary Shenong tasting herbs, which nearly cost him his life. Despite his eccentricities, old Master Zhou possessed considerable medical acumen, a quality that undoubtedly justified his esteemed position. Upon witnessing Yi Qinfeng's successful revival, Bai Shuoling's thoughts became increasingly chaotic. Yi Qinfeng's image had been utterly transformed. If a man capable of such feats could also be deemed a fool, then few in the world could be considered sane. Old Master Zhou's murky eyes sparkled with clarity. Aware of his own precarious health, he had anticipated a limited lifespan even with medication. However, upon awakening, he felt remarkably better and turned to Zhao Qihua, inquiring, "I presume this young man is the miraculous physician who revived me?" During the 3 months of Zhao Qihua's coma, Old Master Zhou had personally examined him, convinced that no one could possibly awaken him. Yet, upon hearing that Zhao Qihua had indeed recovered, he rushed to the Zhao residence to discover the identity of his savior. However, Zhao Qihua, being no ingrate, had refrained from disclosing Yi Qinfeng's name, knowing that he preferred not to be disturbed. But tonight, the truth could no longer be concealed. Zhao Qihua cast an apologetic glance at Yi Qinfeng before addressing Old Master Zhou. "Qinfeng is indeed the miraculous physician who saved me." Upon hearing this, Old Master Zhou sprang from the bed with remarkable agility, his movements sharper than those of a youth, causing Zhao Qihua to flinch and urge, "Old Master Zhou, please take care." Ignoring Zhao Qihua's concerns, Old Master Zhou grasped Yi Qinfeng's hand excitedly, exclaiming, "Young man, no wonder you spoke with such conviction. I had no idea you were the one who revived Zhao Qihua. You must join Tianhai Hospital. There are countless souls awaiting your healing touch." As Old Master Zhou clasped Yi Qinfeng's hand, the latter realized he had unwittingly attracted yet another complication. He had no desire to pursue a career in medicine, as countless individuals succumb to illness each day. Could he, Yi Qinfeng, truly save them all? Moreover, he had never envisioned himself as a benevolent savior nor harbored any lofty ideals of healing the sick. "Old Master, I have no intention of becoming a doctor, so I must respectfully decline your request," Yi Qinfeng replied politely, withdrawing his hand. Old Master Zhou's expression darkened momentarily before he retorted, "If you do not agree today, you shall not leave this room, unless you step over my dead body." Indeed, Old Master Zhou was quite the character. At over 70, and a hospital director no less, he was shamelessly employing such tactics in front of everyone. Chapter 93, Let Us Converse. "Old Master Zhou, are you not making things difficult for others? Since Qinfeng has no interest in becoming a doctor, I believe it would be best to let it go," Zhao Qihua advised Zhou Zedong from the side, as it was he who had revealed Yi Qinfeng's identity. Zhou Zedong's face grew stern as he exclaimed, "How can someone with such remarkable medical skills choose not to be a doctor? Is that not a waste of talent?" Old Master Zhou was also quite stubborn. Once he had made up his mind, he rarely changed it. Yi Qinfeng furrowed his brow, finding the old man utterly unreasonable. What did his choice of profession have to do with Zhou Zedong? After all, it was Yi Qinfeng who had pulled this old man back from the brink of death. His tone turned icy as he remarked, "Old Master, do you know how to write the words ungrateful? Without me, you would have long since been in the realm of the dead. After my treatment, even if you do not take any medication, you can at least enjoy an additional 4 or 5 years of life." Zhou Zedong's face flushed red. Indeed, he was not Yi Qinfeng's elder and had no right to force him into the medical profession. However, upon hearing the latter part of Yi Qinfeng's statement, he inquired with uncertainty, "Young brother, are you speaking the truth?" Zhou Zedong understood his own body well. Could he really live an additional 4 or 5 years without taking medication? This left him at a loss for words. Yi Qinfeng nodded curtly, stating, "If you do not believe me, you may go to the hospital for a full body examination. Then you will know whether I am deceiving you." If what Yi Qinfeng said was indeed true, it would imply that his medical skills were of an extraordinary caliber. Zhou Zedong was aware that even with medication, he could only expect to live around 2 more years, and he had to maintain a stable emotional state to avoid the risk of death, as he had just experienced. According to Zhao Qihua's explanation, Yi Qinfeng had not utilized any instruments, merely employing 7 silver needles, truly the mark of a miraculous healer one might encounter in a novel. It was not long before Zhou Zedong categorized Yi Qinfeng among the reclusive masters, as there was no other way to explain the events of this evening. It was no wonder the young man had resolutely declined his invitation. "My young brother, I have overstepped. Since you are unwilling, I shall not press you further. Here is my business card. Feel free to reach out to me if you ever require assistance." Although Zhou Zedong was reluctant to relinquish such a medical genius, he recognized Yi Qinfeng as his savior and possessed enough self-awareness to understand that. Seeing Zhou Zedong relent, Yi Qinfeng's expression softened as he accepted the business card, saying, "I will certainly visit you in the future." This was mere politeness. Yi Qinfeng had no desire to encounter that eccentric old man again. uncertain of what peculiarities Zhou Zedong might conjure next. Outside the room, the wealthy merchants, noticing the door remained shut, speculated that old Master Zhou was in dire straits. After all, there were no medical facilities in the hotel, and Zhao Qihua was not a doctor. How could he possibly revive old Master Zhou? I have said it before. He is wasting precious time that could be spent on treatment. It may already be too late to send him to the hospital, grumbled old Master Zhou's attending physician. Yes, we must notify immediately. Otherwise, we might find ourselves implicated. Xie Panin concurred, his plan to kill two birds with one stone now well underway. As the wealthy merchants prepared to make calls, the door swung open, revealing old Master Zhou, who had heard every word spoken by Xie Panin and the others. He frowned, saying, "What? Do you wish for my son to prepare for my funeral? Is that what you desire, to see me dead?" Old Master Zhou's complexion was rosy, even better than before he had fainted, leaving everyone outside in shock, particularly the physician, who stammered, "Old Master, you." Zhou Zedong could not even be bothered to glance at him, having learned from Zhao Qihua that this attending physician was of questionable character. He declared, "You may return to your duties. I do not wish to see you again. Old Master, I am here at its behest to attend to you. You cannot dismiss me." The physician pleaded, his head bowed. "Who is? He is merely my son. Should I ask him to speak to you personally?" Zhou Zedong asked with an impassive expression. The physician, having been by old Master Zhou's side for some time, was well aware of his temper and dared not utter a word as he hurriedly departed. "What are you all staring at? The charity gala is not over yet. Those who are meant to donate should go forth and do so," old Master Zhou admonished. The wealthy merchants outside dared not retort and swiftly turned to leave, while disappointment filled Xie Panin's dark eyes. How wonderful it would have been if Zhou Zedong had passed away. Once everyone outside had exited, Yi Chenfeng stepped out of the room. Zhou Zedong regarded Yi Chenfeng's exceptional appearance and character with growing interest and began to entertain a rather unorthodox notion. He had a granddaughter of similar age to Yi Chenfeng, a beauty among beauties. If Yi Chenfeng were to become his grandson-in-law, Zhou Zedong would no longer need to worry about this young man defying him in the future. "My young brother, you must visit my home next time. If not, I will have my son search the world for you," Zhou Zedong said with a smile, patting Yi Chenfeng on the shoulder. Given the old man's peculiar character, he might indeed follow through with such an absurd plan. Yi Chenfeng casually agreed, unaware that Zhou Zedong had already begun to envision him as his future grandson-in-law. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have scolded Zhou Zedong for his outrageous thoughts. After Feng Nanxiang and Zhao Qihua left the room, only Zhao Wanting and Bai Shuling remained. Preoccupied with old Master Zhou's condition, Zhao Qihua had not noticed anything amiss with his daughter. Inside the room, Zhao Wanting bit her lip before finally lifting her head to look at Bai Shuling, saying, "Shuling, let us have a talk." Bai Shuling was also filled with mixed emotions, as Yi Chenfeng's recent actions had shattered her previous impressions of him, leaving her with an indescribable feeling. Moreover, given their betrothal, she silently nodded in agreement. Outside the room, Zhao Qihua was unaware of his daughter's close bond with Bai Shuling. He assumed the two were merely catching up after a long separation. Of course, Yi Chenfeng and Feng Nanxiang were well aware of the underlying reasons, but Yi Chenfeng did not wish to intrude. Allowing Zhao Wanting and Bai Shuling to converse might not be a bad thing. After all, he believed there was no possibility of a future with Bai Shuling, at least for now. Chapter 94. No need for your responsibility. The room was enveloped in an eerie silence, as Zhao Wanting struggled to find the right words. Bai Shuling was her dear friend, and Yi Chenfeng was the man she admired, with whom she had already shared a profound intimacy. Was she truly prepared to relinquish her feelings for Yi Chenfeng? Noticing Zhao Wanting's hesitation, Bai Shuling spoke first. "Wanting, regardless of the circumstances, we remain good sisters. Besides, you were unaware that Yi Chenfeng is my fiancé. If you genuinely care for him, I shall ask my grandfather to annul our engagement, for I have never held any affection for him. Did I not frequently express my grievances about him during our conversations?" A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over Bai Shuling. The shock Yi Chenfeng had delivered that evening was staggering, and although she could not deny his magnetic allure, she had not yet succumbed to the depths of infatuation. Earlier, when Yi Chenfeng had performed acupuncture to save a life, her eyes had sparkled with admiration. Zhao Wanting, however, struggled to accept her friend's words. After all, Yi Chenfeng and Bai Shuling were already bound by a promise. She felt like an interloper and forced a faint smile, concealing her turmoil as she replied, "Shuling, I have no interest in Yi Chenfeng. You once shared so much about him with me, did you not?" Perhaps his attention towards me was merely to provoke your interest. So, bear this burden yourself. Though Zhao Wanting knew that Yi Chenfeng was not the kind of man who would toy with emotions, she sought an excuse to relinquish her feelings, unwilling to let this situation tarnish her friendship with Bai Shuling. Bai Shuling, perceptive as ever, discerned Zhao Wanting's true feelings and pursed her lips, saying, wanting before Bai Shuling could finish her thought, Zhao Wanting smiled faintly and suggested, Shuling, let us step outside. The charity gala has yet to conclude. Zhao Wanting fought back tears that threatened to spill. She feared that if she continued this conversation with Bai Shuling, her composure would shatter. Following the unexpected incident involving Zhou Zedong, the gala had accelerated its proceedings. Meanwhile, Xie Hanan, humiliated by Yi Chenfeng, had already departed. Realizing there was no way to redeem himself that night without becoming the subject of ridicule, seeing Zhao Wanting's forced smile stirred a complex mix of emotions within Bai Shuling. Once they returned to the grand hall on the second floor, she approached Yi Chenfeng and said, Yi Chenfeng, I am unaware of how you managed to deceive Wanting. However, should you ever mistreat her, I, Bai Shuling, will not stand idly by. Yi Chenfeng shrugged, seemingly unfazed by Bai Shuling's harsh tone. He recognized that she truly regarded Zhao Wanting as a close friend. He replied, Isn't that a redundant statement? Wanting is so gentle. She is nothing like you. Naturally, I shall treat her well. Bai Shuling's chest heaved with frustration as she retorted, Yi Chenfeng, I will instruct my grandfather to annul our engagement, and this time, it will be on the grounds that I, Bai Shuling, find you unworthy, not the other way around. With that, she stormed off. Her plans to linger in Tianhai now dashed by the evening's events. Nonetheless, she bid farewell to Zhao Wanting and Zhao Qihua. As Bai Shuling exited the Yage Hotel, she grumbled under her breath, Yi Chenfeng, what makes you so special? So what if you're no longer a fool? And what if your medical skills are exceptional? Do you really think I, Bai Shuling, would be left without suitors? Shuling, I realize my mistakes. Please forgive me once more. Zhou Ting emerged from the shadows. Having lingered outside the hotel, she had contemplated her situation and decided that she could not sever her ties with Bai Shuling. After all, proximity to her would present more opportunities for vengeance. Bai Shuling frowned slightly and coldly replied, Zhou Ting, did I not make myself abundantly clear? We are no longer friends. Nor are we sisters. Tears welled in Zhou Ting's eyes as she gazed at Bai Shuling, her voice filled with despair. Shuling, I am truly sorry. I will be more considerate in the future. If need be, I will kneel before your friends to apologize. Would that suffice? Her performance was so convincing that it was a shame she was not pursuing an acting career. Having spent years with Bai Shuling, Zhou Ting understood that her friend was tough on the outside, yet tender-hearted within. Thus, feigning vulnerability was her most effective strategy. Indeed, Bai Shuling's resolve began to waver. Looking at Zhou Ting, she said, Ting Ting, this is the last time I will forgive you. There will be no next time. A fleeting glimmer of cunning flashed in Zhou Ting's eyes as she silently vowed, Bai Shuling, you may have beauty, but I will reclaim every ounce of humiliation you have caused me. As the charity gala continued, Yi Chenfeng spotted Zhao Wanting turning to leave. He quickly followed her out of the Yage Hotel. Beneath the darkened sky, the moon hung brightly, casting a silvery glow upon the night. He called out to Zhao Wanting, who walked ahead, Wanting, please wait. The situation between Bai Shuling and me is not as you perceive it. Zhao Wanting halted, her back still turned to him, for her face was already stained with tears, rendering her silhouette hauntingly beautiful beneath the moonlight. She managed to regain her composure and spoke as steadily as she could, Chenfeng, I am grateful for your assistance to the Zhao family. However, since you are Bai Shuling's fiancé, let us remain friends from this point forward. I no longer require your responsibility. Yi Chenfeng exhaled softly. I share no romantic feelings for Bai Shuling, nor are there any plans for marriage. Therefore, Wanting, do you truly not require my accountability? Zhao Wanting, still facing away from him, nodded resolutely and affirmed, I genuinely do not need your responsibility. As she uttered those words, Zhao Wanting felt as if her heart had been mercilessly pierced by 1,000 daggers. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like a torrential flood as she turned and departed in her BMW, leaving Yi Chenfeng to watch her retreating figure with a sense of helplessness. There were many matters awaiting his attention, not least of which was uncovering the truth behind his parents' tragedy and seeking vengeance. He believed it best to allow Zhao Wanting some time to reflect. Perhaps, in due course, she would come to understand. He was not the protagonist of a melodramatic tale, preferring to express his sentiments through tangible actions rather than flowery proclamations. Chapter 95. the decisions of the Bai and Wu families early the next morning. Bai Shuling returned to the Bai family in the capital from Tianhai. This time, she was resolute in her desire to persuade her grandfather, Bai Hongfang, to annul the engagement. Her heart burned with indignation towards Yi Qinfeng. However, she refrained from revealing the connection between Yi Qinfeng and Zhao Wanting, fearing it would hurt her dear friend Zhao. Instead, she resorted to tears and tantrums at home. It is worth noting that Bai Shuling had always been a remarkably obedient child within the Bai family. The union between her and Yi Qinfeng was initially based on mutual benefit. Although Yi Qinfeng had once been a wastrel, he was, at least, a normal person. Yet, ever since Yi Qinfeng's unfortunate transformation into a fool, the elder Bai had grown increasingly dissatisfied with the engagement they had once established. Currently, the Yi family relied solely on the elder Yi for support. If he were to pass away one day, who would uphold the family? Would it not be pure torment for his beloved granddaughter to be tied to Yi Qinfeng? Even if Bai Shuling did not broach the subject of annulling the engagement, Bai Hongfang had already begun to contemplate it. After all, individuals of their stature, accustomed to power, possessed a long-term vision that transcended immediate benefits. Bai Hongfang, now 68 years of age, still retained considerable vigor. His keen eyes peered at his aggrieved granddaughter as he spoke. All right, Shuling, you've made your point. I understand that marrying Yi Qinfeng would be an injustice to you. Therefore, today I shall cast aside my pride. Bai Shuling was a woman of reason. Had it not been for her close friend Zhao Wanting's affections for Yi Qinfeng, she would not have caused such a commotion upon her return. However, upon hearing her grandfather finally relent, she felt an inexplicable mix of joy and sorrow, a peculiar pang of bitterness welling within her. No one in the Bai family opposed Bai Hongfang's decision. They had long disapproved of the engagement. Although the Yi family still appeared to be a prominent family in the capital, who among them could truly shoulder the burden once the elder Yi was no longer around? Before his affliction, Yi Qinfeng had already been deemed a waste. Now, afflicted by panic, he was even less viable. Thus, it was inevitable that the Yi family would eventually fade from the ranks of the prominent families. Bai Shuling chose not to mention the changes she had witnessed in Yi Qinfeng while in Tianhai. She was unwilling to entertain thoughts of him, let alone utter his name. She yearned to kick him fiercely to alleviate her frustrations. When Bai Hongfang arrived at the Yi family's hall, he encountered the elder Wu Angua, who had also come to visit. Old Bai, what brings you here today? Wu Angua inquired jovially. Bai Hongfang, having come to annul the engagement, responded with a friendly tone. I need to discuss a few matters with Zhenhong. Yu Zhenhong, furrowing his brow before relaxing, rose from the sofa and smiled. Hongfang, we are to be in-laws. Speak freely. Yi Zhenhong was certainly no fool. Bai Hongfang seldom visited the Yi family, so his unexpected arrival must indicate something significant. The elder Yi immediately surmised that it concerned the engagement between his grandson Yi Qinfeng and Bai Shuling. Zhenhong, the situation is as follows. My granddaughter is quite resolute this time, throwing a fit at home. Bai Hongfang attempted to convey his message delicately, aware that both parties understood the implications without needing to articulate them explicitly. Nevertheless, Yu Zhenhong's face betrayed his anger. How could his grandson Yi Qinfeng be deemed unworthy of Bai Shuling? Yi Qinfeng's uncle, Yi Dongjian, had informed the elder Yi of the developments in the training camp, which had greatly lifted his spirits, as he now recognized that the Yi family had a successor. Wu Angua, standing to the side, discerned the underlying message in Bai Hongfang's words and couldn't help but smirk, internally exclaiming, Fortune truly favors me. Wu Angua had long regarded Yi Qinfeng as a potential future son-in-law and had been pondering how to resolve the engagement with Bai Shuling. To his surprise, his thoughts were manifesting into reality. He promptly declared, Zhenhong, let us heed their wishes and dissolve the engagement between Qinfeng and Bai Shuling. Yi Zhenhong, already irked, felt his anger escalate further upon hearing his old friend Wu Angua not only refuse to support him, but also side with Bai Hongfang. Bai Hongfang stared at Wu Angua, bewildered by the elder's sudden change of heart, as he typically enjoyed opposing him. However, what Wu Angua said next nearly left both Yi Zhenhong and Bai Hongfang choking on their words. With utmost seriousness, Wu Angua stated, Zhenhong, my granddaughter Xiaofei and Qinfeng are already deeply in love. With the annulment of the engagement today, I would like to propose an engagement between our families. At this moment, Yi Zhenhong finally grasped Wu Angua's intentions. He was aware of Wu Angua's fondness for Yi Qinfeng, yet he never anticipated such a proposition. Bai Hongfang, perplexed, could not comprehend the rationale behind Wu Angua's proposal, as he believed Yi Qinfeng to be a fool afflicted by panic. Even if the Wu and Yi families enjoyed a cordial relationship, surely Wu Onghua would not push his granddaughter into a perilous situation. Yet, Bai Hongfang felt a nagging sensation that coming to the Yi family to annul the engagement was a misstep. Yi Jinhong sighed, his expression grave as he regarded Bai Hongfang. Very well, the engagement between the Yi and Bai families is officially dissolved today. However, Bai Hongfang, you will one day come to regret this decision. Wu Onghua silently nodded in agreement, thinking that if Bai Hongfang were to discover Yi Qinfeng's true capabilities, he would surely regret his actions deeply. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to express gratitude, as this solidified Yi Qinfeng's position as his future son-in-law. Bai Hongfang, his wrinkled visage marked by regret, did not dwell on Yu Jinhong's ominous words. After exchanging a few apologetic remarks, he hastily departed from the Bai family, fearing that the relationship between the Yi and Bai families would sour significantly. Nonetheless, Bai Hongfang's sense of regret was minimal, as he believed Yi Qinfeng to be a useless fool. It was preferable to forego such a son-in-law, sparing Bai Shuling from potential unhappiness and offering no assistance to the Bai family in the future. Onghua, your scheming is quite impressive. You've managed to ensnare my grandson. After Bai Hongfang's departure, Yi Jinhong remarked half jokingly, half seriously. Wu Onghua retorted without hesitation, Jinhong, you are the one with the clever schemes. With such a fine grandson, why not offer him to me as a son-in-law? Chapter 96. The phenomenon of rapid beauty. The incident at the virus base in Tianhai saw Yi Qinfeng play a pivotal role. Upon returning to Beijing, Wu Kunming recounted the events in full detail to his father, Wu Onghua. Upon learning of this incident, Wu Onghua immediately instructed Wu Kunming to suppress the information, aware that the Yi family preferred to keep Yi Qinfeng's transformation under wraps for the time being. Moreover, he had come to regard Yi Qinfeng as a potential son-in-law, believing it only natural to offer him protection. In this virus-based incident, Yi Qinfeng's contributions were significant. Wu Onghua, informed by his son, Wu Kunming, learned that without Yi Qinfeng's involvement, they might not have merely failed to destroy the virus base, but could have faced complete annihilation. Wu Onghua's appreciation for Yi Qinfeng grew. Yet since revealing Yi Qinfeng's identity was not feasible at the moment, he instructed Wu Kunming to erase Yi Qinfeng's achievements from the records. Consequently, Wu Kunming benefited from the accolades, experiencing a swift promotion within the Wu family, a development that was certainly a cause for celebration. Due to the meticulous secrecy surrounding the information, even old Master Yi remained unaware of the events. Upon hearing Wu Onghua recount the situation at the virus base, old Master Yi was visibly moved, exclaiming, "Excellent. This is what the descendants of the Yi family should be like. Jinhong, you've hidden Qinfeng well. His skills are not something that can be honed overnight. Even I was deceived by you." Wu Onghua, eager for his granddaughter to marry Yi Qinfeng, believed this would naturally allow him to enlist Qinfeng's assistance in his endeavors. Yi Jinhong could only smile wryly. Ever since Yi Qinfeng overcame his anxiety, he seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person, a notion that puzzled Yi Jinhong. He realized that even if he revealed the truth, Wu Onghua might not believe him. Nevertheless, as a grandfather, he felt joy in his grandson's positive development. Jinhong, our Xiaofei has recently accompanied the troops on a mission. Once she returns to Beijing, let us arrange their marriage without delay, shall we? Wu Onghua eagerly inquired. Yi Jinhong nodded, recognizing that the Wu family's daughter genuinely cared for his grandson. Since the engagement with the Bai family had been dissolved, he saw no reason to decline. Onghua, do not think I am oblivious to your intentions. Qinfeng is a descendant of the Yi family, and given our dwindling numbers, he is my sole hope. Yi Jinhong sighed softly. Rest assured, Jinhong, I will only ask Qinfeng for minor assistance. It won't consume too much of his time. In fact, I look forward to the moment he returns to Beijing and the reactions of the old men thereupon realizing Qinfeng's capabilities, particularly Bai Lauda's. Ha! Wu Onghua laughed heartily, sharing a camaraderie with Yi Jinhong that transcended formalities. Yi Jinhong smiled faintly, though concern lingered in his heart. Many wished to target the Yi family, and the true cause of Yi Qinfeng's parents' accident remained undiscovered, leaving the esteemed figure of Huaxia feeling powerless against the tide of events. It appears I have truly aged. Yi Jinhong mused inwardly. Meanwhile, far away in Tianhai, Yi Qinfeng was unaware of the happenings in Beijing attributed to him. Following the conclusion of the charity gala, he dedicated himself to the development of rapid beauty. Understanding that mass production would incur costs, he chose not to burden Li Punzi, opting instead to invest 3 million to procure the necessary medicinal ingredients. In just half a month, the first batch of rapid beauty was successfully produced. Quality checks confirmed that all products met standards, much to Li Punzi's delight, as he envisioned a future where he would ascend to the head of the Li family. "Boss, can we officially launch Rapid Beauty for sale now?" Li Punzi inquired eagerly. Nearby, the monkey playfully pinched Li Punzi's cheek, teasing, "Li Punzi, you've been positively glowing lately. Is something itching at you? Shall I find a burly fellow to assist?" Having observed Li Punzi's newfound exuberance and burgeoning appetite over the days, the monkey couldn't help but jest. Li Punzi retorted dismissively, "Ignorance is alarming. Our boss possesses true elegance." Amused by their banter, Yi Chinfeng shook his head, declaring, "Rapid Beauty is ready for market. However, on the first day of sales, we shall adopt a completely free distribution strategy. As a novel product, many may approach it with skepticism, but human nature craves a bargain. By offering it for free on the first day, once they experience its effects, we need not worry about sales afterwards. These individuals will effectively serve as living advertisements for Rapid Beauty." Li Punzi continued, "Boss, if we give it away for free on the first day, won't we run out of stock? Free or not, we can implement a limited supply. First come, first served." Yi Chinfeng replied, "Boss, you truly are exceptional. I can already foresee the overwhelming demand for Rapid Beauty." Li Punzi praised enthusiastically. With the official launch of Rapid Beauty approaching, the first day of free sales indeed saw a tremendous response. Many patrons, motivated by their desire for a bargain, flocked to the stores. And Rapid Beauty initially went unnoticed amidst the plethora of products on the market. However, following the first day's success, the subsequent days saw a stark decline in paid purchases. Yet, after a week, the situation shifted dramatically. Those who had sampled the free product returned, accompanied by friends, relatives, and neighbors, all eager to experience the benefits of Rapid Beauty for themselves. Within a single day, the entire first batch of Rapid Beauty sold out, leaving many women disappointed. The fervor of that day was beyond description, a sight to behold. Wealthy businesswomen and the wives of officials soon caught wind of the product. Women, inherently drawn to beauty, found themselves in a frenzy, lamenting their missed opportunity to purchase as stocks dwindled. Some even resorted to tantrums at home, threatening to divorce their husbands over the matter. The influence of Rapid Beauty on women in Tianhai was akin to a tempest, stirring an unexpectedly monumental uproar. As Rapid Beauty continued to soar in popularity, local media flocked to the scene for coverage. With the media's endorsement, the sales figures were bound to escalate, marking Tianhai as merely the inaugural city in the burgeoning market for Rapid Beauty. Chapter 97. Living Like a Human. Living like a dog, the explosive popularity of Rapid Beauty brought both pain and joy to Fatty Lee, who busied himself from dawn till dusk, shedding a few pounds in the process. The effect was even more remarkable than that of weight loss pills. Of course, Yi Chinfeng had promised to share half of the profits from Rapid Beauty sales with him, so the more successful the product became, the more Fatty Lee stood to gain. It was no surprise that he had come to regard Yi Chinfeng as his superior, always eager to please him. Upon seeing Yi Chinfeng, a chilling smile spread across his plump face as he said, "Boss, shouldn't we increase production? We could expand to other cities in China and even export it abroad, allowing Rapid Beauty to leave its mark worldwide." The more Fatty Lee pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Although he only received a fraction of the profits from Rapid Beauty sales, the potential benefits if the product went global were beyond imagination. Yi Chinfeng shook his head, replying, "One must take life one bite at a time and walk the path step by step. Impatience will only lead to failure. If we ramp up production and establish branches across the country, the quality of Rapid Beauty will inevitably decline. I cannot afford to compromise on quality, as my goal is merely to earn my first bucket of gold before venturing into more manageable business projects. For now, it sufficed for Rapid Beauty to meet the demand in Tianhai while gradually expanding to nearby cities. As for whether it would eventually go international, Yi Chinfeng had yet to consider that possibility extensively. Seeing Yi Chinfeng's perspective, Fatty Lee suppressed his aspirations, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. Haste makes waste, after all. With the production and sale of Rapid Beauty stabilizing, Yi Chinfeng turned his attention to the Longya Society. Currently, its members were disorganized and required rigorous training to regain their former glory, lest they be swallowed by rival gangs in Tianhai. Yi Chinfeng found the name Longya Society rather displeasing and officially renamed it Shangtian Society, symbolizing the triumph over the heavens. If they could conquer the sky, what could possibly hinder their progress? Meanwhile, Fang Nanxiang had wrapped up matters concerning the Zhao family and was now officially following Yi Chinfeng. He was aware of the situation with the Longya Society, now Shangtian Society, and voluntarily proposed to join the training regimen. Yi Qinfeng saw no reason to oppose. The current state of Monkey's abilities was rather pitiful, and joining the training would only benefit him. Yi Qinfeng instructed Qiudong, who had temporarily taken charge of the Longya Society, to acquire a training ground on the outskirts of Tianhai. Knowing that Shengtian Society members would need extensive training in the future, the days that followed were akin to a nightmare for the members, who had grown accustomed to the laxity of the Longya Society. Feng Nanxiang, imposing the discipline of a special forces unit, subjected them to grueling training, leading to cries of anguish and even injuries among the participants. Feng Nanxiang, however, had rediscovered his passion and relished the role of instructor. Despite knowing he was training a group of ruffians, transforming them into skilled fighters gave him immense satisfaction. Yi Qinfeng visited the training ground daily, and on one occasion, as he stepped in, he found all the members of Shengtian Society in open rebellion, refusing to train any longer. Monkey, however, was an exception, having gained considerable strength through the recent training. Is this really training? It feels more like hell. We quit. We quit. Even hell must be better than this. The members voiced their grievances, their dissatisfaction palpable. Yet, upon seeing Yi Qinfeng enter, they fell silent, remembering his formidable prowess witnessed just nights prior, and dared not defy him. Young Master Yi, Feng Nanxiang attempted to report on the situation, but was cut off by Yi Qinfeng's gesture. He addressed the discontented members, asking, "Do you know why I renamed the Longya Society to Shengtian Society?" Under Yi Qinfeng's piercing gaze, the members bowed their heads, none daring to meet his eyes. Seeing no responses, Yi Qinfeng's voice resonated powerfully. The former Longya Society was merely a mediocre gang. The name Shengtian Society signifies conquering the heavens. If we can defeat the heavens, who else should we fear? Shengtian Society has no room for cowardice or those who fear for their lives. Can you not endure this level of training? His penetrating voice reached each member's ears, and he continued, "If any among you cannot withstand the intensity, feel free to withdraw from Shengtian Society. I, Yi Qinfeng, promise not to make things difficult for those who choose to leave. But think carefully. This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Especially for you, who live by the streets. Lacking strength means being trampled underfoot. If you wish to live like a human, you must possess power. If you prefer to live like a dog, I cannot stop you. I ask you one last time, do you wish to live like a human or like a dog?" Yi Qinfeng's voice rose dramatically. The members, having spent so long in the mediocrity of the Longya Society, had nearly lost their dignity and resolve. Yi Qinfeng aimed to awaken the long-dormant passion within them. One by one, the members exchanged glances, and then, in unison, they shouted, "We want to live like humans. We want to live like humans." Their fervent voices echoed through the air, ignited by Yi Qinfeng's words. At that moment, even if he commanded them to charge into the streets, they would likely do so without hesitation. Not only the members of Shengtian Society, but even Feng Nanxiang, standing beside Yi Qinfeng, felt a surge of adrenaline. He envisioned a future where, under Yi Qinfeng's leadership, they would carve out a dominion for Shengtian Society. This was the life he aspired to, a life deserving of a man, and he believed he would never regret choosing to follow Yi Qinfeng. Chapter 98. The meeting with Uncle in the days that followed. The members of the Victory Society ceased all complaints. Regardless of the harshness and brutality of their training, whenever they recalled Yi Qinfeng's words, they silently affirmed, "I shall live like a human being." As the rapid development of the Victory Society in Tianhai flourished, the capital was stirred by the dissolution of the engagement between the Yi and Bai families. However, the residents of the capital were perplexed by the news of a new alliance between the Yi family and the Wu family. Though the Yi and Wu families had grown remarkably close, many wondered if this was not simply pushing Wu Xiaofei into a perilous situation. After all, who in the capital did not know that Yi Qinfeng was a fool afflicted by panic disorder? Even among the Wu family, aside from a few who were privy to Yi Qinfeng's true nature, others vehemently opposed the union. In a fit of anger, the elder Wu made his stance clear. Anyone who dared to oppose this alliance would be immediately expelled from the Wu family, severing all ties henceforth. With such a resolute declaration, the other branches of the Wu family dared not voice further objections. The elder Wu regarded them as foolish, believing that when Yi Qinfeng made his powerful return, they would realize their ignorance and absurdity. In recent days, Bai Shuling had frequently heard about the alliance between the Yi and Wu families. Previously, she had insisted that her grandfather Bai Hongfang dissolve the engagement, hoping to support her dear friend Zhao Wanting. Now, it appeared her efforts had been in vain. She inwardly cursed Yi Qinfeng, declaring all men untrustworthy and merely fickle-hearted. Far away in Tianhai, had Yi Qinfeng been aware of Bai Shuling's thoughts, he would have vehemently protested his innocence. He remained oblivious to the dissolution of the engagement between the Yi and Bai families, let alone the new alliance with the Wu family. After much hesitation, Bai Shuling finally dialed Zhao Wanting's number, having not spoken to her since returning from Tianhai. Their previous awkwardness, stemming from matters concerning Yi Qinfeng, lingered in the air. The call was quickly answered, and Zhao Wanting's voice came through. "Shuling, what prompted you to call today? Do you miss me?" Her tone was calm, devoid of any indication of distress. Bai Shuling inquired, "Wanting, how is it progressing with Yi Qinfeng?" "Shuling, Yi Qinfeng and I inhabit entirely different worlds, so there will be no outcome between us," Zhao Wanting stated with composure. "Wanting, I know you have feelings for Yi Qinfeng. I have arranged for my grandfather to dissolve the engagement with the Yi family, but I've heard that the Yi family is now engaged to the Wu family," Bai Shuling revealed, uncertain of Zhao Wanting's emotional response. Upon hearing the first part of Bai Shuling's statement, Zhao Wanting felt a surge of joy, but the latter half plunged her from euphoria to despair, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Wanting, are you all right?" Bai Shuling asked, concerned by the silence on the other end. "Shuling, I'm a bit tired. Let's end our conversation here for today," Zhao Wanting replied, and before Bai Shuling could protest, the line went dead. Bai Shuling huffed, "Yi Qinfeng, when you return to the capital, I will ensure you face the consequences. I warned you not to bully Wanting." In Tianhai, within Zhao Wanting's room at the Zhao residence, she curled up on her soft bed, her fair cheeks dampened by tears. The salty trails of sorrow flowed down her face, mingling with the bitterness in her mouth. She wiped her moist eyes with delicate fingers, a faint and sorrowful smile gracing her lips as she thought, "Qinfeng, I hope you find happiness in the future. I have never regretted meeting you." With the initial steps taken in both business ventures and the development of underground forces, Yi Qinfeng's life had taken on a more leisurely pace. At present, strengthening his abilities was of utmost importance, and he contemplated a visit to the primitive forests along the border, recalling that the iron bull who had sold him the Yunting mushroom had left him an address. As he pondered, his uncle Yi Dongjian called, inviting him out for a meal, his tone somewhat ambiguous. Yi Dongjian was already aware of the events unfolding in the capital. The dissolution of the Bai family engagement had initially angered him. However, upon learning of the Yi and Wu families' alliance, his spirits lifted slightly, as he had always felt that the Wu girl was a good match for his nephew. They arranged to meet at a mid-sized restaurant in Tianhai, where Yi Dongjian had secured a private room. Upon Yi Qinfeng's arrival, Yi Dongjian rose, playfully punching his chest and laughing. "Qinfeng, you are growing sturdier by the day. I recall when a gentle nudge from me would leave you sore for hours. When will you return to help me train my recruits in marksmanship?" "Uncle, you didn't summon me just to discuss training, did you?" Yi Qinfeng chuckled as he seated himself. "Is it so wrong for your uncle to want to see you?" Yi Dongjian retorted, unable to best his nephew in any regard. "Please, just tell me what you need. I currently have no time for other matters, but I promise to lend a hand at the training camp when I can," Yi Qinfeng assured him. "That's more like it." Yi Dongjian nodded approvingly and continued, "Qinfeng, your romantic prospects are quite promising. Your engagement with Bai Shuling has been annulled, yet your grandfather has arranged a new engagement for you with Xiaofei. I believe she is a fine match, and you two share a good rapport. Perhaps being married would be beneficial." "What? Grandfather has engaged me to Xiaofei?" Yi Qinfeng exclaimed, surprised. He was not astonished by the dissolution of his engagement with the Bai family, but was taken aback by the prospect of being paired with Wu Xiaofei. Although he had shared a kiss with her during his last visit to the capital, he still regarded her as a sister. "Are you too happy about this? Xiaofei is far superior to the Bai girl. At least she is not spoiled, and her looks are commendable. You should be grateful, otherwise I might get upset with you," Yi Dongjian teased, patting Yi Qinfeng's shoulder with a hearty laugh. "All right, Qinfeng, I invited you out today to congratulate you. Aside from this, there's nothing else. Let us call it a day." Yi Dongjian raised a glass filled with red wine and downed it in one gulp. Chapter 99. The assassin Yi Qinfeng found himself navigating through uncertainties, realizing that the engagement was merely a formality, one that could be annulled in the future if necessary. The thought of marrying Sister Xiaofei stirred within him a sense of guilt, for despite their lack of blood relation, she had always cared for and protected him like an elder sister. After the wine flowed freely, as Yi Qinfeng and Yi Dongjian exited the restaurant, the night had already enveloped the sky. Yi Dongjian's military jeep was parked beside the establishment, and since Yi Qinfeng had arrived by taxi, Yi Dongjian insisted on driving him back to the villa. The autumn winds whispered through the air, and the November chill in Tianhai was palpable, particularly at night when a sense of coldness permeated the atmosphere. The parking lot was unusually quiet, illuminated by the glow of 6 streetlights, revealing a smattering of vehicles but devoid of any human presence. "Chenfeng, why are you dawdling? Let's hurry," Yi Dongjian urged, his cheeks flushed, a sign that he had perhaps indulged a bit too much in drink. Suddenly, a faint whooshing sound pierced the air. Without turning around, Yi Chenfeng pressed a hand firmly on Yi Dongjian's shoulder, commanding, "Get down." Caught off guard, Yi Dongjian stumbled to the ground, irked as he rose, muttering, "Chenfeng, are you playing tricks on me? You're becoming increasingly audacious." With a grave expression, Yi Chenfeng pointed to a circular iron post 3 meters ahead. For sharp knives were embedded within it, a grim reminder that had he not acted swiftly, Yi Dongjian could have become a mere corpse. Awareness jolted through Yi Dongjian as the remnants of his intoxication vanished. His heart raced, realizing he had narrowly escaped death. Turning around, Yi Chenfeng confronted a figure clad in black, who questioned, "Did you orchestrate your parents' car accident?" Recalling the warning from his grandfather before leaving the capital, Yi Chenfeng understood the gravity of the situation. An unseen assailant might be targeting him next. The black-clad figure scrutinized him through the mask, a low voice emanating from the shadows. "You appear different from the rumors. However, both of you must die tonight. Before that, let me offer you a piece of information. Your parents' accident was no mere coincidence." Yi Chenfeng clenched his fists, fury erupting within him like a volcano. He roared, "If that is the case, your fate is sealed." Beside him, Yi Dongjian bellowed in anguish. Emotions he had suppressed now spilling forth as he recognized the perpetrator. With his eyes ablaze, he lunged at the black figure, only to be restrained by Yi Chenfeng, who sensed the formidable nature of their foe. "Uncle, leave this to me. You watch from the sidelines," Yi Chenfeng declared. Just as he spoke, the black figure lunged at him with lightning speed, a dagger aimed at his arm. It seemed the assailant intended to toy with them, dismissing their potential as threats. Yi Chenfeng yanked Yi Dongjian aside, barely evading the strike. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he yanked the dagger from his arm, blood quickly soaking his clothes. "If you wish to avoid a fate worse than death, I suggest you end your lives yourselves," the black figure hissed ominously. Observing Yi Dongjian's fury akin to that of a raging bull, Yi Chenfeng cautioned, "Uncle, regain your composure. In your current state, you won't even know how you perished while seeking vengeance from my parents." At those words, Yi Dongjian's rage subsided slightly. Yi Chenfeng's dark eyes fixated on the black figure, his heart pounding. He recognized that the assassin's strength likely surpassed his own. "Have you chosen your path? Tonight, I shall indulge in this game," the black figure taunted, sprinting towards them with a speed that defied belief. Yi Chenfeng shoved Yi Dongjian aside, narrowly avoiding the attack. As he summoned his 4th-level soul power, he executed a swift kick aimed at the black figure's waist. The assailant, underestimating Yi Chenfeng's strength, didn't even attempt to dodge, raising an arm to block the blow. With a resounding thud, the black figure was propelled backward several meters, but quickly regained his footing. A normal person would have been incapacitated by such a strike, yet the assassin stood, his expression now laden with seriousness. "I never anticipated the foolish young master of the Yi family would possess such skill. If those in the capital were to learn of this, they would be taken aback. Yet, you shall not live to see that day." The black figure's aura intensified, a palpable energy swirling around him. Yi Chenfeng inquired, "Are you an ancient martial arts master?" "Indeed, you have guessed correctly. Should I commend you for your insight?" The black figure replied mockingly. Realizing the true strength of his opponent, Yi Chenfeng felt a wave of foreboding wash over him. The involvement of an ancient martial artist in his parents' tragic fate raised unsettling questions. In this modern era, one would not expect such figures to interfere in the affairs of the mundane world. What, then, could explain the presence of this ancient martial artist before him? Chapter 100. A match of equals. The ranks of ancient martial arts masters are categorized from lowest to highest as yellow, Xian, earth, and heaven tiers. Each ascent in rank signifies a substantial enhancement in power. In his previous life, Yi Chenfeng had never engaged in combat with ancient martial arts experts, leaving him unaware of the formidable strength inherent to each rank. However, he was certain that the figure before him, cloaked in black, was not to be underestimated. "Have you reached the Xian tier?" Yi Chenfeng inquired tentatively. The black-clad figure hesitated momentarily, emitting a strange chuckle from his throat. "It seems you possess considerable knowledge of the ancient martial world. You even understand our ranks so well." "Indeed, I have attained the Xian tier. If you were not a scion of the Yi family, I would have considered taking you as my disciple. Who are you? Who sent you to target the Yi family? Before taking action, Yi Qinfeng sought to extract more information from the enigmatic figure. The black-clad man snorted derisively. You still wish to pry into my secrets? After divulging so much, you should count yourself fortunate. Now, let me escort you to the underworld. Given my admiration for you, I have decided to grant you a swift end. With that, he drew a slender, linked iron chain from his waist, sending it hurtling towards Yi Qinfeng's face like a dancing silver dragon, leaving a trail of illusions in the air and sealing off Yi Qinfeng's escape. A formidable sense of oppression washed over him. Even before the iron chain struck, he felt as though blades were slicing across his cheeks. A tearing pain radiating from his skin. For the first time since his rebirth, the sensation of impending death surged within him. Was a Xian-tier warrior truly this powerful? What then of the earth and heaven tiers? Surely, they could annihilate him in an instant. His fourth-level soul power felt woefully inadequate. Yi Qinfeng summoned his fourth-level soul power to its zenith. With no options for retreat, he could only charge forward. He unleashed a series of rapid punches, each imbued with his soul power, to meet the advancing iron chain. The black-clad man staggered back 4 or 5 steps, his eyes wide with disbelief at Yi Qinfeng's ability to block his chain with mere fists. An ordinary person attempting such a feat would likely have their hands severed. Yi Qinfeng's display of strength repeatedly astonished the black-clad figure, who had received reports labeling Yi Qinfeng as nothing more than a fool afflicted with panic disorder. He had approached with a casual demeanor, intending to eliminate both Yi Qinfeng and Yi Dongjian, yet the reality was far from his expectations. As Yi Qinfeng's fists met the iron chain, he braced himself against the pain, his hands now bloodied, revealing glistening white bone beneath. The adage 10 fingers connected to the heart rang true. The excruciating pain in his fists compelled him to grit his teeth. If this continued, the only outcome for him and Yi Dongjian would be death. Calmly, he contemplated a strategy to confront this dire situation. Having been reborn 500 years in the past, he could not afford to perish so easily. Not far away, Yi Dongjian trembled involuntarily, his eyes ablaze with fury, his massive fists clenched tightly. Yet he understood that he could not provide any assistance. As Yi Qinfeng had just asserted, if he allowed his anger to cloud his judgment and acted recklessly, he might not only fail to avenge his nephew, but could also jeopardize his own life and drag Yi Qinfeng down with him. Indeed, I find myself increasingly impressed by you. I almost feel reluctant to kill you now. To possess such strength at merely 20 years of age suggests an incredibly promising future. Yet, alas, your surname is Yi. What a pity, truly. The black-clad figure shook his head in mock regret, but his tone shifted abruptly, a chilling malice emanating from him. You have earned the right to be my opponent. It has been long since I encountered such a skilled adversary in the mundane world. With that, he swung the iron chain once more, forcing Yi Qinfeng to evade. Whenever escape proved impossible, he resorted to blocking with his bloodied fists. Though his fists were enveloped in soul power, the disparity in their strengths meant that many bones in his hands shattered under the pressure. The speed of the black-clad man's strikes accelerated, ultimately rendering the chain invisible. Yi Qinfeng's clothing was reduced to tatters, hanging from him in a disheveled state. In a moment of serendipity, his gaze fell upon 4 small knives embedded in a circular iron pillar, sparking an idea. He began to move toward the pillar. Channeling his soul power outward, he enveloped the knife handles, slowly extracting them from the iron pillar. However, the effort to control the knives left him vulnerable, and the iron chain lashed at his body, carving numerous wounds into his skin, warm blood flowing freely. Soon, Yi Qinfeng found himself cornered against the circular pillar, and the black-clad man sneered, "You can convey your regrets to King Yama in the afterlife, hoping you never bear the Yi surname again." The iron chain aimed for Yi Qinfeng's forehead. A direct hit would surely result in fatal consequences. Meanwhile, Yi Dongjian sensed the impending doom and rushed to intervene. But it was too late. He bellowed in anguish, "No, don't. I will kill you. I swear it." Yi Dongjian could not bear to witness his nephew's demise before his very eyes, feeling utterly impotent as an uncle. Just then, the 4 small knives suddenly shot from the iron pillar, aimed at the black-clad man's limbs, propelled with astonishing speed. Yi Qinfeng exerted all his soul power to direct the knives, targeting the tendons in the black-clad man's arms and legs. With a series of swift, precise strikes, the knives found their mark, driving deep into the black-clad man's limbs. The force of the soul power propelled the man backward, sending him careening 7 or 8 meters away. Exhausted, Yi Qinfeng leaned against the circular pillar, his soul power utterly depleted. His battered body slowly slid to the ground, and even raising a hand felt beyond his capability. A mere child could easily slay him now. The agony coursing through his body elicited a muffled groan from his throat. Chapter 101. The frenzied Yi Dongjin. The body of the cloaked man crashed heavily to the ground. His limbs rendered immobile as the tendons in his hands and feet were severed by the 4 daggers embedded within him. Although he had initially possessed far superior strength compared to Yi Qinfeng, a moment of carelessness had led to his downfall. Yet, he could not fathom how the daggers, lodged within the circular iron pillar, could have autonomously launched an attack. Suddenly, a spark of realization flickered in his mind, and he muttered, "True Qi projection? How could this be possible? To achieve such a feat, one must attain the earth realm, yet I sense not a trace of true Qi emanating from him." The true Qi projection that the cloaked man referred to shared the same principle as the soul force projection employed by Yi Qinfeng. However, only those who reached the earth realm could manifest true Qi projection. The cloaked man's strength was far from breaking into the earth realm. How could Yi Qinfeng possibly wield a technique akin to true Qi projection? This conundrum perplexed the cloaked man, leaving him utterly baffled. Yi Qinfeng, who exactly are you? Are you also from the ancient martial arts world? Confusion filled the cloaked man's heart. He understood that no prominent family in the city could cultivate someone of Yi Qinfeng's caliber. Ironically, the outside world regarded such a formidable individual as a fool. Seated on the ground, with his back against the circular iron pillar, Yi Qinfeng struggled to breathe, blood flowing profusely from his wounds, rendering his complexion increasingly pale. He lacked the strength to utter a word. At that moment, Yi Dongjin emerged from his daze, bellowing fiercely as he charged recklessly toward the immobilized cloaked man. Upon witnessing Yi Dongjin's ferocious expression, fear gripped the cloaked man. Who in this world was unafraid of death? He threatened, "You had better release me at once, or my forces will ensure the annihilation of the Yi family from the nation of Huaxia." In a fit of rage, Yi Dongjin's eyes blazed red as memories of his deceased brother and sister-in-law surged within him, igniting an uncontrollable fury. He yanked a dagger from the cloaked man's wrist, causing the latter to groan in agony. Yet, the true nightmare was only beginning for the cloaked man. Without hesitation, Yi Dongjin wielded the dagger, stabbing it into the cloaked man's body again and again, warm blood splattering across Yi Dongjin's face. He had no time to wipe the blood away, his hand ceaselessly swinging the blade. Yi Qinfeng never anticipated his uncle would descend into such madness. He had intended to interrogate the cloaked man for valuable information once he regained his strength. After all, this cloaked man was merely a pawn, and he had no inkling of the true forces behind the assault on the Yi family. However, after enduring Yi Dongjin's torment, it seemed unlikely the cloaked man would be able to survive, rendering any hope of extracting useful information futile. The cloaked man emitted pained cries from his throat. Perhaps the parking lot had been cleared in advance by him, for such a commotion failed to attract a single passerby. Ultimately, Yi Dongjin aimed the dagger at the cloaked man's heart, driving the blade forcefully into his chest. The cloaked man's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he could not fathom that the tables had turned. He had always been the one to inflict suffering, never imagining he would meet such a fate himself. After stirring the dagger within the cloaked man's heart, Yi Dongjin slowly released the hilt, leaving the dagger embedded in the man's chest. By this point, the cloaked man's body was riddled with wounds, some resembling small fountains, gushing forth torrents of blood. Yi Dongjin slumped to the ground, his form drenched in the cloaked man's blood. Perhaps having exhausted his strength, he remained motionless. Moments later, Yi Dongjin's furious gaze gradually reverted to its usual calmness. He rose from the ground and approached Yi Qinfeng, helping him to his feet. Yi Qinfeng gazed at his blood-soaked uncle with a bittersweet smile. "Uncle, what was the need for all this? He is not the true mastermind behind it all." Upon hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, Yi Dongjin realized his impulsive actions had severed all potential leads, and he felt a pang of regret. "Qinfeng, I apologize. I was too rash just now." Yi Qinfeng shook his head. "It's all right, uncle. If he had to die, then so be it. I believe that soon, other assassins will come for us. Moreover, knowing the identity of the mastermind will do little good. With my current strength, I cannot seek vengeance. This cloaked man is likely not the most formidable among their ranks. If they discover one of their own has been killed by us, they will undoubtedly send even stronger assassins next time." Yi Qinfeng furrowed his brow. It was evident that strengthening his own abilities was of utmost urgency. Had he not been fortunate today, there was a high probability he would have perished at the hands of the cloaked man. Furthermore, The involvement of the ancient martial arts world in his parents' accident heightened his vigilance. He was unsure of the strength of ancient martial arts masters 500 years ago, but he recognized that the ancient martial arts world had gradually fallen into decline over the last 5 centuries. Thus, in his previous life, he had never engaged directly with practitioners of ancient martial arts, only possessing a general understanding of their nature. Chenfeng, should we inform grandfather about today's events? Yi Dongjin inquired. Yi Chenfeng shook his head. Uncle, let us not disclose this matter to grandfather just yet. Informing him now would serve no purpose and would only exacerbate his anger, which is detrimental to his health. Then I shall have the body of this cloaked man transported back to the strong soldiers' training camp. Perhaps we can identify him through his fingerprints. Yi Dongjin concurred with Yi Chenfeng's reasoning. Uncle, you can arrange for the body to be taken back, but ensure it is entrusted to someone trustworthy. Additionally, this matter must not be leaked. Yi Chenfeng understood that it was unlikely they would uncover any significant information from the body, but since his uncle had suggested it, he felt it permissible to proceed with the attempt. Chenfeng, why not accompany me back to the strong soldiers' training camp? Your wounds need to be treated promptly. Yi Dongjin expressed his concern. Yi Chenfeng firmly declined, stating, Uncle, my injuries are merely superficial. They are nothing serious. In a few days, I may need to leave Tianhai for a while. When I return, I should have significantly improved my strength, and I will assist you in enhancing your abilities as well. Currently, the Yi family was uncertain of the forces targeting them. Only Yi Chenfeng and Yi Dongjin remained among the direct lineage. If assassins were to pursue Yi Chenfeng, he felt confident in his ability to evade them. However, if the assassins targeted Yi Dongjin, he would be at risk of being swiftly eliminated. Thus, for the sake of safety, Yi Chenfeng felt compelled to protect his uncle. Chapter 102. Journey to the border 5 days later. Yi Chenfeng arrived by plane in the city closest to the border. Since he was to venture into the primeval forest in search of the Yun Tongue mushroom, he first needed to visit Tainyo, who had graciously provided him with an address. After all, the primeval forest was vast, and relying solely on his own efforts to navigate it would likely lead to a prolonged and fruitless quest. However, when Yi Chenfeng attempted to hail a taxi, the drivers categorically refused upon hearing his destination. The reasoning was straightforward. Tainyo's residence in Shiyuan town was situated at the edge of the primeval forest, and the routes leading there were notoriously treacherous. Additionally, the area bordering the primeval forest was lawless, fraught with the danger of robbery and other perils. The drivers were understandably reluctant to risk their safety for a meager fare. This predicament left Yi Chenfeng in a bind. Walking to Shiyuan town would take him at least 10 hours. As he stood on the bustling street, he suddenly noticed a group of 5 menacing figures at a nearby corner, brandishing knives and surrounding a middle-aged man who was visibly terrified. It was evident that the security in this city, the closest to the border, was far from satisfactory. The audacity of such brazen robbery in broad daylight was alarming. Were the local authorities merely indifferent to such criminality? Hey, what are you looking at? Get lost. One of the robbers shouted upon noticing Yi Chenfeng's gaze. Having sustained serious injuries in a confrontation with a man in black just 5 days prior, Yi Chenfeng's hands were still wrapped in white bandages. The robbers, upon seeing his frail appearance, dismissed him as a coward. Though Yi Chenfeng was not one to meddle in others' affairs, he found the robbers' words deeply irksome, especially since he was already vexed about the lack of available taxis. He retorted with a hint of sarcasm, "And what if I am looking? Looks like we've encountered a real gem today. Don't you see what we're holding?" The lead robber sneered as he stepped closer, brandishing his knife. In response, Yi Chenfeng delivered a swift kick to the man's abdomen, executing the move with just the right amount of force to avoid sending him flying. The man doubled over in agony, gasping as if he might expel his entire stomach. The other 4 robbers, initially eager to witness the spectacle, were momentarily stunned by this turn of events. It took them a moment to regain their composure before they shouted, "Brothers, let's take him down together." The commotion drew the attention of passers-by, yet none ventured to intervene. Not a single onlooker stepped forward. Such occurrences had become so commonplace in this city that the residents had grown desensitized. The previously surrounded middle-aged man wore an expression of uncertainty, having thought his fate was sealed. Little did he expect that a savior would emerge from the chaos. As he stood in shock, the 4 knife-wielding men closed in on Yi Chenfeng, thrusting their weapons from different angles. To the casual observer, it seemed inevitable that Yi Chenfeng would suffer injuries. Yet, in a surprising twist, Yi Chenfeng propelled himself off the ground, soaring 2 meters high before executing a flawless 360-degree kick that struck the robbers in the face. The sound of cracking bones echoed in the air as the four men were sent sprawling, their facial structures distorted and noses crushed, howling in pain. In that moment, they realized they had underestimated this seemingly innocuous young man, who was, in fact, a formidable martial artist. Desperately, they lamented their misjudgment. I have eyes on my own face, and I shall gaze upon whatever I please. Do you have any objections? Yi Chenfeng declared, losing interest in engaging with such lowly thugs. The once arrogant robbers quickly shook their heads, mumbling incoherently, "We have no objections. You may look at whatever you wish. Even if you want to see our mothers. We wouldn't dare complain." With that, they helped one another and fled the scene, eager to avoid further confrontation with Yi Chenfeng, fearing for their very lives. Yi Chenfeng could only smile wryly at their absurdity. Why would he want to see their mothers? He was more concerned about the pressing matters at hand. As the five men departed, the street returned to its usual state, devoid of any good Samaritans willing to report the incident. The security was indeed abysmal, reflecting poorly on the character of the citizens. "Young man, thank you for rescuing me just now. May I treat you to a meal?" The middle-aged man, who appeared quite refined, approached Yi Chenfeng. However, Yi Chenfeng was not inclined to linger. He needed to find a taxi to take him to Shiyuan town. "There is no need for thanks. I merely acted on impulse. I have urgent matters to attend to," he replied, dismissively. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before asking, "Forgive my intrusion, but may I inquire what urgent business you have? Perhaps I could assist you." Indeed, this man bore the traits of a local businessman, and if he possessed a vehicle that could transport Yi Chenfeng to Shiyuan town, it would alleviate his troubles. "I need to get to Shiyuan town, but no taxis are willing to go there," Yi Chenfeng stated plainly. "Shiyuan town? Young man, it has been rather unstable there lately. What business do you have?" The man's expression shifted to one of concern upon hearing the destination. "I am visiting a friend and have some matters to address," Yi Chenfeng replied vaguely. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man finally said, "Since you helped me, I shall take you to Shiyuan town. With your skills, I believe you will be just fine there." It seemed he had wrestled with this decision internally before arriving at it. Grateful for the offer, Yi Chenfeng did not hesitate to accept. His desire to enhance his abilities and reach Tainyo's residence as soon as possible motivated him, for he was eager to discover the precise location of the Yun Tung mushroom within the primeval forest. Chapter 103. The Fat Sheep. In a conversation with the middle-aged man, Yi Chenfeng gleaned some fundamental information about him. The man's name was Mao Kongping, a local businessman. Yi Chenfeng did not inquire further about the specifics of his trade, as he lacked the interest to delve deeper. Had it not been for Mao Kongping's willingness to drive him to Shiyuan town, he would have turned to leave. Time was of the essence, and the two spent the night at a hotel in the city. The next morning, Mao Kongping arrived in front of Yi Chenfeng in a Land Rover. He explained that the road to Shiyuan town was riddled with potholes. It would be unsuitable for a sports car. Even a Lamborghini would be of little use. A Land Rover was indeed the more practical choice, and had time permitted, he would have preferred to take a Hummer, which could navigate the rough terrain with ease. Once they left the city, the road became increasingly uneven. If one were to drive a regular vehicle, it would undoubtedly suffer. After about 30 minutes of travel, the surroundings grew desolate. The bumpy road also served as a test of the driver's skills. With nothing better to do, Yi Chenfeng engaged Mao Kongping in casual conversation. "I heard Shiyuan town has been rather unsettled lately. What is the matter?" Mao Kongping, while keeping his focus on the road, replied, "Brother Yi, you may not be aware. Shiyuan town has long been a vacuum of governmental oversight. How peaceful can such a place be? I've heard that a gang of bandits has recently taken up residence there, turning what was once a harmonious town into a chaotic mess. That's why I hesitated when you expressed your desire to go there. However, Brother Yi, while your skills are commendable, it would be prudent to leave promptly after meeting your friend. Those bandits are not mere street thugs. They are armed with real firearms." Mao Kongping felt a twinge of anxiety, but he was also a man of gratitude. Had it not been for Yi Chenfeng coming to his aid, he would never have ventured into Shiyuan town. He had heard that traders who entered the town recently had not returned. Were the police stations in nearby cities merely for show? Were they truly indifferent to the bandits? Yi Chenfeng frowned and questioned, "Brother Yi, you hit the nail on the head. The nearby police stations are indeed ineffective. As long as those bandits remain outside the city, the police turn a blind eye, pretending nothing is amiss." With a resigned sigh, Mao Kongping lamented the state of law enforcement, noting that they had forgotten their duty as public servants. Despite its name suggesting a town, Shiyuan was merely a larger village where residents primarily engaged in farming and hunting. 3 hours later, Yi Chenfeng's gaze fell upon a village, signaling their imminent arrival at Shiyuan town. However, after an additional 5 to 6 minutes of travel, they encountered a roadblock manned by 5 or 6 robust men, each wielding a semi-automatic rifle. Although such weapons were outdated, they remained lethal. Noticing the unfavorable situation, Mao Kongping attempted to turn back, but a gunshot rang out, followed by a gruff voice warning, "If you want to die, just keep turning around. My bullets are indiscriminate." Mao Kongping forced a bitter smile and remarked, "Brother Yi, it seems we must stay in Shiyuan town for a considerable time." Yi Chenfeng remained unperturbed. He dismissed the half-hearted bandits entirely. Dealing with them would be a mere flick of his wrist. The 6 bandits approached the Land Rover, and one of them remarked, "Looks like we've caught ourselves a fat sheep today. Anyone who can afford a Land Rover is undoubtedly wealthy. This vehicle will suit our needs perfectly." The bandits exchanged banter, disregarding the occupants within the vehicle. "What are you two still doing inside? Do you want me to ask you to step out?" the leader barked. Mao Kongping hurriedly exited the driver's seat, while Yi Chenfeng calmly stepped out from the passenger side, having no intention of launching an immediate attack. Surely, there were accomplices lurking in Shiyuan town. Besides, they had identified Yi Chenfeng and Mao Kongping as prime targets. He had no desire to disappoint them so swiftly. He was, after all, a kind-hearted person. Wouldn't it be far more satisfying to uproot the bandit den once they reached Shiyuan town? "Dear brothers, we are merely passing through. You can take the car and our money. We hope you might let us go," Mao Kongping implored, emptying his pockets. The leading bandit pocketed Mao Kongping's money with nonchalance. Scoffing, "Don't be naive. You think you can leave Shiyuan town? When we get there, you'll be calling your wealthy friends to come visit." It seemed these bandits were rather cunning, employing tactics reminiscent of pyramid schemes. When Mao Kongping fell silent, the leader commanded, "You two, get in the back seat. If you try anything funny, I'll make sure you regret it." With a heavy heart, Mao Kongping led Yi Chenfeng to the back seat of the Land Rover, whispering, "Brother Yi, these men are desperate criminals. It would be wise for us not to act rashly." Mao Kongping feared that Yi Chenfeng's youthful temper might provoke a confrontation with the bandits, which would be disastrous. While he believed in Yi Chenfeng's abilities, he also recognized the truth in the saying, no matter how skilled one is, they should fear the knife, especially when facing firearms. Yi Chenfeng held Mao Kongping in high regard and nodded in agreement, as he had no intention of acting out here. Once they arrived in Shiyuan town, the bandits would soon discover that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing.